Chapter 1. Transmigration into a book. Upon opening her eyes, Lu Fudai found herself in a place that was utterly foreign to her. Where am I? I distinctly remember staying up late at home, engrossed in a novel. So how did I suddenly end up in this strange location? As she surveyed the antiquated and elegant room, a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that I have traversed time and space? Impossible. That simply cannot be. Miss, have you awakened? A voice called from outside the door, breaking her reverie. She widened her eyes, wondering if this was merely a dream. It felt so vividly real. Miss? The voice outside inquired again. Regaining her composure, she responded loudly. What is it? Today marks the enrollment day for the foremost cultivation sect. Have you forgotten? The hour is drawing near. We must depart, miss. Please come out. The person outside urged anxiously, yet did not push the door open. What cultivation sect? The seasoned bookworm, having read countless novels over the years, began to sense something amiss. She opened the door to find a lovely maid dressed in green attire waiting. Upon seeing her emerge, the maid exclaimed, Miss, you're finally out. The enrollment time for the supreme sect, Ling Tian sect, has commenced. Did you not say you wish to be the top new student of this prestigious sect? If we delay any longer, you will miss the first round of the qualification assessment. Ling Tian sect? Yes, indeed. Miss, let us hurry. Otherwise, you'll be upset if you miss the enrollment period. The maid, Qing Zhu, urged, knowing that her mistress was prone to finding fault when displeased and had a penchant for frivolously spending spirit stones. Who am I? You are the miss. Qing Zhu replied, puzzled by her mistress' strange demeanor today. A glance at her revealed that she was, indeed, quite stunning. How fortunate she was to be assigned to serve this ethereal daughter of the family head. While others lamented their misfortune at encountering such a demanding mistress, they were oblivious to the fact that aside from her temper, the miss treated those around her exceptionally well. In terms of clothing, sustenance, and cultivation resources, her life was far superior to that of ordinary noble sons and daughters. What is my identity? Lu Fudai persisted, hoping this was just a dream. Reading novels was one thing, but transmigrating into one was an entirely different matter. This was monumental, and she was utterly unprepared. Seeing the expectant look in her mistress' eyes, Qing Zhu realized that she desired to hear about her esteemed identity. Miss, you are Baili Fudai, the esteemed and sole daughter of the Baili family in the realm of Shenming. You are the most revered young lady of the Baili clan. The Baili family boasts a lineage spanning over 1 billion years, descended from ancient divine beings. Their bloodline flows with the essence of the divine race, endowing them with unparalleled talents and abilities. Furthermore, the Baili family's influence extends throughout the entire Shenming realm, rendering the notion of their wealth rivaling nations a mere jest. You are inherently the most distinguished individual in this realm. Qing Zhu proudly extolled, for her mistress was the one with the greatest potential to awaken the divine bloodline. Baili Fudai? I am Baili Fudai. Isn't she the female antagonist from the novel, The Rebellious Goddess of Waste? This villainess does nothing but oppose the protagonist. She harbors no jealousy towards the female lead, nor affection for the male lead. Her sole grievance lies in the protagonist's audacity to overshadow her, flaunting their prowess before her. However, as the plot progresses, this character meets her demise at the hands of the female lead's followers, perishing amidst a tide of beasts during a sect trial. A classic case of a grand entrance followed by a hasty exit. Yet here I am, having become Baili Furen, one who dominated the narrative for the majority of the story, arrogant and unrestrained, wielding cruel methods, and harboring a deep-seated aversion to evil, only to meet a premature end. So, it is I who shall perish in the jaws of magical beasts. Oh no, miss, what troubles you? Qing Zhu observed her expression shifting dramatically, thinking she was unwell. It's nothing, I just need a moment. With that, she turned and shut the door behind her. With a resounding thud, the door closed before Qing Zhu. Miss, the enrollment event has already begun. If we do not leave soon, we will miss the time. Inside the room, Lu Fudai, now Baili Furen, was utterly bewildered. I have truly transmigrated. I have entered the world of a novel. What should I do? I want to go home. As these thoughts raced through her mind, her eyes brimmed with tears. She enjoyed reading novels, but never anticipated she would become a part of one. Awakening in such an unfamiliar world left her feeling helpless, on the verge of tears yet unable to cry. How could this sudden transmigration occur? Her only recollection was lying on her bed at home, staying up late to read. Did I, perchance, die from exhaustion? Indeed, you did perish from overexertion. With your nightly binge of dramas and novels, it's a wonder you lasted this long. A youthful voice suddenly echoed, startling her. She glanced around. Indeed, she was alone in the room. Stop searching, I am within your mind. What? Fudai widened her eyes. You cannot be the legendary system, can you? Seems your late-night reading has not been in vain. Are you truly a system? Indeed, I am a system, with the code 0000547. You claim I died from staying up late. So as a system, can you send me back? I promise never to stay up late again. I will obediently go to bed. Fudai vowed, determined to avoid late nights in the future. Sorry, that is not possible. The system coldly shattered her hopes. Why not? Your body has already deteriorated, your brain has atrophied, rendering you a useless husk. Returning would mean your demise. How can my brain atrophy? Are you deceiving me? Fudai questioned skeptically. For 30 days straight, you have deprived yourself of sleep, resting only 3 to 4 hours each day. What do you expect? Fudai burst into tears, realizing her grave mistake. She would never again take her youth for granted by staying up late. Do not cry just yet. The system interrupted. If you wish to return, it is not without a solution. What is the solution? If you complete the tasks assigned to you, you will earn a chance to make a wish, allowing you to obtain a healthy body that could live to 100 years, thus enabling your return home. Can I not wish for a few hundred years? Fudai inquired. Not possible. Why not? There are those in the cultivation world who live for hundreds, even thousands or tens of thousands of years, some achieving immortality alongside the heavens. The world you inhabit is an ordinary civilization where the average human lifespan is around 100 years. Yet how many actually reach that age? The cultivation world is a realm that approaches the divine, where beings may transcend into deities. Every world operates under its own rules. Those who seek to breach the barriers of worlds will be obliterated by the natural laws of the universe, becoming mere nourishment for those laws. If you wish to extend your life, you may choose to remain in this world. How long you live will depend on your own capabilities. Then how did I break through the barriers of worlds to traverse into the cultivation realm? Chapter 2. Journey to Ling Tian Sect for the enrollment assessment. It seems that Baili Furen is on par with the world's chosen ones, akin to the male protagonist Qing Qi Jing and the female protagonist Wei Qi Lung Qing in the novel you are reading. As a divine descendant, she exists closer to the gods than the protagonists themselves. According to the design of the world's consciousness, she was destined to ascend to the divine realm and govern this world. However, she met an untimely demise midway through the story. There is something amiss. Baili Furen's divine soul mysteriously dissipated, and by the time the world's consciousness became aware of it, it was already too late. Despite exhausting all means, only a fragment of her divine essence was preserved that we, as systems born from the laws of the universe, exist to maintain balance across various worlds. Baili Furen is an indispensable part of this world. Her disappearance signifies a risk of imminent collapse. After traversing thousands of minor worlds, I finally found you, the soul most akin to Baili Furen's divine essence. Yet, to my dismay, you suddenly perished. I could only bring you across the world barrier when your soul departed. Surprisingly, your compatibility with this body is impeccable, without any rejection whatsoever. The true Baili Furen truly gone. Perhaps this is fate that a small orb of light appeared before Furen. This is Baili Furen's divine consciousness, a symbol of her divinity, and it seems to be quite fond of you. The orb penetrated Furen's brow, forming a mysterious mark that flashed briefly. Furen felt a warm sensation, and the world before her underwent a dramatic transformation, with vibrant flashes of color dancing in the air. Is this the spiritual energy of the cultivation realm? Furen extended her hand to wave in the air, marveling at its beauty. The shimmering colors must indicate the type of spiritual energy. It appears I have found a right person. You indeed have a connection with Baili Furen. So, What is my task? Is it to find the one who caused Baili Furen's demise? Beep. System 0000547 is at your service. Main quest. Survive until the story's conclusion. Side quest. Fulfill the original host Baili Furen's wishes. During the host quest, the system will provide the finest service. A cold electronic voice read the mission details. I comprehend the main quest. As for the side quest, what wishes does the original host hold? This is the obsession of the original host before her divine soul dissipated. Would you like to read the original host's wishes? A control panel appeared before Furen, presenting two options. Yes or no. She selected yes. Original host wish. My audacious life has just begun before being cut short. Please fulfill my bold existence and allow me to live grandly until the conclusion. The original host certainly possesses a unique flair. Nevertheless, her character in the novel is often either instigating trouble or embroiled in conflict. Her life epitomized by the word audacious. Task progress. Main quest. 0. Side quest. Audacity points. 0. Points can be exchanged for items in the shop. Upon seeing the last note in parentheses, Furen exclaimed, Audacity points can be exchanged for items? Yes, to encourage the host to actively pursue tasks. The system has opened the exchange function. For every 10 completed main quests, a mysterious treasure chest will drop as an incentive for the host. Newcomers will be granted 10 lottery chances and a mysterious gift pack. Would you like to open the mysterious gift pack? Yes. Congratulations. You have received the attribute enhancement, snow-like skin and subtle fragrance. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 bloodline activation pill. Congratulations. You have acquired 5 bottles of cleansing pills. Each bottle contains 10 pills. Congratulations. You have received the skill. Crow's mouth? Furen wore a bewildered expression. Everything was going smoothly, then suddenly this crow's mouth skill appeared. The system chuckled, Host, do not underestimate this crow's mouth skill. It is a divine level ability. Many desire it but cannot obtain it, and it sells for exorbitant prices in the shop. Alright, what can the crow's mouth do? Cause misfortune to others. That seems rather appealing. Lottery draws are generally more stable if done consecutively. Then let us proceed with a consecutive draw. Is it a 10 draw? She pressed yes. Congratulations, you have received the guide. Talisman techniques. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 space teleportation talismans. Congratulations, you have acquired 500 advanced spirit fruits. Congratulations, you have received a space ring. Congratulations, you have the alchemical guide. Congratulations, you have drawn nothing. Congratulations, you have received a spirit artifact. Venomous whip. Congratulations, you have drawn nothing. Congratulations, you have obtained the Sacred Body Refinement Manual. Congratulations, you have received 1 bottle of Divine Body Cleansing Liquid. After 2 draws, she was still satisfied. Furen opened her personal information page. Name. Baili Furen gender. Female age. 13 cultivation level. Peak Chi refinement stage bloodline. Divine descendant. Bloodline information incomplete. Appearance. 100. Perfect divine being. Height. 155 centimeters. Must grow taller. Figure. 75. Keep it up. Attributes. Snow-like skin and subtle fragrant skills. Crow's mouth weapon. Venomous whip cultivation manuals. Alchemical guide. Talisman techniques. Sacred body refinement manual inventory. Bloodline activation pill X1. Cleansing pills X50. Space teleportation talismans X3. Advanced spirit fruits X500. Space ring X1. Divine body cleansing liquid X1. She is only at the peak chi refinement stage. At 13 years old, the story is just beginning. The Divine Dream continent has a classification system for cultivation levels. Everyone begins by refining their body from stages 1 to 10, followed by the chi refinement stage from levels 1 to 10. Only then do they truly embark on the path of seeking immortality and enlightenment. Upon achieving the peak of the chi refinement stage, one uses an awakening stone to activate their talents. Those who can sense their spiritual roots become spirit cultivators, while those who cannot but still awaken become body cultivators. Spirit cultivators primarily focus on refining spiritual energy, divided into stages: foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, God transformation, and ascension, each further divided into early, mid, and late phases. Body cultivators focus on refining the physical body, with the same level classification. However, their attack methods are singular. yet the higher their cultivation, the stronger their bodies become. This truly exemplifies an indestructible, impervious form, resistant to water and fire. In a duel of equal levels, a spirit cultivator's attacks may not inflict significant damage on a body cultivator. Yet a body cultivator can easily slay a spirit cultivator with a single punch. Thus, fragile spirit cultivators must avoid close encounters with body cultivators. For Fu Chun, spirit cultivators are like mages, while body cultivators are akin to tanks. Understanding the game, it is time to get to work. Main quest. Proceed to Ling Tian Sect for the first round of the enrollment qualification assessment. Upon opening the door, she saw Qing Zhu, donned in a green dress, standing at the threshold, her gaze filled with melancholy. Miss, we have already missed the opportunity to attend the first round of qualification assessment at Ling Tian Sect. Coughing softly, Fu Chun raised her chin. We still have time. Miss, do you know that even the fastest Golden Dance stage flying beast takes over an hour to reach Ling Tian Sect? Fu Chun produced a space teleportation talisman. But isn't there still this talisman available? However, Ling Tian Sect is several thousand kilometers away, and a level 1 or 2 space teleportation talisman can only teleport a few dozen kilometers, unless it is a level 5 or above talisman. Chapter 3. The Tragic Life of Qi Jing. This lady says it can be done, so it shall be done. Will you come or not? Fu Qin declared, ready to activate the talisman. But using the talisman means your guards cannot follow, and should anything happen, the family head would be furious. That's true. How can one make a grand entrance without some attendants? Come out, all of you. Several figures emerged from various corners, standing before Fu Chun. Excellent. Fu Chun observed these 4 elite members of the Baili family. The novel indicated that they were all Golden Dance stage experts, with one on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. In other noble families, Golden Dance stage individuals are often elders, while those of the nascent soul stage can serve as the family's guardians. Yet within the Baili family, they serve as attendants. How extravagant! Though they're the sons of servants, their willingness to serve as attendants stems not only from the preferential treatment and resources, but also from a sense of spiritual belonging. One cannot help but admire the head of the Baili family for his prowess. The loyalty of family members, servants, and even collateral branches to the Baili family is unwavering. While reading the novel, it seemed a pity that such a noble heritage was tied to a villain. However, as the system has stated, Baili Fu Chun stands on equal footing with the protagonists, making her the true favored child of fate. As for the protagonists, the female lead is burdened with the inescapable misfortune of a dysfunctional family, a tragic childhood fraught with hardship, surrounded by serpents and rats, each harboring ulterior motives, facing life-and-death trials time and again. The male lead's plight is even more dire. From his earliest memories, he has never encountered a single kind soul. Despite being a rare phenomenon, a body capable of attracting heavenly lightning, he is shunned due to his purple eyes. His family fears and despises him, never having tasted a full meal, surviving on whatever scraps they could find, roots, tree bark, and other odds and ends. Villagers resent him, branding him a monster and a harbinger of disaster who brought misfortune to the village. He endured daily beatings and abuse. In a year of drought, the villagers even plotted to sacrifice him by burning him alive. In retaliation, he set fire to the inn every day. He endured detention, healing only to suffer new injuries. After bearing humiliation and hardship for over a year, the 10-year-old boy awakened the power of his thunder body on the brink of death once more. For 3 days and nights, bolts of heavenly lightning rained down, instantly killing the noble young lady and reducing her family to ashes amidst the tempest. Thus began a life of wandering, subsisting on meager meals for 4 long years. After many trials, he entered the Qi refinement stage, hoping for a stroke of luck at the Ling Tian Sect, where he emerged victorious at the recruitment conference. How tragic, how utterly tragic, such misfortune. Life at the Ling Tian Sect was hardly better. Although his master was the sect leader, he was perpetually occupied. Envy is a contagious disease, and soon he found himself grappling with various antics from fellow disciples, all while still lacking sufficient funds for sustenance. Despite his unparalleled achievements, his life felt like an endless descent. At least the female lead experienced ups and downs. He had never even risen from the ground. The female lead was one of the few with whom he could exchange a few words, both of them being lost souls in this vast world, yet she remained exceptionally cautious. Therefore, by the story's conclusion, their feelings for each other remained unexpressed. It was truly a tale centered on the grand heroine. The focus was on the resurgence and retaliation. The story commenced at the Ling Tian sect's recruitment conference, where the female lead, Wei Qi Lingxing, the male lead, Qing Qi Jing, and I, Baili Furen, the three fated children, gathered in comparison. The male and female leads were indeed pitiable, tragic embodiments of fate. How fortunate I was not to be cast as the female lead. Who could withstand such tumultuous ups and downs in life? Certainly, I could not. You four must stick close to us. I activated the spatial teleportation talisman in my hand. A portal materialized before my eyes at a spatial teleportation gate. ISNT this achievable only with talismans of level 6 or above. Qing Zhu exclaimed. The four skilled attendants widened their eyes. Such an artifact could not simply be purchased, for it was priceless. The young lady commanded its use without hesitation, truly befitting the daughter of the Baili family. Pulling Qing Zhu through the portal, the four attendants hurriedly followed suit, showcasing the difference between low-level and high-level talismans. The former could only transport one person with limited distance, whereas the latter could open a portal, allowing for continuous transport as long as spiritual energy was maintained. Meanwhile, at the Ling Tian sect, an elder stood up, preparing to leave, remarking that this year had yielded no promising candidates, with most possessing mediocre talents. A scruffy, diminutive figure stood before the elder, causing his movement to pause. Are you still recruiting? The ragged individual rasped. Look here. A beggar dares to seek entry into the Ling Tian sect. Those who had not yet departed laughed at the filthy figure. Qing Qi Jing felt somewhat uneasy. He had merely come to try his luck, hoping that joining the sect would spare him from hunger. Child, what is your name, and how old are you? The elder did not show any disdain for the beggar. Qing Qi Jing, 14 years old. Are you still recruiting? If not, I shall not impose. After speaking, Qing Qi Jing turned to leave, feeling that if they were not accepting candidates, there was no point in wasting time. He still needed to find food for the day. The elder stopped him, saying, Little one, do not be so hasty. I never said we're not recruiting. You, child, did not turn away so quickly. 14 years old, and at the peak of chi refinement, not bad. Not bad. Have you awakened? The elder inquired. The awakening of chi refinement cultivators can often be ambiguous, difficult to discern, especially since no spiritual energy was visibly emanating from him. What is awakening? Qing Qi Jing asked. Perplexed, well, it seems you have not awakened yet. The elder led him to a massive awakening stone. This is the awakening stone. Place your hand upon it, close your eyes, and follow your instincts to awaken. Qing Qi Jing fell silent, unsure why he needed to awaken. What did it have to do with recruitment? Little one, we must determine your talent through awakening. Sects do not accept those with inferior abilities. The elder responded, sensing his confusion. Qing Qi Jing placed his hand on the awakening stone, feeling an innate pull drawing the power within him. Just as he sensed he might be drained, his body erupted with energy. Warmth surged from his abdomen. A tingling sensation coursed through him as the awakening stone burst forth with blinding purple light, and lightning flickered around him. His disheveled hair frizzed out dramatically, emitting wisps of smoke. Yet he remained unscathed. Exhaling a puff of white smoke, he turned to the elder, asking, Is this sufficient? Chapter 4. A grand entrance. The elder stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at the radiant purple light. Lightning affinity? Such a rare talent, he exclaimed. What a glorious addition to our sect this year. The elder urged Qing Qi Jing to continue channeling his spiritual energy, and the purple light from the awakening stone gradually coalesced, ultimately forming 10 dazzling stars. Indeed, it was a once-in-a-century pure lightning root. The elder surveyed the scruffy child before him, astonished that such a gifted individual was a mere beggar. However, upon reflection, he realized that if this child had not been born into a wretched circumstance, he would have long been coveted by various sects. That it was indeed a windfall for the Ling Tian sect. How could it be? A beggar possessing such exceptional talent. Surely the awakening stone must be malfunctioning. Many onlookers gathered nearby, particularly those who had failed the first round of recruitment, their eyes green with envy. They, with better backgrounds and training resources, were far superior to a beggar. Yet this beggar possessed extraordinary talent. Was heaven blind? If one was unworthy, they remained unworthy. The awakening stone could not deny another superior talent, and blame the awakening stone for one's own inadequacies was to flee from the truth of being a failure. A voice rang out, ethereal and melodious, each word like a dagger. Everyone turned to see a modestly dressed, exquisite-looking girl, youthful yet striking. She approached the elder and said, "Sir, I am here to participate in the talent assessment for recruitment." "Oh," the elder stroked his beard. "What is your name, young lady, and how old are you? I see you are also at the peak of chi refinement. Have you awakened?" "Wei Chi Lingxing, 13 years old. I have come to awaken at the Ling Tian sect." The girl replied, having fled from home to arrive at the sect, the only place she believed could change her fate. The Wei Chi family was considered a prominent family, with her father as the head. Yet, her father did not favor her, and with numerous siblings, she, the legitimate daughter-born of the main wife, lived a life of hardship. Her mother had passed away shortly after giving birth, and her father's indifference, coupled with bullying from half-siblings, left her bereft of cultivation resources. She had barely managed to reach the peak of chi refinement, yet was denied the chance to use the awakening stone. She felt as though she lived a life inferior even to that of the servants. "Then let us see if you can awaken with this stone," the elder remarked, examining the girl as potential. He pulled Qing Qi Jing away, restoring the awakening stone to its transparent state. Wei Qi Lingxing stepped forward, placing her hand upon it. After a while, the awakening stone remained eerily silent. It showed no signs of activity. Could she truly be a talentless failure? Those who had been mocked by her moments earlier relished the scene, relishing in her misfortune. Despite their mediocre talents, they had successfully awakened, while she, a supposed failure, was left in silence. Wei Qi Lingxing felt a chill seep in her heart, as if the very essence of her being had frozen. Gazing at the stillness of the awakening stone, despair gripped her. Was she truly incapable of becoming a cultivator? This was her only chance to escape the clutches of the Wei Qi family. "Look, the ground is starting to freeze. It's so cold." Those nearby, caught in the icy grip, fled as their lips turned purple. Frost enveloped the awakening stone, which instead of glowing, revealed 10 stars that shone brightly in color. This frost, the elder pondered, astonished by the bright stars. Could it be a rare ice spirit root? Ha! Wonderful, wonderful. This year, Ling Tian sect has many promising candidates. The elder produced 2 tokens, handing them to Qing Qi Jing and Wei Qi Lingxing. "Good children, take these. You have both passed the first round of the talent assessment point 3 days hence. Return here with these tokens, and I shall take you to the second round of evaluations." Those who had previously mocked them felt the sting of humiliation. Just then, a spatial teleportation portal materialized before the crowd, silencing all discussions about Qing Qi Jing and Wei Qi Lingxing, including the elder, whose expression turned grave. The spatial teleportation talisman could only be activated by those of level 5 or above. It was clear that the newcomer was no ordinary individual. Heavens, a spatial teleportation portal. Such a feat can only be accomplished with a talisman of level 5 or above. Those who had never seen such a talisman were astounded. Even low-level talismans were exorbitantly priced and scarce resources, often unattainable despite desperate attempts to procure them. The rarity of such a talisman being activated without hesitation left everyone wondering about the identity of the mighty individual who had arrived. As Baili Furen stepped out of the portal, the system notifications regarding his arrogance filled the air. Upon glancing at the panel displaying the score of 369, which continued to rise incessantly, Chen was taken aback 100. Liu expressed envy 60. Wang was slightly startled 80. Why do the scores vary so greatly? The system elucidated that this was determined by each individual's emotional fluctuations, the greater the emotional turbulence, the more corresponding points one would accrue to this revelation. Baili Furen understood that it was indeed the effect of the spatial teleportation talisman, but a single talisman could confer such a multitude of points. Thus, should I not rush out to assault others, insult them, and seek provocations? Surely, Such audacity would yield even more points. As Baili Furen and her companions emerged from the portal, the elder approached, inquiring, "What brings you esteemed guest to this place?" This inquiry was directed towards the servant, who was a late-stage golden core cultivator on the verge of breaking into the nascent soul stage, clearly indicating that the elder presumed him to be the leader. With 3 mid-stage golden core cultivators and 1 late-stage golden core adept poised to transcend into the nascent soul realm, the elder felt a twinge of shame. He himself was only a mid-stage golden core cultivator and could not contend against such formidable figures should they harbor ill intentions. The servant cast a sidelong glance at the elder and shifted aside, revealing Baili Furen and Qing Zhu, who had been obscured from view. The elder, bewildered, beheld the 2 young maidens. Baili Furen, clad in a white dress, raised her chin with an air of arrogance, though her height was a contributing factor. "Old man, I have come to partake in the recruitment assessment of Ling Tian's sect." It was then that the elder realized that the actual leader was this young lady before him, while the 4 profound cultivators were there to safeguard her. What sort of illustrious family is this? To dispatch 4 golden core experts to protect a mere girl. Such a waste of talent. So this young lady is here for the recruitment assessment. May I inquire your name and age? Qing Zhu stepped forward. "I'm the eldest daughter of the Baili family, Baili Furen, age 13. After a brief pause, she added, "And I am her maid, Qing Zhu, 14 years old, with a wind spirit root of 9 stars. Baili Furen, with 4 golden core protectors and a maid possessing exceptional talent, one with a rare wind spirit root, illustrated the formidable foundation of the Baili family, a lineage so illustrious that even the venerable ancestors of the reputed Ling Tian sect would treat it with utmost caution. The Baili family controlled a significant portion of the economic lifeblood of the Divine Dream continent and was fortified by 3 formidable beings at the transformation stage, with talented heirs emerging from their ranks. Chapter 5. Those who disrespect the young mistress deserve death. It appeared that Baili Furen was the sole legitimate heir of the Baili family, as the elder's countenance shifted dramatically. This was indeed a true progeny, someone he could not afford to offend. "I had no idea the esteemed young lady of the Baili family graced us with her presence. I beg your pardon for the lack of hospitality. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us proceed." Baili Furen brusquely dismissed the elder, slowing her pace only momentarily as she passed by Qing Qi Jing and Wei Qi Lung Qing, casting a few lingering glances their way. Is this the female lead, Wei Qi Lung Qing? Quite striking, though her attire is rather worn. How unfortunate. And this must be the male lead, Qing Qi Jing. Has he not bathed in days? Such squalor. As Wei Qi Lung Qing watched Baili Furen glide past her, exuding an air of nobility, she could not help but feel a pang of inadequacy as she glanced down at her own calloused hands. This is how a true lady of a prestigious family should appear. The only legitimate daughter of the Baili family, born with every privilege. Meanwhile, Wei Qi Lung Qing, also a daughter of a noble lineage, was not met with the same anticipation at her birth. Qing Qi Jing caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance as Baili Furen walked by, lifting his gaze to admire her retreating figure. His violet eyes, hidden beneath disheveled hair, betrayed an inscrutable expression, revealing thoughts known only to himself. The awakening stone illuminated 10 stars, yet no extraordinary phenomena emerged. There was no color differentiation of spiritual energy, merely the transparent stone shining brightly with 10 stars. Could the awakening stone be defective? How could one possess 10-star talent without any indication? Indeed, even for body cultivators, there exists a classification of spiritual energy. Otherwise, how could one absorb energy to refine their physique? Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd murmured in speculation. Baili Furen had long since understood the situation. She possessed the Baili family's unique ethereal root, characterized by its ability to absorb any type of spiritual energy without discrimination. However, this knowledge remained a secret known only to those of direct lineage, for such a terrifying talent could only invite peril. Subsequently, Qing Zhu tested the awakening stone as well, summoning the winds, confirming her status as a wind spirit root of 9 stars. Indeed, the young lady possesses extraordinary talent. Your qualification assessment has been approved. Here is your token. Your maid's wind spirit root of 9 stars is beyond doubt. This is her token for passing the first round of assessment. In 3 days, present your tokens at this location, and I shall escort you to the site of the second round of assessments. The elder, already aware of the Baili family's unique spiritual roots, produced 2 tokens without hesitation upon reviewing the Awakening Stone's results. Qingzhu stepped forward to accept the tokens, promptly storing them within her spatial ring. However, those unfamiliar with the situation voiced their dissent, questioning the elder as to how one could pass the assessment without any evident spiritual root. It because she is a young lady of a prestigious family, they protested. Does Ling Tian's sect cower before the powerful? Where is the fairness? We, the common folk, have journeyed across mountains and rivers only to be turned away for lacking sufficient qualifications. Yet this young lady, whose spiritual roots remain unknown, passes the assessment. Those eliminated in the first round due to inadequate qualifications expressed their grievances against Baili Furen's passing, their remarks bordering on impoliteness. The elder furrowed his brow, particularly incensed by the insinuation that Ling Tian's sect feared the powerful. These younglings truly lack composure. Alas, there were a few promising candidates among them. Despite their mediocre qualifications, I had hoped to allow them to pass. However, given their current demeanor, it is best to reconsider. Disheartened, the elder shook his head, intending to clarify matters to preserve the sect's reputation, when he was abruptly interrupted by an indignant shout. Are you insulting this young lady as a waste? Who dares speak so brazenly before her? I see the true waste as you, reduced to mere prattling. The man who had been hurling insults at Baili Furen was suddenly struck by an unseen force, sending him flying and causing him to crash to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, rendering him unconscious. Those who were about to join him in verbal assault were caught off guard by the ensuing pressure, forcing them to kneel before the might of the Golden Core protectors, safeguarding Baili Furen. Those who disrespect the young mistress may be slain, that a mere sentence sent shivers down their spines. They had believed Baili Furen to be too young to act against them, thinking her sheltered from the realities of life. They had forgotten that she was flanked by 4 formidable cultivators. In this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, every practitioner held lives in their hands. Those who serve as rulers possess countless lives at their disposal. The protectors, indeed, would not hesitate to kill. The terror of death compelled them to plead for mercy before Baili Furen. Young mistress, we did not mean it. We understand our mistakes. Please spare us. Indeed, we were merely swept up in the moment, not intending any offense. Please, let us go. They pointed at the fallen man, who was now lifeless or near it. Your grace, overlook our transgressions and grant us clemency. In their subconscious, they still believed Baili Furen to be pliable, calculating her youth and kindness. However, they had encountered Baili Furen, a young lady unlike any other. She harbored no kindness. Her heart was dark. The descriptions from the novel reveal that Baili Furen is inherently wicked, possessing no tragic past or painful experiences. She is simply a flawless villain. Spare you? Baili Furen pondered. The group seemed to glimpse a sliver of hope. Yes, yes. They rallied, but she continued, you must kneel and apologize. Such indignity. The group glared at her in fury, yet the overwhelming pressure forced them to the ground. Dare to glare again, and I shall make you rue the day. One of the protectors threatened. The elder, unable to watch any longer, had intended to intercede, but upon meeting Baili Furen's gaze, he felt a chill. This was not the expression of a child. It was far too cold. What? Do you wish to instruct me on how to act? Baili Furen inquired. With the matter laid bare, the elder could say nothing, letting out a resigned sigh as he turned away. My lady, since they are unwilling to kneel and apologize, let them perish in the realm of cultivation. It is but natural for the strong to vanquish the weak. Who can blame them for their insolence? Qingzhu spoke softly. Those who disrespect the young mistress deserve death. Chapter 6. Cleansing the marrow and refining the body, the elder regarded Qingzhu and then turned his gaze back to Baili Furen. A sigh escaped her lips as she pondered whether inviting this master and servant into the Ling Tian sect was a blessing or a curse. How can someone so young harbor such malevolence? Are you not afraid of having your spine pierced by others' judgment? This group had staked their last hope on the reputation of Baili Furen, and young ladies from noble families were particularly sensitive about their standing. Unfortunately, Baili Furen was no ordinary individual. Enough with the prattle. If you are unwilling, then perish. Fu Wawa. Is it not rather inappropriate for you to commit murder within the territory of my Ling Tian sect? An elderly man felt compelled to intervene. Did you hear that? Drag them out and execute them. Do not sully the grounds of Ling Tian sect. Baili Furen commanded her servants. The servants were prepared to act. The old man was left speechless. That is not what I meant. As he witnessed the formidable cultivators preparing to take action, the terror of death compelled them to yield. I am willing. Please do not kill me. Indeed, once one person capitulated, others followed suit, and soon the entire group had altered their tune. Then let the proceedings commence. The young lady's decision to spare you is a testament to her benevolence. Should such insolence occur again, we servants shall not hesitate to be harsh. The servants, having retracted their oppressive aura, stood behind Baili Furen, watching as one after another, the individuals approached to kneel and offer their apologies. Once you have finished bowing, be swift in your departure. Should you harbor any grievances, direct them to the Baili family. They will provide you with a satisfactory resolution, Qing Zhu remarked. After completing their apologies, the group fled in a panic, seeking out the Baili family for an explanation. Only a fool would dare approach them. Wei Qi Longqing and Qing Qi Jing bore witness to the entire scene. Wei Qi Longqing thought Baili Furen was excessively arrogant, lacking any sense of restraint. Yet, as the eldest daughter of the Baili family, her formidable lineage deterred any attempts to challenge her. A modicum of arrogance seemed permissible on the other hand. Qing Qi Jing observed the servants with fascination. Was this the power of the strong? Did becoming strong mean one could seize whatever they desired? Would it also mean never having to go hungry again? Casting another glance at Baili Furen, he noted the delicate charm of her youthful face, fair and lush, indicative of a life of abundance and protection from powerful guardians. How splendid! His thoughts wandered, wondering if he would find sustenance today, for he despised the gnawing emptiness of hunger. Alas, young lady, being overly ostentatious is not a virtue. The old man attempted to counsel her toward moderation. Baili Furen shot him a sidelong glance. Old man, they're merely a group of narrow-minded individuals taking advantage of my youth. It is a disgrace to the Baili family that I have not executed them as a sacrifice to the heavens. I advise you to mind your own business. While you and Ling Tian sect may be concerned with public perception, I, Baili Furen, I shall not endure indignities for the sake of an illusory reputation. The honor of the Baili family is beyond question. If they malign my family, it is a death sentence. Those who disrespect the eldest daughter shall meet their doom. Those who disrespect the Baili family shall likewise perish. The resolute declarations of Baili Furen's servants echoed with unwavering conviction. The old man could only sigh once more, pondering how to handle this living ancestor now that she had entered Ling Tian's sect. One could not simply bar her at the door, for many disciples of the Baili family resided within the sect. Perhaps her kin would persuade her to temper her behavior, he thought, unaware of the terrifying nature of the Baili family's members. And when he eventually learned, he would be left astounded. Be off. The first round of the recruitment assessment has concluded. We shall reconvene here precisely 3 days hence to embark on the second round of evaluations. He spoke while summoning his sword. Children, we shall meet again in 3 days. With that, he soared into the skies, delighted to report the emergence of several rare spiritual root talents back to the sect. Among those remaining, Wei Qi Longqing and Qing Qi Jing gazed longingly in the direction the old man had departed. Is this what it means to be a cultivator? Wei Qi Longqing made a silent vow to become powerful. For once she was strong, no one would dictate her destiny. Qing Qi Jing shared a similar sentiment, albeit driven by the desire to escape the pangs of hunger. Baili Furen cast a glance at the male and female leads before turning away with her entourage. She did not wish to engage with them further at this moment. Upon returning to the Baili family, she promptly secluded herself for cultivation. With 4 Golden Core masters overseeing, no one dared to disturb her. And her beloved father even sent abundant cultivation resources. Qing Zhu also retreated to a secluded chamber for her practice. A collateral disciple of the Baili family, her extraordinary talents had led the family head to select her as a maid for Baili Furen. The resources provided were plentiful, for she was not merely a servant, but also tasked with the protection of the young lady, while the family's experts safeguarded Baili Furen outside. Within the Ling Tian sect, only she bore the responsibility. Thus her diligence in cultivation was essential. In her room, Baili Furen soaked in the bath, producing cleansing pills and body-fortifying liquid. Given your current frail physique, I would advise you to use but a single drop. The system suggested I've read in novels that cleansing and fortifying can be excruciating. A 1T die from the pain. Pain is indeed unavoidable. Yet with me present, the likelihood of your demise is minimal. So fear not. The system assured her. She swallowed hard and let a drop of the fortifying liquid fall into the bathwater, simultaneously consuming a cleansing pill. Before long, an agonizing sensation coursed through her, draining the color from her rosy lips. It felt as though her bones were splintering and reassembling, a pain that resonated deep within. Distinct from mere physical injury, the anguish was soul-wrenching, akin to a torment that made her very essence tremble. Time seemed to stretch into eternity before the pain gradually receded, restoring color to her small face. As she moved her body, a wave of exhilaration washed over her. She felt invigorated, and the speed of her spiritual energy absorption accelerated. In the blink of an eye, she had broken through to the initial 5th level of a cultivator. Just 5 levels remained until she reached the mid-stage of cultivation. She washed away the dark impurities expelled from her body. She grimaced at the foul stench. This is utterly revolting. It smells like an exploded latrine. Once cleaned, she pressed a button on the side of the tub, replacing the murky water with a fresh pool. System, has my hand become whiter? She inquired, noting a significant change regarding the host's privacy. The system will automatically black out the screen. Thus, I can only hear your voice and cannot see if you have indeed become fairer, replied the system. You systems have a concept of gender? Since you lack a physical form and are merely an energy entity, I believe I am male. We indeed have no physical form, and your perception of us as energy entities is not incorrect. The system responded, what leads you to believe you are male? So the system truly has no gender distinction. The female system constantly whines, so I must be the male system. The system retorted, a hint of urgency in its tone. All right, you are the male system. Let us end this topic. Chapter 7. System all emerging from the pool, she dressed and stepped barefoot from behind the screen. She made her way to the vanity. Thinking, I have yet to see what this body looks like. The novelesque description of Baili Furen was limited to a single line. She possesses a beautiful face, yet her actions are far from virtuous. All in the sect despise her. The mirror, crafted from the finest dark iron crystal, was exceptionally smooth and reflective, revealing every detail with clarity. The edges were adorned with intricate carvings and inlaid with precious jade. A truly extravagant use of materials for a mere mirror. Wasteful, indeed. Yet, who could blame the Baili family for their opulence? With wealth that could rival nations, the Baili family was beyond mere description. The eldest daughter was accustomed to the finest luxuries in all her needs. Standing before the mirror, she finally beheld the visage of Baili Furen. Her features were exquisite, her bone structure superior, and her skin flawless, with eyes of a delicate silvery gray that appeared almost black from a distance. Her lashes were long and curled, resembling tiny fans, and the natural blush beneath her eyes accentuated their beauty. Her nose was dainty yet prominent, and her lips bore a natural crimson hue. Her skin was as pale as a peeled egg, devoid of any blemishes, and due to her youth, her cheeks retained a hint of baby fat. As for her figure, it was rather unremarkable. Yet, she noted a striking resemblance between herself and Baili Furen, nearly mistaking the reflection for a beautified version of herself. We bear a resemblance. This brings me some comfort, for donning an unfamiliar face would be quite disconcerting. You must focus on your cultivation. We remain unaware of those who might wish harm upon Baili Furen. So you must strengthen yourself swiftly. She steeled her resolve, recognizing the hidden threats lurking in the shadows, with unclear motives. Her priority was to bolster her own strength and survive the impending calamity. Having accumulated a substantial amount of points previously, the system mall was now accessible. She could redeem whatever she needed. Upon checking her arrogance value panel, she discovered that her points had reached an impressive total of 14. 350. Had a single display of arrogance truly garnered over 14,000 points. She opened the details of her point accumulation and noted the two highest entries. Point 1 was from Qing Chi Jing, who envied her ability to eat to his fill, earning 2,000 points, while the other was from Wei Qi Long Qing, who was excessively unrestrained, earning 1,500 points. The subsequent entries were significantly lower, tapering off from there. This male lead garnered 2,000 points simply from envying my ability to eat. She found it hard to believe, but upon reflection of Qing Chi Jing's unfortunate life, it seemed he had indeed never known a full meal until after establishing his foundation, often alternating between hunger and gluttony. How tragic! Thus, he envied his ability to have enough to eat, much like he once envied others for their hundreds of billions in bank savings. But is this point value truly so significant? Does the female protagonist perceive me as excessively arrogant, lacking the wisdom to temper my demeanor? Goodness, she directly added 1,500 points. If these points are so easily acquired, why do the two of them possess such a high value? The emotional fluctuations of a child of destiny convert into points at a significantly higher rate than those of ordinary individuals. Naturally, those of higher status and cultivation achieve even greater point conversion from their emotional shifts. Baili Furen smacked his forehead in realization. I understand now. Tormenting the little spicy chicken won't yield many points to earn substantial points. One must act with bravado before those influential figures, slapping their faces with audacity. Indeed, the caveat is ensuring your survival until the grand conclusion. Otherwise, if you self-sabotage along the way, you risk failing the task, leading your soul to disintegrate into nothingness but a friendly reminder from the system. What? I will disintegrate. You never mentioned that before, you deceitful system. She widened her eyes, realizing that failure would mean the obliteration of her soul. She felt utterly duped. Your soul exists in this world through the vessel of this body. Should this body perish, your otherworldly soul will dissipate without a container, becoming nourishment for this realm. Thus, do not take death lightly before completing your task and acquiring a new body. Of course, as long as this body remains less than 50% damaged, I will strive to repair it. After hearing this, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet there was no alternative. This body was her sole refuge. Life is unbearably harsh, and deception is rampant. Sigh. Yet, one must continue to live. So she resigned herself to her fate. She would diligently cultivate, striving to complete her task and escape the depths of suffering. Upon opening the marketplace, she was greeted by a dazzling array of items. Yet she found her purchasing options limited to basic modules, pills, talismans, and weapons ranging from levels 1 to 4. The economic module, wealth module, and extravagant module were all grayed out, indicating they had not been activated. Goodness, a level 1 fasting pill costs a staggering 1,000 points. System, why not just rob a bank? She had thought that with over 10,000 points, she could procure numerous items, but alas, she was deceived. By heaven's conscience, the system's offerings are indeed exquisite. This level 1 fasting pill surpasses the efficacy of ordinary pills found in the outside world. The typical level 1 fasting pill is subpar, lasting merely half a month and priced at 2,000 spirit stones each. The system's fasting pill lasts a month, making the price of 1,000 points quite reasonable. Moreover, if you display a bit of bravado, several thousand points could easily flow into your account. Additionally, given the immense wealth of the Baili family, there's truly no need to purchase these basic items, except perhaps in emergencies. Broaden your horizons. You should focus on the wealth and extravagant modules. The items within those categories are unattainable even with great wealth, and consequently, the rarer items will require increasingly higher points. She clicked on the 2 modules mentioned by the system. Warm reminder, your points are insufficient to activate the 1,000,000-point module. Access denied. Warm reminder, your points are insufficient to activate the 10,000,000-point module. Access denied. Well then, she lacked even the qualification to glimpse inside. She clicked on the economic module. Warm reminder, your points are insufficient to activate the 500,000-point module. Access denied. 500,000 points. Clearly, I must continue striving. Baili Furen mused. She wondered what treasures lay within those modules. Given the high activation thresholds, Now, she should focus on her cultivation, persistently refining her body and strengthening this physical form to lay a solid foundation for the future. Only after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage can one truly embark on the path of immortality. Without a robust physique, one cannot withstand the three heavenly tribulations of foundation establishment, leading to certain death. Many have perished at this very stage. She remained silent, still grappling with the surreal nature of her circumstances. Far too absurd to comprehend. Yet, the reality before her left no room for choice. If she wished to survive, she must press onward, eliminating those who sought to harm her. She must grow strong, maturing swiftly before the shadowy figures could act. Acquiring the ability to protect herself. Chapter 8. The presumptuous man. In the ensuing days, she devoted herself to rigorous training and body refinement, even guiding spiritual energy through her meridians as she drifted into slumber. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and the second round of assessments at Ling Tian sect was about to commence. Dawn. Baili Furen opened her eyes, feeling significantly stronger due to her recent efforts. The rate at which she absorbed spiritual energy had improved remarkably compared to her first day, and her cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of a practitioner. Miss, 3 days have elapsed. It is time for us to depart. Outside her door stood Qing Zhu, there to remind her. Baili Furen rose and opened the door, and upon seeing her, Qing Zhu noticed something amiss. Mid-stage practitioner. Miss, you've made a breakthrough? Yes, just 3 days after awakening. She had reached the mid-stage of a practitioner. Indeed, she was a genius. Qing Zhu was astonished. She herself had awakened last year and had only just reached the late stage of practitioner. Her young mistress had achieved such cultivation in merely 3 days. Truly a prodigy among prodigies. Qing Zhu entered the room and styled Baili Furen's hair, and upon stepping outside, the 4 golden core practitioners had been waiting for some time. This time, they had ample time, traveling by flying magical beast. The beast was a cracking heaven wild bird of late golden core cultivation, massive in size with sharp feathers, a notably ferocious species, captured by a Yuaning elder of the Baili family. It had been tamed by the family's beast tamers over 4 months before being gifted to Baili Furen's guard captain, Bai Quan, the sole golden core servant among the 4. The other 3 servants were Bai Wan, Bai Nia, and Bai Tian. The Bai surname was a bestowed name, reserved for exceptionally capable servants. The ultimate purpose was to protect Baili Furen. The cracking heaven wild bird could traverse vast distances in a single day. Riding atop the beast, Baili Furen felt as if she were perched on a bullet. Thankfully, Bai Quan had set up a barrier that shielded her from the wind, no matter how swiftly the bird flew. The wind could not touch her, allowing her to sit securely. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where a great crowd had gathered. As the cracking heaven wild bird landed, it caused quite a stir. And Baili Furen earned another wave of points, her entrance undeniably ostentatious. Not everyone possessed a golden core magical beast. Which family does that belong to such profound roots to have a golden core beast as a mount? Indeed, our family's elder is merely at the golden core stage. Capturing a magical beast of that caliber is beyond our wildest dreams. Is capturing a golden core beast truly so difficult? An ordinary person inquired out of course. It is exceedingly difficult. Capturing and taming a golden core beast is far more challenging than slaying it. Among the crowd were many scions of noble families, who certainly understood more than ordinary folk. Some even had beast tamers in their families, and were acutely aware of the immense difficulty involved in taming a golden core beast, which required a high level of cultivation from the beast tamer. In the Divine Dream Continent, those with the talent for beast taming were scarce. Successfully taming a golden core beast implied that the tamer's cultivation was significantly elevated, that a family boasting such an accomplished beast tamer could not possibly be an ordinary clan. The vast resources required to cultivate beast tamers were beyond the means of an average family. Baili Furen and her companions dismounted, while the cracking heaven wild bird stood by, its disdainful gaze surveying the crowd of ants before it. None were worthy of being a mere snack. A few middle-aged men approached, likely parents of candidates for the recruitment assessment. However, they were intercepted before they could draw near by Bai Quan and the other 3 servants. Unauthorized personnel must not approach the young lady. Please step back. The newcomers exchanged awkward smiles. Realizing that the protected young girl was indeed the esteemed one, we are the Su family of the Xuanwu Empire. Noticing your exceptional talent, we were curious to know which family you hail from. Might we be introduced? One of them inquired. Baili Furen cast a glance at them. She was familiar with the Xuanwu Empire, for there were 4 empires within the Divine Dream Continent: the Qinglong Empire, the Baihu Empire, the Zhuke Empire, and the Xuanwu Empire. Each empire had its own guardian divine beast, and the royal families boasted bloodlines of these divine beasts, resulting in exceptional talents. The Ling Tian sect was strategically located on the border between the Xuanwu and Baihu empires. Thus, the majority of its disciples hailed from these 2 great empires. The ancestral land of the Baili family lay within the Baihu Empire, so Baili Furen was not only the young lady of the Baili family, but also a citizen of the Baihu Empire. However, she had no acquaintance with the Su family of the Xuanwu Empire. They did not even merit a mention in novels, not even as background characters. The Su family of the Xuanwu Empire? She scoffed arrogantly. I don't know you. What little family dares to seek an introduction with this young lady? You. The expressions of the middle-aged men shifted dramatically. Young lady, what is your name, and which family do you belong to? How can you lack even the most basic manners? Bai Quan's countenance darkened, and with a single strike he sent one of the men reeling, blood spitting forth. Who gave you the audacity to insult the young lady of the Baili family? Do you seek death? Qingzhu stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The loud crack reverberated through the air, plunging the surroundings into silence as all eyes turned towards them. Those who had earlier been inclined to admonish Baili Furen for her arrogance found their knees trembling upon realizing she was from the esteemed Baili family. The mere thought of potentially reprimanding the young lady of the Baili family sent shivers down their spines. They could scarcely fathom the consequences, fearing for their very lives and the welfare of their clans. With palpable trepidation, they patted their chests, grateful for their narrow escape. Meanwhile, Baili Furen swallowed hard, her heart a tumult of emotions as she gazed at Qingzhu. Qingzhu understood the essence of arrogance. With one bold action, her own stature seemed to soar. It appeared she had been too restrained. Qingzhu was indeed her divine ally. The man who had been struck stood in stunned disbelief. The young lady of the Baili family? Hadn't he just accused her of lacking upbringing, indirectly insinuating that the head of the Baili family was remiss in his duties? The other men exchanged glances, then promptly knelt, exclaiming apologies. We were blind to your status. Please forgive us. The fault lies solely with us. They bowed repeatedly before Baili Furen, their foreheads bruised and bloodied from their fervent apologies, pleading for her mercy to spare their families from calamity. Miss Baili, it would be wise to show leniency. They're earnestly apologizing. Perhaps you might let them off the hook? A male voice interjected. Baili Furen turned towards the source and beheld a boy of around 10 years, garbed in a crimson robe, accompanied by a servant clad in gray. The boy, evidently self-satisfied, fanned himself with an ornate folding fan. Baili Furen felt a surge of indignation. Who are you? Which corner of the world do you hail from? She retorted. He waved his fan and declared, I am Wang Mian, the legitimate heir of the White Tiger Empire's royal family. Might I implore you to spare them for my sake? Following his words, he shot her a flirtatious glance. Believing himself charming, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. What audacity! How dare you presume to associate with my family's young lady? Keep your distance. Qingzhu interposed protectively in front of Baili Furen, harboring a deep disdain for Wang Mian. Wang Mian's expression darkened as he glared at Qingzhu. Your young lady hasn't spoken, yet you, a mere servant, dare to prattle on the you not understand your place. Qingzhu was incensed. How dare this odious creature question her standing? She had been chosen through rigorous selection by the family head to serve the young lady. Baili Furen pulled Qingzhu behind her. Who is this foolish wretch, so ugly yet daring to don red and wave around a tattered fan? Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback that you're hideous enough to offend my sight. How many spring illusion pills have you consumed to be so audacious as to speak to me? Your worth is but a handful of spirit stones. And as for your claims of my servant's lack of decorum, let me enlighten you. I am the very definition of decorum. The crowd observed Wang Mian, then turned their attention to Baili Furen, comparing the two and concluding that Wang Mian was indeed painfully unattractive. Naturally, anyone who accompanied Baili Furen was of exceptional caliber, including their looks. The head of the Baili family took great care to ensure that only the most worthy individuals surrounded his precious daughter. So it was beyond belief that anyone could charm her away with mere beauty. They would have to be truly extraordinary. Wang Mian trembled, having never before been called ugly. One of the four servants, by one, swiftly drew his sword and pointed it at Wang Mian. "You're so hideous you offend our young lady's eyes. Leave, or face dire consequences." Even without releasing his aura, a golden core cultivator exuded an extraordinary presence, compelling Wang Mian to retreat, tail between his legs. Wang Mian will remember the young lady of the Baili family," he declared as he fled. Bai Quan's gaze darkened. "You do well to remember that. Should you disrespect her again, it will be your demise. And do not think that we cannot hear you once you've distanced yourself. Wang Mian, we, the four servants, will keep watch." Wang Mian hurriedly departed, his face ashen. Returning to the scene, the men continued to bow, their foreheads bloodied and stained, too fearful to cease. They understood that the fate of their families hung in the balance. If Baili Furen turned her ire towards the Su family, they would be forever branded as traitors. "Miss," Qingzhu called out to Baili Furen. Coming back to herself, Baili Furen addressed the men. "Scram. One must bear their own consequences. At least you possess some sense of responsibility to shield your family from harm. While I am still in a relatively good mood, I advise you to leave quickly, lest I change my mind." "Thank you, Miss Baili, for your mercy. We shall take our leave immediately, and will certainly not trouble your sight any longer." The men scrambled to their feet and fled, fearing Baili Furen's wrath. The onlookers regarded Baili Furen with a newfound sense of trepidation, silently resolving to maintain their distance from this haughty and domineering figure, avoiding her at all costs lest they meet the same fate as the Su family. Among the crowd, Wei Qi Lingxing and Qin Qi Jing observed the unfolding drama, having witnessed the descent of the Golden Core magical beast. Wei Qi Lingxing thought that Baili Furen was becoming increasingly reckless, her arrogance escalating with each encounter. She had seen her bully others on 2 occasions, yet it was of no concern to her. As long as it did not involve her, she would remain indifferent. Years of hardship had eroded much of her compassion, teaching her the harsh realities of their world. To survive in this ruthless realm, one must grow strong, become indifferent, and harden one's heart, reserving any kindness solely for oneself. Meanwhile, Qin Qi Jing remained transfixed by Baili Furen's delicate features, indifferent to her bullying or her violence. He felt no emotional upheaval even if everyone perished. His only concern was whether he would go hungry. She appeared even paler. Surely, she was well fed. Today, he had not found anything to eat due to his focus on the second round of assessments, leaving him no time to forage. For the past few days, he had wandered nearby, as straying too far would complicate his return in this desolate wilderness. Food was scarce, consisting only of wild fruits and grass. Occasionally, low-level magical beasts would appear, but he was unable to defeat them, so he had subsisted solely on wild fruits and grass for the past 3 days. Watching Baili Furen, he felt a pang of envy. The great bird behind her looked quite delectable. It had been ages since he had savored meat, and he swallowed hard at the thought. As noon approached, the elderly man from before appeared punctually. "Children, now that everyone is gathered, let us set forth." He produced a leaf, chanting an incantation as it gradually expanded. The ordinary onlookers, witnessing the celestial display, gasped in awe. Some of the aristocratic youths scoffed at the spectacle, dismissing the commoners as unsophisticated. The unsophisticated common folk felt humiliated by the derision, bowing their heads to conceal their embarrassment. Indeed, they had little exposure to the world, as those who belittled others for their ignorance were themselves ignorant of the true nature of society, a reality that Baili Furen found utterly novel. A melodious and enchanting voice broke the tension. "Have you ever seen a corpse?" The crowd turned to see Baili Furen, and those who had intended to question her fell silent, their faces contorting in discomfort. Baili Furen approached the man directly. "You've never seen a corpse, have you? You look as frightened as a child." The man's face drained of color. As a pampered young master, he had never encountered death. Stammering, he could only manage a shaky, "No ta." Baili Furen scoffed, her eyes regarding him with disdain. "That you've never seen death, and yet you tremble in fear like a child. How quaint." Without sparing him another glance, she marched towards the elder, leaving him feeling utterly embarrassed. Yet, her next words left him mortified. "Elder, do you not consider character when enrolling students in Ling Tian's sect? What sort of rabble are you accepting?" The elder chuckled heartily. "My dear girl, we have only just begun the first round of assessments. One must successfully pass all 4 rounds to be considered a disciple of Ling Tian's sect." Baili Furen rolled her eyes. "It's only the first round. There are many more to come. That I certainly do not wish to be associated with such individuals." Chapter 10. The Heavenly Ladder. The elder beckoned everyone onto the leaf, and those who had been repeatedly attacked by Baili Furen scrambled aboard. The remaining onlookers exchanged glances, realizing that perhaps this young lady from the Baili family was not so intolerable after all. Once everyone had boarded, only Baili Furen and her companions remained. "Aren't you coming, young lady?" the elder inquired. Baili Furen waved her hand dismissively. "I have my great bird. You lead the way." The elderly man glanced at a creature of late-stage golden core cultivation, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Even a mere bird possessed a higher cultivation than himself, rendering him unable to manage this little ancestor. What could he do? He could only let her be. The old man guided the leaves toward their destination, while leisurely followed on the back of the system. Was I just rather arrogant? Indeed, were it not for the presence of 4 golden core cultivators keeping watch, you might have found yourself in dire straits. They might think such thoughts, but they certainly wouldn't dare act upon them. The reputation of the family loomed large, and only those seeking death would dare to lay a hand on the young lady of the family. Brimmed with confidence, there would always be those unafraid of death, so long as you remain prudent. When these 4 golden core cultivators were not present, it was wise to exercise restraint. Understood that once inside these 4 servants could not accompany her. Otherwise, with their presence, those individuals would not have succeeded and would not have met such a hasty demise. Yet, once outside these 4 servants would invariably remain at her side. What could have caused their absence during that trial? Could it be that they had betrayed her? No, that was absolutely impossible. The servants of the family had sworn oaths bound by heavenly decrees through generations, constrained by the laws of nature, and would never betray. Hence, only one possibility remained. These 4 servants were either detained by someone or had met their the time of the unfolding story, had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, and were all on the verge of their own breakthroughs, possessing late-stage golden core cultivation. The 4 of them were inseparable, and to simultaneously deal with all 4 servants, one would need at least a cultivation level of late-stage nascent soul, if not transformation into divinity. If her suspicions were correct, then matters would be quite troublesome. The mastermind behind this scheme had a purpose far more intricate than merely wishing forced death, potentially involving extensive ramifications. She shared her conjecture with the system that if what you suspect is true, we must prepare early. Rest assured, both the system and the consciousness of the world will exert every effort to protect you. Sighed. After years of being a bookworm, she had already formed her own speculations. She would take it one step at a time. Perhaps she was just overthinking. Before long, they arrived at the location for the second round of assessments. The crowd gazed at the seemingly endless staircase before them. The second round of assessment climbing stairs. Little ones, this is the site for the second round of assessments. Before you lies which consists of a total of 9,999 steps. The summit leads directly to the entrance of before stood a barrier. By presenting your tokens, you could pass through. The assessment required reaching the entrance of before sunset, with the first 50 qualifying and those beyond deemed unqualified, thus failing the assessment. The old man laughed heartily as he flew away on the leaves, leaving behind a single remark. "We shall await you at the entrance of miss. Shall we wait for you at the entrance of inquired. It nodded. "Go ahead. Such a trivial assessment does not concern me." After and nodded in agreement, they boarded heading in the direction the old man had departed. "Miss, your token." Produced the token and handed it over. Accepted it, tossing it lightly in her hand. "Off we go. I'm still looking forward to my meal." Then she led toward safely crossing the barrier. Numerous individuals were already ascending but their expressions suggested they were burdened. The moment she stepped onto the staircase, she immediately discerned the reason. The staircase was imbued with gravitational pressure. However, this level of force barely registered for her in recent days. In order to strengthen her physique, she had been training under heavy loads. The delicate rings adorning her arms and ankles, seemingly decorative, were crafted from refined black iron, each weighing over 1,000 pounds. Initially, she could only wear one, but as she progressed through her purification and body tempering, she added more, currently maxing out at 5, amounting to over 5,000 pounds. Isn't it hard to believe? The girl who once could barely lift 100 pounds now bore 5,000 yet. True physical cultivators could unleash a punch with 3 tons of force during mid-stage cultivation, equivalent to 6,000 pounds. She did not wish to be a fragile mage. She aspired to be a tank mage, with robust defenses and formidable damage output. She exchanged glances with who, as a standout among the younger generation of the family, was accustomed to high-intensity training. This level of gravitational pressure was akin to a stroll for her. Nodding at one another, they accelerated upwards, completely unfazed, while those they surpassed gazed at them in disbelief. As if to say, "Do you not feel the weight of your feet?" Aware of their astonishment, would simply convey that she felt nothing. She even thought she could take flight. And then, she truly did take off. Finding walking too slow, leaping 100 or so steps in a single bound. Those behind could only watch as their figures diminished, feeling as if they were in a dream. Yes, they soared upward. The number of people on the staircase dwindled, and to her surprise, the first ahead wore the same faded dress, while appeared as a filthy beggar, her face barely discernible. Meanwhile, within the halls of the peak lords and elders congregated in the main hall, peering into the watery mirror to observe the newly recruited disciples. Leading the charge is a filthy little beggar. This is quite amusing, commented the second elder of the, pointing at in the water mirror. Indeed, unexpected, but heroes do not inquire about origins. This must be the child with the 10-star talent that mentioned, replied the sword peak master. Indeed, it is this little one, chuckled the elderly figure from the recruitment assessment. This plainly dressed girl must be the one you referred to with the 10-star talent, correct? Questioned the only female elder present. The 7th elder of the, as she pointed at, who lagged slightly behind in the water mirror. Yes, this is indeed the girl with the 10-star talent, confirmed. Then this girl is destined to have ties with my, especially since both employ water and ice-related techniques. Fellow disciples, do not compete for her hand. Interjected. Haha, sister, mere words hold little weight. We must see if this girl is willing to go to the frigid realm of... The 6th elder of the laughed heartily to, yes, indeed, the most suitable place for those with water and ice roots to cultivate. No one would wish to venture into your dilapidated. Here we go again, remarked the 5th elder of the, hastily intervening. Am I seeing things? Do those 2 black figures appear to be flying? Indeed, and had shifted their attention that it is not an illusion. Someone is genuinely flying. The 2 black figures drew closer, revealing their true forms. 2 young girls. Although it could not be stated that they were flying, it seemed as if the 2 girls were leaping 100 steps at a time, creating an illusion of flight. These 2 girls are truly exquisite, especially this one. I have never seen such beauty, pointed at in the mirror, but that is not the crux of the matter. The real question is how these 2 girls are unaffected by the gravitational pull of the... Is it normal for them to leap 100 steps? Questioned the 4th elder of the... That consists of 9,999 steps. Only those beyond 5,000 steps experience significant gravitational pressure. Yet it is not entirely absent before that point, remarked the 3rd elder of the... To remain so light under the weight of gravity suggests these 2 girls possess formidable physiques, he exclaimed. Who are these 2 girls? The most beautiful girl is eldest daughter, and the girl beside her is her maid, replied with resignation. This girl is quite a livewire. She's prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Ah, so she hails from the family. The mused, realizing that the family indeed harbored hidden talents in every generation. Several outstanding disciples within the sect seemed to originate from the family. Which of their offspring could this girl be? And what might her spiritual roots be? 10-star talent, replied. Then it is settled. The 3 powerhouses of the family all possess the rare. If fate allows, I would truly wish for this child to become my disciple. Even if she became your disciple, you would not possess the cultivation methods to teach her. The master interjected, we do not know how to cultivate. Only the family has inherited the methods for that. While we may not be able to instruct this girl in cultivation techniques, other disciplines still await her. Swordsmanship, alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman crafting, beast taming. There must be something we can teach her. If nothing else, we could certainly provide her with a robust physique. Voiced the master in agreement. The master laughed heartily, noting, while we cannot teach her cultivation techniques, she has her own family traditions to rely upon, so we need not worry. These two girls possess impressive physiques. Welcoming this girl into my wound be out of the question. After all my disciples are male. I have yet to have a girl among them. The master of Snow Peak, Shui Yuehan, directly refuted him, declaring that this girl, with her stunning beauty, was an extraordinary talent. Far too precious to be squandered in your realm of cultivation. Dream on. Even if this girl lacked the innate gifts for alchemy, forging, talisman crafting, or beast taming, I from Snow Peak would still claim her. Your Snow Peak is fraught with frigid temperatures, and your cultivation is confined to the water and ice elements. Wouldn't sending this girl to your domain be a sheer waste of her potential? Here in my realm, she could forge a robust physique, capable of defeating fellow cultivators at the same level with a single punch. The two leaders resumed their bickering, while the other peak masters exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Meanwhile, Baili Fuji had already caught up with Wei Qi Lengqing and Qing Qijuan, and the two felt as though a gust of wind had brought forth two new figures before them. Wei Qi Lengqing was momentarily stunned, and in that brief lapse, the two had covered a significant distance. Initially, she had intended to conserve her strength and not stand out too much, but she quickly fell in line. With someone leading the way, she no longer needed to conceal her abilities, following Baili Fuji's lead. She leaped up 100 stairs, clearly demonstrating her own formidable physique, as the gravity of the asking heaven ladder posed little challenge to her. Without hesitation, Qing Qijuan also quickened his pace, having overheard the conversation between Baili Fuji and Qing Zhu in the wind. Climbing the stairs was indeed exhausting for Baili Fuji, and hunger suddenly struck her. Qing Zhu, hold on a bit longer. There are still over 6,000 steps until we reach the entrance of Ling Tian's sect. The 4 servants have prepared food, waiting for you at the summit. It was evident that the person accompanying Baili Fuji was well acquainted with her habits. Food. Upon hearing the word, Qing Qijuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he swiftly followed suit, mirroring her leap up the stairs. Miss, they're catching up, Qing Zhu remarked, glancing back at Wei Qi Lengqing and Qing Qijuan. Astonished, she hadn't anticipated that these two, seemingly unremarkable, would possess such strength. Baili Fuji turned back to observe Wei Qi Lengqing and Qing Qijuan, a flicker of understanding crossing her gaze. The female lead, Wei Qi Lengqing, had been honed through adversity, her physique forged through trials. The male lead, Qing Qijuan, had faced dire circumstances, always fleeing or scavenging for food, and had he not possessed a decent physique, he would have been long dead, and no need to pay them any mind. Let us hasten to the summit, Baili Fuji urged, leading Qing Zhu to quicken their pace. Thus, the scene unfolded on the asking heaven ladder, where 4 figures sped upward with remarkable agility. Behind them, those with commendable physiques emulated their fervor, albeit without the same level of exaggeration. Yet they too were not left far behind. The disparity in strength became evident during this round of assessments. Without a doubt, those in the lead were exceptionally gifted talents. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the sect leader, the elders observed through the water mirror. These 2 youngsters are certainly setting a good example. But the true test begins after 5,000 steps, where the gravity doubles, compounding with every 1,000 steps ascended. I wonder if these youngsters can endure. Reflecting on our own experience upon entering Ling Tian's sect, we face considerable hardships on the asking heaven ladder, nearly collapsing under the weight. Indeed, if I recall correctly, the sect leader was the first to reach the summit, taking over an hour to complete the climb. The sect leader's record has remained unbroken by any newcomer. The sect leader chuckled heartily, pointing at the 4 figures ahead. It seems my record will be shattered this year. These 4 youngsters are truly formidable. The elders turned their attention to Baili Fuji and her companions, who had already reached the 5,000 step mark. Upon stepping onto the 5,000 stair, their expressions shifted momentarily before they continued their ascent with unwavering determination. The elders were taken aback. These youngsters exhibited impressive strength and stamina. Chapter 12. The first to reach the summit, when Baili Furen stepped onto the 5,000 stair, she immediately sensed the gravity had doubled, realizing that the assessment would not be so simple. However, this level of gravity was still within her tolerance, allowing her to maintain her speed. Yet, as she ascended past the 7,000 step, her pace began to wane. She could only manage 8 by the time she crossed the 8,000 threshold. She found herself unable to run. The weight pressing down on her made it difficult to breathe, forcing her to proceed step by step. Although Wei Qi, trailing behind her, also struggled, he managed to surpass her shortly thereafter. Qing Qijuan, following at a leisurely pace, felt no strain whatsoever. He was solely motivated by the prospect of food. Winning first place in the assessment was of little concern to him. He merely wished to pass and was primarily focused on whether the plump, delicate girl would share some food with him later. Having encountered this girl twice, he noted that she always seemed to be reprimanding others. She appeared fierce. Would she scold him if he approached her for food? He recalled a man who had approached her earlier, only to be dismissed with a sharp retort. Ugly brat, scram, reflecting on that man. He realized he was indeed unattractive, especially when standing next to the fair and delicate girl. Meanwhile, the elders observed, this little girl seems on the verge of exhaustion. Her physique is commendable, but her endurance leaves something to be desired. Nevertheless, for a young lady from a prestigious family, her physical condition is quite impressive. Indeed, it seems this first place will rightfully belong to the Ice Spirit Root Girl. The elders appear to have already predicted the outcome. On the other hand, Baili Furen felt increasingly fatigued, as though bearing the weight of a mountain. Her complexion had turned pale, and she was drenched in sweat. "Miss, are you all right?" Qing Zhu, equally sweaty, inquired with concern. Baili Furen felt okay, albeit pale, but within acceptable limits. Parched and dry, she waved her hand dismissively, assuring Qing Zhu that she was fine, and continued on. Qing Zhu, worried, kept pace beside her, hesitating to offer support. She understood that the young lady was exceptionally proud. As the daughter of the Baili family, she would never allow herself to be assisted, as that would be a slight against her dignity. She could collapse, or even crawl up the stairs, but being helped by someone else was an affront to the pride of the Baili family. Finally, upon reaching the 9,000th step, the sudden surge of gravity overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse. Qing Zhu, also laboring under the strain, felt her insides being compressed painfully, yet her first instinct was to check on Baili Furen. "Miss, should we take a break before continuing? There's still plenty of time before sunset," Qing Zhu suggested anxiously. Baili Furen rolled over, sitting up to catch her breath. Glancing at Wei Qi, who had also stopped to rest, she then looked at Qing Qijuan, who had been trailing behind her at a steady distance, and couldn't help but marvel. This individual showed no signs of fatigue. Despite his dirted appearance, she could discern from his calm breathing and steady stride that he was in control. Could it be that the male lead was simply too strong? She and Qing Zhu were breathless and drenched in sweat, yet he appeared unfazed. Observing him maintain his distance behind her, she wondered what his intention was. Upon stopping, he too halted. She shot him a glare, thinking him odd. Qing Qijuan, puzzled, merely saw the young girl sitting on the stairs, staring at him with wide eyes. Those silver-gray eyes sparkled beautifully in the light. With 999 steps remaining, she was unwilling to waste time lingering here. With that, she rolled up her sleeves. The elders, initially believing the outcome was settled, took notice of the fine ring adorning her wrist. Was that not a gravity ring forged from mysterious iron essence, weighing over 1,000 pounds each? Baili Furen swiftly removed the gravity rings from her arms and legs, even wearing one around her neck. 5 rings in total, adding up to over 5,000 pounds. How could this young lady, with such a burden, still ascend the asking heaven ladder with such grace? The elders were astonished that this pampered scion from a noble family had the determination to train her physique. Such resolve was rare among the populace. They envied the Baili family, wondering how such exceptional talents emerged from their ranks, contrasting with their own younger generation, who were arrogant, self-indulgent, unambitious, and utterly lacking in talent. Qing Zhu stared in shock at the 5 gravity rings. When had the young lady begun wearing these? Had she always worn them? Qing Zhu, are you still all right? After removing the gravity rings, Baili Furen felt significantly lighter. Although the gravity of the asking heaven ladder remained, it no longer affected her as severely. Qing Zhu swallowed hard. Miss, don't worry about me. I'm fine. With the gravity rings off, Baili Furen navigated the asking heaven ladder as if treading on flat ground. Moving with remarkable ease, Qing Zhu gradually fell behind, prompting Baili Furen to look back at her. Miss, you go ahead. I'll catch up. Baili Furen nodded. I'll wait for you at the entrance of Ling Tian's sect. After Baili Furen departed, Qing Qijuan, who had been following closely behind, quickly overtook Qing Zhu to keep pace with her. Qing Zhu watched as he distanced himself, wondering, is he really that strong? Meanwhile, Wei Qi Lingqing was laboriously ascending the stairs when a figure swiftly passed her. Looking up, she saw Baili Furen, who had seemed exhausted just moments ago, now moving with surprising speed. As she was lost in thought, another figure swiftly darted past her, pursuing Baili Furen. Observing that silhouette, it was evidently Qing Qijing, who appeared to be moving with remarkable speed as if treading upon level ground. Was that the filthy little beggar whose features were obscured? To her surprise, he was capable of such swiftness, concealing himself so adeptly. Without further contemplation, Wei Qi Lingqing hastily quickened her pace to keep up. The 999 steps were neither long nor short. In the blink of an eye, Baili Furen had reached the summit. As expected, she was the first to arrive, and others were already waiting there. The elderly Pang Tane stepped forward, presenting Baili Furen with a token indicating her successful assessment, and then retrieved a jade slip to record her ranking. Baili Furen had claimed the first position, completing the ascent in a mere 3/4 of an hour. The resonant voice, imbued with spiritual energy, echoed throughout the mountain peak. The second to reach the top was none other than Qing Qijing, who had followed closely behind Baili Furen. He was similarly handed a passage token, and his ranking was duly noted. Qing Qijing secured the second position, also in 3/4 of an hour. Next, Wei Qi Lingqing ascended to the summit, achieving third place in 4/4 of an hour. The 4 golden core attendants had already prepared tables, chairs, and delicacies nearby, and Baili Furen promptly seated herself with a Thud.1 attendant fander. Another brought a basin of water for her to cleanse her face and hands. A third poured her a cup of tea infused with spiritual energy, while the fourth offered her freshly peeled fruit. Miss, you've worked hard. Please enjoy. After washing her face and hands, she accepted the high-quality silk handkerchief that Bai Quan presented to wipe off the moisture. She picked a few pieces of fruit with chopsticks, savoring the sweet and tangy flavors, followed by a sip of the spiritual tea and a bite of the exquisite pastries crafted by the skilled chef of the Baili family. Instantly revitalized. It was yet another delightful day. The elderly Pang Tane observed this scene with a twitching mouth. Indeed, it was the demeanor of a young lady. He had thought that her performance on the ascending steps might have led him to misjudge this girl. Yet she remained consistent in her conduct. Qing Zhu reached the peak in 4th place, taking half an hour. The sound of reading reports echoed. Baili Furen looked up to see Qing Zhu finally reaching the summit, taking the passage token and dragging her weary body toward Baili Furen. She was supposed to protect the young lady, but it seemed she had completely been left behind. Surely the young lady must be displeased. As a maid to the young lady, it was disheartening to lose to an unknown woman and a filthy beggar, leaving Qing Zhu utterly demoralized. How could she protect the young lady in Ling Tian's sect now? She felt too weak. Upon returning, she would double her efforts in cultivation, striving to break through to the foundation establishment stage. In her later stages of cultivation, that a cup of spiritual tea was presented before her. And when she looked up, it was her young lady's exquisite face staring back, causing her eyes to redden instantly. I'm sorry, young lady, for bringing you shame. Baili Furen remained silent, gently stroking Qing Zhu's face. You are already remarkable. After all, you are a genius personally acknowledged by the family head of the Baili clan after rigorous selection. How could you not be worthy of being my maid? Indeed, she was a genius recognized by the family head, surpassing countless others to become the maid of the young lady. How could such a minor setback dishearten her? This was merely an accident. She would surpass them all, and the only maid by the young lady's side would be Qing Zhu. Observing her emerge from her self-imposed despair, Baili Furen couldn't help but smile. Qing Zhu was indeed a true genius. But who could blame the two protagonists? Her ability to remain unaffected by the protagonist's halo was due to her own status as one of the protagonists, equally a child of fate. Yet Qing Zhu was not. Her qualifications and talents were exceptionally commendable. Having finished her tea, what was the point of her red eyes? Stop crying. You're embarrassing me. Qing Zhu took the spiritual tea and drank it all in one go. Her weary body instantly revitalized by the influx of spiritual energy. However, her gaze fell upon Qing Qijing, who stood not far away, his eyes fixed on Baili Furen. Qing Zhu felt a pang of anger. This little beggar had been trailing the young lady. At the ascending steps, he clearly had the ability to reach the peak directly, yet he lingered at a distance behind her. Whenever the young lady moved, he followed. When she paused, he halted. The physique of this beggar appeared to be stronger than her own. He kept his distance from the young lady, saying nothing. What was this beggar trying to achieve? Young lady, why does that little beggar follow you so closely? He was with you at the ascending steps, and now that you've reached the top, he is still watching you from a distance. Bai Quan and the others had long noticed the filthy beggar. Their gazes locked onto him as he stood motionless. Miss, should we take care of this beggar? Bai Quan inquired. Meanwhile, Qing Qijing remained oblivious to the discussion among Bai Quan and the others about whether to deal with him. He was simply entranced by Baili Furen. The spiritual fruits, pastries, and tea seemed incredibly delectable, and his eyes squinted with delight. He swallowed hard, his stomach betraying him with a series of growls. He was starving. Yearning for those succulent fruits and exquisitely crafted pastries, would it be possible for him to approach the little lady and ask for something to eat? He feared he might be met with a fierce reprimand. Get away. You filthy creature! His appearance was indeed soiled, and his eyes intimidating. He surely must look unappealing. The thought of being scolded made him feel despondent. Without the food, he would continue to suffer from hunger. Baili Furen observed Qing Qijing standing there, his longing gaze and the occasional swallow revealing that he was not looking at her, but rather at the food on her table, reflecting on the descriptions of him in the books. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Despite being a child of fate adorned with the protagonist's halo, his life was fraught with hardships, his greatest desire simply to have enough to eat each day. In truth, she couldn't fathom why protagonists must endure such tragic growth experiences that a few brief sentences encapsulated his entire life. Those cold, hard words on paper now represented a living, breathing individual before Baili Furen. A living, breathing person that don't touch him. Baili Furen regained her composure, beckoning the beggar who gazed longingly in her direction with a finger. Qing Qijing's eyes brightened. Was the little lady summoning him? He glanced around, confirming that he was indeed the only one standing there, and without further hesitation, he dashed over. Little beggar, what is your name? She picked up a piece of pastry and bit into it in front of him. His stomach growled louder, the sound clear to everyone nearby. Qing Qijing, he managed to croak, his voice hoarse. The first words he had spoken in 3 days. His stomach continued to rumble as he nervously dug his toes into the ground. She certainly knew his name. This was merely a formality. She waved the bitten pastry in front of him, asking if he wanted some. He swallowed again, his eyes following the piece of pastry, not at all perturbed by its previous bite. The little lady was fair and delicate, and as he drew closer, a fragrant aroma wafted from her, far cleaner than himself. He wanted to eat. Baili Furen chuckled lightly. Then why don't you bark like a dog for this young lady? Baili Furen was not one to possess a kind heart. The benevolent ones belonged to saints. Yet she herself was arrogant and malicious, perfectly in line with her character. The elderly Pang Tane, who was keenly observant, facepalmed. This girl truly knew how to insult others. After a brief moment, she resumed her antics, this time targeting a beggar favored by the sect master due to his rare lightning root. Young lady, bullying a little beggar brings no sense of accomplishment. If you're bored, you could come over and distribute passage tokens, Pang Tane advised. Baili Furen paused. How could there be no sense of accomplishment? The points he contributed outweighed that of half the participants, which was indeed quite rewarding. The atmosphere fell silent, and Wei Qi Lungqing observed from aside, though she too felt that making someone bark like a dog was quite degrading. However, what did that have to do with her? What was this beggar to her? And why should she stand up for him? Wang. Just as Pang Tane assumed, Baili Furen was about to explode with anger. Qing Qijing's unexpected Wang shattered the stillness. The elder regarded Qing Qijing, who had barked on command, shaking his head in resignation. This child seemed to possess no spirit whatsoever. Meanwhile, Qing Qijing was oblivious to the concept of dignity. Throughout his life, he had endured too many humiliations. If barking could stave off hunger, he would gladly do so every day, freeing himself from the burden of worrying about food. Weiqi Lingqing was evidently stunned. She could hardly comprehend how someone could lack such dignity. Having chosen the path of cultivation, even a beggar should possess a semblance of self-respect. Moreover, this beggar was a rare lightning root cultivator with a stellar talent rating. Even if he lacked the awareness of being a genius, he should still retain the dignity of an ordinary person. Chapter 14. The hard-S reflection, Weiqi Lingqing couldn't help but smile. She had unwittingly perceived this beggar as a rival. How could someone who easily surpassed her be a mere creature devoid of dignity, subject to bullying? Baili Furen felt a surge of complex emotions. This fellow truly did bark when asked. It was apparent he was solely driven by his hunger, yet she still smugly smiled at Pang Tane. The elderly man's face turned an instant shade of green. Clearing his throat, he remarked, very obedient. This young lady is quite pleased. Qing Zhu, reward him. Yes. Qing Zhu understood the unspoken command and carried a plate of pastries to present to Qing Qijing. When he received the plate, he could hardly believe it. Was it really possible that a single bark could yield food? This marks the first time in 14 years that he has so effortlessly obtained sustenance, a sensation that feels almost surreal. He picks up a morsel and shoves it into his mouth. It is sweet. Indeed, it is real. He devours it ravenously. Even as he chokes, continuing to cram more into his mouth, causing Baili Furen to worry that he might choke to death. Soon, the sun sets, and the second round of admissions concludes. The list of 50 successful candidates is confirmed, and the third round of assessment officially commences, leaving those who failed the second round to depart with their heads hung low. Baili Furen feels a sense of relief upon seeing the unattractive Wang Mian and a few otherworldly aristocrats fail to pass. She has no desire to share a sect with such individuals. The elder retrieves his large leaf and, carrying those who have passed, soars ahead, while Baili Furen and her companions ride on the back of a giant bird, following behind. Before long, they arrive at the site of the third round of assessment. This is the heart query pool of the Ling Tian sect, 1 meter deep and 100 meters long. The third round entails traversing the pool's water from one end to the other within the time limit of 3 incense sticks. Those who exceed the time will be deemed failures and lose their qualifications to enter the Ling Tian sect. As the incense is lit, the assessment begins. It is evident that this third round is a test of 1's inner demons. Humans possess 7 emotions and 6 desires, and thus they harbor inner demons. The Ling Tian sect employs this third round of assessment to filter out those lacking in moral fortitude. Those with resolute hearts will not be ensnared by the waters of the heart query pool. Conversely, those with wavering hearts will become trapped in the illusions of the pool. Baili Furen is quite curious about what her inner demon might be, and upon leaping into the heart query pool, the scene before her shifts instantaneously. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Her mind goes blank, and she gazes upon a vast pile of currency. Her first reaction is one of delight at the sight of so much money. The second is a desire to pocket it, and the third is a realization that something is amiss. She recalls that transactions are typically conducted via mobile phone. Yes, mobile payment. In an instant, Baili Furen regains her clarity. So this is my inner demon. It appears my inner demon is money. Unfortunately, I am still a girl addicted to the internet and have not encountered cash in years. Baili Furen awakens from this illusion. It transforms again. Do I possess other inner demons? The scene shifts to a modern setting, where 2 beautiful individuals engage in acts of profound harmony, a manifestation of alluring beauty, perhaps. The issue lies in the fact that both of these beauties are male. Leaving Baili Furen somewhat bashful, she vows never to indulge in inappropriate manga again. Noticing Baili Furen's lack of reaction, the scene transitions once more, morphing into a melodramatic tale. Male: you must let me explain. Female: I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. Forced to witness a cliché narrative of an ancient love story, Baili Furen feels a pang of embarrassment. Is this the resurrection of a tired old trope to assail me? The scene shifts again, transforming into a poignant tale of tragic romance, where one declares, "You have wounded me 1,000 times, yet I treat you as my first love." Gagging, Baili Furen pleads for mercy. Having endured this mindless narrative, Baili Furen, in her frustration, strikes out against those foolish characters before finally emerging from the illusion. As she steps out of the heart query pool, she discovers that others have already passed the assessment. Upon closer inspection, she realizes it is the little beggar, Qing Qijing Dada. The simplicity of a single-celled organism is indeed a boon. With thoughts consumed solely by food, he lacks complex inner demons that in truth, Qing Qijing does possess an inner demon. His being is centered around the pursuit of food. In the illusion, numerous individuals offer him delicacies, and his parents shower him with affection. Devoid of those frightening eyes, he lives a blissful existence. Yet, he is aware that it is all an illusion. He rejects the food offered and emerges from the illusion in less than half an incense stick's time. As the first incense stick burns down, Wei Qi Lungqing also exits the waters, albeit with a rather grim expression. Baili Furen understands the reason for her pallor. The novel describes the female protagonist's inner demon as the death of her biological mother, for she clings to the illusion of her mother, thus lingering longer within it. Though she knows the truth, that her mother has passed, the pain of the experience is reignited, reopening the wounds of her heart. When she initially read the novel, she had scoffed at the heart query pool, deeming it a tormenting device that pierces precisely where it hurts. Shortly after the second incense stick begins to burn, Qing Zhu also emerges from the heart query pool. The first thing she does is check whether Baili Furen has sustained any injuries. After inquiring, she learns that Baili Furen's illusion revolved around her concern for her safety. Fearing she had failed to protect her, a wave of emotion washes over Baili Furen. She recalls that Qing Zhu's fate in the tale was to perish at the jaws of a beast while trying to save her. She believed she had rescued her young lady. Yet Baili Furen ultimately fell victim to the hands of evildoers and the jaws of the beast. Now that Qing Zhu is present, those individuals will not succeed, and Qing Zhu will not meet an untimely demise. Gradually, others emerge from the heart query pool. The 3 incense sticks burn down quickly. Those who do not emerge are automatically deemed failures in the assessment and lose their qualifications to enter the Ling Tian sect. Ultimately, out of 50 candidates, only 28 successfully passed the 3rd round of assessment, with the 4th round set to commence in 3 days. Elder Pang Tian distributes tokens to the 28 who have passed the 3rd assessment, instructing them to return and recuperate, as the 4th round will begin in 3 days at the entrance of the Ling Tian sect. Upon returning, Baili Furen immediately resumes her secluded training, striving to break through to the later stages of cultivation within these 3 days. She knows that the 4th round will consist of competitive matches that in one-on-one combat. The top 10 will enter the inner sect, becoming direct disciples of the elders and peak masters, while the next 10 will become outer sect disciples. This means that the 4th round will eliminate 8 individuals. The top 3 will have the privilege to choose which peak to join, while the subsequent ranks will be selected by the peak masters that in other words, if she desires to join the pill peak, she must secure a place among the top 3. Yes, she wishes to go to the pill peak. This decision has been made after careful consideration, and the system wholeheartedly supports her choice. Given that alchemists, beast tamers, and talisman makers are exceedingly rare, even those pursuing these 3 professions are prioritized for protection. They do not rush to the forefront and can effectively conceal their strength due to fewer opportunities for exposure. Why not choose to be a beast tamer? It is because Baili Furen met her demise at the jaws of a beast, and she fears the potential for unforeseen consequences for the talisman maker. It is simply because alchemists are more sought after. Should a talisman maker and an alchemist encounter danger simultaneously, the alchemist will undoubtedly be rescued first. While a talisman can enhance equipment, a pill offers a permanent boost to cultivation. And no matter how powerful a talisman may be, it can only be used once, whereas a single pill provides lasting benefits. Chapter 15. The arena battle time passes swiftly. The day of the 4th round of assessment arrives, and Baili Furen accompanied by others, arrives punctually. The 28 candidates who successfully passed the previous 3 rounds gather at the entrance of the Ling Tian sect. Elder Pang Tian takes to the skies on his large leaf flying artifact, guiding the group to the competition arena within the Ling Tian sect, which boasts numerous platforms for combat. Here, many individuals clad in uniform attire are gathered in the viewing stands of the arena. It is evident that these individuals are disciples of the Ling Tian sect, likely the elder brothers and sisters of this batch of novices. They have arrived at the location for the 4th round of assessment. This arena will host the final round for those who have passed the previous 3 assessments. It will be a one-on-one battle to determine your rankings. The top 10 will directly enter the inner sect as cherished disciples of the elders. Those ranked 10th to 20th will become outer sect disciples, while those ranked beyond 20th will be considered failures in the assessment. The top 3 will have the privilege to choose which elder to study under. However, those who do not pass need not be disheartened. They may choose to remain as servant disciples or leave. The sect will not treat its disciples unfairly. Even servant disciples will receive monthly cultivation resources. As long as one possesses exceptional talent, disciples can ascend to outer sect status by ranking in the top 10 of the task leaderboard within the sect. Similarly, outer sect disciples can be promoted to inner sect status. The elder cautions everyone. Fights are to be conducted with restraint, and no lives are to be taken. Violators will be disqualified from the competition and lose their qualifications to enter the Ling Tian sect, being permanently blacklisted. Indeed, entering the Ling Tian sect entails undertaking missions. The cultivation resources provided by the sect are not given freely. While this sounds straightforward, those present, being disciples of the Ling Tian sect, understand that the top 10 on the leaderboard are undoubtedly prodigies of the inner sect. If they manage to squeeze into the top 10, it would be an extraordinary feat, even if a dark horse emerges. It is highly likely they will also be an inner sect disciple. Such rhetoric is merely a facade to deceive the newcomers. The elder brothers and sisters present are all veterans, and they smile knowingly at Elder Pang Tian's comments. The competition commences, utilizing a lottery system for the 1v1 matchups. With 28 participants, there will be 5 rounds of competition, with 1 participant receiving a bye in the 3rd round. After the draw, Baili Furen glances at the matchups announced by the elder. Discovering her opponent is someone named Wang Duodun. Qing Zhu's opponent is a person named Lu Tiyud. As the match begins, she locates her designated platform, where her opponent has long been waiting. Wang Duodun whistles upon seeing Baili Furen ascend the platform, but it's the esteemed young lady Baili. Given your delicate frame, it would be wise to concede early. Your servants cannot assist you in this arena battle. Baili Furen casts him a disdainful glance. What? Do you intend to win solely by your words? Knowing I am the young lady of the Bai family, should you not concede promptly? Ha! Wang Duodun laughs maniacally. You seem to be unaware of the circumstances. This is a competition of the Ling Tian sect, not your Bai family. And so what if it is? Behold the audacity on display, unafraid of the winds that might render his tongue twisted. Just as the raucous laughter of Wang Duodun subsided, his countenance shifted dramatically, his features contorting as he covered his mouth. Baili Furen, what has happened to him? Is he merely attempting to provoke? Could it be that his tongue truly is in distress? Host, it appears your crow's mouth skill has activated, the system gently reminded. Baili Furen instantly recalled this ability, nearly forgetting that she possessed such a talent for ill omens. So, this is how the crow's mouth skill operates? Almost. It essentially signifies that unfortunate events may occur. One must refrain from uttering harsh words to oneself. The system kindly cautioned. This skill is rather esoteric. Even it has not fully grasped its intricacies. Meanwhile, the disciples of Ling Tian's sect observed with confusion. What is that individual doing? Why is he standing there clutching his mouth? One man remarked, having watched for quite some time. He appears to be in considerable distress. His face is utterly contorted. His companion queried, did that young girl strike him? What is the source of his suffering? I don't understand. Could it be a mental attack? Impossible. Only a Yuanying stage cultivator could accomplish such a feat. He is likely just putting on an ACT. It's absurd to see such a robust man frightened by a diminutive girl. Coward! On the arena, Wang Duodun regained his composure and immediately confronted Baili Furen. What sorcery did you employ that caused my tongue to cramp upon your mere utterance? Baili Furen, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Are you going to fight or not? Stop dawdling. Surely you are not afraid. If you are, just concede and spare me the waste of time." Wang Duodun, incensed, shot back, "Who are you calling trash? Today, I shall teach this self-important young lady a lesson. Without your servants to shield you, you are nothing but a waste." With that, he clenched his fists and charged at Baili Furen, evidently aiming to strike her face. Baili Furen frowned. What an uncouth man. Resorting to violence against a woman, skillfully evading his punches, Wang Duodun flailed futilely, unable to land a blow. Dodging all you can do. Truly, a young lady of a prestigious family who can only hide behind others. You are indeed worthless, he sneered. I hope your attacks are as formidable as your words. You haven't even grazed my garments and yet dare to speak so arrogantly. You are unworthy of my effort. Wang Duodun, provoked, roared, "Who are you calling trash? I shall show you the consequences of your insolence." Forming hand seals, he gathered the fiery essence around him, conjuring fireballs in his hand. So, he is a fire elemental cultivator. Fireball technique go. The searing fireballs hurtled towards her. Yet Baili Furen remained unfazed, skillfully evading every single one. A basic fire attack spell. Level 1 fireball. This bulky fellow appears to be at the mid-stage of cultivation. Despite that, his ability to unleash such minor fireball attacks suggests some degree of talent. Remarked a watching disciple of Ling Tian's sect that I believe that young girl is truly impressive. She hasn't even lifted a finger, and he has failed to land a single hit on her despite launching so many fireballs. That is indeed noteworthy. Another disciple chimed in. Meanwhile, as Baili Furen dodged the fireballs, she couldn't resist taunting. "Oh, how impressive your fireball technique is. Not a single one has hit. It's utterly hilarious." Wang Duodun, filled with impotent rage, was vexed. He had trained extensively with his fireball technique, yet could not hit her. "If you're so capable, why not stop dodging? You're nothing but a slippery eel." Baili Furen flicked her sleeve, remarking, with such rage, "Be cautious. Playing with fire might lead to your own incineration. You are not even worthy of my intervention." Fool. With fireball technique proving ineffective, he resolved to employ his newly learned level 2 attack spell, Burning Plains technique. This spell would engulf the ground in flames. He was determined she could not escape this time. Burning Plains technique. A spectator exclaimed, "If that girl doesn't act soon, this match will surely conclude. The arena is hardly expansive enough for her to evade." Wang Duodun, fumbling with his hand seals, was on the verge of concluding the match when an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Upon casting the Burning Plains technique, rather than igniting the ground, it was the caster who caught fire first. Wang Duodun frantically beat at his ignited garments, the flames spreading uncontrollably. What in the world? A fire cultivator igniting himself. This defies belief. The onlookers felt their intelligence insulted. How could one be so inept as to set oneself ablaze? Truly a fool. Baili Furen, standing nearby, could feel the intense heat. "Hey, there is a scent of roasting flesh. If you don't concede, it would be unfortunate if you cooked yourself before I could claim responsibility for your demise. This is such bad luck." Unable to extinguish the flames, Wang Duodun sought assistance from the referee beside the arena. "I concede. Please, save me. I yield, for the love of all that is good," with a declaration of surrender. The match concluded, and the referee extinguished the flames engulfing Wang Duodun. Baili Furen triumphed over Wang Duodun. With his hair singed and skin charred in several places, he appeared quite ghastly. The onlookers winced at the sight. Wang Duodun glared at Baili Furen with seething resentment, yet he was powerless to retaliate. Once off the stage, she would revert to being the esteemed young lady of the Baili family. To act against her would be tantamount to courting death. He could only accept his misfortune. As for Baili Furen, she had long departed. Even if Wang Duodun sought revenge, she would pay him no mind. Such insignificant trash would be dealt with by others. She merely hoped he would not act foolishly and seek his own demise. Qing Zhu was still engaged in battle, and Lu Tu displayed considerable skill. Yet it was evident that Qing Zhu held the upper hand. Her razor-sharp wind blades were relentless, suggesting a swift conclusion to the match. Baili Furen walked away with ease, keen to witness the arena matches of the male and female leads. After all, to secure a spot in the top 3. These two would undoubtedly pose the greatest challenge. If they crossed paths in the finals, she would have no cause for concern should she fail to secure the top 2 spots. She could still aim for 3rd place. Her apprehension lay in encountering them prematurely, for that would complicate matters. As for her adversaries, it was only prudent to understand them thoroughly before eliminating them. Wei Qilingqing's opponent was a well-built woman, seemingly a few years her senior. She guessed her to be around 17 years old, as Ling Tian's sect accepted recruits under the age of 18, particularly those of exceptional talent. This woman appeared to possess a higher cultivation level than Wei Qilingqing. According to the novel, the female lead was at the late stage of cultivation during her admission, soon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Thus, this woman likely had achieved the pinnacle of the late cultivation stage, indeed a notch above. However, fighting beyond 1S level is characteristic of the protagonist. Under Wei Qilingqing's fierce assault, the woman gradually lost her advantage. She was visibly struggling, her stamina waning, yet it puzzled Baili Furen why she had not resorted to spell casting. Was it that cultivators of the refining stage were not well-versed in spells? Wang Duodun seemed to possess some strength. At the very least, he could cast spells. In reality, spell casting requires access to cultivation manuals, which ordinary folks seldom encounter. Typically, those who can wield spells during the refining stage hail from families of substantial means, while most commoners remain limited to physical combat and martial arts during this phase. Hence, many aspire to join sects, where they not only gain access to cultivation resources, but also learn advanced spells. Baili Furen, however, was oblivious to this. Her upbringing led her to view the inability to cast spells as peculiar. Observing the woman clearly at a disadvantage against Wei Qilingqing, Baili Furen departed. The outcome was evident. The female lead's attacks were swift and her stamina formidable. Engaging in a protracted battle would be unwise. Confronting her would be exceedingly challenging, leaving Baili Furen with a headache. As she approached Qing Qijing's side, she found herself amidst a throng of spectators, who erupted in gasps of astonishment. Upon squeezing through, she was instantly struck by a wave of alarm. Although Qing Qijing remained disheveled, he had shed his previous days, executing each move with lethal precision, every strike aimed at his opponent's life. His demeanor was chillingly indifferent, exuding a palpable disregard for life itself. The opponent was clearly injured, bleeding profusely, with one arm visibly broken. Who is this fiend, striking with such malice? He must be insane. He doesn't even dodge his opponent's blows, appearing impervious to pain, aiming directly for lethal points. His adversary was also quite resilient. Had he not freed himself from that arm, he might have been torn apart by this madman. Yet, with his bones shattered, how could he possibly continue fighting? Isn't there a rule against inflicting fatal harm in these matches? The referee by the arena remained silent. It seemed this wasn't deemed a violation. Listening to the spectators' conversations, Baili Furen felt her complexion pale. This male lead is terrifying, caught up in his tragic past. She had momentarily forgotten that he was, in fact, a complete maniac. In the realm of ruthless violence, he shows no mercy. This man has lived a life perpetually hunted, a madman who has taken countless lives, leaving none of his pursuers alive. The only hope for Baili Furen is to avoid crossing paths with him before the finals, for she knows she cannot match his strength. In the narrative, he is the top contender in the recruitment trials, overshadowing even the main heroine, Wei Qilingqing, as for the original Baili Furen. The reason she has not been slain by him is simply that Qing Qijing has not sensed her murderous intent. Moreover, Baili Furen mistakenly believes she can irritate Qing Qijing with her pretentious behavior, unaware that he cannot comprehend such complexities. Can one expect a simple-minded individual, focused solely on sustenance, to grasp such intricate matters? Analyzing Qing Qijing from her perspective, it boils down to 2 points. First, food. Second, if you wish to kill me, then I shall kill you first. When the one-armed man saw Qing Qijing preparing to attack again, he quickly raised his functional arm and cried out in surrender. He had come to compete in the Ling Tian sect trials, never anticipating he would encounter such a madman. He was not suicidal. He wished to concede. The referee immediately intervened, halting Qing Qijing's impending assault and announcing the results of the match. Lu Guang faced off against Qing Qijing, and Qing Qijing emerged victorious. Indeed, after the competition, Qing Qijing reverted to his previous lifeless demeanor, as if the fierce combatant moments before was not he. This stark contrast left Baili Furen bewildered, were it not for her omniscient perspective of him. She might have thought him an actor of great renown. Then she overheard someone remarking that Qing Qijing was a master of feigned innocence, perhaps even donning a beggar's attire intentionally to disguise his true prowess. She smirked. "Dear brother, you are overthinking it. He is genuinely a beggar." Chapter 17. The first use of spiritual power as the second round of the competition commenced. Baili Furen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the announced list. Grateful not to face the male and female protagonists. This time, her opponent was a female cultivator at the initial stage, posing no significant challenge, and she secured victory without difficulty. As expected, both protagonists also won their matches. And Qing Zhu, during Baili Furen's visit to her arena, effortlessly knocked out her opponent with a single kick. With the onset of the third round, everyone gathered to draw lots. To her surprise, Baili Furen discovered her opponent's name was conspicuously absent. Indeed, she was the fortunate one to have a bye. After congratulating Baili Furen, Qing Zhu proceeded to her designated arena. Following the conclusion of the matches, the last three victors were Qing Qijing, Wei Qi Lung Qing, Qing Zhu, and the fortunate Baili Furen. As the fourth round of drawing lots commenced, uncertainty loomed over her. The likelihood of drawing the male or female protagonists as her opponent was high, and she fervently hoped to avoid Qing Qijing, the destined champion. Defeating him would be exceedingly difficult, as this was a contest of the chosen ones, and she could not be certain of her ability to surpass him. Though she too was a chosen one, she lacked the protagonist's aura. Should she draw him, her prospects appeared bleak. Drawing Wei Qi Lung Qing would still be a formidable challenge, albeit one she felt slightly more confident facing. When the matchups were announced, it was Qing Qijing versus Wei Qi Lung Qing, and Baili Furen versus Qing Zhu. What a fantastical twist. The protagonists faced off against each other. Goodness, she had anticipated facing one of the two, yet she never imagined she would confront Qing Zhu. As the match began, Qing Zhu shockingly chose to forfeit immediately. What was she doing? Coming forth only to concede. Discontent murmured among the spectators, speculating that Qing Zhu was merely surrendering because her opponent was a young lady of noble lineage. After all, she was the servant of a lady of such remarkable talent. What could be said of her mistress? It seemed she was the young mistress of the Baili family. The Baili family? Is it the one I think it is? Are there any other Baili families? No wonder, even the servants possess such extraordinary gifts. But so what? Even if she is the young mistress of the Baili family, I still look down upon her. Victory through unsporting means is unacceptable. We, as cultivators, only acknowledge the strong. What the audience speculated about them remained unknown, for Baili Furen interrupted Qing Zhu's concession. Qing Zhu was perplexed. She had entered the Ling Tian sect solely because of Baili Furen, and the rankings held no significance for her. Even if she achieved a commendable position, it mattered not, for her mistress was her true priority. She had no desire for the cultivation resources provided by the Ling Tian sect, as those meager resources would scarcely last her a week, and were distributed monthly. Qing Zhu firmly asserted that the Ling Tian sect could not afford to sustain her, let alone her own young mistress. Her purpose in entering the Ling Tian sect was merely to undergo training, as the family heads of the past had traveled and honed their skills abroad, and it was simply her mistress's choice to join the Ling Tian sect. Ultimately, her mistress would return to inherit the position of head of the Baili family and would not remain in the Ling Tian sect for long. Qing Zhu was well aware of her mistress's thoughts, yet she longed for a thrilling battle, eager to witness Qing Zhu's true strength. Enough talk. For this match, I demand you give it your all. Though Qing Zhu did not comprehend her young mistress's intentions, she was entirely committed to fulfilling her command. If her mistress demanded her utmost effort, she would comply without hesitation. Forgive me, young mistress. With that, Qing Zhu swiftly launched her attack. How swift, truly deserving of her title as a wind element cultivator. Yet Baili Furen was equally quick, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their blows striking with precision and ferocity, igniting sparks in their wake. Such speed! What overwhelming force! Are these truly cultivators at the initial stage? Their physical prowess is astounding. This is a genuine brawl. Surely, they must be spirit cultivators? Yes, they are. I observe that the young woman in blue utilized spells, possessing a wind spirit root. Remarkably, had I not seen her employ magic, I might have mistaken her for a physical cultivator. Meanwhile, Qing Zhu's offensive intensified, causing Baili Furen's arms to ache from the relentless onslaught. Having undergone body refinement for 6 or 7 days, her physique was indeed formidable, yet Qing Zhu's strength was honed through rigorous training. She truly deserved a reputation for defeating the younger generation of her clan. Personally selected by the clan leader, though she was a spirit cultivator, her dedication to physical conditioning was commendable. Excellent. On the other side, Qing Qi Jing and Wei Qi Lung Qing were engaged in a relentless confrontation, exchanging no idle words as they climbed onto the arena ready to fight. Both were formidable adversaries. Wei Qi Lung Qing would not underestimate Qing Qi Jing simply because he appeared as a ragged beggar. Nor would Qing Qi Jing show mercy due to her being a woman, resulting in a clash of titanic proportions. By heavens, this little beggar is truly ruthless. That punch aimed squarely at the fair maiden's face. She bore the brunt of it. Yet, the maiden proved equally fierce, trading blows and sustaining injuries in a fierce contest, neither yielding an inch. Their battle was a spectacle of agony for the onlookers, who could easily mistake them for bitter enemies. In the water mirror, the elders observing the match remained silent for an extended period. Clearing his throat, the second elder, Qi Feng, broke the silence. How can these young ones be so merciless? What shall become of them once they become fellow disciples? He voiced the collective concern of the assembly. Let us observe for now. Once they enter the sect, we shall impose stricter guidance, the sect leader, Fu Tian, suggested. The elders nodded in agreement, recognizing that if these young individuals continued down this path without oversight, they could very well become a source of trouble. Baili Furen and Qing Zhu had engaged in a fierce struggle for some time, but it was evident that Qing Zhu's stamina was waning. Though her physique was resilient, it could not match the fortitude of Baili Furen's enhanced body. As she hesitated to employ her spells, Baili Furen made the decision for her. I commanded you to give it your all. What are you hesitating for? Qing Zhu's eyes narrowed. Forgive me, young mistress. And no sooner had the words left her lips than a tempest of wind blades surged forth, their speed so swift that the hand seals were barely discernible. Qing Zhu deftly dodged, summoning a blade of wind spirit energy that materialized behind Baili Furen. It was the unique level 3 attack spell of wind spirit root cultivators, whirlwind blades. The sheer number of wind blades was terrifying. How can one evade this? She was about to become a target. Observers gasped as they saw Qing Zhu position herself behind Baili Furen. The wind spirit root naturally bestowed incredible speed. It was said that upon reaching the Yuanying stage, one could traverse 1,000 miles in a single step, with blades in front and an ambush for behind. The young girl seemed destined for defeat, but she hasn't even utilized her spiritual power. How can she lose? Someone protested. Even if she were to employ her powers, she would not escape in time. Just as the onlookers believed the outcome was sealed, an unexpected twist occurred. Baili Furen summoned her spiritual energy, her form fracturing into countless motes of starlight, vanishing from sight. This was her first use of spiritual energy. Utilizing the innate ability of her ethereal root, Void, the wind blades sliced through the starlight, hurtling towards the unsuspecting Qing's. In a moment of desperation, she conjured wind to defend herself, only to be flung back by her own attack. Spitting blood. Chapter 18. Both sides wounded, yet, disregarding her injuries, she immediately knelt and bowed her head. I nearly harmed my young mistress. Qing Zhu deserves death. Please punish me, young mistress. The earlier surge of adrenaline had led her to employ techniques meant for hunting enemies, and by the time she realized her error, it was nearly too late. Thankfully, her young mistress had evaded the attack, but should she have injured her, she would be branded a sinner in the Baili family, regardless of her mistress's well-being. Meanwhile, the head of the 4 chief servants, Bai Quan, had already appeared behind Qing Zhu, a sharp sword poised at her throat. Qing Zhu, Do you understand your crime? The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment as they beheld Bai Quan, poised with a sword, seemingly intent on slaying Qing Zhu. What was transpiring? Who was that man wielding the sword? A luminous aura gathered before Qing Zhu, and the figure of Baili Furen materialized. Bai Quan, stand down. Baili Furen commanded. Bai Quan did not move. The young lady nearly harmed you. She deserves to die. Qing Zhu is under my protection. If anyone is to kill her, it shall be I, not you. Baili Furen fixed his gaze upon Bai Quan. Bai Quan, I order you to retreat. Bai Quan retracted the sword from Qing Zhu's neck. This matter will be reported to the clan head. After bowing to Baili Furen, he descended from the stage. Baili Furen helped Qing Zhu to her feet. This is not your fault. I will explain everything to my father. The referee swallowed hard, recalling the intense aura of the man with the sword, feeling his legs weaken. Casting a glance at Baili Furen, he announced the outcome of the match. Baili Furen versus Qing Zhu. Baili Furen wins. Meanwhile, the crowd engaged in fervent discussions about Baili Furen's sudden disappearance, speculating about her spiritual roots. They had never witnessed such an ability, one that allowed a living being to vanish and reappear right before their eyes. It did not resemble the powers of talismans or elixirs, as they had been watching intently, and Baili Furen had simply vanished into thin air, without the use of talismans or elixirs. Could it be that she possessed some profound treasure? Unbeknownst to them, the elders of Lingtian sect were well aware of the situation. Baili clan possessed a unique ethereal root, though they only knew it by name. The sect leader must have encountered the head of Baili clan. Surely he knows what ability that young girl just employed. We are only aware of the ethereal root. Its capabilities remain a mystery, Shui Yuhan remarked. The sect leader, Fu Tian, remained silent for a moment. In my youth, while training outside, I had a brief encounter with that individual. He is terrifyingly powerful. If I am not mistaken, this is the inherent attribute of the ethereal root, nothingness. Beyond that, I cannot ascertain. After all, I have never fought against him. Those who have were all slain. The elders, upon hearing this, ceased their inquiries. Many had attempted to delve into the mysteries of the Baili clan's ethereal root, but all had met with death. Those arrogant cultivators who sought to force the Baili clan to reveal the secrets of their ethereal root did not anticipate that the clan was protected by two formidable beings at the god transformation stage. With powerful members scattered throughout, a grand battle ensued, leading to the demise of numerous illustrious families, with many strong cultivators, including those at the god transformation stage, falling in the process. That battle thrust the Baili clan into the public eye, no longer shrouded in secrecy, and dealt a crushing blow to those who coveted the secrets of the ethereal root. The current head of the Baili clan gained renown from that battle, becoming the youngest god transformation cultivator in the Shunmeng continent. With 3 god transformation elders safeguarding the clan, no one dared to offend them. 600 years have passed, and while the younger generation remains unaware, the elders are acutely aware of the clan's history. They ponder whether the arrival of this young lady from the Baili clan will prove beneficial or detrimental to Lingtian sect. The elders sighed, realizing they had no choice but to accept her, as she had legitimately passed through rigorous evaluations. What grounds could they have to deny her? The sect leader glanced at Baili Furen through the water mirror. Aside from her somewhat spoiled demeanor, she was not entirely unpleasant. Ultimately, she would return to her clan, and her presence in Lingtian sect might merely be a fleeting whim. He then observed the fierce clash between Qing Qijing and Wei Qi Longqing. His concern lay with these two young individuals. He wondered what hardships they had endured at such tender ages, leading to such intense hostility. The sect leader feared these children might stray down a dangerous path, necessitating vigilant oversight. The elders exchanged glances at Qing Qijing and Wei Qi Longqing, nodding in agreement. As their duel neared its conclusion, it came as no surprise to Baili Furen when Qing Qijing emerged victorious. Wei Qi Longqing was sent flying off the stage by a powerful kick, a testament to the ferocity of the blow, heedless of the potential for serious injury. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, causing Baili Furen to wince in sympathy. Following this, Wei Qi Longqing began to cough up blood, indicating severe injuries. The elder Pang Tian approached with a grim expression to assess Wei Qi Longqing's condition. His internal organs were damaged, 6 ribs were fractured, and both his arm and leg bones were shattered. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Such brutality could cost a life. Yet, in truth, Qing Shijing was also gravely injured. Though he had grown accustomed to pain, rendering him somewhat numb to it, he stood there, seemingly unfazed, casting a glance toward the audience, giving the impression that he was entirely unharmed, while the crowd condemned him. Baili Furen noticed his trembling right leg and the unnatural droop of his arm. Many believed they had become hard of hearing. Imagining things. Was a mere food box sufficient to prompt a concession? The crowd stared at Qing Shijian, their eyes wide with disbelief. What had become of the fierce spirit she had displayed against Wei Qi Longqing just moments ago? Where was the murderous intent that had flashed in her eyes despite her injuries? Could she truly be swayed by a mere food box? One might wonder if Baili Furen had anticipated such simplicity in the matter. Would Wei Qi Longqing be enraged to the point of spitting blood if he realized a single box of food could lead to his defeat? In light of her graciousness, she retrieved a 3rd-level healing pill from her spatial ring. As its name suggests, it was intended for healing. The 1st-level pill could only mend minor wounds. The 2nd level could address significant injuries and internal damage, while a 3rd level could mend broken bones. That IT was precisely what Qing Shijin needed for her recovery. Given her perceptiveness, this pill was bestowed upon her as a reward. The onlookers were astonished by her generosity. A pill, such a treasure. 1st-level pills start at 2,000 spirit stones, let alone a 3rd-level pill that casually offer such a rare item to a beggar was truly a display of extravagance worthy of the Baili family's heiress. An elder sighed in admiration, and others concurred. Although they possessed pills themselves, they could not afford to give them away so liberally. Qing Shijian regarded the delicate hand extended towards her, cradling a pill that emitted a fragrant aroma. She glanced at her own grimy hands, realizing they might soil the small hand of the girl. After some contemplation, she concluded that her mouth was the only clean part of her body. While Baili Furen pondered why she did not accept the pill, Qing Shijin bent down and picked it up with her mouth. Her warm, soft lips brushed against the palm of her hand. She instinctively withdrew, startled. Goodness, her hand was now tainted. After all these years, she had never even held a boy's hand. Today, however, she had brushed against a boy's lips, and she was utterly flustered. Qing Shijian, still holding the pill in her mouth, looked up at her, puzzled. Did she recoil because she found him dirty? Silently swallowing the pill, he felt a twinge of grievance. His mouth was quite clean. After all, he accepted the food box she offered, his wounds already healing. Meanwhile, Baili Furen turned to rouse the dazed referee. Hurry and announce the results of the match. Do not waste my time. The referee snapped back to reality, glancing at the silent elder Pang Tian, and loudly declared the results. Qing Shijian versus Baili Furen. Baili Furen wins. She descended the platform, and Qing Zhu approached to congratulate her. Congratulations, miss, for securing the top spot in the recruitment. Your talent is exceptional. Unmatched in the world. Bai Qian and her companions awkwardly echoed their congratulations, their lack of genuine warmth evident. Baili Furen understood. After all, they were more accustomed to taking lives than giving compliments. The recruitment assessment for Ling Tian sect officially concluded. Baili Furen claimed the 1st place, followed by Qing Shijian in 2nd, Wei Qi Longqing in 3rd, Qing Zhu in 4th, Lu Xiao in 5th, Zhang Ka in 6th, and Qi in 7th, Wu in 20th place. The 8 individuals who did not make the cut departed with regret, and it remains unknown how many would stay to serve as deacon disciples. Those ranked 11th to 20th were escorted away, while the top 10 followed Elder Pang Tian to the main hall of the sect. Bai Qian and her companions, not being disciples of Ling Tian sect, could only wait outside the gates. Upon arriving at the main hall, they found 7 elders seated in chairs, with the sect leader occupying the central position. Elder Pang Tian bowed respectfully to the leader and the elders, announcing the top 10 new disciples have been brought forth. He performed a formal greeting, and the new disciples followed suit. That we pay our respects to the sect leader and esteemed elders. Among the bowing disciples, Baili Furen stood straight, a striking figure against the others. The observing elders twitched at the corners of their mouths, finding themselves helpless against this spirited girl, choosing to overlook her presence. Chapter 20. Meeting the parents, everyone. Please rise. The sect leader's voice resonated, prompting the new disciples to straighten up. The leader was a formidable-looking middle-aged man. Elder Pang Tian should have explained the rules. The top 3 disciples have the privilege to choose which peak they wish to join. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Fu Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, and I'm also the master of the sword peak, specializing in swordsmanship. After his introduction, a robust middle-aged man stood up. I am Si Kong, the second elder of Ling Tian sect, master of the artifact peak, specializing in artifact forging. A refined man in a green robe then rose. I am Jiu Xianren, the third elder of Ling Tian sect, master of the pill peak, specializing in alchemy. A youthful-looking elder with white hair stood next. I am Du Linmin, the fourth elder of Ling Tian sect, master of the rune peak, specializing in talisman formations. A middle-aged man with a mix of black and white hair rose next. I am the fifth elder of Ling Tian sect, master of the beast peak, specializing in beast taming. A tall, muscular man then stood. I am the sixth elder, Quang Lang, master of the body peak, specializing in body cultivation. Finally, the only female elder stood, a graceful beauty. I am Shui Yuehan, the seventh elder of Ling Tian sect, master of the snow peak, specializing in water and ice elemental powers. Our snow peak only accepts female disciples. With the introductions complete, it was time for the top 3 disciples to make their choices. Unsurprisingly, Qing Qijian chose to join the sword peak under the tutelage of sect leader Fu Tian. Wei Qi Lingqing opted for the snow peak, becoming a disciple of Shui Yuehan. Meanwhile, Baili Furen selected the pill peak, choosing to study under Jiu Xianren. The remaining 7 disciples were each taken by one of the 7 elders, with Qing Zhu being chosen by sect leader Fu Tian. It was indeed a pity for a wind spirit root to not pursue the path of sword cultivation, after paying their respect to their masters and offering tea. The 10 disciples were informed they could return home for 3 days to bid farewell to their families. Following this, they would enter a year of training within the sect, during which they would not be permitted to leave. Upon exiting Ling Tian's sect, Baili Furen reunited with Qing Zhu and Bai Qian's group, and they took the sky-shattering wild bird back to the Baili family estate, in the main courtyard. Baili Furen met her parents for the first time in this new world after several days. Her father, Baili Chuyuan, was the current head of the Baili family, a mid-stage transformation realm expert. Her mother, Xia Mushi, was a descendant of divine beings with elven blood, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Baili Chuyuan was handsome, tall, and dignified, exuding an imposing aura. Though he was several hundred years old, he appeared to be in his 20s. Truly youthful by the standards of the cultivation world, Xia Mushi was breathtakingly beautiful, with an alluring figure and an aura that radiated brilliance. Baili Furen had perfectly inherited her mother-esque looks, particularly her striking gray-silver eyes. Xia Mushi's pointed elven ears made her look even less human. Within Baili Furen's fragmented consciousness, she was aware that her mother also possessed exquisite elven wings. When Baili Furen was young, her mother would often carry her high into the sky. She felt a rush of excitement. "Furen is back," Xia Mushi exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Baili Furen and gently patting her head. Baili Chuyuan also approached, asking, "Did you have fun, little Furen?" His long fingers pinched her soft cheeks, clearly indulgent towards his only daughter. Bai Qian stepped forward to relay everything, while Qing Zhu knelt beside them. "Please punish me, family head." Baili Chuyuan's expression was inscrutable as he continued to squeeze Baili Furen's delicate face. She reached out to grasp her father's hand. "Qing Zhu is my person." Baili Chuyuan chuckled. "So our little Furen is also capable of protecting others now." Xia Mushi, holding her soft daughter, added, "But Furen, you were hurt. Your father and I will be upset. The consequences could be quite severe." "I wasn't hurt. It was I who asked Qing Zhu to do it. He was merely following my orders, so you cannot blame him, Dado." Baili Chuyuan inquired with curiosity, "Why did our little Furen ask Qing Zhu to attack you?" "Because I want to grow stronger. There are many who wish to harm me, and it would be meaningless to engage them otherwise." Xia Mushi and Baili Chuyuan exchanged glances before turning to Baili Furen. "Furen, why do you wish to become strong? You're still young. There's no need to rush." but there are many who want to kill me. If I don't grow stronger quickly, I'll just be waiting to be eliminated. Because I don't want you and father to worry that if I become strong, I can protect myself. Even without anyone by my side, I can take care of myself. Baili Furen fell silent for a moment, realizing he could not guarantee that someone would always be there to protect little Fuchi. His experiences in the outside world taught him that overprotectiveness could be detrimental to her. Taking a deep breath, he understood it was time to let her grow. However, he could never tolerate any harm coming to Baili Fuchi from their kin. Qingzhu, go to the punishment hall and receive your penalty. You will have a month's worth of cultivation resources deducted, and if they're essay next time, you will pay with your life. Please, family head, show mercy. Miss Bai is pleading for Lin after Qingzhu bowed and rose. She made her way to the punishment hall. Baili Furen wished to plead for mercy, but upon witnessing the resolute expression of Baili Furen, he could only relent. This was already the best outcome. The family rules of the Baili clan dictated that any servant who harmed their master would be executed on the spot. With a sigh, he realized that in the future, he should refrain from enlisting family members for practice, as it could endanger them. Baili Furen affectionately ruffled her hair, reminding her to be cautious during her time at Ling Tian's sect, for otherwise their father would surely be angered. The thought was somewhat terrifying. If she were to sustain injuries, would he seek to annihilate Ling Tian's sect? She looked to her mother for help, only to hear Su Mushi echoing Baili Furen's sentiment that if she were hurt, Mother would also be quite upset. Very well, it seemed they were indeed a couple. Baili Furen could only solemnly promise not to get injured. However, on the path of cultivation, who could guarantee they would remain unscathed? Accidents were bound to occur. But it was best to promise first. Whether she would be hurt was a matter for later. After spending a day with her loving parents, she received a plethora of protective talismans and cultivation resources within her spatial ring. Baili Furen was tossed back to her small courtyard by her father, indicating that she had intruded upon their private time. With a sigh, she went to check on Qingzhu. Upon entering Qingzhu's room, she found her pale and lying on the bed, her clothes stained crimson with blood. It was evident that she had just endured punishment and had not yet had time to tend to her wounds. Seeing Baili Furen enter, Qingzhu attempted to rise and salute, but was stopped. Stay down, Baili Furen commanded, administering a healing pill to her, and only when her injuries began to mend did her complexion return to a healthier hue. Thank you, miss, Qingzhu said, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Baili Furen gently stroked her colorless cheeks, acknowledging that this incident was a lapse in her consideration and expressing her regret. Chapter 21. Officially entering Ling Tian's sect for cultivation, Qingzhu's eyes immediately reddened. Shaking her head vigorously, I am not wronged. Not in the slightest. Be a maidservant to the young lady is Qingzhu's greatest honor. After leaving some cultivation resources and nourishing herbs for Qingzhu, she departed. Focus on your cultivation. With that, she turned and left Qingzhu's room, needing to return and seize her own time for training. When one is filled with positivity, time seems to fly by, and before she knew it, 3 days had passed. After bidding farewell to her parents, she was inundated with life-saving treasures from her rather taciturn father and a multitude of invaluable items from her beautiful mother. Pills, talismans, techniques, weapons, herbs, and an uncountable number of spirit stones filled her possession. The crystalline card, akin to a modern bank card, held a staggering amount of spirit stones, so many that the string of zeros was incomprehensible. In this world, spirit stones were akin to currency. Baili Furen felt as though she had never encountered such wealth before. With a sense of inflated pride, she reluctantly bid her enchanting mother farewell, receiving several affectionate kisses from her parents. With her face flushed from their affection, she set off towards Ling Tian's sect. Laden with riches and accompanied by Qingzhu and others, to the entrance of Ling Tian's sect, she exchanged farewells with Bai Quan and his 3 companions, who were each equipped with communication tokens. As soon as Baili Furen exited Ling Tian's sect, they would appear to protect her. Upon entering Ling Tian's sect, she and Qingzhu were taken away by their respective masters. She was guided by the head of Danfeng, Jiu Xianren, soaring towards the peak. Upon arrival, she was greeted by a vibrant spring scenery. A magnificent residence stood atop the peak, bustling with disciples engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Jiu Xianren, they paused their activities. Bowing respectfully, Disciples greet the master. Jiu waved his hand, bidding them to rise. He introduced Baili Furen to his disciples. This is this year's newly accepted direct disciple, the youngest among you. She is your junior sister. While I am away, you must take good care of her. He then turned to Baili Furen, saying, These are your senior brothers and sisters. Feel free to ask them anything you do not understand. Baili Furen was not convinced. What about you, master? Have you accepted me as a disciple only to neglect me? Can I come to you with my questions? The disciples of Danfeng gazed at her in astonishment. This new junior sister was exceedingly bold to speak so disrespectfully to the master. Surely, she would be reprimanded for such insolence as she just joined. Yet, the reality was that Jiu was remarkably friendly towards Baili Furen. He chuckled warmly that, if you wish to ask your master, of course, you may doubt I am usually in my room refining pills. You can come to me with anything you do not understand. The disciples were taken aback. Where had their stern and exacting master gone? It was severe to disturb him during pill refinement. Yet here he was treating the new junior sister with such leniency. The world was indeed unpredictable. Liumu, take your junior sister to familiarize her with our Danfeng. Ensure all necessary matters and precautions are arranged properly. A handsome young man stepped forward. Junior sister, follow me. Baili Furen followed behind him and began to grasp the general situation of Danfeng. Most of the time, they either cultivated or refined pills, which seemed rather dull. Danfeng also boasted a vast medicinal herb field, where the spirit herbs needed for pill refinement could be harvested. Rare herbs and the cores of magical beasts could only be gathered outside. However, one could also post bounty tasks in the sect's task hall, offering rewards for assistance. After touring around, she was brought to a small courtyard. Junior sister, this is your residence. Liumu opened the door to the small courtyard and led her inside. The courtyard, though modest, was complete with everything essential, and there was even a fish pond in the back. She nodded, feeling quite satisfied with her living quarters, which exuded a sense of paradise, seeing her lack of discontent. Liumu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. His master had informed him in advance that the new junior sister from a powerful family was a bit willful and spoiled, and he was to take good care of her. Otherwise, if she threw a tantrum, even his master would be at a loss. This courtyard had been constructed overnight by his master, using the finest materials. The sect leader had even dispatched someone to arrange the room. A treatment unique within Ling Tian's sect. He grew increasingly curious about this new junior sister's background, for even the sect leader seemed to treat her with such care. This privilege was a luxury even the royal offspring of the empire did not receive. He retrieved the disciple's uniform from his spatial ring and handed it to Baili Furen. This is the disciple's uniform of Danfeng. Junior sister, please accept it. She took the uniform, which was merely ordinary silk, and reluctantly accepted it. Settle in for now. If you need anything, you may come find me in the main courtyard of Danfeng. I am the eldest disciple. Liumu. Baili Furen glanced at him. You are the eldest brother? Liumu smiled. Indeed. She waved her hand. Understood. You may leave now, if I need anything. I will seek you out, eldest brother. With that, she stepped into the courtyard, and the door closed with a resounding thud in front of Liumu. He rubbed his nose, finding it rather amusing. This junior sister, while a bit willful, was not so difficult to get along with. A finely crafted little doll, she was inherently charming. He turned and returned to report to his master. Upon entering her room, she marveled at the exquisite arrangements. Reflecting upon Jiu Shinran's care, it seemed he was concerned that the delicate young lady would find it difficult to adapt to life in Danfeng. For the courtyard looked brand new. Taking out her communication token, she sent her location to Qingzhou. Meanwhile, Qingzhou, having just completed her own procedures, received the location sent by her young lady in front of a crowd of impoverished sword cultivators. She summoned her flying artifact and soared away. The disciples of Jianfeng were taken aback. Their new junior sister seemed quite affluent. The flying artifact appeared to be at least a spirit-level treasure. The classification of magical artifacts is as follows. Common artifact, profound artifact, spirit artifact, treasure artifact, sacred artifact, divine artifact. Each level is further divided into 10 stars. Common artifacts are ordinary tools. Profound artifacts possess some spiritual energy. Spirit artifacts, as the name suggests, operate with inherent spiritual energy, allowing their wielder to use less energy to command them. Treasure artifacts are those with special abilities in addition to their spiritual energy. Sacred artifacts possess self-awareness and can exhibit powerful, mysterious abilities. Divine artifacts are legendary weapons whose power can directly slay even those at the god transformation stage. Regrettably, such divine weapons are scarce in the world. The number of artifact refiners capable of crafting them on the Divine Dream Continent is virtually non-existent. In mere moments, Qingzhu arrived at Danfeng, only to be attacked as an intruder upon her arrival. "Which peak are you from? What business do you have at our Danfeng?" Liu Mu, at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, found it somewhat challenging to block her. She was not wearing the disciple's uniform. Could she be a new disciple who just entered the sect this year? Chapter 22. The new student classroom. Qingzhu raised her hands in a gesture of peace. That "I am a direct disciple of Jianfeng, here to seek my young lady. I kindly request you to let me pass." The young lady? Liu Mu pondered. The only young lady referred to in Danfeng today must be the newly arrived junior sister. "Who is your young lady?" Baili Furen, as expected. It was indeed the junior sister. But it would not do to allow just anyone through. If an enemy of the young lady appeared, it could lead to trouble. "Who are you to her?" "I am a maidservant, Qingzhu." Liu Mu was taken aback. A direct disciple of Jianfeng was actually the maidservant of the young lady? Only those with the most exceptional talents and innate abilities can be accepted as direct disciples by the various peaks. While they may not be considered absolute geniuses, they are undoubtedly among the finest of the younger generation. To think that she is merely a maidservant to the youngest sister. Liu Mu felt a twinge of disbelief, suspecting that Qingzhu was attempting to deceive him. "What evidence do you have to prove that you are this young lady's maid?" Qingzhu, somewhat perturbed by the inquiry, was about to take matters into her own hands when the communication talisman suddenly lit up. The voice of Baili Furen resonated from the talisman. "Qingzhu, where have you been? Why haven't you arrived yet? I am on the verge of starving." Liu Mu was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed Baili Furen's voice. Qingzhu picked up the talisman. "Miss, please hold on for a moment. I shall be there shortly." After placing the talisman down, she turned to Liu Mu. "I kindly ask you to clear the path, as my young lady is famished." Liu Mu, somewhat dazed, stepped aside, watching Qingzhu's retreating figure with a sense of bewilderment. Elder brother, could it be that this direct disciple of the Sword Peak is actually the maid of the young lady? The other astonished disciples of Dan Peak echoed their disbelief. What on earth is the true identity of this young lady? It is one thing for the master to treat her with such exceptional regard, and now a direct disciple of the Sword Peak serves as her maid. Do you think this maid was brought in to stay close to the young lady in order to gain entry into Ling Tian's sect? Liu Mu coughed, regaining his composure. Let us not inquire into matters beyond our understanding. Our duty is simply to care for the young lady. Meanwhile, Qingzhu hastened to Baili Furen's courtyard. "My lady, I apologize." Baili Furen, disregarding everything else, urged, "Hurry and prepare the meal. I am starving." In order to establish her foundation, she needed sustenance. As a late-stage cultivator, not eating would be tantamount to starvation. Of course, even after establishing her foundation, she would still require food. Life without it would feel empty. Qingzhu adeptly set up the cooking station, retrieving pots, bowls, and ingredients from her spatial ring, and began preparing a meal for her esteemed young lady. Understanding that her young lady was of high status and had particular tastes, as her maid, she had mastered a variety of culinary skills. Soon, an array of exquisite and sumptuous dishes was laid out on the table. Qingzhu presented the bowls and chopsticks. "Miss, please enjoy your meal." She took a seat at the table, and Baili Furen, without hesitation, pulled Qingzhu down to sit beside her. This was not the Baili family, and there were no strict protocols here. They could dine together. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Qingzhu was interrupted by Baili Furen, who stated, "Qingzhu, do not provoke my displeasure." Reluctantly, Qingzhu complied and took her seat, adhering to her young lady's wishes. "How is the Sword Peak faring?" Baili Furen inquired as they ate. "The Sword Peak is quite impoverished." "What sort of evaluation was that?" "In what way is it impoverished?" "Only bare walls and desolation. The spiritual energy is indeed abundant, but aside from swords, there is nothing else." the senior brothers and sisters of Sword Peak seemed to live in a state of frugality. Their garments faded and worn without replacements. Qing Zhu felt relieved that her young lady had not chosen to go to Sword Peak. It was not a suitable place for her. Her young lady deserved to reside at the most prestigious peak. And Dan Peak was quite commendable. Baili Furen pondered over the descriptions of Sword Peak she had read in novels and finally understood why Qing Zhu had expressed such sentiments. If one were to inquire which profession in the cultivation world was the wealthiest, the answer would undoubtedly be alchemists, as a single pill could fetch a fortune. Conversely, the most impoverished profession was that of sword cultivators, who often found themselves unable to produce even a single spirit stone. Why are sword cultivators so destitute? Because they invest all their savings into crafting swords. Sword cultivators are synonymous with their swords. Their blades are their very lifeblood. Though they may appear to be penniless, the swords they wield are priceless treasures. One might argue that sword cultivators are poor. However, should they sell their swords, they could instantly become wealthy. Conversely, should one claim that sword cultivators are affluent, it must be noted that they are often left with nothing but their sword. What a paradox, reflecting on the male protagonist, Qing Qi Jing, who had never enjoyed a proper meal. One can see that the sword cultivator's profession is to blame. Once impoverished, becoming a sword cultivator only deepens the poverty, as maintaining a sword is akin to feeding a bottomless pit. One might wonder why they do not simply purchase a legendary sword. The answer lies in the fact that a sword must be crafted to suit its wielder. Starting from a sword blank, the cultivator must nurture it with their own spiritual energy. Then, based on the characteristics of the sword cultivator, they must find materials and seek out a blacksmith to forge it. Throughout the forging process, the sword cultivator must continuously infuse spiritual energy to nourish their sword. Surely, hiring a blacksmith comes at a high cost, and the materials for crafting a sword are all of immense value. Would you wish to forge your beloved sword with inferior materials? The bond between a sword cultivator and their sword is profound. It is a growing artifact. This means that a sword cultivator's sword has the potential to evolve into a legendary artifact, but that remains merely a legend. The ancestor of the Ling Tian sect, who reached the stage of transformation, was a formidable sword cultivator, hailed as the world's foremost swordsman. Yet, even his sword barely reached the level of a legendary weapon. However, having read the novels, she knew that the male protagonist, Qing Qi Jing's sword, would one day evolve into a divine weapon, an ominous sword stained with the blood of countless foes. Too many lives have been claimed by that sword, birthed from the depths of slaughter. The sword of a sword cultivator is a reflection of their very being. That deathly sword symbolizes Qing Qi Jing's existence, steeped in darkness and bloodshed. What a tragic fate for a man. Lost in thought, she couldn't help but exclaim aloud, "Qing Zhu, what are you talking about? Who is so unfortunate? It's nothing. Let's eat. Afterward, we must attend the freshman lecture." Qing Zhu refrained from probing further, having grown accustomed to her young lady's recent tendency to utter words beyond her comprehension. After their meal, they followed Lu Mu to the lecture hall for new students. This is the lecture hall for new students. The 20 new disciples this year form a single class. Here, you will learn about theoretical knowledge, magical beasts, herbs, spells, and more. Lu Mu escorted them in before departing. Baili Furen used that Ling Tian sect was quite comprehensive in its approach, likely to prevent them from endangering their lives on tasks due to a lack of experience. Upon entering the hall, they found that the rest of their cohort had already assembled, and she settled into a corner with Qing Zhu. Before long, the instructor arrived, an elderly man named Pang Tian. Responsible for the enrollment assessments, he began with the obligatory introduction to the origin of Shunmeng continent, followed by a lengthy history lesson. Next, he introduced the prominent figures and their contributions to the sect. Concluding with an extensive list of sect rules, she only paid attention to the key points. One must not harm fellow disciples, and private duels within the sect were prohibited. She scoffed inwardly at the notion. Such noble sentiments were easily disregarded outside the sect, where life or death struggles were commonplace. Qing Qi Jing and Wei Qi Lung Qing were prime examples of this. Many sought to kill them for treasures. After the tedious lecture, the focus shifted to a detailed explanation of the types of magical beasts. She found herself exclaiming in astonishment. Every valuable aspect of the magical beasts had been meticulously categorized. The beasts had no reason to resent their fate. Thus, a month passed as she attended classes during the day and practiced her cultivation at night. Her cultivation broke through to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Now at level 3, she vividly remembered the day she consumed the foundation establishment pill as 3 bolts of heavenly thunder descended. The entire Dan Peak was left in shock. Their young lady had established her foundation at the tender age of 13. This was an unprecedented feat in Ling Tian's sect, making her the youngest foundation establishment cultivator in the sect's history. However, just days later, 2 more new disciples broke through to foundation establishment. Wei Qi Lung Qing from Snow Peak, also 13, and Qing Qi Jing from Sword Peak, who was 14. As the discussions among the disciples of Ling Tian's sect buzzed about the hidden talents among this year's new recruits, calamity clouds began to gather in the skies above the sect. Look, it's the calamity clouds. Someone is undergoing tribulation. The crowd looked up, and the direction of the clouds seemed to be Dan Peak. 3 bolts of heavenly thunder struck down, and Qing Zhu too had reached foundation establishment. She stood up, thanking her young lady for the foundation establishment pill. The onlookers from Dan Peak were somewhat numb. If their young lady was so extraordinary, it was hardly surprising that her maidservant was equally remarkable. The next day, news spread throughout Ling Tian's sect regarding the identity of the one undergoing tribulation. Qing Zhu, a direct disciple of Sword Peak, had achieved foundation establishment at the age of 14. This news undoubtedly became a topic of conversation among the disciples of Ling Tian's sect. After over a month of lectures, Baili Furen was finally liberated. No longer would she endure those tedious classes. Now, she was ready to embark on her journey of alchemy. Qing Zhu returned to Sword Peak to seek her destined sword blank. She went to visit her master, Jiu Xianren. Master, it is time for you to teach me the art of alchemy. She kicked open the door to Jiu Xianren's chamber, while Lu Mu beside her frowned in concern. Master is currently in the midst of alchemy. This young lady was far too audacious. Her kick was delivered with such confidence that he was utterly unprepared and hoped that he would not be implicated. Jiu Xianren's dark expression twisted momentarily upon seeing Baili Furen. Ahem, it is little Furen. She remained silent. Has the new student class concluded? Indeed. So, when shall I begin my alchemical studies? Jiu Xianren stroked his non-existent beard thoughtfully. Little Furen, one cannot rush the art of alchemy. First, one must understand the characteristics of the celestial herbs. I am quite knowledgeable. Jiu Xianren appeared skeptical. What, you doubt me? With a sigh, he clarified, it is not a matter of distrust. Rather, the properties of celestial herbs cannot be fully comprehended in a single day. You may verify my knowledge. I have no need to lie. Skill is skill, and lack of skill is lack of skill. There is no need to deceive you. Unfortunately, Jiu Xianren could only inquire about a few common characteristics of the celestial herbs. Yet, Baili Furen answered correctly, even offering some insights of his own. Unyielding to fate, he proceeded to ask about several special herbs and their properties, to which Baili Furen responded flawlessly as well. What transpired next was the most unforgettable nightmare of Lu Mu's life. Why was he here? Why must he confront the disparities of this world? It became evident that there truly exist individuals capable of achieving the impossible. Jiu Xianren, parched from questioning, gazed at Baili Furen as if he were some sort of monster. Very well, Master believes you now. Today, you shall follow me and learn the art of alchemy. She trailed behind Jiu Xianren. Absorbing the intricacies of his alchemical process and the hand seals he employed during the formation of pills. Whenever she encountered confusion, she would inquire, and Jiu Xianren patiently elucidated. Witnessing this scene brought tears to Lu Mu's eyes. Master had never been so gentle with them before. However, he did not wish to squander such a precious opportunity, retrieving a small notebook to diligently take notes, for the younger disciples of the Dan Peak relied entirely on him. Having gathered sufficient knowledge, he bid farewell to the irritable alchemist just as Jiu Xianren teetered on the brink of collapse. Exiting the alchemical chamber, Lu Mu gave a thumbs up to Baili Furen. Junior sister, you are truly courageous. Master can only express her frustration towards you. In all his years at Dan Peak, he had never witnessed Master display such patience. She still needed to return and study how to concoct pills. Casting a glance at Lu Mu, who idolized her, Baili Furen scoffed at his surprise. With that, she turned and departed. Lu Mu, left standing awkwardly, scratched his nose. His junior sister was admirable in every way, save for her overly proud demeanor. Nevertheless, that was to be expected. She was a young lady from a prestigious family. A touch of indulgence was only natural. He decided to first attend to the eager younger disciples. As the senior disciple of Dan Peak, he truly bore the weight of too much responsibility. Master harbored little fondness for her disciples, and the younger ones were waiting eagerly for guidance. Thus, the burden of teaching and resolving doubts fell squarely upon the shoulders of the eldest disciple. Lu Mu. Baili Furen returned to her small courtyard, retrieving a priceless alchemical furnace from her spatial ring. This was a stockpile she had gathered when she resolved to pursue the path of an alchemist. There were many more furnaces within her spatial ring. It was said that alchemy was a challenging endeavor, with furnace explosions being a common occurrence. Hence, she had amassed numerous furnaces, for she did not possess the confidence to ensure success with every attempt. In the courtyard, she embarked on her inaugural alchemical endeavor. The first batch of pills, naturally, would be the entry-level level 1 spirit replenishing pill. This particular pill was the simplest, designed to restore spiritual energy after its depletion, and was the most frequently utilized. The required materials were also quite straightforward, lacking the complexity of other pills. She gathered the ingredients necessary for the spirit replenishing pill, harnessing the fire spiritual energy from the air to ignite the flames within the alchemical furnace. With no one around, she felt emboldened to utilize the fire spiritual energy without reservation. After all, she was of ethereal root, and it was crucial that her ability to wield all forms of spiritual energy remain concealed. Should this secret be uncovered, it would spell disaster. Her taciturn father and ancestors would likely annihilate the Ling Tian sect to protect the secrets of the Baili clan. This was no idle boast. Those who coveted the secrets of the Baili clan's ethereal root had been systematically eliminated in the past to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Some secrets were better left undisclosed. Following the steps she had learned, she first placed the more difficult-to-refine materials into the furnace to extract their essence, subsequently adding the required celestial herbs one by one. That the unwanted impurities were incinerated, leaving only the essence visible within the furnace. Next came the most crucial phase, the pill formation process. This stage demanded the utmost caution and meticulousness, as it placed immense strain on the practitioner's spiritual consciousness. Should one become mentally exhausted during this phase, it could lead to a catastrophic furnace explosion. Employing the hand seal she had learned, she swiftly began to form the pill. Initially, she felt composed, but suddenly a sharp pain pierced her mind. Something was siphoning her spiritual energy, causing it to deplete at an alarming rate. As the pill formation process dragged on, the agony in her spiritual consciousness intensified, rendering her complexion visibly pale. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, a manifestation of either pain or exhaustion. Her hands trembled as she continued to execute the pill formation seals. Chapter 24. On the brink of death by alchemical explosion. Good grief, is alchemy truly a matter of life and death? No wonder there are so few alchemists that I cannot afford to let my spiritual energy be drained completely. Why hasn't the pill taken shape yet? What are you doing? The system, which had been silent for quite some time, suddenly chimed. It promptly severed her connection to the output of spiritual energy, preserving her nearly collapsing spiritual consciousness. You are on the verge of collapse. Do you not realize you are courting death? The system was quite irate, for had it not awakened in time, this foolish host would have met her demise. Holy moly! I almost bit the dust. Baili Furen collapsed onto the ground, her body rendered weak. Unable to recover her strength, the alchemical furnace trembled, and the system sensed something was amiss. Run. Get up. The furnace is about to explode. Upon seeing the furnace shaking violently, she disregarded her condition and scrambled to her feet. Racing outside, boom! A deafening roar erupted, causing the entire Dan Peak to tremble. Just as she made her escape, the furnace detonated shortly thereafter. Being flung considerable distance by the shockwave of the explosion, she crashed to the ground. Feeling the impact keenly, her once resilient physique, honed through daily training, now ached painfully. Rising to assess her condition, she gasped in horror. Several bones were broken. The explosion of that furnace was comparable to a torpedo blast. How ferocious! Thank goodness I fled in time. Had I been near the furnace, I would have been severely injured. She retrieved a healing pill and swallowed it, her heart racing with fear. Thank you, system. If it weren't for you, I would be no more. Could you be a bit smarter? You nearly killed yourself with alchemy. How can you expect to live to see the end? The system remained irked, aware of her culpability. She repeatedly apologized, vowing not to repeat her mistake. By the way, system, you haven't shown up in ages. I almost thought you were gone. During the time it had remained silent, she had attempted to summon the system, but had received no response. Preserving the original Baili Furen's consciousness while traversing countless worlds in search of a destined companion, coupled with bearing her soul through the barriers of reality, had left the system with dwindling energy. I have been in hibernation to replenish my energy, the system clarified, so it had been resting to regain energy. That explained the lack of response during this period. Oh, you have enough energy now? She inquired. Aside from hibernation, what else can replenish your energy? The presence of the system brought her comfort. Its absence left her feeling lost. During the system's disappearance, she found herself at a loss, mechanically practicing to grow stronger. Her brash demeanor was a fade. In truth, she was a person plagued by insecurity. The system had brought her into this world, whether it was an instinctive bond or a sense of safety. It provided her with reassurance. Thus, she pondered what could assist the system in replenishing its energy. After a moment of silence, the system responded, "Your arrogance points can be used to restore my energy. Are you willing to part with them?" Having traversed countless worlds and dealt with innumerable hosts, it was rare for someone to willingly offer their points. Arrogance points? She opened the points page, discovering that her points had skyrocketed from over 20,000 to more than 300,000 in her absence. The primary contributors were Qing Qijing and Wei Qi Lengqing, followed closely by the esteemed elders of the Ling Tian sect. The system recognized her silence and understood. She was likely reluctant to part with her points. However, after reviewing the points page, Baili Furen readily agreed. If arrogance points can be converted into system energy, then please use them. Points to be earned back. I can just bully a few people to regain them. She expressed her willingness to let them go, for she had no immediate use for them. The marketplace modules were beyond her reach, given their exorbitant point requirements. Yet, she lacked for nothing. After all, she was a wealthy individual. With countless spirit stones and cultivation resources at her disposal, what could she not acquire? She firmly believed there was nothing she could not obtain with spirit stones. If there was, it was merely a matter of insufficient quantity. She had now become a veritable heiress of wealth. The system was momentarily stunned. Are you certain you want me to use your points? Go ahead, use them. It had guided countless hosts, and this was the first time one willingly offered their points. A mixture of emotions swirled within it. Could it be that this alchemist, who had nearly perished due to her own folly, had touched its heart? The system vehemently denied it. It certainly would not be moved. At most, it would simply take extra care of this host. After all, she was rather foolish, and without the system, it genuinely feared she might fail in her tasks. IT proceeded to deduct a portion of her points according to its daily energy consumption, taking only a small amount. This foolish host would need her points for item exchanges in the future, and cultivation techniques were indispensable. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of Dan Peak, Jiu Xianren, engaged in alchemical work, was startled by the tremendous explosion. She leaped into action, inquiring of her disciples what had transpired. What was that explosion? A disciple stepped forward to respond. Pointing towards the direction of the explosion, he said, respectfully reporting to the master, "We disciples are also unaware of the circumstances, but the sound of the explosion emanated from that direction." Upon seeing the direction indicated by the disciple, Lu Mu's countenance changed dramatically. "Master, that direction leads to the dwelling of our junior sister." Jiu Xianren's expression also shifted in alarm, fearing that something had befallen this little ancestor of my Dan Peak. He hurriedly led the group of disciples to investigate the situation. Such a commotion could it be that someone had infiltrated the Dan Peak with the intent to harm Baili Furen. Meanwhile, Baili Furen stood sorrowfully, gazing at the ruins of what was once a cozy little courtyard, a place she had barely inhabited for long. With the explosion of the alchemy furnace, where would she reside now? It seemed there were no spare rooms available at the Dan Peak, and she was unwilling to sleep in a room previously occupied by others. Nor did she fancy sharing living quarters. Constructing a new courtyard would take several days, leading to the question of where she could stay tonight. When Zhu Xianren and his group arrived, they witnessed the scene before them, a desolate courtyard, with a small, disheveled figure standing there, lost in sorrow. Upon hearing the commotion, the small figure turned around. Once a delicate and exquisitely crafted young girl, she now stood in tattered clothing, her hair a tangled mess. Covered in dirt, with a face smudged and forlorn, her gaze was filled with a deep sense of grievance, evoking immense pity in those who beheld her. This sight tugged at the heartstrings of Zhu Xianren and his companions. Despite her spoiled and unreasonable temperament that often left them exasperated, her charming appearance rendered her utterly endearing. While she would threaten others with violence, those who saw her would instinctively choose to avoid confrontation. Yet, aside from her sharp tongue, she had not truly wronged them, and over time, they had grown rather fond of this girl. Despite her somewhat spoiled nature, they, as her seniors, were quite willing to indulge her. Chapter 25. Investigating the cause of the explosion, Zhu Xianren approached her to assess the situation, and upon confirming she was uninjured, he let out a sigh of relief. Baili Furen cast him a sidelong glance. Having consumed the healing pills, any injuries would surely be a figment of imagination. Little Furen, what transpired that led to your courtyard becoming like this? The epicenter of the explosion lay within the courtyard, where a deep pit marked the center, with traces of the blast extending outward, covering an area of over 600 meters. The alchemy furnace had exploded, obliterating the courtyard. She recounted the events with a nonchalant demeanor. But her seniors were taken aback. You mean to say this was caused by the alchemy furnace? She looked at their astonished faces, perplexed. Wasn't it quite normal for alchemy furnaces to explode? Why were they so surprised? Indeed, explosions during alchemy were hardly extraordinary. Yet, the sheer destructive force of this incident was unprecedented. Their own experiences with alchemy furnace explosions rarely exceeded a 20-meter radius. The power unleashed here was akin to the strike of a golden core cultivator. If their own explosions were this potent, their Dan Peak would have long since been reduced to rubble. This was Zhu Xianren's first encounter with such a scenario, and he immediately inquired about the elixir she had been attempting to concoct. A spirit recovery pill, Zhu Xianren frowned. This spirit recovery pill was a basic and easily crafted elixir. How could it possess such might? If the elixir was indeed sound, then it must be a flaw in the practitioner. Did you notice anything unusual while refining? Recalling the instance when her spiritual energy almost got depleted, she felt a shiver. She was equally curious as to why crafting a level 1 spirit recovery pill required so much spiritual energy. So she recounted the details of her recent alchemical endeavor to Zhu Xianren. He listened, perplexed. A level 1 elixir typically demanded little spiritual energy. In fact, the higher the elixir's rank, the greater the requirements for both the alchemist's cultivation and spiritual energy. Zhu Xianren regarded Baili Furen with uncertainty. Could it be that the elixir she was attempting to refine was not truly level 1? Higher-ranked elixirs contained greater inherent power, which could naturally lead to significant destructive capacity. If indeed little Furen was refining an elixir of too high a rank, then the standard methods of alchemical practice would not suffice for her to validate his suspicions. He produced an alchemy furnace along with the necessary materials for the spirit recovery pill, instructing Baili Furen to refine on the spot. She looked at him quizzically. What sort of bizarre maneuver was this? Her head still throbbed. With her spiritual energy nearly depleted, how could she refine elixirs in such a state? Sensing her thoughts, Zhu Xianren produced a vial and handed it to her. This is a level 3 awakening pill, containing 10 tablets. Consuming one will alleviate the pain in your spiritual sea. She accepted it, muttering about his unexpected generosity, and, despite herself, consumed one dead afterward. The pain in her head indeed subsided, and she felt her spiritual sea expand slightly, revitalizing her spirit. As she began to refine, the presence of so many onlookers hindered her ability to utilize her fire element energy, forcing her to ignite the furnace using ordinary flames. Having gained experience from her previous attempt, her second endeavor at crafting the spirit recovery pill proceeded with greater ease. Everything went smoothly until the final step of forming the elixir. When that insidious force returned, the spiritual energy she had just replenished began to drain rapidly once more, and just as it was about to be fully consumed, Jiu Xianren severed the connection. The formation of the elixir was interrupted, rendering the entire batch a failure. The furnace within erupted with chaotic energy, trembling as it threatened to explode. Jiu Xianren raised his hand, casting a barrier to shield everyone present. The explosion of the alchemy furnace was tremendous. Those within the barrier were unscathed, yet they witnessed the entire event unfold before their eyes. The disciples of the Dan Peak fell into a contemplative silence. This little junior sister ought not to be refining elixirs at the Dan Peak, but should rather be engaged in artifact crafting at the Chi Peak. The level of destructive force she exhibited was unparalleled, something they had never encountered before in alchemical practice. However, Jiu Xianren's eyes gleamed with understanding, for his hypothesis had been confirmed. The elixir Baili Furen was attempting to craft contained exceptionally pure medicinal essence. Devoid of impurities, the potency of the elixir she produced undoubtedly exceeded that of a level 1 elixir, which in turn necessitated a higher degree of spiritual energy, being young and lacking specialized training in spiritual energy cultivation. She struggled during the elixir formation process, resulting in a concentrated medicinal energy manifesting as volatile explosive force. It became evident that the standard alchemical training methods taught to the disciples of the Dan Peak were ill-suited for her. This girl needed to first master her spiritual energy. The conventional methods of elixir formation aimed at achieving the best possible quality would likely be unreliable in her case. Possessing the talent for crafting high-grade elixirs while lacking the requisite cultivation and spiritual energy to support her endeavors. It was clear that Baili Furen had an innate gift for alchemy. However, she first needed to learn how to control the grade of the elixirs and the output of her spiritual energy during the formation process. Jiu Xianren dismissed the gathered disciples and brought Baili Furen to his grand hall. He activated a communication talisman to relay the situation regarding his young disciple to the sect leader, Fu Tian. Upon hearing the report, sect leader Fu Tian instructed Jiu Xianren to bring Baili Furen to the main hall to meet him. Jiu Xianren led his young disciple through the air towards the sect leader's grand hall. Disregarding Baili Furen's struggles, "How dare you carry me around like this? Do I not have any dignity?" Upon reaching the main hall, she was taken by the two men to the 6-story pagoda where the sect's cultivation manuals were stored. The disciples bowed in respect to the sect leader and the third elder. The middle-aged man guarding the pagoda quickly paid his respects upon recognizing Fu Tian and Jiu Xianren. The two esteemed figures nodded and proceeded with Baili Furen into the pagoda, leaving the bewildered guard behind. What manner of individual was this young girl, to be escorted by both the sect leader and the third elder to select cultivation manuals from the pagoda? Could she possibly be a prodigious talent in cultivation? Yet, her face was unfamiliar. When had the Ling Tian sect produced such a figure? Inside the pagoda, they ascended directly to the top floor, a level reserved exclusively for elders. This floor housed cultivation manuals of rank 6 and above, each tome unique in its teachings. Observing the sect leader retrieve a book from a shelf lined with sealed volumes, he handed it to her. Upon receiving it, she glanced at the cover, which bore 3 prominent characters: Divine Spirit Technique. What is this? Oh, such a treasure! This manual for cultivating spiritual energy was exceedingly rare, albeit only the first volume. The system chimed in, "This is merely the first part. The complete version is yet to be obtained." "The complete version? There's a second part?" she inquired. Indeed, the absence of the second part renders it incomplete. Only reaching rank 6, that the full Divine Spirit Technique surpasses rank 10. Otherwise, why would it be called the Divine Spirit Technique? Mastering this technique, to a certain extent, grants one the power to obliterate worlds with a mere thought. Chapter 26. Staying at Janfeng for a few days, so powerful. The ability to annihilate everything with a single thought isn't merely a fantasy. However, this manual was only the first volume. Would practicing this incomplete version lead her astray? You need not worry. Simply focus on your cultivation. The Divine Spirit Technique's second volume can be exchanged in the system's marketplace. However, you should prepare yourself mentally. Manuals of this caliber belong to the Godly Wealth module, and the required points will only increase. the Godly Wealth module, with its staggering point threshold. Never mind, I'll cultivate first and deal with it later. This was a manual for cultivating spiritual energy, the 6th ranked divine spirit technique. The esteemed master Fu Tian elucidated. Moreover, Jiu Xianren continued, the essence you extracted from the immortal herbs during your alchemy is exceedingly pure, ensuring that the pills you concoct will not be of inferior quality. While this is indeed a positive aspect, it is imperative to note that higher-grade pills necessitate an increased expenditure of spiritual and mental energy. Your mental fortitude is currently insufficient, rendering you incapable of sustaining the transformation of these herbs into pills. If this persists, your endeavors in alchemy will invariably meet with failure. Thus, your foremost priority should be to enhance your mental prowess. Cultivating your mental energy will not only enable you to better manage its depletion, but also to exercise greater control over the grade of the pills you produce. This will prevent situations, such as today's, where you attempt to condense pills beyond your capacity, leading to mental exhaustion. Master Fu Tian added, this tome is the finest manual for cultivating mental energy within the Ling Tian sect. I am aware of your privileged lineage and the superior resources at your disposal. However, since you have chosen to join the ranks of the Ling Tian sect with your remarkable talent, the sect will provide you with all that you require. The Ling Tian sect is indeed commendable. It has not overlooked your training resources due to your affluent background. On the contrary, it has offered you the very best. Baili Furen accepted the cultivation manual with a deep bow, sincerely expressing her gratitude to the two esteemed individuals. That Fu Tian and Jiu Xianren exchanged surprised glances. Given the nature of this young lady, they had not anticipated such an expression of thanks. They had braced themselves for disdain, for while the Ling Tian sect is renowned as the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, its foundation pales in comparison to the Baili family. Nevertheless, this revelation brought a sense of relief to the two elders. It seemed the young lady's essence was fundamentally good, albeit slightly spoiled and willful. Ultimately, due to Baili Furen's courtyard being obliterated and the Dan Peak lacking available rooms, constructing a new courtyard would take some time. Fortuitously, Master Fu Tian had a vacant room atop the Sword Peak, unoccupied by anyone. Jiu Xianren promptly decided to have Baili Furen temporarily reside at the Sword Peak until her new courtyard was completed. The disciples of the Sword Peak were astonished to see the servant disciples lavishly adorning the once empty room, outfitting it with opulent decor that surpassed their wildest dreams, the floor strewn with soft carpets, each item exuding an aura of extravagance that left them dumbfounded. As a group of disciples debated who should occupy the room, Fu Tian descended from the heavens, accompanied by Baili Furen. Arriving at the disciples' quarters of the Sword Peak, the disciples bowed in reverence, hastily performing gestures of respect. Baili Furen surveyed them and glanced around the Sword Peak. Truly impoverished. Except for the rich spiritual energy, this place can only be described as destitute. They too regarded Baili Furen, who, with her stunning beauty, was a rare sight to behold. Her silver-gray eyes were particularly unique. Yet, those versed in cultivation understood that individuals with special bloodlines often exhibited distinctive hair and eye colors. There was nothing peculiar about it. After all, wasn't the new junior brother's eyes purple? They had speculated about his unique bloodline as well. Master Fu Tian announced Baili Furen's temporary stay at the Sword Peak, instructing his disciples to care for their little ancestor before departing to attend to the myriad of responsibilities that came with his position. The little ancestor's maid, Qingzhu, was also present at the Sword Peak, and he felt assured that she would take good care of her. Are you the top scorer from the entrance examination, Baili Furen? Someone inquired. She turned to face the speaker, declaring, indeed, that is I. I heard you were the young lady of the Baili family, another queried. Yes, so tread carefully around me, or you may find your heads in jeopardy. A wave of silence swept over the crowd. They had not expected her to be so audacious upon arriving at their peak, openly warning them about their heads. You won the competition with a box of food. How can you take pride in that? It is hardly a fair victory. Cultivators of the sword were often straightforward, recognizing only the strong. They dismissed Baili Furen's claim to first place, viewing it as beneath contempt. Baili Furen chuckled lightly. First, the rewards I provided were not limited to a single box of food. They also included a rare third-grade healing pill, priceless in value. Secondly, I am indeed the first, and should you harbor any grievances, feel free to address them with the master of the Ling Tian sect, your esteemed teacher. Lastly, I advise you to adjust your tone when speaking to me. Offending me may endanger your very life once you leave the Ling Tian sect. This was a blatant threat. The repercussions of crossing her would lead to being hunted down outside the sect. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? They criticized as always. The self-righteous figures emerged, oblivious to the true nature of the world. Pray, do not be so naive. Have you forgotten that the rules of the Ling Tian sect prohibit personal disputes among disciples? Living here for an extended period must have clouded your understanding of the world beyond the Shindream continent. Another silence ensued. The Shindream continent was indeed a world where the strong dominated, rife with violence and chaos. The Baili family wielded power over life and death, and what grievances could they possibly have? Wasn't their weakness the root of their plight? In this world, strength was the ultimate truth, while weakness was an original sin. Pointing at the one who had questioned her, she declared, with such a sense of justice, "Why do you not seek to avenge the innocent who have perished unjustly? Go forth, be a champion of the downtrodden, and protect the world. The task of upholding peace rests upon your shoulders, you self-proclaimed guardian of justice." Another suffocating silence enveloped them. They were all too aware of the world's brutality. System, was that display impressive? Was it not quite audacious? I must strive to earn points. The system requires points to exchange for energy, and I need them to redeem the next installment of my cultivation methods. The system noted the steadily increasing point value with satisfaction, observing the evident discontent among the disciples. "Miss," at that moment, a voice rang out, and a girl clad in a green dress rushed over. "Miss, what brings you to the Sword Peak?" It was indeed Qing Zhu. Today she had gone to the Sword Tomb with her fellow initiate, Qing Qi Jing, in search of a fated sword embryo. Upon returning to the disciples' quarters of the Sword Peak, she found her young lady surrounded by the senior disciples. Fearing for her safety, she hurried over, ensuring that her lady was unharmed before feeling a sense of relief. The alchemy explosion destroyed the courtyard, and the master instructed me to stay at the Sword Peak for a few days, she explained. Qing Qi Jing, having noticed her, was puzzled as to why the little one had come to the Sword Peak when she seemed to be a disciple of the Dan Peak. The courtyard was destroyed. Qing Zhu gasped in alarm. "My lady, were you hurt?" "No, I am perfectly fine," Baili Furen reassured her. Once she confirmed her lady's safety, Qing Zhu remarked, "But the living conditions here at the Sword Peak are quite poor. It is not suitable for you." "Poor?" the crowd echoed. "The master has already arranged for the room to be decorated. She will stay a few days, and when the new courtyard is completed, she will return to the Dan Peak." Qing Zhu surveyed the lavishly decorated room, reluctantly nodding. "Though it has been adorned, it is barely suitable for a few days. I apologize for the discomfort, my lady." The crowd was bewildered. "Barely suitable for a few days? Apologies? We have never been this enraged. They are so impoverished they can barely make ends meet, yet she feels aggrieved to stay in such a luxurious room. Speaking of which, this new wealthy junior sister is merely a maid? Even a maid can live so lavishly?" Meanwhile, Baili Furen had gazed past the crowd, spotting Qing Qi Jing standing at the edge. Although they had been in the same class during the entrance examination, she had never truly seen him. Not only had she not seen him, but she also had not encountered the female lead, Wei Qi Long Qing. Sometimes she pondered whether she should be the one receiving special treatment. The male lead had shed his previous beggar attire, now donning the disciple robes of the Sword Peak, his hair neatly tied back. The garments of the cultivation sect exuded an ethereal quality, predominantly white with the Sword Peak's robes featuring gradient purple trims, intricately embroidered at the collar, cuffs, waist, and hairband. His youthful face, still bearing traces of boyhood, hinted at the strikingly handsome figure he would grow into, especially with those violet eyes adding an air of enigma. Truly a captivating visage. No wonder he had attracted the attention of many. Yet, why did he still appear so lifeless, seemingly in a daze? After a moment of observation, she shifted her gaze back to Qing Zhu, mentioning her hunger and urging her to prepare a meal. Once inside her room, Baili Furen watched as Qingzhu skillfully set up a cooking station in the courtyard, expertly preparing delectable dishes, completely unfazed by the curious gazes of the Sword Peak's senior disciples. Didn't Baili Furen already establish her foundation? Shouldn't she be able to fast by now? Why is she still eating? The disciples were puzzled, but observing the new junior sister's adept cooking skills, they realized she must have done this frequently. Baili Furen truly knows how to command others. Even imperial princesses don't possess such flair. Indeed, the daughters of imperial families could bring servants to serve them, but those servants had to possess talent and aptitude, lest they be eliminated in the first round of assessments. People say that Qingzhu Shimi excels in every aspect. At the tender age of 14, she has already made a breakthrough in foundational cultivation. Is it not astonishing that such a prodigious talent is merely a maid? Many were left in disbelief. Yet, it seems that Baili Furen's maid is quite affluent, for Qingzhu Shimi's attire, her manner of living, and her cultivation resources are the most lavish I have ever witnessed. Of course, that was before I laid eyes on Baili Furen. Indeed, I had previously assumed that Qingzhu Shimi belonged to some illustrious family, as everything she casually produced was beyond the means of ordinary noble science. But who would have thought she was simply a maid? It is utterly absurd, leaving me tempted to become a servant of the Baili family myself. Someone grumbled, for he was desperately impoverished. However, another shattered his dreams. You may never realize that ambition in this lifetime, a knowledgeable person revealed. Why? Their curiosity piqued. What difficulty is there in serving the Baili family? The servants of the Baili family are all bound by ancestral oaths. Having sworn their fealty, serving the family for generations without betrayal. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. Such severity, for generations. Moreover, the Baili family's selection process for those who wish to join is exceedingly rigorous. The most crucial aspect is the oath of fealty, promising lifelong loyalty. Thus, you ought to abandon this notion. Such privileges are not afforded to just anyone. They have guarded the Baili family for generations, naturally deserving the finest and most abundant resources. Consequently, the crowd's envy towards Qingzhu's generous treatment diminished. It was her due. Meanwhile, the idle gossip had no impact on Qingzhu's performance, for her esteemed lady awaited her nourishment. She could not allow her lady to go hungry. In truth, she overheard their chatter. It was as if they were whispering in a manner that begged for her attention, as for their discussions regarding her lineage as a servant. She scoffed. They did not even possess the qualifications to serve the Baili family. Did they truly believe the Baili family would accept just anyone? Those who can enter the Baili family are no mere characters, let alone those who have received the master's approval. They have safeguarded the Baili family for generations, taking pride in their allegiance. Meanwhile, Qing Jing, unconcerned by the gossip, stood near Qingzhu's cooking area, salivating. Although he had achieved foundational cultivation and no longer required sustenance to maintain his bodily functions, he harbored a significant obsession with food. Qingzhu shot him a glare while cooking, as if to say, "What are you staring at? This is all for my lady. If you're hungry, go eat dirt." She held considerable disdain for this beggar who had been lingering near her lady since the recruitment examination. Though he appeared breathtakingly handsome after tidying himself up, it did not lessen her aversion to him. Every time he approached her lady, a sense of crisis washed over her. Typically, those who attempted to draw near her lady were beaten severely at her command. Yet this individual was inexplicably exempt from such treatment. She could only wonder what her lady thought of him. Currently, he exhibited no inappropriate behavior. Should he dare to offend her lady, well, he would be doomed. After preparing the delicacies, she retrieved chairs from her spatial ring and arranged them nearby. The dishes and utensils were meticulously laid out on the table as she went to invite Baili Furen out of her room. Upon emerging, Baili Furen was greeted by the sight of someone standing before the feast, gazing hungrily. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than the male lead, Qing Jing, with that glint in his eyes. Was he truly intending to compete with me for food? Qingzhu moved to shoo him away, but she was stopped. "It's fine. Let him look." After sitting down and taking a few bites, she noticed he was still staring. The atmosphere made her feel somewhat embarrassed to indulge alone. Yet, who was Baili Furen? A woman with a heart of stone, ruthless in nature, How could she possibly feel embarrassment? Instead, she relished the moment. Her appetite was modest, and after satisfying her hunger, a considerable amount remained. Given that he had not attempted to seize anything directly, she generously offered him the leftovers. Chapter 28. One should take shame in this upon hearing that the leftovers were being offered as a reward. The nearby sword-edged disciples gasped. Was this not an insult? They were disciples of the sect leader, each possessing exceptional talent, if not extraordinary, then at least genius. Were they so destitute as to require scraps? Moreover, they had all undergone fasting, so who were they insulting with leftovers? Upon realizing it was the newly admitted disciple, Qing Qi Jing, they felt reassured. This disciple was notoriously aloof, ignoring anyone who spoke to him. He was particularly reclusive, rumored to have been a fierce competitor during the recruitment examination, a truly formidable individual. Baili Furen had certainly bitten off more than she could chew. It would be a miracle if Qing Shidi even acknowledged her. As they awaited the spectacle, their typically silent new disciple surprisingly uttered a thank you, to the astonishment of his seniors. Did they hear correctly? Had he truly spoken? So he could talk after all. Wait, that wasn't the point. The real issue was that these were leftovers, and he accepted them so readily. How impulsive. They had forgotten that this was the same Qing Shidi who had conceded for a mere box of food. Baili Furen was momentarily taken aback. There was no need for thanks. Meanwhile, Qing Qi Jing had already taken up her used dishes and begun to eat. Upon seeing the little dumpling, he wished he could encounter her every day. Baili Furen felt a mix of hesitation. Those were her used dishes, marked with her saliva. Good heavens, was he not a bit too careless? She opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately decided against it, retreating to practice instead. After Baili Furen returned to her room, Qingzhu shot a glare at Qing Qi Jing, muttering to herself that it was as if he hadn't eaten in centuries, resembling a starving ghost reincarnate. She then left the courtyard, wooden sword in hand, to practice her swordsmanship. This was the training assigned by her master, to swing, thrust, and chop with the wooden sword daily until reaching the physical limit. There were no flamboyant techniques for sword cultivators. If one could defeat an enemy with a single strike, then that was the method employed, intended to help disciples grasp their own sword intent. Just before dawn, Baili Furen awoke from her training state. This divine technique truly was remarkable. After just one night of practice, she had reaped significant rewards. Her spiritual sea had expanded considerably. Previously, her senses were already quite acute without cultivating spiritual power. Now, after training her spiritual force, she could perceive movements within several thousand meters with unparalleled clarity. This was merely the beginning of her training. Might she not be able to see even further with prolonged practice? Would she not eventually reach a level where not only could her spiritual sense extend, but she could even produce puppets and project her consciousness? Puppets? Are you suggesting I could inhabit a puppet? Yes, after possessing it, your cultivation would be influenced by the puppet's grade. Would that not grant me an additional life? This life is not cheap. The method for creating puppets is found within the system's luxury module. The system coldly dismissed her thoughts. Very well, Baili Furen lamented. Despite her considerable wealth, she felt no joy. She encouraged herself, believing that one day she would be able to afford items from the luxury module. Rising, she began her daily physical training. Her current physique could withstand only the full force of a late foundational cultivator's attack. Against an energy transformation cultivator, even a mere blow would be enough to incapacitate her. Or she wouldn't have almost been killed by the alchemy furnace. As she exited her room, Qingzhu, who resided next door, sensed her presence and appeared at her door. Miss, are you going to train your physique? Qingzhu inquired. During this time, Baili Furen had been diligently working on her physical strength, leading others to believe she was a body cultivator. She nodded, and Qingzhu skillfully followed her out. When the sword-edged disciples rose to practice their swordsmanship, they witnessed a peculiar scene at the training grounds. Two young maidens struggled to run, as if they might collapse at any moment. Is this generation of new disciples slacking off? Can't even manage a simple run. Little did they know that these two were burdened with gravity rings weighing several tons, specially modified by the Baili family's blacksmiths at Baili Furen's request, A slender ring weighing 3 to 4 tons was attached to each of them, and they wore 4 or 5 of such rings. The previous gravity rings had become ineffective for them, and now they were using these modified versions. They wore them daily, and just now, while running, they had added 2 more rings, making their task rather strenuous. Tea first. Qingzhu believed her lady was merely playing around, so she joined in for fun. However, after training for a while, she distinctly felt her strength increasing, and the number of gravity rings she wore grew as well. From initially struggling with 1 or 2 rings to now wearing 5 or 6, she was running with remarkable speed that it was exhausting. And her lady forbade her from using spiritual power for support. She relied solely on her physical strength and endurance. Her body was continuously pushed to its limits, and after breaking through, the weight was increased, resulting in a faster absorption of spiritual energy during daily practice. Hey, you 2 foundation cultivators are struggling to run. Surely your cultivation isn't relying on pills, is it? This remark prompted laughter as their pale faces, rapid breaths, and trembling limbs were indeed comical. While they trained, they cast a glance at the boisterous group, and Qingzhu felt an urge to retaliate, but was stopped by her lady to a bunch of soft-legged shrimp. There's no need to pay them any mind. They chose to ignore them. Yet those who heard themselves compared to soft-legged shrimp were far from pleased. Baili Furen, you should take a look at your own state before speaking. How dare you call us soft-legged shrimp? She came to a halt, adjusting her breath as she gazed at the individual before her. What is your cultivation level? The person was momentarily taken aback before responding with notable pride. I am at the late stage of foundation establishment. How old are you? 35. A laugh escaped her lips, which only served to infuriate him further. What are you laughing at? At 35, I possess late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Do you have any idea how high my talent is? In Ling Tian's sect, there are scarcely 100 cultivators at my level by the age of 35. Cultivators naturally enjoy long lifespans, with foundation establishment granting 200 years. Thus, 35 is truly quite young in the realm of cultivation. Yet at 35, you have merely reached the late stage of foundation establishment that I fail to see any exceptional talent in you. You take pride in this rather than feeling ashamed. How peculiar. The disciples of the Sword Edge were left speechless. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Achieving such a level at 35 is already indicative of extraordinary talent. Should one feel ashamed of it? Do you not understand how challenging it is to break through realms? Some spend their entire lives unable to progress even 1 level. The Sword Edge disciple was flustered. At a loss for words, he had lived for many years, and this was the first time someone had deemed the late stage of foundation establishment at 35 as a disgrace. What? Are you unhappy? She commanded Qingzhu to unleash her spiritual power. The ensuing fluctuation revealed her to be at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, leaving them all in shock. How is this possible? Did she not just recently break through to foundation establishment? How could she advance to the mid-stage so quickly? Chapter 29. Practicing the whip. How is this feasible? She is merely 14 years old. Having broken through to foundation establishment is already a mark of prodigious talent. And now she has swiftly reached the mid-stage. When did breaking through levels become so effortless? Is it not supposed to become increasingly difficult as one ascends? To be at late-stage foundation establishment at 35? Without introspection, yet reveling in it. How tragic. Instead of mocking others, perhaps you should devote that time to your own cultivation. Can deriding others elevate your cultivation? Can it lead to enlightenment? Can it propel you to the golden core stage? No, you gain nothing. You merely indulge in the satisfaction of belittling others to feed your repugnant vanity. What right do you have to criticize us? Do you believe that trampling on me will yield you greater fulfillment? You must realize we are merely in our teens, while you're already 35. Your only advantage is that you are a decade older and have cultivated for several more years than us. But soon, your age will no longer be an advantage. Is being at late-stage foundation establishment at 35 not a disgrace? To call you soft-shelled shrimp would be an understatement. You are simply a fool who remains blissfully ignorant of your own foolishness. With that, she departed alongside Qingzhu, leaving the group in stunned silence at the training ground. They had lingered in their comfort zone for far too long, inevitably becoming complacent. A mere teenager had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. While they still reveled in their own paltry achievements, did they truly consider themselves geniuses, satisfied with their current levels? Surely they were not content, each harboring dreams of transcending to divinity through their cultivation. Yet having merely reached late-stage foundation establishment at their 30s, in the presence of true prodigies, it was indeed a source of shame. Yet they remained complacent. How could they take pride in this? Meanwhile, Zhu Xinren and Fu Tian, who were not overly concerned about Baili Fuji's antics, witnessed the entire exchange. Zhu Xinren chuckled lightly. This little Fuji is indeed spoiled. My senior brother is aware of that. During her stay at Sword Edge, please bear with her. I cannot bear it. Fu Tian waved dismissively. In fact, I must express my gratitude to this little Fuji. Oh, what do you mean? Zhu Xinren inquired. Puzzled, asked the head of a sect. I am often preoccupied with affairs and have neglected the discipline of these disciples. They have yet to face any life or death battles, leading to their increasing laxity in cultivation. This little Fuji's provocation has awakened them. It is a good thing. Zhu Xinren's eyes sparkled with insight. With the sect competition occurring once every 50 years approaching in 3 years, perhaps my senior brother should send the disciples out for practical experience. True strength is forged in the heat of battle. Excessive protection from the sect dulls their potential. Fu Tian pondered for a moment. It seemed the time had come to release this group of juniors to face real combat. To witness the true nature of Shunmeng Continent, where danger and opportunity coexist. The new disciples should commence their training outside the sect after a year of cultivation. Meanwhile, Baili Fuji remained oblivious that her actions had hastened the disciples' external training. She continued her daily routine of cultivation and body tempering, knowing she could not refine pills until she could fully control her spiritual power. However, this did not hinder her from learning the art of alchemy. She had already perused the alchemical cultivation guide within the system. Though it was labeled a cultivation guide, it was more akin to a compendium of pill formulas, containing many long-lost methods for crafting pills. The guide detailed the processes and precautions clearly. Originally, she intended to practice various offensive spells, but she opted for caution while at Sword Edge that it would be wiser to wait until her new courtyard was established at the Dam Peak for further practice. As her mastery over these spiritual arts was already quite proficient. Thanks to her unique spiritual root, she encountered no issues commanding the elemental spiritual energy around her. Whenever she wished, the surrounding elemental energy responded to her command. In addition to her cultivation, she spent her days practicing swordsmanship alongside Qing Zhu. While Qing Zhu honed her sword techniques, Baili Fuji practiced with her whip. Indeed, that whip was a product of the system, a growth-type spiritual weapon. The poisonous spike whip. Although it was only at the spiritual weapon level, it had the potential to upgrade, similar to how swords used by sword cultivators evolve, while a sword is nourished by spiritual energy and continuously forged. Baili Fuji was uncertain how this whip would upgrade. When she inquired with the system, it merely replied that she would learn how to upgrade in due time. Regardless, she decided to use it for now. The poisonous spike whip was a deep crimson, adorned with numerous retractable spikes. When needed, the spikes could extend. When not in use, they could retract as for the nature of the poison. She was unaware, but the system had warned her that no antidote below level 5 could counteract it. And it must be consumed within 3 minutes, or even taking the antidote would lead to demise. She felt fortunate that the whip did not harm its master once bound by blood. Otherwise, a careless moment could lead to her own untimely demise. The whip measured 3 meters in length, with a triangular blade at the end. When infused with spiritual power, it could elongate or shorten at will. Offering a unique tactile sensation, it appeared metallic, yet possessed remarkable flexibility. After retrieving a manual on whip techniques from her spatial ring, she sat down to study it, mentally rehearsing the techniques until they were nearly ingrained. Once she felt prepared, she picked up the whip and began a practice. The first move, Serpent's Embrace. The second move, Death's Bind. The third move, Extreme Tug. As she swung the whip, she initially struck herself but gradually became more adept. Infusing her spiritual energy into the poisonous spike whip, it seemed to come alive, shimmering with luster. Raising her hand, she directed the whip towards a nearby boulder, delivering a resounding crack as it shattered into fragments. The noise immediately drew the attention of onlookers. What kind of strength does it take to obliterate such a large rock? If that struck a person, it would surely cost them a half-life. And the whip is clearly no ordinary item. Qing Zhu paused her sword practice, surveying the scene. Miss, that strike nearly rivals an attack from a golden core cultivator. How formidable! If anyone dares offend you, let your whip teach them a lesson. I shall stab them with my sword. She glanced at the senior disciples of Sword Edge with disdain. Since you arrived, Miss, Sword Edge has only brought you displeasure. These people are truly insufferable. Baili Furen's eyelids twitched. Qing Zhu, your suggestion is indeed quite sound. Upon witnessing this scene, Qing Jing also understood that anyone who displeased the little one would face the whip's wrath. Well, being whipped isn't entirely unacceptable if there's food involved. Amidst her diligent cultivation, she would not forget to feed her esteemed lady. Noticing the time, Qing Zhu went to prepare a meal. During dining, Qing Jing remained as observant as ever, waiting for Baili Furen to finish her meal, which resulted in a bounty of leftovers. Indeed, wherever the little one is, there is food. How delightful! Chapter 30. Returning to the Dan Peak for alchemy. The day spent at Sword Edge flew by swiftly. After several encounters, those individuals no longer dared to seek her out for attention. Baili Furen was enjoying her time. One day, Ren visited Sword Edge to inform her that her courtyard at Dan Peak had been reconstructed, allowing her to return. Gazing at the now empty room, Qing Jing felt a twinge of disappointment. The little one was gone, and so was his source of food, despite his expression remaining stoic. The disciples of Sword Edge believed he had finally escaped Baili Furen's clutches. They had never encountered someone so dedicated, sacrificing her health for the sake of cultivation, nor had they witnessed such relentless perseverance. By all rights, she was the daughter of a major family, possessing beauty, wealth, and a powerful lineage, with exceptional talent and abundant resources for cultivation. Why would she exert herself so fiercely, aside from eating and sleeping? She had scarcely paused for a moment. If they were aware that Baili Furen spends her nights cultivating, one can only imagine their reactions. What is the most terrifying thing in the world? It is the realization that others excel in every aspect, possessing talent, aptitude, and insight, while also exerting greater effort than oneself. Right beneath your very nose, in plain sight, one can observe others diligently honing their skills. Some have established their foundations in cultivation at a mere age of adolescence, and continue to strive relentlessly. By their 30s, they may reach the late stages of foundation establishment or the early stages of the golden core, only to feel a sense of complacency and slackness. They endure a silent torment, as Baili Furen unwittingly imposes an invisible pressure upon them. There exists a deceptive illusion of the younger waves chasing the older, while the latter perishes upon the shore. Unbeknownst to her, Baili Furen, having returned to Dan Peak, proceeded to her new courtyard. The courtyard remained in its previous location, but had been rejuvenated into a splendid little abode. Before departing, Ren had cautioned her against concocting elixirs within the courtyard. Should an explosion occur, she would have to construct her own. She earnestly assured him that she would never concoct elixirs in the courtyard, for she could not afford to destroy her own residence. Ren inquired about her progress in cultivating her mental strength before he felt at ease to leave. Upon returning to her new courtyard, she found everything largely unchanged, with the small pond still intact. Within her own domain, she felt free of any reservations, as this courtyard belonged solely to her. Typically, the senior disciples of Dan Peak would not venture to this side without cause. She retrieved various manuals on spiritual energy attack techniques, eager to make the most of her time for cultivation. A month and more slipped by in the blink of an eye. Baili Furen emerged from her state of cultivation. Her mental scene now vast and expansive. Her spiritual awareness could detect any movements within a radius of several kilometers, and she could discern the elixirs being concocted by her fellow disciples in the Grand Alchemy Hall. She even witnessed someone experiencing an explosion, albeit the blast radius was merely a few meters, far less dramatic than her own. Finally, she understood why everyone had reacted with such astonishment when she claimed that the courtyard had been obliterated by an elixir furnace. Recalling her spiritual awareness, she rose to stretch her limbs. Now, she felt ready to concoct elixirs, for she refused to believe she could not control the quality of the elixirs. This time, success was assured. Exiting the courtyard, she swiftly sought a suitable place to concoct her elixirs, determined not to obliterate her own courtyard once more. It took no time at all for her to identify an ideal location for alchemy. The surroundings were flat, devoid of boulders or obstacles, and the concentration of spiritual energy was commendable. Nodding in affirmation, she deemed it perfect. Indeed, it was an excellent spot. With no obstructions, any explosions would dissipate more swiftly. The system concurred. Using a communication token, she sent a location to Qingzhou, requesting her to deliver today's meals there. She then took out her alchemy furnace and the necessary celestial herbs required for concocting the spirit-replenishing elixirs. Worry not, and proceed with your alchemy. If necessary, I shall sever the supply of your mental energy. Given your current physical strength, while you are unlikely to perish in an explosion, you should still move expeditiously. The system instructed. Nodding in agreement, she removed half of the gravity rings she wore before commencing her alchemical endeavor. Instantly, her body felt lighter, allowing her to move more swiftly. She began the process of creating the spirit-replenishing elixirs. Igniting the furnace with fire spiritual energy and skillfully adding the materials one by one throughout the entire process, no mishaps occurred. Once the impurities were thoroughly burned away, the essence of the various celestial herbs floated within the furnace. The crucial moment arrived, fusion and condensation into an elixir. The familiar pulling sensation emerged, her mental and spiritual energy ebbing yet remaining within her capacity to endure. Time trickled away, and the feeling of being drained set in. Control the flow of your mental energy. Discard any uncondensed essence. The system advised that I cannot maintain control. The pull is too intense. The system promptly severed the supply of mental energy. Rising to her feet, she dashed away. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Far away, Master Lu Mu, who was also concocting elixirs, felt his hand tremble as he added materials to the furnace, causing them to fall to the ground. What is that noise? Has the junior sister begun concocting elixirs again? With no time to ponder, he extinguished the furnace and rushed outside that a crowd had already gathered beyond the courtyard. Master brother, the explosion came from that direction. One person pointed out, could it be that the junior sister, after more than a month, has started concocting elixirs again? Their master had set out to search for rare materials for crafting high-grade elixirs. Leaving Dan Peak under Lu Mu's stewardship, who led a group of disciples towards the source of the explosion. Meanwhile, Baili Furen returned to the explosion site, gazing at the debris with a sigh. I was so close. I could already see the nascent form of the elixir. She felt a pang of regret. I'll try once more, controlling the flow of my mental and spiritual energy, discarding anything that cannot condense. She retrieved a new alchemy furnace, consumed a spirit-replenishing pill to restore her mental energy, and resumed her alchemical work. By the time Lu Mu and the others arrived, they beheld the chaotic scene and Baili Furen in the midst of her alchemical endeavor. Is she starting anew after an explosion? Lu Mu noticed Baili Furen and asked, concern etched on his face as he observed her disheveled hair, yet in scathed form, that I'm fine. Quite well, in fact. While they spoke, Baili Furen's expression suddenly shifted, and she sprang to her feet. Lu Mu's gaze darted to the furnace, which was shaking violently, and his countenance changed. Run! The crowd, seeing the commotion, paled and sprinted away, fully aware of the terrifying potential of the furnace's explosions. Another resounding blast shook the ground. Those who had not managed to escape the blast zone were thrown back by the force of the explosion, creating a scene of utter chaos. In the aftermath, those affected struggled to rise, groaning in pain. This junior sister's alchemical practices are utterly terrifying. After the explosion, Baili Furen returned once more, and a flicker of guilt washed over her as she beheld her disheveled senior brothers and sisters. Master brother, please take the senior disciples away. Otherwise, should anyone be harmed, I will not take responsibility. Lu Mu, looking somewhat disheveled himself, could only lead the others away, reminding Baili Furen to prioritize her safety before departing. Shortly after they left, another earth-shattering explosion erupted, signaling yet another failure. Wounded senior disciples couldn't help but express their exasperation. This junior sister's alchemical practice is simply too fearsome. At this rate, will Dan Peak be reduced to rubble? Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had never encountered someone so relentless in their alchemical pursuits. While this junior sister's methods are loud, we cannot strip her of her right to practice alchemy. Let her continue in that space. If she succeeds, that will be a blessing. If not, she will naturally cease in time. Lu Mu calmed the group, who understood that they could not dissuade the junior sister from her alchemical endeavors. Thus, they dispersed to tend to their own matters. Qingzhu noticed that her young mistress had become utterly engrossed in alchemical practices. Fixated on her work, delivering meals, she observed Baili Furen at her craft. The once pristine area, now marred by countless deep craters resulting from explosions, having witnessed the devastation wrought by the furnace. She understood how the courtyard had met its demise. Daily, explosions echoed from Dan Peak. To those unaware, it might sound as though formidable powers were clashing in fierce combat. Another explosion reverberated across the sky. Lu Mu expertly added materials to the alchemy furnace, rubbing his temples in resignation. This junior sister is truly relentless. It has been 5 days, and I have lost count of the number of furnaces destroyed. The incessant echoes of explosions filled his ears, and he could not discern whether the sounds were real or merely figments of his imagination. After so many days, one would expect a normal person to relent. Yet this junior sister persisted in her alchemical endeavors. Strangely enough, the situation was not wholly negative. Rather, it had fostered unexpected progress. The junior disciples, previously plagued by self-doubt from their own failed attempts, found renewed motivation through Baili Furen's unwavering commitment. Of course, this junior sister concocts elixirs daily, resulting in numerous explosions. With such dedication, how could we even consider giving up? Another explosion rang out. Lu Mu sighed, recognizing that such a trajectory could not continue. Observing the junior sister's determination, it seemed she would not relent until she succeeded. Perhaps it was time to inform their master of the situation and see if he deemed it necessary to intervene. Using the communication device left by their master, he succinctly conveyed Baili Furen's circumstances. Soon, a reply from Zhu Xianren arrived. Do not interfere. Let her be. Lu Mu. Was the master suggesting they leave her to her own devices? To allow her to continue her alchemical exploits unchecked? Very well. With the master's decree, they would permit her to continue her endeavors without restraint, though he wondered how long it would take before she would tire of it. Just as he contemplated a moment of peace, another explosion echoed. Lu Mu sighed in resignation. He truly wished to tell his junior sister that there was no need for her to be so persistently fixated. However, Baili Furen remained steadfast in her resolve, managing to come close to success each time. Her progress was commendable, from initially being unable to control her powers without the system intervening to sever her mental energy supply. She had now achieved the ability to do so independently. Currently, her mental energy was abundant, with no signs of depletion. Yet her control still required refinement, as she struggled to maintain balance and needed further practice. The system had analyzed her situation, and she nodded, embarking on a new round of alchemical refinement. Fortunately, the space within her spatial ring was sufficiently vast, accommodating numerous alchemical furnaces, allowing her to experiment without fear of failure. Throughout the alchemical process, she did not emerge empty-handed. Both her cultivation and mental energy were on the rise. Her overall physical attributes improved, particularly her speed in fleeing, which was beyond question. Furthermore, her resilience to impacts had grown. Now, as long as she was not at the epicenter of an explosion, her body could withstand the shock waves emanating from the blast. It was truly a tale of bittersweet perseverance, as 2 days swiftly passed. The sounds of explosions had not ceased on the alchemy peak. When Zhu Xianren returned, he was met with a sight of numerous disciples sporting dark circles under their eyes, fervently engaged in alchemy. He was somewhat taken aback. Had these disciples been consuming stimulants? Such behavior was decidedly unusual. His gaze fell upon his eldest disciple, Lu Mu, who also bore the marks of exhaustion. I have only been away for a short while. What has transpired here? Master. Upon seeing Zhu Xianren, the disciples hurriedly recounted their grievances. Please persuade our junior sister. If that fails, suggest an alternative. She must cease her alchemical endeavors. Indeed, this junior sister has been tirelessly refining elixirs for 7 days without rest. The explosions have not ceased. The earth trembles and mountains shake with each blast. We have not rested for 7 days. The moment we close our eyes, the noise startles us awake that we can only endure in this state of alchemical toil. Master, we truly cannot bear it any longer. Please, intercede with our junior sister. We have already attempted to persuade her, but she remains resolute. Ah, I'm going mad. I long for sleep. Clearly, these individuals have been thoroughly worn down by Baili Furen's relentless efforts. The sounds of explosions? Jiao Xianren furrowed his brow. He had not heard the explosions they spoke of since his return. Upon inquiring, the disciples suddenly realized that it had been quite some time since they had heard any blasts. The once regular explosions had inexplicably ceased for an extended period. Had she succeeded? Or had their junior sister finally come to terms with reality and quieted her endeavors? Curiosity piqued. They all followed Jiao Xianren towards Baili Furen's alchemical site. Upon arrival, Jiao Xianren could scarcely contain his astonishment as he surveyed the ravaged landscape. Could this devastation truly be the result of alchemical mishaps? How many furnaces must have exploded to create such a pockmarked terrain? He would believe it if told it was the aftermath of a fierce battle between powerful beings. Amidst the only relatively intact ground, he discovered Baili Furen, who sat dazed before a towering alchemical furnace. Had the relentless explosions for 7 days taken a toll on her? Clearing his throat, he addressed her. Little Furen, the art of alchemy requires the harmony of timing, location, and collaboration. Each element is essential. Perhaps the conditions were not yet ripe during your attempts. Do not be disheartened. Simply choose a propitious day and continue your work. Engaging in relentless alchemical pursuits without rest will take a toll on your body. Return and rest for now. Baili Furen's eyes brightened at Jiao Xianren's words. Master, I have succeeded. Jiao Xianren, not wishing to dampen her spirits, was nonetheless aware that failure was an inherent part of the learning process. What did you say? You have succeeded? Suddenly realizing the significance of her declaration, Baili Furen remained silent, rising to reveal the contents of the furnace. There, nestled within, were glistening, aromatic pills, each round and radiant. He approached for a closer look, astonished to find such a remarkable quantity of successful elixirs. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 23. A single batch had yielded 23 pills. This was the highest yield he had ever witnessed in his alchemical endeavors. Examining one closely, he noted its hue and the density of its spiritual energy. Undeniably a grade 4 elixir. His gaze toward the young girl shifted dramatically. She possessed an extraordinary talent, as if heaven itself had conspired to bless her with such gifts. Little Furen, is this your first successful batch of elixirs? Yes. Baili Furen affirmed. 7 days, a relentless refining, and countless explosions have culminated in this batch. Why current abilities are limited. And many precious herbs' essences have been wasted. Had I been able to harness them all, this yield would surely have exceeded 23. You possess an understanding of the subtleties of alchemy, Jiao Xianren remarked. As the disciples of the alchemy peak could only stare in awe, Lu Mu, Jiao Xianren called out. Lu Mu approached, his expression a mixture of complexity. Document this. Disciple number 327 of Alchemy Peak. Baili Furen has successfully refined 23 grade 4 supreme restorative pills. Understood. Lu Mu produced the disciple ledger and recorded Baili Furen's achievement. She had now firmly established herself as the second-ranked grade 4 alchemist on the peak. A noteworthy feat considering that the highest-ranked disciple was Lu Mu himself. A grade 5 alchemist, he had spent a decade honing his craft to achieve such a rank, and not every batch he refined resulted in grade 5 elixirs. The gazes of the onlookers toward Baili Furen were laden with complexity. Could she truly be deemed a once-in-a-century alchemical prodigy? After enduring 7 days of explosion-filled trials, she had finally succeeded. Yet, could one deny her lack of innate talent when her current batch yielded grade 4 elixirs, and astonishingly, 23 of them at that? It was truly a source of envy and bitterness. Baili Furen's success validated her alchemical prowess. Though Jiao Xianren firmly insisted she take a well-deserved rest. After 7 grueling days of tireless effort, the girl had indeed demonstrated remarkable dedication. Uninterrupted, she retired to her quarters to recuperate, although she could substitute meditation for sleep. Prolonged exertion took its toll. She collapsed into slumber for a full day and night, awakening to find Qing Zhu sitting anxiously by her bedside. "Miss, you are awake," Qing Zhu exclaimed, quickly assisting Baili Furen to sit up. "I came to bring you meals, and found I could not rouse you. I feared something had happened. The third elder informed me of your situation. Please, do not push yourself so hard in your alchemical pursuits in the future." "Understood." Baili Furen nodded in agreement, then looked at Qing Zhu and said, "I am hungry." Seeing her eager expression, Qing Zhu couldn't help but smile. "Miss, you are quite adorable," insisting on eating despite being able to practice fasting. She retrieved a thermal food container from her spatial ring, carefully laying out the prepared dishes on the table. "Please enjoy your meal." After Baili Furen had washed and dressed, she invited Qing Zhu to join her. "Sit down. Let us eat together." Qing Zhu shook her head at, "I am fasting. I do not require food to sustain my body." Baili Furen picked up a morsel of food and savored it. Delighted by Qing Zhu's culinary skills, which greatly satisfied her palate, those who forego food know not the joy they are missing. In the world of cultivation, many could subsist without eating, opting for fasting instead. As food often contained impurities detrimental to their practice, those who had not yet established their foundation could not completely fast and instead consumed fasting pills. However, Baili Furen had no such concerns. Her body, having undergone extensive cleansing through washing marrow pills and body-tempering liquids, bore no trace of impurities. The impurities from consumed food would be expelled from her body, surfacing on her skin. Regardless, she bathed daily, so cleanliness was of little concern. Feeling a bit lazy, she could simply cast a cleansing spell to restore her cleanliness in an instant. Having finished her meal, she returned to her cultivation. While Qing Zhu returned to her sword practice, Baili Furen had been nurturing her sword embryo with spiritual energy for some time and was now prepared to gather materials to forge the sword body. Once Qing Zhu departed, Baili Furen spent some time practicing her divine techniques. After those 7 days of relentless alchemical toil, her mental sea had expanded significantly, allowing her to perceive further. "Attempt to manipulate objects with your mental energy," the system instructed. She withdrew her outwardly projecting consciousness and exited her meditative state. Manipulate objects? Her gaze fixed upon the cup on the table, she enveloped it with her mental energy. "Fly." To her astonishment, the cup lifted and floated into the air. "Excellent. Your mental energy has reached a level capable of object manipulation." She then directed her focus toward the teapot. "Lift." The teapot tipped, filling the cup with tea before returning to its original place. While the cup floated toward her lips for a sip. Lowering the cup, she marveled at the wonders of mental energy. "This is truly extraordinary. It feels like wielding divine powers, commanding all around me. Of course, otherwise, how would it be called divine technique? I should also be able to manipulate weapons." From her spatial ring, she produced an array of magical weapons: swords, daggers, halberds, and flying knives, selecting a set of 20 flying knives. She covered them with her mental energy, causing them to levitate. She soon realized she could only control 10 of the flying knives simultaneously. The other 10 remained beyond her current capabilities. It seems my present mental energy permits me to manipulate only 10 flying knives at once. With a flicker of thought, a flying dagger shot forth, embedding itself fiercely into the door panel. She summoned the dagger back, leaving a deep mark upon the wood. No, she mused, she must not practice within her own courtyard. She needed to venture out. Stowing away her talismans, she took the 10 flying daggers and exited her domain. In the forest, she commanded the daggers to fly simultaneously, each leaving its mark upon the tree trunks. The lethality was insufficient. Perhaps infusing them with spiritual energy would enhance their power. Channeling her spiritual force into the blades, this time the daggers soared unimpeded, piercing through one tree after another, some even penetrating stone. An unstoppable force. She was highly satisfied with this outcome. Any cultivator in the mid-golden core stage would find it impossible to withstand such an assault, and she had acquired a new life-preserving skill. After practicing with the flying daggers for a while, she drew out her venomous whip and began her training. The forest echoed with crackling sounds, and fortunately, she was the sole inhabitant here, while her senior brothers and sisters resided in another disciple's courtyard. Once she felt she had practiced sufficiently, she stowed the whip and spent some time on body refinement techniques, stopping only when she reached her physical limits. Time was of the essence. She needed to grow stronger swiftly. Chapter 33. Learning from the junior sister in the familiar location. Baili Furen took out the alchemical furnace, preparing to concoct a spirit-enhancing pill once again. Currently, her highest achievement was the formulation of fourth-grade pills. And even her lowest creations were of the same tier. How could a perfect alchemist lack the ability to produce pills of varying grades? Although she was not yet capable of crafting higher-grade pills, she needed to master the control of her mental output, striving to create first-grade pills. Otherwise, this would become a significant flaw in her alchemical endeavors. It would be laughable to claim that an alchemist could only produce pills of their highest grade. Why was she still focused on the spirit-enhancing pill? It was simply because she was most familiar with this particular formulation. The familiar sounds of explosions resonated from the pill peak, catching the attention of Xianren, who was inspecting the disciples' progress in alchemy. Lu Mu shook his head helplessly. Master, the junior sister has begun concocting pills again. It had barely been 2 days of silence, and now she was back at it again, causing the disciples of Pill Peak to feel exasperated. Did this junior sister not tire? However, Xianren was filled with deep appreciation. This little Fuji not only possessed extraordinary talent in alchemy, but also displayed remarkable diligence. What a good child! Observing the expressions of his other disciples, he questioned why they looked so glum. You should learn from your junior sister. Her talent, coupled with such hard work in alchemy, is truly rare. The others gazed at Xianren with eyes full of resentment. Master, do you know what you're saying? Learn from the junior sister? The Pill Peak might not survive the explosion. Just look at her fervor in alchemy. If we were at match her pace, we would be up for 7 days and nights without rest. Is she even human? Is she even human? Doesn't her spiritual and mental energy ever deplete? After 2 consecutive days of pill crafting, we feel as though our heads are splitting. Yet, putting aside everything, this junior sister was indeed tenacious and dedicated, persisting in her alchemical practice even after 7 days of explosions. She consistently produced fourth-grade pills, surpassing her senior brothers and sisters and securing her place as the second in Pill Peak. To be honest, they felt a pang of jealousy. How unjust the heavens were. Yet, witnessing her efforts, they also felt it was well-deserved, as it was what she had earned on not to think too much, time to refine pills. Was it really just a few explosions? Since the junior sister could persist through 7 days of explosions, perhaps if they endured a few days, they too could produce a high-grade pill. Thus, for a considerable period, Pill Peak was engulfed in a frenzy of alchemical activity, much to Xianren's delight. If Baili Furen were to know this, she would merely scoff at the phenomenon of competitive pressure. Having gained experience from her first successful furnace, she found that her second attempt produced a pill without many explosions. Upon opening the furnace, she discovered a fourth-grade pill. After storing it in a pill bottle and placing it in her spatial pocket, she began another round of alchemy. After one more explosion, she succeeded again, opening the furnace to find yet another fourth-grade pill. The pattern continued. She lost count of how many furnaces she had opened, only to find fourth-grade pills each time. Sighing, she slumped in despair. System, am I truly only capable of producing fourth-grade pills? The system hesitated to dishearten her. Why not try controlling your mental energy during the process? Just release a little. If it's insufficient, discard the excess essence and attempt to condense just one pill. Accepting the suggestion, she proceeded, lighting the furnace and adding materials. Her movements were fluid and practiced. When forming the pill, she concentrated her mental energy, allowing the furnace to absorb only a fraction. The furnace trembled, and she swiftly discarded the excess essence into the flames. Her fingers moved deftly, leaving only a small amount. Would it even be enough to avoid an explosion? That tiny essence gradually coalesced, forming a pill before her eyes. Had she succeeded? She opened the furnace immediately, revealing 2 pills resting quietly inside. Examining one, she noted its dull hue and lackluster spiritual energy, a stark contrast to the fourth-grade pills. Was this a first-grade pill? System, I did it. I believe I've figured out how to control the grade of my pills. She eagerly shared her joy with the system, which rejoiced with her. Having succeeded once, she was determined to continue and attempt to produce pills of all grades. Nodding, she carefully stored the 2 first-grade pills that symbolized her success and began her next round of alchemy. This time, she infused a bit more mental energy, resulting in a batch of 30 first-grade pills. This quantity of mental energy was sufficient to condense the essence of all the spiritual herbs into first-grade pills. After storing the pills, she resolved to increase her energy input for the next round, anticipating the creation of second-grade pills. Indeed, her subsequent batch yielded second-grade pills. She continued to experiment with the amount of mental energy needed to refine the essence of all the spiritual herbs into second-grade pills. Once she had mastered the second-grade pills, she ventured to attempt third-grade pills. However, the endeavor met with unexpected challenges, leading to several explosive failures. Fortunately, by carefully managing her mental energy output and discarding excess essence, the explosions were kept to a minimum. Remarkably, after 4 consecutive days of alchemical practice, she felt invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue, a possible result of her mental training, aka the Pill Peak's alchemical chamber. An unusual occurrence unfolded as all disciples gathered there to refine pills. Spurred on by Baili Furen's example, they had entered a frenzied mode of alchemy. Thanks to her efforts, some had indeed broken through their previous limits. While many had made progress during the explosive failures, resulting in fewer explosions, although they had yet to achieve a consistent success rate, their advancement was swift. Lu Mu, the eldest senior brother, was also on the verge of breaking through to become a 6th-grade alchemist. However, the gap between 5th and 6th-grade alchemy was profound. Only pills above the 5th grade were truly considered rare treasures in the world. When a pill of 5th grade or higher was formed, it would cause the heavens to change color, summoning divine retribution. Heaven forbade the existence of such extraordinary entities, much like how cultivators faced tribulations upon breaking through significant boundaries. So too did extraordinary pills. Talismans and artifacts required tribulations that 5th-grade pills possessed miraculous effects, capable of reviving the dead. The emergence of such pills would spark fierce battles fraught with bloodshed. An alchemist capable of crafting pills of his caliber was someone who could not be trifled with throughout the entire Divine Dream continent. There were only 10 known 5th-grade alchemists, and many remained stuck at the 5th-grade threshold, waiting for an opportunity to break through. This opportunity could arise in a matter of days, years, or even centuries. Or perhaps it would arrive at the end of their lives, leading to their transcendence. Among them was Ju Xianren, the 3rd elder of the Ling Tian sect's Pill Peak, who was one of those poised for a breakthrough. Truly, he was the sect's golden goose, the genuine wealthy individual. The alchemical resources provided to all disciples for cultivation depended entirely on the efforts of those at the Pill Peak. Chapter 34. The responsibilities and burdens of identity disciples at the Pill Peak also earned contribution points through pill crafting, which could be exchanged for the tasks of sect disciples. This meant they could forego the regular sect tasks, as could those at the Artifact Peak and the Talisman Peak. However, to rank high on the task leaderboard, one still needed to undertake tasks, as the exchange merely fulfilled the sect's minimum monthly task requirements. Curiously, why had the explosion sound ceased? The disciples at the Pill Peak had not heard the sound of furnaces exploding for over a day. Could it be that the junior sister had grown tired and decided to rest? While everyone speculated on the sudden silence of explosions, Baili Furen appeared at the door of the alchemical chamber. "Senior brothers and sisters, where is Master?" she inquired. "Master is inside, refining pills." One pointed towards the closed door. Observing Baili Furen kick the door open with a resounding bang before slamming it shut again left everyone stunned. Had they misheard? The normally haughty junior sister had just called them senior brothers and sisters. "I believe I heard that too." It was rather disconcerting to hear her speak so kindly. It felt too unusual. What could have prompted such a shift in her demeanor? Could it be that something good has happened? They wondered, is it possible that the junior sister has successfully crafted a batch of pills? Given her demeanor, it seemed likely. After all, if she hadn't succeeded, would she be so amiable? The little junior sister, when speaking normally, exudes a charming cuteness that often leaves me hesitant to appear before her. What is the matter? Has she scolded or struck you? No, it's simply that her demeanor can be rather haughty. What do you understand? That's merely her little tsundere nature. Such arrogance should be reserved for describing the princess of the Xuanwu Empire atop Snow Peak. The individual pondered for a moment about the princess of the Xuanwu Empire and instantly found their own little junior sister to be utterly adorable. Unbeknownst to her, the outside world might be buzzing with opinions. But upon Baili Fudai's abrupt entrance, she discovered Jiu Xianren instructing senior brother Lu Mu in alchemy. She exclaimed, "Are you having a private lesson? I never would have guessed. Jiu Xianren, I can't believe you're this sort of person." Secretly giving senior brother one-on-one tutoring, she swiftly turned to shut the door, concerned that this sight might tarnish the image of the Dan Peak, lest any unfair or unjust remarks arise upon hearing the familiar sound of the door being kicked open. Jiu Xianren immediately recognized it was Baili Fudai. Only she would dare to kick the door in at Dan Peak, who indulged her in such bad habits. Fine, it was he who had done so. This girl is not to be scolded. Reprimanding her would only lead to her ignoring the advice, and hitting her is out of the question. "Little Fudai, what brings you here in such a hurry?" he inquired. Lu Mu also ceased his activities to glance at her. She presented the various spirit-replenishing pills ranging from 1st to 4th grade, neatly arranging them before them. "Master, I have become proficient in controlling the grades of the pills. Can I now attempt to concoct other types of elixirs?" Jiu Xianren picked up the pills and examined them closely. They were indeed 1st to 4th grade pills, leaving him somewhat astonished. He had initially thought it would take her a while longer to fully master the control of pill grades. Given her struggle with mental focus during alchemy, otherwise, she wouldn't have had such explosive mishaps. Successfully refining a batch of 4th grade pills was already impressive enough, and he had assumed that she might only be able to manage 4th grade pills for a considerable time, due to her lack of control. Yet unexpectedly, within just a few days, she had become adept at it. Truly unexpected. "Little Fudai, your progress is astonishing." "Indeed, little junior sister, you're almost catching up to your senior brother." Lu Mu echoed, equally amazed. Baili Fudai, puzzled, asked, "Is it really fast?" "Aside from taking breaks during meals, I've spent all my time refining pills. After all this time, I've only learned to concoct one type of pill. Isn't that rather slow? How can it be considered fast?" Silence enveloped the evening at Conchiao. After hearing about her alchemical process, Jiu Xianren began to question whether he had become too lax. In his youth, he had never been so fervent in his alchemical pursuits. This girl, who seemingly lacked for nothing, why was she pushing herself so relentlessly? "Little Fudai, you are still young. Being the first among your generation to break through the foundation building stage at just 13 is remarkable. Moreover, you are now a 4th grade alchemist, an achievement unmatched by others. There's no need to push yourself so hard. Allow yourself some time to relax. That's right, little junior sister. Though I don't understand why you are so hard on yourself. Denying yourself even a moment of respite. You are only 13. When I was your age, I was still indulging in play." Lu Mu advised, if she continued at this pace, her health might soon falter. After 7 consecutive days of relentless alchemy, she had taken a mere 2 days off before diving back into another 4-day and night session of pill refining. The IT was utterly insane, truly excessive. Baili Fudai remained silent, observing them for a while. "So, you are suggesting that I should go and play?" Both nodded in unison. "Go play. At your age, you are still a child. There is truly no need to be so hard on yourself. Your accomplishments are already beyond anyone else's reach. Let your 13-year-old body breathe a little." Yet what Baili Fudai said next left them both in stunned silence. "That I possess talent, aptitude, and insight. That I established my foundation at 13. And I train tirelessly every day, practicing alchemy. That it's not out of immense passion or grand dreams. I simply refuse to squander my life or waste the gifts others covet but don't possess. You are right. I'm still young. So shouldn't I seize this youth to strive harder for progress? Why should I rest on my laurels just because I've achieved a modicum of success? Why should my youth be an excuse to waste precious time on frivolity? Have you forgotten that I am not merely a disciple of the Dan Peak of Ling Tian's sect, but also the young lady of the Baili family? Do you have any idea how many eyes are coveting the Baili family from the shadows? They lurk like hungry wolves, waiting for an opportunity to devour the Baili family whole. Right now, I am young, with the protection of my elders. I can afford to play. But what if my elders are no longer around? If I don't seize this youth to diligently cultivate and grow stronger, what will become of my kin? How can I protect them when I am so weak? And if I am not strong enough, how will I safeguard myself from being killed? Host, I nearly fell for your nonsense. Jiu Xianren and Lu Mu were taken aback. They had not anticipated that her drive for growth stemmed from such profound motivations. The identity of the young lady of the Baili family was one of honor and prestige. They had only seen the bright exterior of this identity, failing to recognize the weight of responsibility and duty it entailed. She was the sole direct descendant of the Baili family, destined to inherit its legacy and become its matriarch. Protecting the clan and leading the family toward greatness was an inescapable mission for her. Chapter 35. All direct disciples venture for experience after that unhappy day. Baili Furen noticed a dramatic shift in the attitudes of the senior brothers and sisters at the Dan Peak towards her. Daily, individuals would come bearing gifts, be it delightful delicacies or amusing trinkets. Even when she wore a disgruntled expression, they would insist she was adorable, and when she scolded them, they claimed it was merely her unique way of being playful. The threshold of her courtyard was nearly worn down from their incessant visits, as she struggled to withstand such overwhelming enthusiasm. She inquired of Lu Mu, who taught her alchemy daily, regarding this sudden change in behavior. What had caused such a significant transformation in their attitudes? Previously, they would avoid her or turn away upon sighting her, yet now they greeted her with various gifts, hugs, and even cheek pinches. Some went so far as to shower her with extravagant compliments, rendering her unable to muster a retort, much to her discomfort. Lu Mu chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair. You see, they heard Master mention your situation, and they feel quite sympathetic toward you. What? I, the esteemed young lady of the Baili family, live a life of luxury, wanting for nothing. What could they possibly feel sorry for? Are they lamenting my abundance? Have they lost their minds? She swatted Lu Mu's hand away as he attempted to pat her head. Considering the age difference, I've already granted you the privilege of a single pat. How dare you linger so long? If my head's something you can just touch, it will. Such strength. Lu Mu rubbed his reddened hand, smiling at Baili Furen as she tidied her hair. Now you look like a proper teenager. Denying yourself even a moment to breathe is simply unacceptable. Master said you've been far too mature. Lacking the essence of a child, he urged us, your senior brothers and sisters, to come and care for you more. Humph, I believe it is you all who are too immature, making me appear overly mature in contrast. Lu Mu shook his head in amusement. Indeed, little junior sister, you make a fair point. It is we who are too juvenile. Time passed swiftly amid daily training and alchemical practice. The year of seclusion for new disciples in the sect flew by. 14-year-old Baili Furen had grown a bit taller. From 155 centimeters to 160 centimeters, her face remained unchanged, still cherubic. But her cultivation had reached the late stage of foundation building, just a step away from breaking into the golden core stage. As an alchemist, she had achieved the ability to proficiently concoct fifth-grade pills, earning her the title of the youngest fifth-grade alchemist at Dan Peak within a year. She stood alongside Lu Mu as the foremost alchemist of the peak. Of course, the outside world remained unaware of this on this day. Jiu Xianren summoned all disciples of Dan Peak to gather at the central square of the sect. Upon arrival, she discovered a considerable assembly had already formed, including disciples from Jian Peak, clad in white robes with purple gradient stripes, among whom was Qing Zhu. The Dan Peak disciples donned green gradient stripes adorned with patterns of medicinal herbs. The robes of the Qi Peak disciples were red, boldly embroidered with the character Qi. The Fu Peak disciples wore blue gradient robes, embellished with incomprehensible runes, while the Beast Peak disciples donned clean, unembellished orange robes. The Snow Peak disciples wore blue gradient attire, embroidered with snowflakes and sea waves. Meanwhile, those clad in black martial attire, muscular and bare-armed, were undoubtedly from the Body Peak. All 7 peaks of the Ling Tian sect had gathered here. Surely, something significant was afoot. As the personnel assembled, disciples from each peak stood in neat rows. The 7 principal figures of the Ling Tian sect stood majestically in the air above the central square. The sect leader, Fu Tian, spoke up. The purpose of gathering you all today is to announce a significant matter, one that has garnered the unanimous support of all 7 peak masters. You're the most gifted disciples of our Ling Tian sect, and the cherished protagonists of each peak master. Beginning tomorrow, you shall all embark on a journey outside the sect for 2 years of practical training and preparation for the sect ranking competition. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The prospect of all the cherished disciples leaving the sect for training was indeed unexpected. Baili Furen was equally taken aback. How could this expedition be advanced by 6 months? What could have transpired? Perhaps some unforeseen butterfly effect had occurred. Caution was paramount, as many unpredictable events could arise during this expedition. The sect had shielded you too well. It was time for you to experience the true nature of the world. Cherished disciples of Ling Tian sect, the sect cannot protect you indefinitely. It is time to engage in genuine combat. Opportunities and dangers coexist. Go forth and seek your own path. I sincerely hope that you all return alive in 2 years. The announcement regarding the expedition of the cherished disciples was utterly abrupt. Many were still processing the news when they were informed of their impending departure. Once the announcement came, after a moment of contemplation, Lu Mu ultimately expressed his willingness to accompany the group to the sunset abyss. If even the junior sister dared to venture forth, how could he, as the senior brother, cower in fear? In any case, he was uncertain of where to go, so it would be prudent to embark on this journey alongside his junior sister, providing mutual support along the way. After reaching an agreement, she inquired whether Lu Mu would like to reassure his family of his safety. After all, she was set to depart immediately, without any pause, as she was eager to witness the vastness and wonders of this world. Upon her arrival in this realm, she had participated in the recruitment assessment of the Ling Tian sect, followed by a year of secluded cultivation within the sect. She had yet to truly explore this world, which was vastly different from the mundane one that all the illogical and scientifically implausible phenomena here were. In fact, perfectly reasonable and existent. Once Lu Mu confirmed that he had already notified his family of his safety, she led the group onward. Riding on a flying artifact, they set forth towards the sunset abyss. Commencing the true journey of her arrival in this world, Chapter 37. Encountering her as they approached the city near the sunset abyss, Yin City, stalls lined the streets, bustling with a cacophony of voices, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Occasionally, a squadron of soldiers patrolled the streets to prevent any disturbances. Numerous military personnel passed by in groups, some exuding an intimidating presence, while others bore the marks of battle. Looking quite disheveled, in a taverness loft, 7 strikingly handsome individuals were gathered around a dining table. One young lady, adorned in a flowing and intricately designed robe embellished with golden patterns and fringed with jade, possessed an ethereal beauty. She savored the finest spiritual delicacies offered by the tavern while gazing through the curtains at the pedestrians below. Beside her sat another equally stunning girl, dressed in a meticulously crafted dress adorned with blue floral patterns. Serving her food, Miss Yin City is indeed quite lively, remarked Qing Zhu, the speaker, who attended to Baili Furen. The other 5 were by Quan and the 4 major attendants, along with Lu Mu, the senior brother. They had journeyed a long way to reach the sunset abyss, taking 6 days to arrive at this location. Beyond this city lay the infamous monster forest of the sunset abyss. Little junior sister, you have certainly treated your taste buds well on this journey, indulging in lavish meals at every turn, Lu Mu quipped, having changed out of his Ling Tian sect disciple robes into a scholarly white attire. Seated beside her, she shot him a sidelong glance. Senior brother, perhaps you should cease eating while you speak? You've indulged quite a bit yourself on this journey. Haven't you? Lu Mu chuckled silently. Since entering the Ling Tian sect, he had not left the confines of the sect. He could scarcely remember the last time he had eaten, and this journey with his junior sister had allowed him to feast to his heart's content. The meals prepared by his junior sister were crafted from ingredients imbued with spiritual energy, allowing cultivators to dine without concern for impurities while absorbing the energy for their cultivation. Only someone of her stature could afford such luxury, as a regular person would exhaust their entire savings for a single meal. My lady, tomorrow, just beyond Yin City, we shall reach the sunset abyss, my subordinates, and I will prepare the necessary supplies for living in the abyss. Bai Quan reported. Baili Furen nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Quan left 1 person to guard them, and took the other 2 away swiftly. After a hearty meal, they naturally ventured out to explore. Yin City, being close to the sunset abyss, experienced a beast tide every 3 years. Although perilous, it was also rich in resources. The city was filled with peculiar items and various treasures. While meandering, she unexpectedly spotted Wei Qi Longqing. At first, she thought her eyes were deceiving her and rubbed them to get a clearer view. Goodness, it truly was the protagonist, Wei Qi Longqing. Though she had changed somewhat since a year ago, she remained unmistakably the same. She would recognize her even if she turned to ashes. Cough, cough, cough. How could that sound like something a mere side character would say? The key question was, why was Wei Qi Longqing appearing here? This segment was not in the narrative. Wasn't she supposed to return to the Wei Qi family to confront and humiliate her adversaries before arriving at the Sunset Abyss to level up? Don T tell me she managed to return to her family, deal with her foes, and then come to the Sunset Abyss in the span of merely 6 days, even with the fastest flying artifact. I'd only just reached Yin City. What is she doing? I mentioned that the plot was askew, which would lead to many discrepancies that I should investigate further. You remain calm and do not act rashly. Baili Furen did not approach but observed Wei Qi Longqing from a distance. Junior sister, why are you staring at that young lady? Lu Mu inquired, noticing Baili Furen's unwavering gaze fixed on the captivating girl ahead. The girl was indeed beautiful, yet his junior sister was equally rare in her beauty, making it puzzling why she was so entranced by her. Qingzhu looked over and pondered for a moment before recalling who the girl was. Miss, isn't she one of the new disciples who entered Ling Tian's sect with us? I recall she ranked 3rd in the new student assessment and was taken under the wing of Elder Shui Yuhan Shui. I believe her name is Wei Qi Longqing. Upon hearing Qingzhu's words, Lu Mu recognized the identity of the young lady. So, she was a disciple of the Snow Peak of the Ling Tian sect. Since she was a fellow sect member, would junior sister wish to greet her? Baili Furen shook her head. Would a mere fellow disciple be worthy of my attention? If senior brother wishes to go, I shall not obstruct him. With that, she turned and departed, while Lu Mu chuckled softly and followed suit. With no desire to linger in the marketplace, he returned directly to their lodgings. I have returned. Host, the system's voice echoed. Wei Qi Longqing had not returned to the Wei Qi family. She had come directly to the Sunset Abyss. Because you arrived here, the narrative skipped over the part where Wei Qi Longqing returned home to confront her adversaries, thus explaining her presence at this moment. The world consciousness states that the fated children will naturally converge. In other words, regardless of the changes in the plot, as fated children, you will inevitably be intertwined for various reasons. Upon hearing this, Baili Furen felt a headache coming on. She wished to avoid excessive entanglement with the main characters. Was this the so-called limitation imposed by the plot outline? As a fated character who has traversed much of the narrative, was she destined to be unable to escape? No matter where she ran, the plot of the protagonist would follow. Logically speaking, yes, you are both fated children, a situation that even the world consciousness cannot control. Due to fate, no matter what happens, you will ultimately converge. Now that you have encountered the female lead, Wei Qi Longqing, does that mean the male lead, Qing Qi Jing, will appear soon? The probability is quite high. After all, fated children are drawn to one another inexplicably, just as you met Wei Qi Longqing here. Goodness, is there something wrong with this protagonist? Must they show off and confront their enemies in my presence? Does doing so lose its meaning if I am not there? Am I fated to be caught in the web of their arrogance? My side quest is still about being ostentatious. What the protagonist does has no bearing on our mission. The host merely needs to live ostentatiously until the grand conclusion. Baili Furen was taken aback. Indeed, what the protagonist does has nothing to do with her, if they encounter one another due to uncontrollable factors. So be it, she need not maintain any persona or adhere to the narrative. All she needed to do was live ostentatiously until the grand finale. Regardless of the plot or outline, that was none of her concern. Her mind buzzed, caught off guard by these unexpected developments. She was grateful for the system's reminder. She almost fell into a narrow mindset. You're welcome, the system replied. You truly are quite unwelcome. Chapter 38. Gale Demon Wolf in the early morning. After resting and regrouping overnight, it was time for them to set out. Upon leaving Yin City, They boarded the flying artifact, and soon, the monster forest of the Sunset Abyss came into view as they neared the forest. They stowed away the flying artifact and proceeded on foot. The reasons for not flying directly in were threefold. First, flying too low would attract the attention of the beasts, leading to troublesome attacks. Even a single passing beast would chase and strike at them. Second, flying too high would obscure their vision with the thick fog of the forest, which was far more dangerous. They could inadvertently wander into the territory of powerful beasts, akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den, oblivious to the danger. This would be a foolish endeavor. Third, flying at a higher altitude above the fog layer was unnecessary, as looking down would reveal nothing but a sea of mist, rendering visibility useless. For safety's sake, they opted to be grounded, engaging weaker foes as they encountered them while evading those they could not defeat, thereby avoiding a great deal of trouble as they walked along. The towering trees, exotic plants, luminescent grasses, and vividly colored mushrooms that towered above them left Baili Furen in awe at nature's craftsmanship was truly astonishing, and she eagerly anticipated the surprises that lay ahead. My lady, we are now on the outskirts of the Sunset Abyss. The beasts that appear here are generally weaker, but caution is still advisable, Baikwan remarked, leading the way while glancing back to remind Baili Furen to remain vigilant. She nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him she would prioritize her safety. Her consciousness had already extended outward upon stepping into the vast expanse of the forest, allowing her to perceive every movement within a 100-mile radius. The slightest rustle or whisper of the wind would immediately catch her attention. The Sunset Abyss was indeed a breathtaking vista, and Lu Mu was equally entranced by the forest's wondrous sights. Beautiful things often harbor deadly secrets. Qing Zhu's abrupt interjection broke his reverie. Baili Furen chuckled lightly, suggesting that Qing Zhu might be sensitive to romance. Yet her observation held merit. The more vibrant and beautiful the facade, the more potent the underlying poison, as such a lure often serve as a snare for the unwary. After traversing a considerable distance without encountering anything of note, they came across a few ordinary animals. As they passed a particular area, Lu Mu exclaimed, pointing at a patch of grass that a grade 1 hemostatic herb. It's thriving magnificently. Baikwan glanced over. The Sunset Abyss was rich in spiritual energy, and the soil was replete with the minerals essential for nurturing spiritual plants, so its flourishing was hardly surprising. Upon hearing Baikwan's explanation, Lu Mu understood why these spiritual plants outperformed those in the Dan Peak's medicinal fields. With such fertile soil, wouldn't it be wise to transplant some back to the Dan Peak's gardens? Forget it, senior brother, he replied. Even if we bring back the soil, it would only yield a single batch of robust spiritual plants. Subsequent crops would be ineffective. This soil, rich in minerals, is unique to this forest, and the transplanted soil lacks the ability to regenerate the minerals, making it a temporary solution. His thoughts were plainly evident on his face, making it difficult to conceal. Lu Mu ultimately abandoned this idea. Junior sister, imagine how splendid it would be if the spiritual plants in the Dan Peak's gardens grew as well as these. The potency of the elixirs produced would be remarkable. Senior brother, you jest. The soil of Dan Peak cannot be altered. Why not consider changing the water used for irrigating the spiritual plants? Lu Mu was suddenly enlightened. Are you suggesting we replace the irrigation water with spiritual water infused with spiritual energy? She offered no affirmation. However, such spiritual water was exceedingly rare. Even if it existed, it would hardly be squandered on mere cultivation. Rare commodities are valued precisely because they are scarce. Lu Mu laughed heartily. Junior sister makes a valid point. Before long, this topic was cast aside. After walking for a significant period, they still encountered nothing. This was abnormal. Having spent so long without encountering a single beast was exceedingly peculiar. Baikwan and the others heightened their vigilance, forming a square formation to shield Baili Furen and the others within. The eerie silence of the forest was unsettling. Despite being merely the outer woods, the absence of beasts for such an extended duration was disconcerting. Baili Furen felt similarly uneasy, yet her consciousness detected no unusual movements nearby. They could only continue onward. After traveling a considerable distance, her outwardly extended consciousness finally sensed an anomaly. She halted, directing her gaze towards the source of the disturbance. Miss, have you discovered something? Qing Zhu inquired anxiously, as the others turned to her. Something is approaching us, swiftly. Bai Quan and the others followed her gaze but perceived nothing unusual. His expression grew skeptical. With his late-stage golden core cultivation, he had detected no irregularities. Could it be that the young lady misjudged? Before he could voice his thoughts, he suddenly sensed something, his complexion shifting. Something is coming. Everyone be on guard. They all drew their weapons, their expressions fierce as they focused on the direction of the threat. Bai Quan and Bai Nye positioned themselves in front of Baili Furen, while Bai Wen and Bai Tian guarded her rear. Qing Zhu brandished her sword, poised to intercept any attack. Lu Mu, usually gentle and amiable, now radiated an air of alertness that in no time, the creature that had elicited their caution appeared, moving with astonishing speed, a dark blur traversing several hundred meters in an instant. Yet, Baili Furen discerned its form clearly. It's a wolf. Are you certain it's a wolf, miss? Bai Quan asked, struggling to make out the creature. Indeed, it's a mutated beast, a gale wolf at that moment. Lu Mu spoke up, identifying the creature with clarity. Bai Quan cast him a perplexed glance. It was one thing for the young lady to see it, but this seemingly frail alchemist could also identify it so distinctly. The gale wolf is no trifling opponent. I hope its rank is not too high. Can you ascertain its rank? As the distance diminished rapidly, he hastily inquired. Lu Mu shook his head helplessly. I can't see clearly. It's moving too swiftly. Junior sister, can you discern it? You can tell by observing the halos that appear on its forehead when it unleashes its abilities. Count the rings and note their color. Baili Furen scrutinized the creature intently. During its next leap, she caught sight of the halo on its forehead. 4 rings, deep azure. Lu Mu inhaled sharply. A rank 4 beast. Its cultivation is at the late stage of foundation establishment. Bai Quan and the others exhaled in relief. A rank 4 beast was still within their capacity to confront, albeit the gale wolf was a particularly troublesome adversary. However, they would be able to deal with it with relative ease. In an instant, the beast was upon them, not attacking head-on, but rather attempting a surprise assault from behind. Chapter 39. Roasted the sharp claws of the beast lunged forward, only to be parried by Bai Wen's blade. Sparks flying as the claws met the weapon. With one failed strike, another followed swiftly. The wolf's tail, bristling with sharp spines, lashed out with ferocity. Bai Tian yanked his companion aside, just in time to evade the vicious sweep. After 2 failed attacks, the gale wolf let out an enraged howl, circling the group. Its speed was astonishing, evading their strikes effortlessly while they remained vigilant against its sudden lunges. Bai Nye muttered, "This gale wolf is indeed a formidable opponent. Its speed makes it nearly impossible to land a hit, but a glint of cold light flashed as a flurry of steel needles rained down. One careless move could leave them riddled with wounds. Watch out for its tail spikes, Bai Quan commanded, deftly deflecting the beast's assault. This stalemate cannot continue. Junior sister, can you pinpoint the beast's landing spots? Lu Mu inquired, drawing closer to Baili Furen. I can, she replied, pointing in a specific direction. Every time it runs, it lands here. For a brief moment, Lu Mu was speechless, then astonished. This junior sister possessed remarkable mental acuity, as a high-ranked alchemist. He had trained in mental prowess. Yet he could not perceive the beast's movements as she did. Why didn't you mention this sooner? He asked, somewhat incredulous. She smiled, her lips curling slightly. It's my first encounter with a beast. I wanted to observe its attacking patterns. Lu Mu turned to the others, noticing their lack of surprise. They all seemed aware of her abilities. So it appears I'm the only one in a state of alarm while you all enjoy the show. Junior sister, have you considered how to extricate us from this predicament? Upon posing this question, he noticed Qing Zhu and the others regarding him with peculiar expressions. What is it? Did I say something wrong? Baili Furen sighed, shaking her head. Senior brother, you lack understanding of the power dynamics at play. She then turned to the eager Qing Zhu. Qing Zhu, it's your turn? Yes, with the young lady's command. She gripped her forged sword and charged forward, and could see the precise location Baili Furen had indicated. She seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow. The gale wolf was struck squarely, momentarily halted in its tracks, its emerald eyes glaring furiously at Qing Zhu. Without affording it a moment to retaliate, she unleashed a series of aggressive sword strikes. The confrontation escalated between the girl and the wolf. While the Gale Wolf's advantage lay in its speed, Qingzhu, wielding the same wind elemental energy, was even faster. The Gale Wolf struggled to defend itself, nearly overwhelmed by her relentless assault, with a furious howl. The Gale Wolf entered a frenzied state, its forehead halo blazing bright as it summoned a storm of wind blades to assault Qing. S.O. beasts can utilize elemental energy for attacks as well. Baili Furen mused thoughtfully. Qingzhu, gazing at the incoming wind blades with disdain, conjured a shield of wind to deflect the onslaught. Brandishing her sword, she formed a seal with her hands and intoned an incantation. Spirit of the wind, shape my blade. A multitude of wind blades materialized, enveloping her sword and coalescing into a colossal weapon of elemental energy. Slash! With a deft motion, she directed the giant sword toward the Gale Wolf, which, unable to evade, fell victim to her strike, cleaved beneath her blade. With a mournful howl, the Gale Wind Demon Wolf was struck by the blow, spewing forth several mouthfuls of blood before ultimately succumbing to its fate, its eerie green eyes losing their luster. Qingzhu, utterly spent, knelt on the ground, her spiritual energy depleted after executing that last move. As her throat convulsed, she too expelled a few mouthfuls of blood. Although she had vanquished the beast, she had sustained considerable injuries. The raw physical power of the demon beast was no mere illusion. During the skirmish, its assault had bruised her internal organs, and a claw had raked across her arm, leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone beneath torn flesh. Baili Furen stepped forward to assess her injuries, promptly administering a healing pill. The wounds began to mend almost instantaneously, and Qingzhu felt revitalized. Once her injuries had healed, she rose to her feet and consumed several recovery pills to replenish her waning spiritual energy. My lady, it is still quite challenging to confront a demon beast of the same foundational realm. Even with your late-stage cultivation, she unsheathed a dagger, crouching beside the corpse of the demon beast, but he managed to slay it nonetheless. With a swift motion, she plunged the dagger into the demon beast's forehead, extracting the deep green demon core. Holding it aloft in the sunlight, she marveled at its beauty and nonchalantly tossed it to Qingzhu, who caught it with haste. I may have slain it, but that was mere luck. Had my full power strike missed, I would have been the one to perish. Baili Furen stood tall, locking eyes with Qingzhu. Qingzhu, in this world, there's no what if. Luck equates to fortune, and fortune is inherently a facet of strength, she asserted, eliciting nods of agreement from the four members of Baiqian. Few possess the fortune to seize the chance for greatness. Those who do are invariably favored by destiny, as luck is indeed a portion of one's strength. Understood. I shall gather the ingredients to roast this demon beast. I have yet to savor the flesh of a Gale Wind Demon Wolf. Qingzhu replied with a knowing smile, her lady's unwavering appetite evident as always. She clutched the demon core tightly. This demon core, is it not your trophy? Indeed it is, she exclaimed joyously, storing the demon core away. It was her first kill, holding special significance. Then let us hasten to roast this demon beast. I am quite famished. Very well. I shall commence the roasting immediately. My lady, please bear with me for a moment. Expertly setting up a roasting rack, Qingzhu began to process the carcass of the Gale Wind Demon Wolf. Meanwhile, Master Lu Mu stood in stunned silence throughout the ordeal. Approaching Baili Furen, he asked, "Is your maid truly that formidable?" Master Lu, slaying a demon beast of the same realm is quite a common feat. There is no need for such astonishment, but I have always heard that demon beasts of the same realm are significantly stronger than humans, he retorted, skepticism evident. Those are mere rumors propagated by the weak who cannot measure up. She countered, her tone dismissive. The four members of Baiqian exchanged glances, choosing not to expose her exaggerations. Such fabrications were hardly credible. Countless individuals have been overpowered by demon beasts of their realm, and it was rare for someone like Qingzhu to emerge victorious. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Mu had accepted Baili Furen's words without question. The four members of Baiqian shared a knowing look. Surely this alchemist had been dulled by his own concoctions, believing such nonsense. There was no hope for him. Before long, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, triggering a cascade of salivation. Baili Furen glanced over, exclaiming, "Ah, roasted wolf." Qingzhu sliced the tenderest pieces of meat from the roasted wolf and placed them upon a delicate plate. From her spatial ring, she produced a table and chairs, presenting the roasted wolf in a bowl on the table. Once seated, the exquisitely plated dish of roasted meat was placed in front of Baili Furen. Qingzhu offered the utensils to "My lady, please enjoy." As the roasted meat melted in her mouth, her palate was thoroughly satisfied. The exterior was crispy while the interior remained tender, the meat rich and delectable. Consuming it also allowed her to absorb the immense spiritual energy contained within the demon beast's flesh, enhancing her physical constitution. The spiritual energy within the demon meat was far superior to that of ordinary spiritual foods. It was remarkably dense. Lu Mu partook of a few bites before pausing, for his body could not accommodate such an abundance of spiritual energy, yet he felt a subtle inclination towards breaking through to the golden core realm. Qingzhu also found herself unable to eat more after a few mouthfuls, her body unable to withstand excessive spiritual energy. The roasted wolf was then divided among Bai Qian's 4 members, all of whom were golden core cultivators, capable of withstanding this level of spiritual energy. What astonished them was that Baili Furen maintained her composure as she polished off an entire plate of roasted meat. "My lady, consuming so much demon meat, are you not concerned about being overwhelmed by excessive spiritual energy?" Qingzhu inquired, as the others expressed their curiosity as well. "Consuming this quantity of demon meat is manageable for me, as my cultivation is rigorous and I do not neglect to temper my physique. I can withstand this much. Fear not, for my physical strength allows me to deliver a punch with the force of 30 tons. My bodily defenses are formidable enough that even a mid-stage golden core cultivator would struggle to inflict harm upon me." Upon hearing her claim of physical temperance, the others nodded in understanding that if one were a pure body cultivator, they could easily consume not just a demon beast of the same realm, but even one from a higher realm. Having dined to their heart's content, the time had passed to midday, and the radiant sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves above. After a brief respite, they continued their journey, still deep within the expansive forest. The sunset abyss demon beast forest was not to be underestimated. As they meandered, they stumbled upon a wealth of resources. Lu Mu had collected numerous spiritual herbs essential for alchemy. The absence of demon beasts in their earlier encounters could be attributed to the territory of the Gale Wind demon wolf, as weaker beasts dared not approach due to its oppressive aura. With the wolf now deceased, other beasts might venture forth to claim the territory. "Everyone, exercise caution," Bai Qian warned. Just as she finished speaking, Baili Furen's heightened senses detected movement, prompting her to halt and gaze in a specific direction. "It's coming." "What?" The others turned to her, recalling that she had been the first to notice the earlier demon beast's approach. Could it be they braced themselves, but their vigilance heightened as they awaited the impending arrival? Shortly thereafter, a massive beast charged forth, a giant tiger, measuring 8 meters in length and 5 meters in height. Its fur, a striking golden hue adorned with crimson patterns. It was a fire attribute beast known as the Scarlet Flame Tiger. The tiger leaped from the underbrush, its aggressive gaze fixed upon the group of humans. It and the Gale Wind demon wolf had long been rivals, vying for dominance over this territory. The Scarlet Flame Tiger's cultivation was slightly superior, being at the peak of the 4th tier, poised to break through to the 5th tier. However, the Gale Wind demon wolf possessed speed and cunning, making it difficult for the tiger to claim victory. Yet, the Scarlet Flame Tiger was robust, with formidable strength and defenses. Its fire attribute attacks inflicted significant damage upon the Gale Wind demon wolf, while the wolf's attacks posed little threat to the tiger. Thus, they remained locked in a mutual glare. Today, the Scarlet Flame Tiger had emerged in search of food. Sensing the absence of the Gale Wind wolf's life force, it swiftly approached to investigate. If that loathsome wolf was indeed dead, this territory would now belong to the Scarlet Flame Tiger entirely. However, upon arrival, it encountered this group of humans, whose presence carried the scent of the slain wolf. These were the very individuals who had dispatched its rival. With a fierce roar, it gathered its energy, flames igniting around its form, the prominent king insignia on its forehead glowing with 4 deep red circles, hinting at the emergence of a 5th. This was a beast on the verge of breaking through to the 5th tier. boasting the cultivation of a late-stage foundational realm. Bai Qian frowned. Why are we encountering such high-tier beasts in this outer forest? This is quite abnormal. He could never fathom that they had unknowingly ventured into the territory of the demon beasts. Baili Furen regarded the approaching scarlet flame tiger with eager anticipation. This demon beast shall be dealt with by me. You need not intervene, my lady. This is concerning, Bai Qian replied, apprehensive, for the tiger's strength rivaled that of a golden core cultivator. Only if my life is in peril should you act. Otherwise, stay back and observe. With her words commanding authority, they had no choice but to step aside, preparing to intervene, if necessary, in an instant. Only Baili Furen remained before the scarlet flame tiger. Is it not too much for our junior sister, who is merely at the late-stage foundational realm, to confront this beast? Lu Mu voiced his concerns beside Qingzhu. She is capable, and with the 4 guardians present, this beast poses no threat to her life, Qingzhu reassured, though her worry lingered. The scarlet flame tiger lunged forward, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Baili Furen. As they anticipated her evasion, she instead raised her hand to block the attack. The scythe-like claws came crashing down, tearing through her sleeves and leaving several gashes. My lady. The others were bewildered by her unexpected defiance. With a single strike, the fierce crimson flame tiger became audacious, its disdain evident in its piercing eyes. Baili Furen rolled up her sleeves, revealing what everyone anticipated to be a gruesome wound. However, to their astonishment, her fair arm bore only a few slender traces of blood, indicating nothing more than a minor abrasion. The onlookers were taken aback. How could such a formidable beast leave merely a superficial scratch? Surely, the young sister must be a spiritual cultivator. How could her skin be as resilient as that of a physical cultivator? Lu Mu swallowed hard, realizing that had he been the recipient of that claw, his bones would likely have been shattered. Qingzhu and the others were certain that their young lady was indeed a spiritual cultivator. Meanwhile, the crimson flame tiger, incensed by this spectacle, intensified its onslaught. Yet, Baili Furen responded with even greater ferocity, engaging the beast in close combat. Observing her delicate fist strike the beast, the sound of heavy grunts escaped its throat. The power behind her kicks could send a creature of such massive stature soaring. This was sheer madness. The physical strength displayed was astonishing, as though 2 beasts were locked in battle. The crimson flame tiger was taken aback. It had not anticipated such might from the diminutive human. As her fists, no larger than its own nose, landed blow after blow, leaving it disoriented, in a fit of rage, it unleashed a series of fireballs towards her. Its jaws gaped wide, gathering a massive fireball brimming with destructive force. Was it preparing to unleash its ultimate attack? Although Baili Furen had sustained no significant injuries, her body bore several gashes from the beast's claws. Chapter 41. Catching a fish ashore, ducking, and dodging the barrage of fireballs. She resolved not to prolong the confrontation. With other spiritual powers being too revealing, she decided to utilize light's spiritual energy, a form not widely recognized. As the flames charged towards her, the searing heat drew near. Bai Qian's preparatory motion hesitated upon witnessing Baili Furen forming a seal with her fingers. If she was not mistaken, that was the formidable light spiritual energy of the matriarch. Known for its lethal potency, the shield of white light materialized, successfully deflecting the fiery assault, and what followed was Baili Furen's finishing move. Radiance of white blaze, a blinding wave of pure white light emanated from her hand, obliterating everything in its path. Once the dazzling light subsided, only a carpet of ashes remained, and the crimson flame tiger lay crumpled upon the ground, its once vibrant fur now marred and its scorched eyes filled with resentment. The crimson flame tiger was defeated. Lu Mu squinted against the piercing light, unable to discern anything amidst the blinding whiteness. When his vision cleared, he noticed that aside from himself, Bai Qian and the others were adorned with specially crafted black veils. Glancing at Lu Mu, Qingzhu offered an awkward smile. Having witnessed the matriarch's prowess within the family, they instinctively donned the protective veils against the intense light. Regrettably, they had forgotten to inform the oblivious Lu Mu that light-based spells could be exceedingly blinding. Capable of scorching one's eyes. My apologies, Lu Shixiao. she said, handing him a black veil. This is a specially designed veil to guard against bright light. Next time a young lady employs a spell, please wear this. Otherwise, your eyes may sustain grievous injuries. Lu Mu could only accept it with a smile, wondering why they hadn't informed him sooner. His eyes were still stinging, having nearly believed he had gone blind. Surveying the battlefield, he gasped in astonishment. What kind of spiritual energy was this, possessing such formidable destructive power? Having spent over a year together, he realized he still had no knowledge of his young sister's spiritual root. Young sister, your strength is somewhat monstrous. With such prowess in alchemy, her power was equally formidable. Baili Furen extracted the magical crystal core from the crimson flame tiger, its beauty akin to a radiant ruby. The magical crystal core could be used for alchemy and artifact creation, as well as enhancing cultivation. However, the core contained excessive violent energy that could lead to madness if directly absorbed. After refinement, it could be safely consumed, but the process was cumbersome, hence most chose to use it for alchemy and crafting. With her senior brother at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, one might assume he was stronger than his younger sister. After consuming a healing pill and casting a spell to change her attire, she instructed Qing Zhu to collect the Crimson Flame Tiger's remains. Once everything was in order, they continued their journey. The sun was setting. The evening in the abyss was perilous, and they needed to find a suitable resting place before darkness fell. That you're jesting, senior brother, that you're merely an alchemist, possessing power but lacking strength. Baili Furen remarked, casting an enigmatic smile in his direction, that I'm also an alchemist. Do not seek excuses for your own inadequacies. With this attitude, I will only look down upon you. She disregarded Lu Mu's feelings, firmly believing that alchemists need not be seen as weak and in need of protection. With her cultivation level established, why should she not wield a weapon to defend herself? Entrusting one's life to another is a foolish endeavor. She would never allow herself to be in such a predicament. Whoever sought her life would face her wrath. She had never placed her hopes in others. Believing that hope should be firmly grasped within one's own hands, before long, she detected a nearby water source and led the group towards it. Upon arrival, they discovered a substantial river. Logically, one would expect small creatures to come and drink. Yet the banks were eerily devoid of any signs of life. Miss, this is a water source. Establishing a camp nearby would be quite convenient, Qing Zhu noted, moving to touch the river's water, but Baili Furen quickly restrained her. A sense of unease gripped her. She sensed something unusual about this river. She glanced at Bai Qian, who nodded in affirmation, confirming her suspicions if even Bai Qian sensed that the river posed a threat. It was likely true. She instructed Qing Zhu to retrieve the corpse of the Crimson Flame Tiger and severed a leg, tossing it into the river. The vivid crimson blood tainted a small portion of the water, and in the next moment, a fish resembling a human leaped from the depths. Its deep green body, enormous eyes, and sharp dorsal fin, coupled with a gaping maw brimming with serrated white teeth, were a sight to behold. The white teeth glinted in the air before it clamped down on the severed leg of the Crimson Flame Tiger. Soon, a second, third, and fourth fish joined in the fray, countless others swarming to tear apart the leg, some engaging in fierce battles, while the slain were swiftly devoured by the relentless swarm. The water turned crimson, and chaos ensued. Gulping, Qing Zhu swallowed hard, a wave of trepidation washing over her. Had the young lady not intervened, she could very well have been the one feeding the fish, dragged into the water with no hope of escape. Eldest miss, these are bloodthirsty, man-eating fish. Though their size appears modest, they are likely first- or second-tier magical beasts. Such creatures breed prolifically, consume anything, and are immensely ferocious. They are a type of gregarious, aquatic magical beast, and this river is likely their lair, Bai Qian elucidated, with such ferocious fish claiming dominion over the river. It was no wonder no animals dared to approach for a drink. If they ruled the waters, did that mean the land was safe from harm? Indeed. However, these magical beasts rarely venture ashore. Capturing one is exceedingly difficult. Approaching the riverbank invites them to drag one into the water, where even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to escape, Bai Qian replied. I asked the young sister considering capturing one. Lu Mu inquired, having approached unnoticed, that I wish to catch one to examine it. Do you have a method, senior brother? she replied. Humans cannot approach, but we could use vines to ensnare it. Baili Furen glanced at the green energy Lu Mu wielded, deducing that he possessed a wood spiritual root. Will your vines withstand the sharpness of those fish's teeth? She questioned. Lu Mu confidently shook his head. Rest assured, sister, the vines I conjure with my spiritual energy are far from fragile. Then I must trouble you, senior brother. The green vines submerged into the water, and soon they were taut. Lu Mu struggled against the strain, his face showing signs of effort. This magical beast possesses tremendous strength. Baili Furen joined him, but even she found it difficult to pull, being dragged forward a few steps. Are these fish really that powerful in the water? Goodness, no wonder they say even nascent soul cultivators struggle to survive when submerged. Come help, Qing Zhu called out, rushing to assist, yet they still made little progress. It wasn't until Bai Qian and the others joined forces that they finally managed to haul the man-eating fish ashore, revealing just how immense its strength was in the water. Chapter 42. An unusual Lu Mu, master brother the man-eating fish, tossed onto the shore, flopped about, its mouth snapping defiantly, observing its gills still rhythmically moving. It became apparent that it could continue to breathe even in the absence of water. How long can it survive without water? While it is indeed a fish, it is still a magical beast, and it will not perish easily. It could endure dehydration for about half a month before succumbing. Quite a while. Suddenly, they saw the fish manipulating the river water to inch closer to it. Master brother, keep the fish at a distance. Do not let it approach the water source. Now that it has been captured, it should not entertain thoughts of returning to the river. Understood. The fish was subsequently bound by vines and dragged away from the riverbank, callously cast into the glaring sunlight. Although the river was off limits, this location indeed served as a commendable encampment. We dared not approach the river, and the other magical beasts were equally aware of the lurking dangers, thus refraining from drawing near. Bai Quan and her companions set about erecting the tents for our encampment. She languidly reclined on a chair brought forth by Qing Zhu, while Lu Mu requested another chair for himself. Mimicking her stance beside her, little junior sister, what brings you to peruse the compendium of magical beasts? He inquired, bemused, as he observed Baili Fu's extraction of a tome on magical creatures. She consulted the table of contents and directly turned to the page concerning the devouring fish. Type of magical beast. Devouring fish energy classification. Water elemental beast physical characteristics. Accompanying illustration, colorful depiction, explanation. This category of magical beast belongs to the aquatic realm, predominantly social creatures with a remarkable reproductive capacity, governed by a singular devouring fish king. These beasts are inherently savage and bloodthirsty, consuming anything in their path, making the water their domain. However, their flesh is delectable, boasting a unique flavor, rendering them a prime ingredient for spiritual cuisine. Warning: do not fall in the water, for even the mightiest celestial beings cannot save you. Qing Zhu, dispatch that fish. I desire boiled fish slices for dinner tonight. She closed the book and called out to Qing Zhu. Understood. Are you simply craving it? Surely, you do not intend to sample every magical beast listed in the compendium. The system queried, It has been far too long since I savored boiled fish slices. I find myself yearning for them. Since we have a fish that would otherwise go to waste, the idea of tasting every magical beast from the compendium was indeed appealing, as long as the host is pleased. Ultimately, the devouring fish could not escape its fate and was transformed into fish slices, ready to be cooked. With adeptness, she set up the stove and, after preparing the fish, inquired about the handling of the crimson flame tiger. Having already indulged in roasted meat, let us stir-fry, braise, deep-fry, and prepare sweet and sour dishes. Very well. Lu Mu was left astounded. This little junior sister truly had a knack for culinary delights, never missing a chance to enjoy exquisite meals. As the sun dipped below the horizon, our esteemed chef Qing was busy preparing dinner. Ordinary ingredients, through simple cooking methods, became mouth-watering dishes. Savoring the long-awaited boiled fish slices brought a profound sense of happiness. The fish, though unsightly, was undeniably delicious. This fish appears grotesque, yet the flavor is remarkably exquisite. Master Lu Mu affirmed that in the following days, Both Qing Zhu and Baili Fu enthusiastically sought out magical beasts for combat, their practical skills surging impressively. Bai Quan's quartet of companions was equally astonished. The surprises bestowed by the young lady were simply overwhelming. The rate of growth was astonishingly rapid. Even the term prodigy seemed inadequate. Truly, she was the offspring of the esteemed family head, a similarly remarkable talent. The family head possessed an astute eye, placing Qing Zhu, an extraordinary individual, by the young lady's side. If this growth trajectory continued, Qing Zhu would undoubtedly become the sharpest tool in the young lady's arsenal. Witnessing the fervor with which her two junior sisters battled against magical beasts, Lu Mu could no longer remain idle and joined the fray. Initially, he only dared to confront magical beasts of the first to second rank, but as he fought, it seemed to awaken his latent attributes. In the end, he was more fervent than Baili Fu and Qing Zhu. Relentlessly pursuing magical beasts, Baili Fu and Qing Zhu stared in disbelief, while Bai Quan's quartet was equally astonished. "Miss, isn't this Lu Shixiang merely a delicate alchemist? Perhaps we underestimated him." Baili Fu's lips twitched. Lu Mu was likely a hidden madman who had merely awakened. If there was blame to assign, it was for his status as an alchemist. As long as he was not struck down in a single blow, he could consume pills to restore his vitality. Moreover, his vine-like energy, manifested through the wood element, was exceedingly unreasonable. Those of lower cultivation could not break free, while those of higher cultivation struggled as well. Once ensnared, it was essentially game over. Furthermore, being in a forest, a wood elemental practitioner thrived in such an environment. He could also command the spirits of the flora to aid him in battle. Indeed, he was a delicate alchemist. Yet, from these points, it was evident that Lu Mu's talent was undeniably exceptional. He might possess a 9-star or even 10-star talent, for it was improbable to command the spirits of the flora otherwise. After Lu Mu dealt with a shadow leopard of equivalent cultivation, he collapsed onto the ground. This beast possessed the innate skill of shadow duplication, making this battle exceedingly arduous for him. His chest was penetrated. Nearly losing his heart to the creature, he was grateful that he had not encountered this beast at night. Otherwise, his demise would have been inevitable. A beautiful young girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile approached him. Gazing down at him, "Shixiang, are you still alive?" Lu Mu felt his heart seize. His little junior sister was growing increasingly unfriendly towards him. "Junior sister, please feed me a medicinal pill. I am utterly exhausted." After consuming a healing pill, he lay there for quite some time before his injuries fully healed. When he finally rose, his complexion was pallid, as the blood loss had been substantial. He took a few blood-replenishing pills before his color returned to a healthy hue. "You truly are a delicate alchemist." His junior sister expressed her surprise after he had slain so many magical beasts. Lu Mu smiled radiantly. "You flatter me, junior sister. I merely could not bear to be outshone by you two valiant junior sisters." With that, he reverted to his demure and refined, scholar-like demeanor, as if the previous fervor had never been his. "Shixiang, your ability to switch between these two personas is truly remarkable. You must be a seasoned actor." Upon returning to the encampment, Qing Zhu swiftly dealt with the shadow leopard. When the sumptuous dishes were served, Qing Zhu presented Lu Mu with a magical beast core. "Lu Shixiang, this is your magical beast core." Lu Mu declined with a smile, pushing the core back toward her. "Given how hard you work each day preparing meals, this magical beast core should be a gift for you." "Junior sister." Qing Zhu hesitated. Cores for magical beasts with innate skills were quite valuable. She could only look towards her esteemed young lady for guidance. "Accept it. Otherwise, your conscience will weigh heavily." Lu Mu rubbed his nose, acknowledging his junior sister's straightforwardness. "Thank you, Lu Shixiang," the young lady assured her, and she accepted the core without hesitation. Chapter 43. Encountering Qing Qi Jing. The outskirts of the Sunset Abyss had been thoroughly scoured by them. The magical beasts here fled at the sight of them, rendering their presence unnecessary. Thus, they began to pack their belongings, preparing to venture into the forest depths to challenge mightier magical beasts. Baili Fu, Qing Zhu, and Lu Mu all harbored a subtle inclination towards breaking through to the Golden Core stage, yet they felt just shy of the threshold. "Shixiang, you have trained in the Ling Tian sect for 10 years. How is it that you have only reached the late foundation establishment stage? Baili Fu inquired curiously, and the others were equally intrigued. Over this period, it was apparent that Lu Mu's aptitude was extraordinary, and he should have advanced to the golden core stage by now. Lu Mu sighed. Little junior sister, I am merely 18 years old. I primarily focus on alchemy. Achieving the late foundation establishment stage is already commendable. Please do not hold me to such high standards. Not everyone possesses your exceptional talent. Baili Fu was taken aback. What did you say? You're only 18. Lu Mu, equally puzzled, responded, Indeed, I am 18. Do I not appear so? Looking at Lu Mu's handsome and refined scholar-like visage, he exuded youthfulness. That it was not that he looked older than 18, but cultivators generally enjoyed longevity. Individuals over 100 years old often still resembled youth. How did you become the eldest disciple of the Alchemy Peak when there are older senior brothers and sisters? Ah, so that is the reason. Lu Mu recounted how he entered the Ling Tian sect and became the eldest disciple of the Alchemy Peak. I entered the Ling Tian sect at the age of 7, but not through the formal admission examination. So you took a backdoor entry. That year, my master was out searching for materials to refine 6 gray pills and stumbled upon me. Abandoned by my parents and on the brink of death, that he saved me, took pity on my plight, and brought me under his wing. Later, upon awakening, he discovered my exceptional talent and discussed with the other elders, allowing me to enter the Ling Tian sect under the Alchemy Peak as an exception. The reason I became the eldest disciple is that I am the highest-ranked alchemist among the disciples of the Alchemy Peak. Everyone comes to me for guidance on alchemical techniques. Thus, my master appointed me as the eldest disciple, responsible for teaching the disciples of the Alchemy Peak. My master is not only my savior, but also a familial figure who raised me. Of course, the youngest 5th-grade alchemist at the Alchemy Peak is now you, little junior sister. Silence enveloped the group. They had not anticipated that this typically affable and courteous individual harbored such a background. Baili Fu recalled the moment at the entrance of the Ling Tian sect when she asked whether to report peace to his family, and Lu Mu promptly affirmed that he had done so. The only family that could be considered Lu Mu's was his master, Jiu Xianrun, and the disciples of the Alchemy Peak, with whom he bid farewell as he reported his safety during their journey to experience the world. Most would instinctively return home first, yet he insisted on accompanying them into the perilous sunset abyss. There is no need for everyone to feel this way. It is all in the past. For cultivators, severing ties with worldly affairs can be a fortunate thing. Lu Mu also sensed the sudden atmosphere of gloom and felt somewhat out of place. Alas, Baili Fu Chun reached out and patted his arm. Senior brother, I admit I spoke a bit too loudly before. From now on, I will do my best to control myself and be more amicable towards you. Qing Zhu, too, felt a pang of guilt. Lu Shixiang, I shall never again inwardly scold you for eating like a pig. The corner of Lu Mu's eye twitched. So you have been berating me in your heart all along. Am I not a grown man? Is it not entirely normal for me to eat heartily? Do not be deceived by my slender appearance. Beneath my clothing lies a robust physique. Baili Fu Chen's laughter gradually grew louder. Qing Zhu, you truly possess a wicked tongue. Apologies, I laughed a bit too loudly. Lu Mu, unusually, rolled his eyes, so you are aware of your own volume. The surrounding atmosphere resumed its previous lightheartedness, after a brief exchange of jest and laughter. A sudden clash of combat echoed in their ears. She exchanged a glance with Lu Mu, who had also cultivated his spiritual power. Senior brother, did you hear that? Lu Mu nodded. He too had heard the sounds of battle. Miss, is there something afoot? Without the cultivation of spiritual power, Bai Quan and the others could only inquire of Baili Fu Chun what she had discovered. She pointed in a direction, about 300 to 400 kilometers ahead. There are individuals engaged in combat. The roars of magical beasts can be heard. It seems they have encountered some formidable creature. Lu Mu added, Should we head over, miss? Qing Zhu asked out of course, if there's excitement to behold. We must go and see for ourselves. It has been quite some time since we arrived at the sunset abyss, and this is the first time we have encountered other people. The group swiftly took to the skies, leaping through the forest with remarkable speed, reaching the site of the battle in a matter of minutes. They perched upon the branches of a towering tree, concealed amidst the dense foliage. This was indeed an excellent vantage point. allowing them to witness the unfolding battle in its entirety. Upon recognizing the figure entangled with the magical beast, she was momentarily stunned. Isn't that the male protagonist, Qing Qi Jing? What a coincidence, host. I mentioned that those blessed with fortune tend to attract one another. Did I not foretell this encounter? Why do I detect a hint of schadenfreude in your tone? That is untrue. Host, do not dwell on it. If we encounter unforeseen circumstances, so be it. These two protagonists, aside from putting on a show before you, do not affect our mission. That I simply find it irksome. Why must they flaunt themselves before me? Then why not outshine them? Be audacious. That is a given. Aside from Qing Qi Jing, who is engaged in combat with the magical beast, several others occasionally advance to launch surprise attacks. 2 women and 3 men, in addition to Qing Qi Jing, made for a total of 6 individuals. Is this segment part of the plot? It seemed not. Qing Qi Jing's role would only commence 2 years later during the sect ranking competition, with little prior involvement. This was a narrative focused on the female protagonist, primarily chronicling her journey of growth. The male protagonist has indeed been in the sunset abyss during those years of sect training. She exclaimed, "Goodness, they have all gathered here. Miss, that is a 5th grade pinnacle Shurian lizard on the verge of breaking through to the 6th grade. A magical beast of mid-golden core cultivation. Once they entered the central region of the Sunset Abyss magical beast forest, they encountered such a formidable creature. Lu Mu, the senior brother, suddenly felt a twinge of concern. Could they truly survive safely in this central area? Baili Furen also noted the beast's rank. Bai Quan, what are your chances against this magical beast? All 4 of us are at the late golden core stage. If we confront this beast individually, our chances stand at roughly 60%. However, if we join forces, we could easily defeat it with a 10 out of 10 probability. And what do you assess that individual's chances to be?" She inquired, gesturing towards Qing Qi Jing, who was grappling with the Shurian lizard. Chapter 44. Abandoning Companions. Observing the young man, his physique was remarkably strong, displaying extraordinary strength and delivering fierce blows with precision. To be able to grapple with a mid-golden core magical beast for so long attests to his impressive physical prowess. The Shurian lizard's attacks, such as the stone walls and earth spikes conjured with spiritual energy, could be physically broken through by him, indicating he was indeed a body cultivator. Yet, despite his physical dominance over the Shurian lizard, he lacked a sharp weapon to penetrate its protective scales, and although he was suppressing the beast, he had not inflicted significant harm. The magical attacks from the nearby spiritual cultivators were scarcely effective, merely tickling the beast. If this protracted battle continued, it would surely result in a counterattack from the beast, and the odds of success appeared slim. However, Qing Zhu interjected, "Bai Quan, he is a spiritual cultivator, not a body cultivator." Upon closer inspection, she recognized the senior brother, Qing, who had joined her at the Sword Edge sect. He had entered a few minutes before her. Hence, he was her senior. Though he was taciturn, reclusive, and aloof, he often inexplicably gravitated towards the young lady. Yet he was indeed a spiritual cultivator, a practitioner of the potent lightning element. The sword strikes enhanced by his lightning were formidable. He was a skilled swordsman. Master Fu Tian held high hopes for him and greatly valued his potential. She was astonished to see this elusive senior brother appear in the Sunset Abyss. Even more so by his remarkable physique, which was more exaggerated than the young lady's. Lu Mu, the senior brother, was quite curious. "Qing Shimi, how do you know he is a spiritual cultivator?" The others were equally intrigued. He ranked second in the recruitment assessment, a disciple of the Sword Edge sect, Qing Qi Jing, and also your junior brother, Lu Shi Xiao. He is actually your junior brother. It is one thing for you 2 sisters to be so exceptional. But now this newly admitted junior brother is equally remarkable. It's utterly unfair. Miss, do you not recall? He was that filthy little beggar. During your stay at the Sword Edge, you generously treated him to many leftover meals. Qing Zhu observed that Baili Furen had remained silent, assuming she had forgotten. Upon hearing the mention of the little beggar, Bai Quan and the others recalled who he was. It was no wonder they had not recognized him, as the transformation was astounding. Who could have imagined that a year ago, that ragged little beggar, who devoured a plate of pastries with such voracity, would now be this extraordinary individual, daring to engage in close combat with a mid-golden core magical beast. Yet Lu Mu was perplexed. What little beggar? What leftovers? Did something happen while Shimmy was at the sword edge? I remember. How could I forget? This is someone even the female protagonist of a major narrative could not defeat. I would remember him even in ashes. Goodness, I am becoming increasingly villainous. Since he is a fellow disciple, should we not offer assistance? Lu Mu inquired. Given that this young man is a spiritual cultivator and has yet to utilize any magical attacks, it appears he has not yet unleashed his true strength, that if he can contend evenly with this magical beast without revealing his full potential, then his odds of success must be quite substantial. Bai Quan implied that the young man might not require their assistance. What a splendid opportunity for observation. You all wish to intervene. Truly, you do not appreciate the rarity of this learning experience. Assist, I am eager to discover what level the male protagonist has attained after a year of cultivation. Very well, the group discerned Baili Furen's intent. That is, do not assist but watch, while the battle raged intensely. They were thoroughly engrossed, even debating how long it might last. Lu Dage, should we not depart? Our spiritual energy is completely depleted, and remaining here would be of no help. One woman among the two females and three males suddenly spoke. She was only at mid-foundation stage and could hardly contend against such a powerful magical beast. Now that everyone was out of spiritual energy, they had no means to retaliate if they did not take advantage of the young man's ability to stall the beast and leave now. They would all surely perish at the hands of the creature. She had no desire to die here. Lu Quan, the team leader, a middle-aged man at the early Golden Core stage, responded, Chen Yumei, what are you saying? We cannot abandon Qin Xiao, brother. However, another woman, Su Exin, tearfully implored, Lu Dage, I do not wish to die here. Qin Xiao, brother, is so formidable. He will surely escape. Let us leave. The other two men also expressed their agreement. Captain, we have no spiritual energy left. Staying here would only make us a burden. We should leave while Qin Xiao, brother, occupies the magical beast. Lu Quan remained conflicted. Su Exin, noticing Lu Quan wavering, exchanged glances with Chen Yumei. The two women flanked Lu Quan, grasping his arms. Lu Dage, let us depart. It would be better to seek help for Qin Xiao, brother, than to be mere spectators. Indeed, we are of no assistance here. We should find help, and I believe Qin Xiao, brother, will not hold it against us. Lu Quan glanced at Qin Chi Jing, who was entangled with the magical beast, then at the companions who had accompanied him for several years, before finally steeling himself. Qin Xiao, brother, forgive me. You are so capable. You will surely escape. As captain, I must protect my companions. If you were in my position, you would understand. Pack your things. We are leaving in the midst of the battle. Qin Qijing observed them abandoning him and departing. Displaying no emotion whatsoever, he had enrolled in the Demon Hunter Guild as a bounty hunter merely to earn money to purchase materials for forging his sword. This group was nothing more than a temporary assembly formed for the sake of a task. Their lives and deaths were of no concern to him, and there was no bond of friendship to speak of. Their choice to leave him behind in order to save themselves did not evoke surprise or anger within him. Is this not the nature of humanity? At least, it was the nature of those he had encountered. Have they truly left, abandoning their companion to flee? Lu Mu was unable to accept what he had witnessed. How could anyone be so heartless as to forsake their comrades in pursuit of self-preservation? Miss, this group is truly despicable, to abandon their own companion, yet speak with such righteous indignation. They claim to protect other team members, but isn't Qin Shixiang also one of their own? Without Qin Shixiang facing off against that beast, their pathetic attacks would have been extinguished long ago. Qin Zhu felt a sense of shame at their behavior. Bai Quan and the others exchanged glances. Having experienced much in their lives, they were no strangers to the perils of existence. Such individuals were often the ones who thrived the most, despite their moral shortcomings. The newly emerged practitioners, having faced little adversity, were understandably taken aback. It was through the blood of experience that they had come to comprehend human nature. Not everyone in this world was inherently good. Yet Baili Furen's words took them by surprise. What is there to be astonished about? Abandoning companions in the face of danger is a fundamental instinct of humanity. Junior sister, do you truly understand what you are saying? Lu Mu stared in disbelief. While Qingzhu mirrored his incredulity, she merely chuckled lightly. What are you all expecting? Do you hope for me to be as virtuous as you? In truth, I am far from virtuous. I am quite wicked. Birds of a feather flock together. When calamity strikes, they take flight. If even lovers can act thus, what can be said of mere companions? Human nature is the most fragile of things, regardless of previous affection. Once one's bottom line is breached, one can become ruthless. This bottom line is multifaceted, often concerning one's own life. While it is said that human nature is innately good, I find greater truth in the belief that it is inherently evil. Humanity is born of malice, and malice is but a reflection of desire. Thus, we are bound by numerous rules and regulations that restrain our darker impulses. Yet, this is a world that venerates strength, where the strong reign supreme. How terrifying! In this realm, humanity's wickedness is magnified infinitely. Therefore, do not harbor expectations of others. Your kindness does not guarantee theirs. It is better to regard them as villains from the outset. If they commit evil deeds, it provides ample justification to eradicate them. Had they encountered me, I would have cast beasts upon them to devour them whole. What a mercy I would have shown! To demonstrate with strength and embrace the joy of being a principled villain. What bliss that would be! The group was momentarily stunned, their perspectives suddenly broadened. Indeed, they had always been the villains. Was it not entirely natural for them to engage in wrongdoing? Thus, their outrage at witnessing their abandonment was rooted in a subconscious assumption that they were the protagonists. The incredulity and anger arose from the notion of good people committing evil acts. Bad people doing bad things, however, was to be expected. With this realization, they felt no surprise whatsoever. It was merely as they suspected, providing justification for their actions against them. Meanwhile, Qing and the stone lizard grappled fiercely for a while, only to discover that brute strength alone could not penetrate its protective scales. Lacking any formidable weapon, his sword remained an unrefined blade, devoid of a forged body. If that were the case, then he would resort to lightning. With a few agile leaps, he distanced himself from the beast, his slender fingers swiftly forming seals, summoning the surrounding lightning energy to coalesce around him. The sky darkened ominously, thunder roared, and a fierce wind howled, creating an atmosphere of terror. The others could no longer afford to spectate and turned their gazes skyward. Is he about to undergo a tribulation? No, he is preparing to launch a magical attack. Baili Furen's eyes burned with intensity as he observed Qing casting a spell in the span of a year. How much had he grown? It is not a tribulation, Lu Mu pointed out. His hands trembling, he is a once-in-a-thousand-years lightning root cultivator. With a surge of spiritual energy, a purple-level formation illuminated beneath Qing's feet. Within the mysterious patterns of the purple array, 10 radiant stars gleamed brightly. He had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of the Golden Core in just a year. Everyone was taken aback, including Baili Furen. Truly, he is the one whom even the great heroine cannot surpass. With such a pace of cultivation, he must be favored by the heavens. A 15-year-old at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the Golden Core, he was the youngest in the divine dream continent. Yet, that would not last for long. Once I break through, I shall claim that title for myself. Host, I'm not seeking to dampen your spirits, but by the time you reach the Golden Core, he may have already advanced to the mid or late stages. The system's relentless critique rang out. Ooh, how frustrating. As a child of fortune, why does he cultivate so swiftly? He is merely a year older than you. It balances out. Thank you so much. I feel somewhat comforted. The stone lizard sensed the threat to its life and let out a roar, attempting to flee. Escape? Lightning wove into a cage, and it was trapped. Parting his alluring lips, his voice, a blend between youth and mature manhood, coldly uttered 2 words. Thunder punishment. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck directly at the stone lizard, followed by a cacophony of crackling electricity. The others gasped sharply, feeling the chill run down their spines, recalling the sensation of being struck by lightning during tribulation. As the dark clouds dispersed, the stone lizard collapsed, charred and twitching intermittently. Qing paid no heed to it. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the hideout, of Baili Furen and the others. You have been watching for quite some time. Will you not reveal yourselves? Locking eyes with those beautiful and enigmatic purple orbs. He found himself momentarily dazed. It must be said, Qing Qijing was becoming increasingly handsome. The changes he had undergone in a year were quite remarkable. Perhaps he had been fasting, no longer needing sustenance to acquire the energy his body required. He no longer bore the appearance of malnourished frailty, although he still appeared quite slender. His height had also rapidly increased, now standing a head taller than Baili Furen. He was estimated to be around 175 centimeters tall. Clad in a dark robe, with his inky black hair tied back. Having been discovered, there was little point in remaining concealed, so they stepped forward with ease, upon seeing Baili Furen and the others emerge. Qing Qijing was momentarily taken aback. Little group? How did she end up here? He instantly recognized Baili Furen. After all, her striking visage was hard to forget, and she had treated him with kindness, offering him many delicious meals. She was the best person he had encountered, one who asked for nothing in return. If Ling Tianzong's master, Fu Tian, were to learn that his most valued disciple harbored such sentiments, he would likely faint from shock. He had never anticipated that the disciple he had poured his heart into teaching would ultimately be outdone by Baili Furen, who had merely offered a few meals. Haha, junior brother, greetings. I am Lu Mu, the eldest disciple of Danfeng. We are all from the same sect, so you may simply address me as senior brother. Lu Mu awkwardly chuckled as he attempted to strike up a conversation. Feeling the embarrassment of being discovered while observing the spectacle, Qing Shixiang, Qing Zhu greeted. An awkward silence ensued. Qing Qijing did not respond, and Bai Quan's group was even less likely to initiate conversation. Baili Furen listlessly kicked a stone nearby, and the atmosphere was thick with an indescribable sense of suffocation. Lu Mu leaned closer to Qing Zhu and whispered, "Why does your senior brother not acknowledge me?" Qing Zhu cast a sidelong glance at the individual who had been fixated on her lady for some time, biting her lip. This person was truly peculiar. Each time her lady appeared, he would stare intently, attempting to approach while maintaining a safe distance. His gaze was unlike that of those who approach with ulterior motives. The scheming and greed evident in the eyes of those individuals was repulsive. Yet, in his eyes, there was nothing but a steady gaze. She simply could not fathom what he was after. He had always been this way, taciturn and reticent. Lu Mu found himself at a loss for words. He had never encountered such indifference among his fellow disciples. If they were not bonded by their shared sect, one might easily mistake them for strangers. The atmosphere was palpably awkward as he approached Baili Furen. "Junior sister, could you utter a word?" She glanced up at her senior brother Lu Mu before shifting her gaze to Qing Qijing, who was fixated on her. Frowning slightly, she thought, "What are you staring at? Do you expect me to address you as senior brother? How naive of you." Lu Mu stood frozen, exclaiming in disbelief, "Heavens, junior sister, who taught you to speak like that?" Strangely, the seemingly fierce Qing Qijing appeared quite pleased. The little brat remained as fierce as ever. "No," he replied, parting his thin lips. Lu Mu was taken aback. He had anticipated a conflict, given that Qing Shidi did not seem like an amiable person. And the junior sister was being so rude. At least you were self-aware. I saw you grappling with that lizard. Your physical strength is quite impressive. When did you break through to the Golden Core stage? A month ago. Lu Mu was astonished. What kind of narrative is this? Just like that, they're conversing. Baili Furen was equally puzzled, wondering why this fellow was so agreeable. Shouldn't he be taciturn and reticent? Was he perhaps holding the wrong script? The plot had veered off course. What narrative could possibly remain? Yet, character arcs should not collapse so blatantly. Novels are mere fiction. After all, these are living beings, and discrepancies are only natural. Moreover, in stories featuring a prominent female lead, his role was minimal, appearing less frequently than this unfortunate soul. That makes sense. His part is even smaller than mine. I am merely a forced observer of the female lead's ostentation. What brings you to the Sunset Abyss? To earn money. You came to the Sunset Abyss to make money. I thought you were here to level up by defeating monsters. And why do you need money? To forge a sword? Oh, so the funds for your first sword forging were acquired here. How do you earn your keep? By slaying magical beasts and selling their spoils. Monster Hunting Guild, Bounty Hunter. These terms were unfamiliar to her, prompting her to look inquisitively at Bai Quan and the others. Miss, the Monster Hunting Guild is an organization established in cities near the magical beast forests of the Sunset Abyss, for instance. If a client requires a 6th-grade magical beast core, they will pay a handsome reward through the guild. The guild then dispatches the task to nearby cities, and bounty hunters registered with the guild can accept the tasks and earn rewards. I had no idea such a guild existed. It seems rather humane. Were those who fled earlier part of your team a temporary formation? They abandoned you. Why didn't you simply throw a magical beast at them and let it devour them? Lu Mu felt embarrassed. Junior sister, do you even know how to engage in conversation? Encounter and kill. Are you suggesting that I should kill them the next time we meet? All right, I was overthinking it. This Qing Shi Di is not a typical person. What was your task? What was the bounty? The protective scales of 5th-grade stone rock lizard, 1,000,000 spirit stones. The protective scales of a stone rock lizard? She turned to glance at the charred remains of the beast struck by lightning. You must not have acquired the protective scales, then? So, did you fail your task? I will find another. And continue using lightning? This time, Qing Chi Jing fell silent instead of responding. Baili Furen recalled what Bai Quan had remarked while they were spectating earlier. Unfortunately, I did not possess a sharp artifact to pierce through the protective scales of the stone rock lizard. So, it was due to the lack of a sharp artifact that he had engaged in such a prolonged struggle with this magical beast. She sighed and produced a finely crafted sharp dagger of treasure grade, tossing it to him. Next time you encounter a stone rock lizard, use this to strip off its protective scales. Do not rely on lightning again. Think a sword cultivator from the Ling Tian sect has yet to forge their own sword. How utterly embarrassing. Would you want others to ridicule us? Take it. No need to thank me. Qing Chi Jing caught the dagger, momentarily taken aback that a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes as he softly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, little brat. Not only did you bring me delicious treats, but you also gifted me this precious dagger. The dagger appeared extraordinary, embedded with the core of a high-grade magical beast worth a fortune. The little brat had just given it to him. Meanwhile, Baili Furen had set her sights on the corpse of the stone rock lizard. Do you want anything else from this stone rock lizard besides the magical beast core? Qing Chi Jing gazed into her striking silver-gray eyes, fixated on the beast's remains. Strangely, he found himself blurting out the word no. All right, if you don't want it. It's mine. She stepped forward to extract the magical beast core, which was a pleasing shade of deep yellow. Qing Zhu, cook it. I've never tasted lizard meat before. This soon-to-be 6th-grade magical beast should taste exquisite. After tossing the magical beast core to Qing Chi Jing, she instructed Qing Zhu beside her. Understood. Mississippi Qing Zhu complied, preparing the magical beast for the dining table. It was an honor for the creature to be chosen by the young lady. Lu Mu observed Qing Chi Jing and then glanced at Qing Zhu, who was processing the magical beast, finally resting his gaze on Baili Furen, who intended to feast on the creature. This great magical beast is full of treasures. Its flesh and bones alike are quite valuable. Are you sure Qing Shi Di meant it when he said he didn't want it? Perhaps he was just being polite. Are you really going to cook it just like that? Under the blazing sun, the magical beast was soon transformed by Qing Zhu into an array of culinary delights, showcasing various cooking methods that a full banquet of lizard delicacies was laid out on the table. Chapter 47. Bai Quan's tribulation to the nascent soul stage. Lu Mu felt a whirlwind of thoughts, yet obediently took his seat at the table. Once everyone settled into their usual spots, Baili Furen turned to the still-standing Qing Chi Jing. What are you staring at? Come and sit down. You slayed the magical beast. How can you not partake in its flesh? They did not include her. She felt no shame in indulging. Qing Chi Jing complied and took a seat. The unique texture of the magical beast meat and its rich spiritual energy astonished him. However, his expression remained stoic, merely causing his pupils to contract slightly. So, this is how delectable magical beast meat can be. Before my abstention from food, I had tasted low-grade magical beast meat. Back then, I was utterly famished and did not have the luxury of being discerning. I ate it raw, and the taste was dreadful, forever tainting my memory of magical beast meat. I later tried roasting it. While it was not as repugnant as raw, it still left much to be desired. The ultimate issue lay in my inability to properly prepare magical beast meat. This magical beast meat, when processed, was surprisingly delicious. No wonder the little brat craved it. The spiritual energy contained within this grade of magical beast meat was high. And after a few bites, both Qing Zhu and Lu Mu could no longer continue eating. Bai Quan and the others, despite their golden core late-stage cultivation, also found it difficult to consume more and ceased eating. Baili Furen, having tempered her body, managed to eat slightly more than Bai Quan's group. She sensed that if she consumed any further, she might burst. The excess spiritual energy left her feeling somewhat indigested, and the bottleneck of her cultivation seemed to loosen slightly. The only one who could still eat heartily was Qing Qijing, who finished all the magical beast meat under the watchful eyes of the others. Qing Shidi, do you not feel unwell after consuming so much? Lu Mu questioned with concern, as this disciple was merely at the early golden core stage. Could he really handle such a quantity? This time, Qing Qijing, unusually, responded to him by shaking his head. Observing his lack of reaction, Lu Mu recalled that this disciple had been able to grapple with golden core magical beasts. Consuming such a quantity seemed reasonable, albeit rather abnormal. He resembled a humanoid magical beast more than a human. After meditating for a while, Bai Quan suddenly addressed Baili Furen, "Miss, I feel as though I am on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage." Baili Furen understood. Bai Quan was already at the pinnacle of the late golden core stage, just a step away from the nascent soul stage. Having spent time in the sunset abyss and consumed copious amounts of magical beast meat rich in spiritual energy, a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was not unexpected. Bai Nye, Bai Wan, Bai Tian, you three protect Bai Quan. Yes, Mississippi, the three flew out, forming a triangular formation, their late golden core cultivation radiating an imposing aura. Lower-tier magical beasts dared not approach, and those of comparable cultivation refrained from seeking trouble. Even higher-tier magical beasts could not withstand the onslaught of three late golden core experts. Stay back. The tribulation clouds are approaching. Bai Quan sat cross-legged in the center, while Baili Furen led the others to a safe distance, clearing a substantial area. Soon, the sky darkened, ominous clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and a fierce wind whipped through the air, stinging their faces. The lower-tier cultivators felt their hearts race. The pressure from the nascent soul tribulation sent shivers down their spines. Is this the heavenly tribulation of the nascent soul stage? How terrifying. Lu Mu gazed upward at the swirling tribulation clouds, feeling the insignificance of humanity in the face of nature's laws. Miss, do you think Bai Quan can successfully endure the tribulation? Qing Zhu watched the ominous clouds with trepidation, wondering if humans could truly withstand such a lightning trial. 3 foundations of ordinary thunder, 6 paths of heavenly thunder in the golden core stage, 9 cycles of reincarnation thunder in the nascent soul phase, 12 paths of rebirth thunder in the transformation stage, and to ascend to divinity, one must endure 81 trials of divine thunder. Having chosen to defy the heavens, one must withstand the trials set forth by the celestial realm. In the pursuit of immortality and divine understanding, this path is inescapable. The world is impartial. Those who pass will ascend to the nascent soul stage, drawing closer to divinity, while those who fail will face death and the dissolution of their essence, such is fate. Baili Furen gazed at him with unwavering confidence, certain he would prevail, and so would they. Once a choice is made, one must forge ahead. Why cower in fear? Boom! The first thunder struck, and Bai Quan met it with a stoic expression. The second, third, and fourth followed. Yet, at this moment, Bai Quan was unrecognizable, his skin torn and bloodied, gasping for breath, his strength nearly depleted. Bai Nye, Bai Wan, and Bai Tian could only watch from a distance, their eyes reddened with helplessness. They were powerless to assist him. The tribulation thunder could only be borne by him alone. Any interference would invoke an even more ferocious thunderstorm. Baili Furen's eyes glistened with unshed tears, aware of the perilous nature of the tribulation, where many cultivators had perished beneath the thunder, their paths extinguished. She had prepared herself mentally, even contemplating the possibility of failing the tribulation and facing death. Yet, as she stood at this precipice, fear gripped her. The 4 companions had not emerged from the storyline. They had vanished. She was left uncertain whether Bai Quan had successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage, meaning he could truly perish beneath this thunderstorm. She reminded herself not to care. This was merely a fictional world, and she too would eventually depart. But could she truly confront his potential demise? Every moment shared along this journey was not mere illusion. As the eighth thunder descended, Bai Quan succumbed to the ground. "Wu miss, is Bai Quan Gugu going to die?" Qing Zhu had long been reduced to inconsolable sobbing. "Bai Quan Gugu, this is unacceptable," Lu Mu echoed, unable to reconcile the notion that the person who had repeatedly saved him in moments of dire peril would be claimed by the tribulation. Bai Nye, Bai Wen, and Bai Tian, accustomed to death, still felt profound sorrow at the sight of their fallen companion. Humanity, in the face of natural laws, is indeed fragile. Qing Qi Jing, however, turned his gaze towards Baili Furen, whose fists were clenched, body trembling. Eyes red, he was puzzled, unable to comprehend why everyone was so distraught, particularly why the little one appeared so sorrowful. Was the one undergoing the tribulation of such significance to them? A flicker of emotion stirred within his usually tranquil heart. He did not wish to witness the little one in such despair. She should be exalted, radiant, and brimming with pride, not so despondent. "Bai Quan, I command you to rise." A desperate shout shattered the heavy silence. "Oh, you hear me, Bai Quan. I command you to stand. Do not succumb here. Is it truly your wish to perish? Stand up. Do not allow me to look down upon you." The echoes of her anguished cries reverberated like thunder, unprecedented in intensity, resonating clearly in the hearts and minds of those present. She could not bear it. Ultimately, she could not witness his fall, nor confront the death of a comrade. Chapter 48. Breakthrough to the Golden Core Stage System. What should I do? How can I save him? Who can rescue him? The system was taken aback. It had not anticipated that the one who had consistently feigned indifference would unravel in such a scene. She had performed so well that it had forgotten she was a model youth raised in a peaceful era. She could disregard the lives of others, could overlook their deaths, yet she could not withstand the loss of those close to her. "Host, please do not panic. I will take a look." "Aha! There is something in the system that can save him." "What is it?" "A protective shield comparable to a sacred artifact, capable of mitigating half the power of this ninth thunder tribulation. It costs 150,000 points to use once. Only half. It cannot block it entirely. This is a tribulation thunder. No matter how formidable the artifact, it cannot completely negate it." "Very well, half will suffice. Exchange for this shield." The exchange was successful, and the shield materialized in her spatial ring. She would throw it out when the ninth thunder descended. Meanwhile, the fallen Bai Quan regained consciousness upon hearing the lady's voice. The young mistress was calling him. He could not fall here. He must rise to protect her, to safeguard the future head of the family. He struggled to get up, and the onlookers erupted in tears at the sight of his determination. The thunder grew louder, the ninth thunderstorm looming ever closer. She produced a life-saving pill given to her by her father before she departed and threw it towards Bai Quan. "Bai Quan, consume it. You must withstand this ninth thunder tribulation for my sake." Bai Quan caught the pill, his expression shifting. The others gasped, in unison exclaiming, "Young mistress, no. That is a sixth-grade healing pill, a life-preserving elixir bestowed by the family head." "Silence," she commanded coldly. "Bai Quan, I order you to consume. I or not feel burdened. You are not merely my guard. You are also a member of the Bai family. Protecting our kin is a duty I, Baili Furen, have carried since birth. Consume it, endure the nascent soul tribulation, and become my strongest protector. If you must perish, let it be on the battlefield defending our family, not here beneath the tribulation." Dying in such a dismal manner, Bai Quan gazed skyward. The ninth thunder was gathering its might, poised to strike. Could he truly resign himself to death? No, he would not. He would rather fall on the battlefield. Shielded by his duty to protect his kin, he could not accept such a cowardly demise. He would withstand this thunderstorm, break through to the nascent soul stage, and become the strongest guardian beside the young mistress, protecting more of their kin and the future head of the family. Resolute, he consumed the sixth-grade pill, and his injuries visibly began to heal. The efficacy of the sixth-grade pill was indeed astonishing, worthy of drawing divine thunder. However, Bai Quan still harbored uncertainties about enduring the mightiest ninth thunder tribulation. He had to persevere as long as he survived. He would recover from the tribulation's injuries post-transformation, and his physique would emerge even stronger from the trial. The most formidable ninth thunderstorm descended, and Baili Furen seized the moment to hurl the shield. Indeed, the powerful thunder was mitigated by the shield, striking Bai Quan with only half its force. Bai Quan, though astonished at the young mistress's possession of such an artifact, remained focused on withstanding the remaining half of the thunderstorm as the dark clouds dissipated. It signified Bai Quan's successful passage through the tribulation, emerging as a genuine nascent soul cultivator. The oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage enveloped them, forcing those nearby to nearly collapse under its weight. Bai Quan hastily reined in his aura, sitting down to stabilize his cultivation. Having witnessed Bai Quan's near failure in the tribulation, Baili Furen recognized the frailty of the spirit cultivator's physique. In the days to come, she resolutely compelled Bai Quan and the others to strengthen their bodies, liberally providing them with the abundant marrow-cleansing pills and body-refining liquids. After all, she possessed wealth and was an alchemist. She felt no regret. Yet, that was not the end. She also sent them to engage in one-on-one combat with equally matched magical beasts, insisting that they must engage in hand-to-hand combat, employing spells only as a last resort. Their lives were arduous, resembling that of body cultivators rather than spirit cultivators, forging them into beings of iron and steel. Qing Zhu and Lu Mu were particularly hard-pressed, especially Lu Mu, who received extra attention from Baili Furen, who justified it by saying, a spirit cultivator with such a frail body might perish beneath the lightning when breaking through to the golden core stage. No, I do not wish to be struck by lightning. Although life was tough, he accepted it. Among them, only Qin Chi Jing could withstand Baili Furen's rigorous training. Since that day they met, he had not left her side. Observing Qin Chi Jing, Baili Furen felt a sense of exasperation. This person would not depart, always trailing behind her. Let us train our bodies together. This level of difficulty seems trivial to him. Damn, how can a person, so poor he needs to work for a living, possess such a robust physique? I, on the other hand, consume marrow-cleansing pills daily, soaking in body-refining liquids, practicing body cultivation techniques day in and day out. And yet my physique pales in comparison to his. This exemplified the disparity between the wealthy, who relied on technology, and the impoverished, who relied on their innate mutations. The wealthy, Baili Furen, indulged in pills, while the poor Qin Chi Jing had mutated. After all, this fellow couldn't afford the pills or the expensive materials for body refinement. What else could it be but mutation? Even more infuriating was that this person, relying solely on the meager cultivation resources provided by the sect, managed to break through to the golden core stage. Qin Chi Jing, are you not going to complete your tasks? Why not go capture your stone lizard? Qin Chi Jing, having enjoyed his time with the young mistress, feasted, drank, and played well. Upon hearing her inquiry about his tasks, he shook his head in a rush. Very well. He himself is not anxious. Why should she worry needlessly? After spending several days in the central region, the high-grade magical beasts here have mostly been dealt with by the others. They did not exterminate them entirely, aside from their 3 daily meals. They refrain from slaying magical beasts unless they are attacked first. Dark clouds gather ominously, and thunder rumbles. After such a long interval, Baili Fuji finally faces her golden core thunder tribulation. The crowd gathers to protect her. And after witnessing Bai Quan's tribulation incident, they are haunted by psychological shadows regarding thunder tribulations. Although the golden core thunder tribulation is not as perilous as the nascent soul thunder tribulation, their worries linger. However, those concerns dissipate upon witnessing the bolts of lightning strike her without inflicting significant harm. It seems the young lady was right to encourage them to strengthen their bodies. It provides an added layer of security during tribulations. Soon, the 6 heavenly thunders of the golden core finish striking, and aside from her hair being rendered unkempt, her body remains largely unharmed. Chapter 49. By Piao Qin Chi Jing, the strength of her physique elicits exclamations of admiration. She successfully breaks through her cultivation bottleneck, becoming a golden core cultivator at the tender age of 14, the youngest golden core in the Shenmeng continent. As her cultivation rises, the tribulation lightning transforms into nourishment, fortifying her body further. Even her hair gains strength that it becomes a lustrous black, smooth and glossy, with each strand brimming with spiritual power. Her skin becomes even more radiant, elevating her overall aura to a higher echelon. No wonder the world of cultivation is filled with handsome men and beautiful women that a cultivation formation appears beneath her feet, typical for those who reach the golden core stage. What sets hers apart is its transparency. Others cannot perceive it at all. The members of the Baili family understand the situation, but Lu Mu and Qin Qi Jing remain oblivious, and it is impossible for them to be informed to avoid revealing her secret. She channels her light spiritual power, causing the formation beneath her to emit a dazzling white light. In the mysterious pattern formation, a single star shines brightly, while the other 9 remain dim, signifying her initial stage of golden core cultivation. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the golden core stage. You have taken another step towards becoming stronger, the system exclaims. Many congratulations, Baili Fuji responds joyfully, recognizing that her hard work has not been in vain. She can truly withstand the thunder tribulation. Congratulations, miss, on your breakthrough to golden core. Congratulations, junior sister, on your breakthrough to golden core. Congratulations, young lady, on your breakthrough to golden core. Even a usually reticent Qin Qi Jing expresses his happiness for her. The exceptionally handsome youth parts his thin lips slightly, clearly articulating 2 words. Congratulations! She graciously accepts everyone's well wishes, but then her expression shifts as, oh, why aren't you all hastening your cultivation to achieve breakthroughs sooner? Especially you, senior brother. Qing Zhu is about to break through to golden core as well. What will you look like if you don't break through soon? Lu Mu, caught off guard, feels unjustly targeted. He desires to advance too, but is breaking through a matter of mere wishful thinking. Why do these prodigies constantly take aim at him? Why is it always him who gets injured? Are these fellow disciples even human? Surely the renowned disciples from their sect aren't so abnormal. At just 14 years old, breaking through to golden core is beyond their wildest dreams. Stimulated by this, everyone throws themselves into rigorous physical training, enduring beatings from magical beasts daily, emerging bruised and battered tonight. They face the agonizing ordeal of marrow cleansing and body tempering, tirelessly absorbing spiritual energy to cultivate. Heaven rewards the diligent. Lu Mu, having reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, finally breaks through. After the tribulation, he successfully ascends to the golden core stage. At 18, he is already a genius among his peers, especially as a 5th-tier alchemist, where he is scion of a noble family. Suitors would be lining up at his doorstep. Such a talented alchemist is highly sought after, and early action is vital. Not long after, Qing Zhu also breaks through. Her physique far surpasses Lu Mu's, and she navigates her tribulation with far less distress, though she still sustains injuries. After recovering from the tribulation, she emerges as a 15-year-old golden core cultivator, stronger than many of the sect's prodigies. Moreover, as a wind element sword cultivator, her lethality is formidable. Only those faster than her can hope to evade her blade. Bai Nya, Bai Wen, and Bai Tian, already at the late stage of golden core, have solidified their foundations through extensive tempering, poised to break through to the nascent soul stage at any moment. Bai Quan is doubly delighted. Daily, she is taken by her young lady to engage in one-on-one combat with high-grade magical beasts. Forbidden from using spiritual power unless on the brink of death, the onlookers feel for him. Yet their own situation is little better. Baili Fuji is as merciless to them as she is to herself. This garners her their utmost respect. A person with talent, aptitude, and insight who is equally ruthless with herself embodies the essence of a true powerhouse. Qin Qi Jing continuously follows her, unable to suppress his desire to intervene whenever she finds herself in dire straits. He knows that the little dumpling possesses numerous elixirs. As long as she does not perish, she can heal from any injury. Yet he is acutely aware of the pain that accompanies injury and the agony of bleeding. He has endured many wounds. Some heal, while others fester and are OT.T. I'll have to excise the necrotic flesh and wait for healing is an excruciating process. Although he understands that the little dumpling can heal with a single elixir, he cannot bear to witness her in pain. Each time he sees her wounded, he instinctively attempts to assist, only to be rebuffed and told to stand aside, not to hinder her training. His own injuries are inconsequential, but seeing her delicate skin marred and stained with crimson blood causes his heart to ache, that he is perplexed. Is this what mortals refer to as heartache? For the first time in many years, he experiences such a sensation, yet the little dumpling perceives him as a nuisance. He feels a sense of grievance. Whether Baili Furen is aware of his feelings is uncertain. She simply finds him a constant impediment during her confrontations with magical beasts. Could it be that he fears her strength might surpass his? Thus, he disrupts her battles with the beasts. What a surprise! It appears there is more to this fellow than mere gluttony. Host, why do you think this way? Could he not be worried about you? The system interjects, exasperated. Having observed Qing Qi Jing's every intervention stems from concern for the host when she is harmed by magical beasts. Worried about me? Why would he care? You always choose powerful high-level magical beasts to confront. It's either a narrow victory or nearly fatal. Perhaps he fears for your safety, worried you might perish at the hands of magical beast. Fear that I might be injured or die? That shouldn't be the case. She casts a suspicious glance at Qing Qi Jing, who stands on a nearby branch. How could someone so emotionally closed off and indifferent possibly care for another? In the original story, he set fire to a village, watching his own parents struggle in the inferno until they perished, maintaining a cold demeanor throughout, devoid of any semblance of guilt. It is not that he is irredeemable. Those feudalistic, ignorant folk, including his own kin, treated him with such cruelty that their demise was perhaps deserved. This scene illustrates that Qing Qi Jing is not a person inclined to care for others. His sole obsession is food. Could it be that he fears losing his long-term source of sustenance should I perish? After all, he's been by my side, sharing meals and shelter. Indeed, he's been enjoying my Qing Zhu's cooking and sipping on my spiritual tea. While resting under the tent I provided him, I have not harmed him. I occasionally scold him, but it hardly affects him. Why the heavens? Reflecting on this, I realize I truly am a long-term source of sustenance for him. Suddenly, my mood sours. Chapter 50. Encounter with Wei Qi Lung Qing Host. You should try to see things from a different perspective. Qing Qi Jing is someone whom even the great heroine struggles to contend with. He views you as a long-term source of sustenance, which means he certainly wants you to remain alive. Should anyone attempt to assassinate you, he will undoubtedly protect you. With him around, your life is afforded an extra layer of security. Regardless, you cannot escape the inevitable encounter with the protagonist. A few meals are inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. This small amount of spiritual food is trivial for you, host. We have gained a great deal. A few meals in exchange for the protagonist serving as your bodyguard is a worthy trade. Having him around does not hinder our mission. After contemplating the system's analysis, I realize this is indeed the case. Ultimately, it is Qing Qi Jing who benefits from me, as I resemble a shrewd employer providing him with a few meals of spiritual food daily. With my perspective broadened, my mood brightens once more. I shall bring this magical beast back. It will be our dinner tonight. Upon hearing Baili Furen speak, Qing Qi Jing leaped down from the towering tree. Tirelessly and without complaint, she dragged the beast behind her. Returning to the encampment in the vast expanse of the Sunset Abyss's beast forest, after extensive training over a considerable duration, everyone had made significant progress. Having lingered for quite some time at the forest periphery, she resolved to delve deeper into its heart. After tidying up her belongings and finishing the last of their midday meal, they commenced their exploration of the new map mode. Not long into their venture towards the central depths, they encountered a group of individuals. Among them was a figure whom Baili Furen knew particularly well, our heroine, Wei Qi Lung Qing. Baili Furen was not at all surprised to see her. Sooner or later, they would cross paths in the perilous central region of the Sunset Abyss, albeit slightly later than she had anticipated. The group consisted of youthful boys and girls, their appearances and attire exuding an air of refinement. Clearly hailing from distinguished backgrounds, the two leading males and one female were either of the highest status or possessed the most formidable skills, while Wei Lung Qing was somewhat sidelined among them. Upon spotting Baili Furen and her companions, the group paused, taken aback by the unexpected presence of others in the treacherous central area of the Sunset Abyss. The 8 individuals were striking in appearance. But the most remarkable were the young girl with silver-gray eyes and the boy with violet eyes. Their beauty was truly breathtaking. Another girl among them was also an uncommon beauty, while a young man radiated an air of elegance and charm. The remaining 4, appearing as mature men, were equally handsome and exuded an extraordinary presence. "Hey, who are you lot?" the young girl among the 3 leaders inquired, addressing Baili Furen's group, though the girl was undeniably beautiful. Her proud demeanor marred her allure. N01 responded to her question. As for noble status, none could rival Baili Furen, who could make even royal officials step aside in her presence. It was indeed the first time someone had dared to be so disrespectful to her in her time in this world, which she found rather amusing. Noticing the silence, her expression darkened instantly, her gaze turning venomous. "Bold commoners, standing before you is the esteemed princess of the Xuanwu Empire. Kneel and pay your respects at once. For every arrogant figure, there are always sycophantic lackeys nearby, and so." Another girl beside the princess began to bark. Silence reigned once more, with no one acknowledging their words. Baili Furen and her companions regarded them as if they were mere jesters. Even Lu Mu, who typically had a gentle temperament and treated others with warmth and courtesy, furrowed his brow, his smile fading. He had heard of the Xuanwu Empire's princess, a disciple of the Ling Tian sect's Snow Peak, and never expected to encounter her in the Sunset Abyss. While this princess possessed a measure of talent and considered herself a prodigy, she paled in comparison to his junior sister and her companions. It was rumored that she was not a benevolent individual. Her arrogance was matched only by her cruelty, as those who offended her often suffered greatly. Yet here she was, putting on airs before his junior sister, utterly unaware of the dangers she courted. If one were to speak of noble lineage, no one present could compete with his junior sister, whose status as the eldest daughter of the Baili family commanded respect even from the emperor of the empire. Fearing that this ancestor might take offense, they dared not provoke the wrath of the Baili family. My esteemed guests, I must apologize. My younger sister can be rather headstrong, as her elder brother. I offer my sincerest apologies." Another young man, the one leading the group, spoke up to defuse the situation and apologize for the girl's rudeness. The young girl was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. "Elder brother, why are you apologizing to them? They are merely a pack of commoners who dare to disregard the words of this princess." "Silence." The young man reprimanded her sharply, "And why sister has not encountered much of the world. I hope you will be magnanimous. I am Xianqing Zhe, the first prince of the Xuanwu Empire. This is my younger sister, the 3rd princess, Xianwu Mei." He then pointed at another young man. "This is Baili Yuan, a side branch scion of the Baili family. The rest of these are our fellow disciples. May I inquire about your esteemed identities?" Xianqing Zhe sensed that these individuals were certainly not of ordinary caliber, particularly the 4 adult men, whose cultivation levels were undoubtedly impressive. The aura they exuded reminded him only of the elders within the royal family, prompting him to interrupt Xianwu Mei's insolence and extend an apology to the group. After introducing Baili Yuan, he aimed to convey that even if they were powerful cultivators, they should still regard the Baili family with respect. This time, they finally reacted as the girl in the green dress pointed at Baili Yuan. "You are Baili Yuan? Which branch of the Baili family do you hail from?" Baili Yuan, a sunny and handsome young man, was not angered by the inquiry. "I am a scion of the Yuan branch of the Baili family. My grandfather being Baili Meng, an elder of the Yuan branch. The Baili family has 4 side branches, Yuan, Kong, Wan, and later he belonged to the Yuan branch, and his father managed the Yuan branch and was one of the 4 elders of the Baili family. Miss, he is a descendant of the family's Yuan branch elder." Qing Zhu whispered to Baili Furen. So upon hearing that Brother Yuan is a scion of the Baili family, you are filled with trepidation. Just a moment ago, you were so haughty and dismissive. Xianwu Mei, realizing they had inquired about Baili Yuan's identity, fell silent, assuming they were now intimidated by the Baili family. Meanwhile, Wei Lung Qing had long recognized Baili Furen, a fact that was hard to forget. Hearing the self-important Princess Xianwu Mei boast about the Baili family in front of Baili Furen, She felt a wave of embarrassment for her. This foolish, arrogant, and cruel princess must have never faced a true challenge. Chapter 51. A slap in the face this time. She had truly kicked a steel plate. However, she had no desire to remind her, as she held no favorable impression of this princess of the Xuanwu Empire. In comparison, Baili Furen left a much better impression on her. Though Baili Furen was equally arrogant and unreasonable, she had never witnessed her bully the innocent. Baili Furen found the situation amusing. Am I to fear for my own family? Qingzhu, slap her. Yes, Mississippi, the beautiful girl with silver-gray eyes, uttered a command, and a gust of wind swept through as a resounding slap echoed in the air. With that, Xianwu Mei was sent flying 3 meters away. The one who had struck being the girl in the green dress. Xianqing Zhe and his companions were left dumbfounded, only reacting after Xianwu Mei landed. Upon witnessing their princess being struck, the lackeys immediately channeled their spiritual energy and charged at Qingzhu. These insignificant figures were no match for Qingzhu. As the formation beneath her feet illuminated, the attackers were sent flying by the wave of spiritual energy, leaving everyone momentarily stunned and staring at Qingzhu in shock. A golden core cultivator. How could this be? How old is this girl? Her cultivation level had already reached the golden core stage. The 3 stars illuminated within the formation constantly reminded everyone that the girl in the green dress was indeed a genuine golden core powerhouse. Qingzhu, continue, commanded the girl with silver-gray eyes, prompting Qingzhu to step forward and deliver another slap to the already recovering Xianwu Mei. Another resounding slap rang out, not only striking Xianwu Mei's face, but also delivering a blow to the pride of the Xuanwu Empire. Xianqing Zhe's face turned ashen as he hurriedly called upon 2 mid-golden core royal cultivators to step forward and intervene. However, as those 2 cultivators approached to restrain Qingzhu, they were met with a pressure emanating from a nascent soul cultivator that forced them to kneel. Xianqing Zhe and his companions were similarly pinned to the ground by this overwhelming force, leaving only Baili Yuan and the slapping Qingzhu unscathed. Who dares to obstruct my young lady's discipline? Bai Quan unleashed a nascent soul-level pressure. Xianqing Zhe was engulfed in fear. He had never anticipated that among this group there would be a nascent soul powerhouse, and that they had offended such a formidable individual. Moreover, this powerhouse, alongside the golden core girl, seemed to heed the commands of the girl with silver-gray eyes. Hearing young one cannot simply disregard the plight of fellow disciples. After all, they have refrained from making things difficult for me. Considering my affiliation with the Baili family, if I were to plead for them, would I risk incurring their wrath? Ultimately, he stepped forward to intercede on their behalf for Xianwu Mei. He had no desire to involve himself. Yet he could not ignore the innocence of these disciples. Turning his gaze to the girl with silver-gray eyes, he spoke earnestly. Esteemed miss, they had no intention of offending you. I implore you to show mercy. Baili Furen glanced at the sunny youth before him, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Baili Yuan, do you know why you are still standing here? Baili Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Is it because I belong to the Baili family? Indeed. Baili Furen's gaze held a deeper meaning. You should consider yourself fortunate to be a kin of mine. Otherwise, your fate would mirror theirs. Kinsman, Baili Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? He pointed at Baili Furen, his words faltering. Suddenly, his finger was met with a painful strike from Bai Quan, who wielded her spiritual power with precision. She produced an identity token, her expression dark as she regarded him. Though not pay respect upon encountering the eldest daughter of the Baili family is one thing, but to dare point a finger at her is sheer audacity. Baili Yuan, you possess an astounding amount of gall. The furious reprimand left Baili Yuan momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the identity token, he could hardly believe his eyes as he turned to Baili Furen. You are the eldest daughter of the Baili family, the sole daughter of the family head, Baili Furen. His exclamation rang clear, drawing the shocked gazes of all present. What they had just learned was astonishing. The girl before them was none other than the esteemed eldest daughter of the Baili family. It was no wonder that the powerful cultivator in the nascent soul stage and the woman in the golden core stage obeyed her every command. Xianqing's face turned ashen. They had inadvertently offended the eldest daughter of the Baili family, while harboring the hope that she would spare them out of consideration for Baili Yuan. How ludicrous it was to use the Baili family's influence to threaten its own esteemed daughter. Meanwhile, Bai Quan had already positioned her blade at Baili Yuan's throat. Baili Yuan, you dare address the eldest daughter by her name. To show such disrespect, do you seek death? Faced with the intimidating presence of a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, his legs trembled as he hurriedly bowed his head in submission. I, Baili Yuan, pay my respect to the eldest daughter. I did not intend to offend you. I beseech your forgiveness. Baili Fuchi smiled and bid him to rise, that I am quite lenient towards my kin. Baili Yuan, I trust you will not repeat this mistake. Otherwise, my guard shall personally put an end to you. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He understood the gravity of her words as a side branch member of the Baili family. He was all too aware of the consequences of disrespecting the family head, the matriarch, or the eldest daughter. Those who betrayed the family deserved death, and even a beloved pet within the household could be deemed guilty. The eldest daughter's magnanimity was etched in his heart, and he vowed never to err again. That a profound silence enveloped the scene as everyone watched in hushed awe as Xian Wumei was met with a barrage of slaps, none daring to utter a sound. The resounding slaps reverberated not only against Xian Wumei's face, but also struck at their very souls. Baili Fuchi savored the moment, glancing at the system interface as her score continued to rise. Her satisfaction growing. Chapter 52, Unrepentant System. This display surely earned a substantial amount of points, did it not? Xian Wumei is no virtuous being. Countless beautiful and talented young women have fallen victim to her schemes. This can be deemed a service to the public. Your actions were nothing short of exemplary. Xian Wumei has harmed many. This endeavor not only boosts your score, but also enhances your fortune. Indeed, a righteous deed. How has my fortune increased? By reprimanding Xian Wumei, you avenge those she wronged, thus accumulating merit that manifests as fortune. Is that so? If I were to eliminate her, would my merit increase further? Logically speaking, yes. She harbors many innocent souls. Her demise would avenge the fallen and liberate those she intended to harm. However, I advise against such actions. Do you not recall that she was targeted by Wei Qi lynching? This is a matter for the main heroine, and we need not interfere at all. How could I forget? She was merely a pawn in the main heroine's grand scheme. Baili Fuchi had no intention of meddling further. A lesson was sufficient, and should Xian Wumei dare to provoke her again, she would receive another beating. Meanwhile, Qing Zhu was relishing the opportunity to strike, her natural strength amplified by her spiritual energy, rendering the blows painless to her. If anyone were to feel pain, it would undoubtedly be the face of the one who dared to flaunt their authority before the eldest daughter, showing utter disrespect. With a swift motion, she delivered another resounding slap, leaving a horrifying mark upon Xian Wumei's face. Ugh! Lu Mu gasped in shock, taken aback by the ferocity of his junior sister's strike, sensing the undercurrent of personal grievances. Indeed, anyone who spoke rudely to her junior sister found themselves on Qing Zhu's blacklist. As Xian Wumei's cries grew feeble, it became apparent that she was nearing her end. Xian Qingze quickly interjected. Eldest Miss Bai, please, show mercy. If this continues, she shall surely perish. Grant her reprieve, and we shall offer anything you desire from the Xuanwu Empire. Although he held no fondness for his reckless royal sister, he feared the repercussions of her death. Given that she was the favored daughter of the emperor, what could the Xuanwu Empire possibly possess that would pique my interest? Silence fell. Xian Qingze found himself at a loss. The Xuanwu Empire truly lacked anything worthy of the eldest daughter's attention, but he suddenly felt that perhaps it would be best to allow Xian Wumei to meet her end. He was weary of cleaning up after her incessant blunders. After a moment of contemplation, he uttered words that astonished everyone present. The Xuanwu Empire indeed possesses nothing that would catch your eye. Eldest Miss Bai, Xian Wumei has offended you. Do as you see fit. Whether she lives or dies, Xian shall not intervene. The crowd was taken aback by his resolution, yet it somehow seemed reasonable. Baili Fuchi was equally surprised. Was he truly prepared to disregard Xian Wumei's fate? However, considering Xian Wumei's character, it was understandable. Having such a sister must be quite burdensome. Had she been in his position, she would have wished to go back in time to eliminate her at birth. Turning her gaze towards Baili Yuan, who stood silently by her side. She asked, "What is your opinion, Baili Yuan?" Baili Yuan was momentarily flabbergasted. Was the eldest daughter seeking his input? A smile crept onto his face as he replied, "As long as you are content, esteemed miss." In truth, he held no affection for Xian Wumei. She was foolish and malicious, using her status to bully others, which he found utterly detestable. "Very well. Your happiness is paramount." As the beatings reached a satisfactory conclusion, she instructed Qing Zhu to cease her assault, and Bai Quan withdrew her oppressive aura. Xian Qingze and his companions scrambled to their feet, standing obediently in silence. Too frightened to speak, Xian Qingze approached Xian Wumei, noting her unconscious state and weak breaths. The sight of her mangled visage filled him with revulsion. "Eldest Miss Bai, you have avenged yourself. I shall now take my leave with her." Baili Furen glanced at Xian Wumei, who was on the brink of death, and ordered Qing Zhu to administer a healing pill. "We cannot allow her to perish. She is the main heroine's pawn. If she dies, how will the heroine exert her influence?" Xian Qingze was taken aback. How could Baili Furen so casually offer a precious healing pill to someone who had wronged her? "Eldest Miss Bai, your generosity knows no bounds. That I am ashamed of my earlier rudeness." Having consumed the pill, Xian Wumei began to heal, yet her first words upon awakening were filled with venom. "Damnable wretch! How dare you strike a princess? I shall have you all imprisoned. Your power shall be stripped, the men sold as playthings, and the women as courtesans. How dare you insult me, you worthless scum?" The air grew thick with tension, hearts racing in fear. The auras of the powerful individuals present felt almost tangible, and Xian Qingze's complexion turned ashen. "Xian Wumei, you ought not to have lived. How many must you endanger?" Baili Yuan's expression darkened with rage. "Eldest Miss Bai, she is no concern of ours. Her fate rests in your hands." After uttering these words, Xian Qingze turned and walked away, hoping that Baili Furen would not direct her ire towards the Xuanwu Empire. Meanwhile, Baili Furen, contemplating whether Xian Wumei had learned her lesson, was interrupted by Lu Mu's maniacal laughter. She regarded him with confusion. "What is the matter with you? Have you lost your mind?" Lu Mu's demeanor shifted dramatically from his usual calm, refined self to one of eerie madness. "Little junior sister, shall I assist you in teaching her a lesson?" Intrigued, she wondered what mischief the normally composed senior brother would conjure when provoked. "Very well. I shall leave this to you." Upon witnessing the transformed appearance of Lu Mu, Bai Quan and his three companions retracted their murderous intent. Their assessment of the eldest young lady senior was simply, "He's quite deranged." The onlookers observed this face-changing youth as he approached the azure-clad maiden, encircling Xian Wumei on either side. Both wore smiles that concealed an unsettling aura, sending chills down the spines of those present. "What do you intend to do?" Xian Wumei trembled at the sight of their eerie smiles and peculiar gazes. "Brother, save me." Yet her royal brother paid her no heed, turning his back instead. In a fit of fury, she threatened, "Do you believe I shall summon Father to punish you upon my return?" Chapter 53. "Do not look." The sharp, grating sound of her voice pierced the air. Lu Mu chuckled lightly, remarking, "To still be contemplating retribution for others. It seems you remain oblivious to your own predicament." Qing Zhu cast a sidelong glance at him, dismissing his words as superfluous, summoning her sword. She swiftly severed Xian Wumei's throat with a single sweep. Blood gushed forth as she clutched her neck, collapsing in defiance. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Had someone truly been murdered? Xian Wumei was dead? Baili Furen narrowed his eyes, sensing that it was not so straightforward. He seemed to grasp the intentions of the senior brother. Indeed, just as Xian Wumei teetered on the brink of death, Lu Mu produced several pills, administering them to her as soon as she swallowed. Her wound healed, and her complexion regained its vitality. "Do not fret. I possess an abundance of medicinal pills. You shall not perish." "Ha ha!" His laughter echoed ominously in the scene. Barely revived, she was pierced through the heart by Qing Zhu's sword. Why? The shock was palpable as she fell once more, enduring the agonizing wait for death. Just as her breath waned, Lu Mu smiled and fed her more pills, healing her yet again. However, her revival was met with Qing Zhu's relentless stabbing. First her hands, then her legs, and finally her torso. Her anguished screams reverberated through the skies, yet she could not escape her gruesome fate. Qing Zhu and Lu Mu flanked her, their eyes gleaming with a peculiar delight as they watched her bleed profusely, teetering on the edge of death. Once again, as she hovered near expiration, she was fed another handful of pills, restoring her life anew. Terror filled her gaze as she looked at them, but before she could utter a word, the two resumed their sadistic torment. Revived yet again, Lu Mu, while feeding her pills, stuffed a handful of seeds into her mouth. Once she regained her strength, he urged the seeds to sprout, resulting in roots and branches bursting forth from within her body, a spectacle both magnificent and horrific. She was trapped in a relentless cycle of death and revival, tormented repeatedly. In yet another moment of near demise, she resolutely sealed her lips, refusing the pills. Lu Mu's smile turned gentle, yet his grip was unyielding as he pried her mouth open, forcing the pills inside. Once her physical torment ceased, they began to shatter her bones, piece by piece. The dreadful man even administered pills that heightened her senses, doubling her agony. Her piercing cries and moans of despair echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Some were sickened, others terrified to the point of losing control, while many fainted. None could maintain their composure. How terrifying! These two must be deranged. The crowd thought to kill and revive her repeatedly. Torturing her without mercy is truly inhumane. Xian Qingze, with his back turned, could only listen to the unbearable shrieks, fully aware of their torment. Baili Yuan's complexion was ashen. Heavens, these two are truly monstrous. It would be kinder to simply stab her to death. Only Baili Furen and Wei Qi Lung Qing observed with inscrutable expressions. She glanced at Wei Qi Lung Qing. As expected, the female lead remains unfazed by such brutality. Then she turned her attention back to Qing Zhu and Lu Mu, who were still contemplating various methods to dispose of Xian Wumei. She grimaced, realizing their depravity was unmatched. Since when did you become so twisted? Qing Zhu. Not only was her body subjected to torment, but her spirit endured relentless suffering as well. The joy she once derived from torturing others had transformed into profound anguish as she now bore the brunt of such cruelty. All she desired was death. Yet those two would not grant her such mercy. Even death had become an unattainable luxury. Regret flooded her being. Why had she provoked them? Yet in this world, there exists no remedy for regret, nor can time rewind. Just as she was lost in this turmoil, Baili Furen felt a tug at her sleeve. It was Qing Qi Jing. His eyes implored her, "Do not look." He wished to shield her from such foul imagery, fearing his actions might incite her disfavor. These grotesque scenes would only tarnish her innocent gaze. He wanted her to see the beauty of the world with her exquisite silver-gray eyes. Baili Furen was perplexed. She wished to ignore him and continue watching, yet he stubbornly clung to her sleeve. Not look. She regarded his handsome face, his violet eyes fixed on her with determination, and they held each other's gaze for what felt like eternity. Ultimately, she relented, conceding to his request not out of obedience, but to free herself from his grip. "Fine, I shall not look." She withdrew her sleeve, turning her face away with a huff, seeing her averted gaze. Qing Qi Jing felt a surge of relief. His previously cold demeanor softened. What a peculiar situation. I've witnessed far worse, and this is merely child's play. Judging that enough time had passed, she finally instructed the two to cease their actions. Qing Zhu sheathed her sword and returned to Baili Furen's side. Lu Mu, seemingly unsatisfied, stuffed a few more pills into Xian Wu Mei before rejoining them. Upon his return, he resumed his demeanor of a refined and gentle young master, leaving the onlookers astounded. How terrifying! These two are indeed monstrous. One must never judge a book by its cover, nor the depths of the sea by a mere cup. The young lady from the Baili family was surrounded by individuals of extraordinary caliber. Remember these faces. In the future, turn and flee at the sight of them. Never offend them. Xian Wumei's wounds healed and her consciousness returned. She pondered, is it over? Am I dead? Finally free? In a daze. She stood, the heart-wrenching sensation etched into her very soul. She stumbled a few steps before spotting Baili Furen and her companions, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. She collapsed to the ground. and no one moved to assist her, still reeling from the horrifying spectacle they had just witnessed. The eldest young lady, in her mercy, refrained from taking her life. The crowd was taken aback. Truly, her mercy was excessive. It would have been kinder to grant her a swift death. I hope the crown prince of the Xuanwu Empire will take this opportunity to discipline your princess, for the sake of the empire's reputation. Consider this a mere lesson. Should such insolence occur again, be prepared to offer the Baili family a satisfactory explanation. Xianqing Zhe could only respond with a bitter expression. How could he discipline her? She acted with impunity, relying on their father's favoritism. The eldest young lady is magnanimous. I assure you, I shall instruct my sister accordingly. He ordered 2 individuals to drag Xian Wu Mei away, sending her back to the imperial palace. Weary of her incessant provocations, young mistress, what brings you to the sunset abyss? It is perilous here. Once matters are settled, Baili Yuan dared to speak. What business do you have here? I am here for my own purposes. We are disciples of the Ling Tian sect. Our sect requires us to undergo 2 years of training outside that we thought to practice in the sunset abyss. Understood that I too am here for the same reason. Baili Yuan gazed at her in astonishment. Could it be that you are also a disciple of the Ling Tian sect? Chapter 54, Arrival. Indeed, Lu Mu replied with a cheerful smile. Baili Yuan felt a twinge of trepidation, recalling the earlier scene. Junior brother Baili, we are indeed fellow disciples. I am Lu Mu, the esteemed eldest disciple of the Dan Peak of Ling Tian sect. You may refer to me as Lu Shixiao. Your esteemed young lady is also one of my disciples at the Dan Peak. She is our cherished junior sister. He gestured towards Qing Zhu and Qing Qi Jing. This is Qing Zhu, a junior sister of the Jianfeng, also serving as our junior sister's maid. The one with violet eyes is also a disciple of Jianfeng, named Qing Qi Jing. The remaining 4 are the young mistress's bodyguards, Bai Quan, Bai Nia, Bai Wen, and Bai Tian. The crowd stood in stunned silence, astonished that the golden core stage maiden was merely a maid, and the nascent soul stage cultivator was merely a bodyguard. The attendants of the Baili family as eldest young lady possessed such formidable cultivation levels. However, considering her lineage, it seemed quite reasonable. Only the legitimate eldest daughter of the Baili family could command such authority over a nascent soul cultivator. Yet it was unexpected that these individuals were all disciples of the Ling Tian sect. Was this akin to infighting among allies? You are the esteemed eldest disciple of the Dan Peak, the prodigious alchemist who broke through to the 5th rank at the age of 17. Lu Mu. Indeed, that is I doubt Baili Yuan stared in disbelief at Lu Mu, realizing that this seemingly deranged individual was the celebrated genius alchemist renowned throughout the sect. The gentle, refined, and courteous Lu Mu of the Dan Peak was indeed a far cry from the deranged fiend who had just reveled in the torture of another. Oh dear, was that truly him? He is a monster. Greetings, Lu Shixiao. Your esteemed deeds have long been known within the Ling Tian sect. I am Baili Yuan, a disciple of Fu Feng, and this is my fellow apprentice, Xianqing Zhe. The individual you just reprimanded is Xue Feng's disciple, Xian Wu Mei, and the others behind are disciples from both Fu Feng and Xue Feng. Upon hearing Fu Feng's name, Baili Fu felt a sudden recollection of an ancient tome on talismanic arts that he had yet to peruse. During his prior focus on body cultivation, alchemy, and other pursuits, he had completely overlooked it. System, may I concurrently cultivate both alchemy and talisman crafting? He inquired, concerned that the tome would go to waste otherwise. Indeed, as long as you possess sufficient energy, pursuing both vocations simultaneously poses no issue. However, should your vitality falter, it is advisable to master one discipline first. The system advised that if you are unable to cultivate, you may gift the tome to someone else, thus ensuring it does not go to waste, that we can actually give it away. He queried, surprised. Yes, the system is quite accommodating and not so rigid as to restrict usage solely to you. That is indeed quite accommodating, but I shall find a moment to experiment with it. If it does not work out, I will consider whom it may suit to receive the cultivation tome. Excellent, when the time comes. Do give it a try. You also possess a bloodline awakening pill in your inventory. It is recommended to use it only after breaking through to the Yuaning stage. Why so? He asked. As a scion of the divine, your blood flows with the essence of an unknown deity, which may prove formidable. Furthermore, Your bloodline is the closest among the divine to this particular deity, indicating that awakening, it carries significant risks. The lower your cultivation, the greater the peril during awakening. It is prudent to wait until you reach the Yuan Ing stage before consuming the bloodline awakening pill. Understood. While she was engaged in conversation with the system, Master Lu Mu had already joined the fray with a group of individuals, conversing animatedly. Ultimately, Baili Yuan inquired of Baili Fu whether they should travel together. She smiled and nodded, with the leading lady present. Where could she possibly flee? She still had her own part to play. She was determined to witness the process of the protagonist's triumph over adversity in its entirety. Thus, they all ventured together into the depths of the forest within the sunset abyss. Appearing to share laughter and conversation, though a closer inspection revealed the cautious demeanor the group maintained towards Baili Fu and her companions. After all, this young lady was indeed a living ancestral spirit. Should she take umbrage, they might meet the same fate as Xian Wu Mei. Dear junior disciples, your cultivation levels are all at the foundation establishment stage, with only a handful reaching the golden core stage. What audacity do you possess to venture into the depths of the sunset abyss? Lu Mu inquired, though what he truly meant was, are you all seeking death? The deeper they traversed, the more formidable the magical beast became. We have been in the sunset abyss for nearly 2 months, and have encountered no magical beasts, which is why we intend to delve deeper. And no magical beasts? He pondered, recalling how they had consumed 3 magical beasts a day. Surely, they had not all been devoured. The journey thus far had been remarkably uneventful. Not even a single insect had crossed their path. As dusk fell, the night promised danger. Xian Xingze approached, anxious to suggest halting their journey to rest. Upon seeing Baili Fu nod, he dared to instruct the disciples of Ling Tian's sect, Fu Feng and Xue Feng, to set up camp. Flames danced around them as they gathered by the fire, sharing tales of their experiences within the sunset abyss, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, she discreetly observed Wei Qi Lung Qing's movements. Wei Qi Lung Qing had not mingled with the others, instead sitting at a distance atop a tree, shrouded in shadows, rendering her expression unreadable. System. Even if the plot diverges, the scenes of the protagonist battling monsters should remain unchanged, correct? Indeed, the requisite monsters will still appear. As a devoted spectator, I have arrived. It seems we are in for a challenging battle tonight. Before a storm, there is always calm. For them, it would indeed be a formidable challenge. However, for the few of them, it was a different matter entirely. System, your assessment of us is quite high. You even have a Yuan Ing stage guardian servant. Unless we encounter magical beasts of the 8th rank or higher, we should be safe. The rest settled down to rest. A few were assigned to keep watch, and she reclined comfortably to sleep. The plot had provided only a vague outline. She wondered what kinds of monsters would emerge tonight, her anticipation mounting in the dead of night. While the others slept soundly, a mysterious creature infiltrated their camp. Unnoticed by those on guard, IT has arrived. Baili Fu, in a deep slumber, instantly opened her eyes, filled not with the confusion of awakening, but with an indescribable thrill. What is it? She mused, curiosity piqued. Projecting her consciousness outward, she scanned her surroundings but found nothing. Strange, I distinctly sensed something at the camp. How could I see nothing? System, could it be an invisible magical beast? Unlikely. Let me scan. The system conducted a thorough scan. Host, it is beneath the ground, over 1,000 meters deep, and is rapidly ascending toward the surface. Chapter 55. Why are you running with this young lady? And it is not just one. Many are present, likely a whole clan. To think they lurked beneath the earth. She extended her spiritual consciousness downwards, attuning to the scene the system had described. The sheer number was overwhelming. Her fear of dense clusters was about to manifest. They were rising rapidly, and it would not be long before they reached the surface. She hastily got up to awaken Qing Zhu and the others. If those creatures emerged, they would be unable to escape, and that would truly spell disaster. With such numbers, even a transformation stage expert would tremble in fear. As she lifted the tent flap and stepped outside, she collided directly into someone's embrace. The delightful scent enveloped her as she was tightly held by the waist. Who dares to act so boldly, laying hands on this young lady? She exclaimed internally, her head pressed against the person's chest, attempting to break free to discern the identity of this audacious individual. Alas, this person possessed surprising strength, preventing her escape. Just as she was about to voice her discontent, the figure swiftly whisked her away, moving as quickly as lightning, out of the corner of her eye. She caught a fleeting glimpse of their camp disappearing, her emotions a tumultuous blend. System. Who is this person? Kidnapping me now. The system, momentarily a loss for words, finally stammered, "A Qing Qi Jing. The one carrying me away is Qing Qi Jing. Has he lost his mind?" She began to struggle vehemently, and he paused, allowing her to regain her footing. Yes, soon as he loosened his grip, she delivered a swift kick. FCK. Her expression twisted momentarily. Was his body made of diamond? It was astonishingly hard, and her foot ached. Regrettably, that singular kick only fueled her irritation. Qing Qi Jing immediately noticed her slight tremor and crouched down, using his spiritual energy to massage her injured foot. She looked down at the dark back of his head, grabbing a handful of his hair without a care for his discomfort. "Qing Qi Jing, why are you running with me?" He did not respond immediately, but waited until her foot felt better before standing up. The height difference was now starkly apparent. Having just looked down at him, she now had to tilt her head to meet his gaze, her imposing demeanor diminished, gazing at the towering Qing Qi Jing. She felt a torrent of expletives welling up inside her. Is he on steroids? Or something? Why does he seem to have grown even taller? Am I the only one not growing? Host, you are indeed growing taller. But he is simply growing at a faster rate. Moreover, it is natural for males to be taller than females. You cannot possibly expect to surpass 180 centimeters in height. Can you? She looked up at him, still clutching his dark hair. Qing Qi Jing. I am inquiring about your actions. Are you deaf? His mysterious purple eyes merely regarded her, and to her surprise, there was an unmistakable depth of emotion in his gaze. Baili Fu thought she might be hallucinating. It must be an illusion. After a prolonged silence, he finally addressed her inquiry. There is danger. Her expression morphed into one of confusion. So, this fellow sensed danger, stood outside my tent in the dead of night, and then abducted me. Having just begun to cultivate her spiritual power, she had only just become aware of the presence near her tent, while he had already approached. Goodness, was this male protagonist somehow cheating? Despite her relentless efforts to hone her spiritual sensitivity, she found herself outmatched by his innate abilities. There are many creatures beneath the ground. To assuage Baili Fu's disbelief, he provided further details regarding the potential dangers. All right, I understand. She cast a complex glance at him, retrieving her communication token, preparing to summon Qing Zhu, Bai Quan, and the others. Bai Quan and the others swiftly grabbed Qing Zhu, while Lu Mu descended from the skies, landing before her. As soon as Bai Quan arrived, he drew his weapon, preparing to attack Qing Qi Jing, but she immediately intervened. Young lady, he dared to abduct you. If not for my vigilance, he would have succeeded. She rolled her eyes. He already succeeded, did he not? We have been standing here for quite some time before you arrived. Qing Qi Jing's speed was indeed akin to lightning. Her spiritual awareness extended thousands of kilometers within the sunset abyss, yet he had whisked her away before she could sense their camp. Had he truly wished to abduct her, even Bai Quan, at the Yuaning stage, would likely struggle to catch up. What a tragic tale. Lu Mu, however, seemed quite curious. Qing Shidi, what is your intent in abducting my little junior sister in the dead of night? His intention was not to abduct, but to alert us to the dangers lurking at the camp, which he sensed. Danger? Qing Zhu was perplexed. Miss, what dangers lie at the encampment? Nothing happened when we left. If there were dangers. Wu and T.A. brief return revealed the truth. The heroine's moment of grandeur was not to be missed by her foremost admirer. She turned to head back, only to be abruptly lifted off her feet. The familiar strength was undoubtedly that of King Kijian. How audacious! How dare you lay hands on the young lady? You scoundrel! Qing Zhu and the others widened their eyes, ready to strike King Kijian down. Enough! Cease at once! She shouted, forcing them to halt their aggression, though their glares remained fixed on King Kijian. She attempted to pry his arm from around her waist, but instead he tightened his grip. With a resigned sigh, she asked, "What must I say for you to let go?" He held her soft, fragrant form, stubbornly refusing to release her. Or not return. It is dangerous. Beneath the encampment lies an array of perils that I sense a threat. And I cannot allow this delicate little creature to venture back. It is far too perilous. Even if there are Yuaniing stage cultivators present, I cannot risk letting her take such chances. The threats are simply too numerous. Furthermore, he had a selfish motive. Embracing the little one was quite comfortable, and he was reluctant to let her go. She gazed skyward in exasperation, of course. I am aware of the dangers. However, should I miss this opportunity to shine as the heroine? Who knows when I might get another chance? The young lady insisted on returning to take a look, that he remained unmoved, his steadfast gaze locked onto her, conveying his unwavering stance, following a series of threats and temptations. None proved effective, and she ultimately matched him with a determined stare, resolutely asserting her intent to go. Qing Zhu and Bai Quan exchanged glances, puzzled by the young lady's unusually mild temperament. Under normal circumstances, she would have simply dragged someone off for punishment, rather than engaging in such civil discourse. Lu Mu stepped forward to mediate. Qing Shitty, although our little junior sister has yet to reach maturity. She is still a young lady. Your actions are rather inappropriate. King Kijian shot him a deadpan glance, tightening his hold instead. Lu Mu, perplexed, thought he detected a hint of murderous intent in King Kijian's otherwise expressionless face. Surely it was merely a trick of the light. Perhaps we could compromise. I'll take a brief glance at the encampment from a safe distance. She proposed that aren't you quite swift? If danger arises. You can whisk me away then, and thus you may release me. After contemplating for a moment, King Kijian finally nodded in agreement. At worst, he would simply run faster while holding the little one. The group retraced their steps to the encampment, which was already in disarray, filled with commotion and clamor. Wei Qi Lingqing, are you out of your mind? As they approached, a female disciple from Xiefeng scolded loudly. Indeed, there's nothing around here, not a single beast in sight. Where is the danger? Wei Qi Lingqing's actions in waking everyone in the dead of night to flee under the pretense of danger had incited widespread dissatisfaction. After much surveying, they found nothing. Clearly, this was a futile exercise. They could not help but harbor resentment. Wei Qi Lingqing, her expression icy, paid no heed to their complaints, simply addressing Xian Qingze, Brother Xian, make a decision swiftly. Will we evacuate or not? Xian Qingze's countenance darkened. He genuinely sensed no danger. Yet Wei Qi Lingqing insisted that they evacuate. Wei Qi Shimmy, have you truly detected any peril? Or have you made a mistake? Wei Qi Lingqing's gaze turned frigid. Does Brother Xian not believe me? It is not that we do not trust you, but several Golden Core cultivators have failed to sense any danger. How can someone below Golden Core level make such claims? The female disciples of Xiefeng regarded Wei Qi Lingqing with disdain. Since her arrival at Xiefeng, she had garnered too much attention, even winning favor from Master Shui Yuan. These female cultivators were aligned with Princess Xianwu of the Xuanwu Empire and had been undermining Wei Qi Lingqing at every opportunity. Since my brother does not believe me, I shall take my leave, Wei Qi Lingqing stated, turning to depart. These fools were insufferably naive. She had already issued her warning. She felt no guilt in her conscience. Belief was theirs to choose, and life and death were fated. The hostility towards her was palpable. Had it not been for the goodwill of a few brothers from Fufeng, she would have left the moment she sensed danger. Spotting Baili Furen and the others in the distance, she was momentarily surprised. Had they not departed already? What brought them back? Her curiosity momentarily stalled her departure. Xian Qingze and the others also noticed Baili Furen's group. Recognizing them as having just returned, Baili Miss, where have you been at this late hour? She did not respond to Xian Qingze, but turned to Baili Yuan, saying, Baili Yuan, gather your things and depart with me. She gestured towards Wei Qi Lingqing. Though Baili Yuan was puzzled by his lady's command, he obediently began to collect his belongings and approached Wei Qi Lingqing. The onlookers were astonished. Baili Miss, surely you do not believe her claims of danger? There is nothing to fear. She must be misleading you. The female disciples of Xiefeng were incredulous that the young lady from the Baili family would trust such absurd assertions. Are you instructing me on how to act? Her piercing gaze bore down on the female disciple, causing her to lower her head in shame. I have nothing more to say, she declared, turning to leave. Those creatures are about to emerge. Why linger here? She had already warned them. If they chose to remain, that was their decision. In truth, she had no fondness for these individuals. Whether they lived or died was inconsequential to her. Life and death are decreed by fate, and wealth is determined by the heavens. Death is destiny, and survival is also destiny. Watching them depart, Baili Yuan asked Xianqingze, "Brother, why not also take your people and leave? It is better to believe there is danger than to dismiss it." Having said this, he followed Baili Fushi and the others away. Xianqingze hesitated. With Baili Yuan gone, should he not also lead his group to safety? "Brother Xian, surely you do not believe what Wei Qilingqing has said?" It seemed the female disciple from Xiefeng had discerned his uncertainty. Ultimately, Xianqingze decided to evacuate, giving no glance to the female disciple as he instructed his fellow disciples from Fufeng to gather their belongings. This action incited considerable ire in the female disciple. "Second sister, since the disciples of Fufeng have left, should we not follow suit?" Another female disciple from Xiefeng inquired. The second sister, enraged, shoved her aside. "All disciples of Xiefeng, gather your belongings and depart alongside Fufeng's disciples." "Wei Qilingqing, how dare you cause me such humiliation?" It was tolerable when Xian Wumei was present. After all, she is a princess of the empire and untouchable. "But what are you, Wei Qilingqing, to bring me such disgrace? The young lady of the Baili family believes you, stepping on my face, while brother Xian ignores me. Wei Qilingqing, I will remember this debt." Just as she spoke, not long after their departure, the encampment collapsed, forming a massive pit. They turned to look back, drenched in cold sweat. What sent chills down their spines was the sight of thousands of ants emerging from the chasm. Soul-devouring ants, capable of bringing down even a transformation stage expert. These creatures consumed souls. "Run!" It was only then that they recalled Wei Qilingqing, regretting not having heeded her warning earlier. Had they left sooner, they would not be fleeing for their lives. Those with escape talismans quickly activated their abilities, while those without barely had time to scream before being devoured by the swarm, leaving nothing but bones behind. Meanwhile, Baili Fushi and her companions, having left earlier, halted in their tracks. "Miss, what is wrong?" They had spotted the densely packed swarm of ants in the distance. "Should they not be fleeing? We cannot escape. We are surrounded by ants." "What?" Both sides were encircled. The group released their divine senses, soon confirming the presence of the overwhelming ant swarm. "Miss, it seems we cannot flee and must fight," although Bai Quan was a Yuanying stage cultivator. Even he doubted his ability to escape unscathed from such a swarm. Were they truly to perish here? At that moment, Xianqingze and his group caught up, questioning why they had stopped. "Baili, miss, why have you halted?" "What is there to question? The swarm is closing in. If they do not run, we will." Some simply rushed past, and without a moment's thought, Xianqingze followed suit. Racing ahead, but a few turned back, puzzled as to why this group remained behind, awaiting their doom at the jaws of the soul-devouring ants. The backward disciples remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only aware that the swift and adept Xianqingze and a few others had vanished in a thin air before returning hastily. Ahead lay a swarm of soul-eating ants. What are the other directions? Unknown. Those who refused to succumb to superstition fled to the left and right, but before long, they returned disheveled and grim, having lost several companions in the process. It was futile. We were encircled by the soul-eating ants. What should we do? Are we destined to perish? I do not wish to die. I should never have come to this wretched sunset abyss. I regret my decision, as so many of our fellow disciples have perished, devoured by that swarm of ants, leaving not even a scrap of bone behind. It is terrifying. I am still so young. I do not want to die. Xian Shi Xiang, please devise a plan. The soul-eating ants consume even souls, leaving us with no chance of reincarnation. That I wish to return to the sect. Surely, our master would rescue us. Xian Shi Xiang, you must think of something. The encroaching ant swarm painted a scene of inevitable doom, causing the pampered disciples to succumb to despair. Xianqingze, the emotional anchor for many, also appeared pale, his gaze vacant. Am I to die here? The Grand Prince of the Xuanwu Empire, perishing in the sunset abyss? I have yet to trample that wretched younger brother beneath my feet, yet I face death before claiming the throne. Ha! This cannot be real. Grand Prince, muster your spirits. If we fight our way out, we may yet glimpse a sliver of hope. His two golden core bodyguards roused him from his stupor. Yes, we must fight our way out. We cannot resign ourselves to death. Fellow disciples, if we fight, we may yet find a glimmer of hope. As the ant swarm approached, they were forced into a desperate battle against the soul-eating ants. The disciples from Fufeng primarily wielded powerful offensive talismans. Those without talismans resorted to spells and magical artifacts. Most disciples from Xiefeng possessed water attributes, with few having ice attributes, yet even water was somewhat effective against these ants, which harbored an aversion to it. These were merely first to second-tier soul-eating ants, inflicting limited damage, and for the moment, the collective assault prevented an immediate breach. Baili Furen and her companions hovered in a flying artifact. Observing the fray, the remarkable jumping ability of the ants necessitated vigilance against those leaping to attack. Watching Wei Qi Lingxing, who wielded her ice spells with remarkable finesse, she eliminated a multitude of soul-eating ants, freezing those within a 50-meter radius into solid IT. Was evident she was the MVP of the battlefield, her prowess astonishing not only Fufeng's disciples, but also leaving Xiefeng's onlookers in awe. How could a disciple who had only entered a year ago wield such formidable power? Xiefeng had other ice attribute cultivators, yet none possessed her overwhelming dominance. It became apparent to them why their master held such high expectations for her. Her talent was truly extraordinary, especially for Baili Yuan, who stood closest to her. He felt an icy chill that made him suspect he might freeze solid. Endless waves of soul-eating ants continued to surge forth. Those slain were immediately consumed by their kin, only serving to strengthen their ranks. The sheer number of soul-eating ants was overwhelming, draining their spiritual energy without any sign of abating. Xian Shixiao, continuing like this is unsustainable. I have run out talismans that why spiritual energy is nearly depleted. What should we do? As they watched comrade after comrade being devoured by the ants, despair took hold. The relentless swarm offered no respite. Are we to perish here? Miss, shall I not take action? Bai Quan inquired. Baili Furen shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on Wei Qi Lingxing as she fought valiantly against the soul-eating ants. Her slender figure a flurry of movement. Wei Qi Lingxing, what will you do? How will you save them? Surely, this plot has drawn me here for more than mere spectacle. Do not disappoint me. Wei Qi Lingxing. Yet, the very Wei Qi Lingxing, upon whom so many hopes rested, merely swung her attacks mechanically, her spiritual energy also dwindling. She did not wish to die here. There were still so many things she had yet to accomplish. Having come this far, how could she resign herself to such a fate? Straining to muster even a shred of spiritual energy, she glanced at her fellow disciples. Confusion, fear, emptiness, despair. Every face bore the pallor of death. Was this to be their fate? Looking up at Baili Furen, who hovered above, she could not comprehend the expression etched upon her face, devoid of fear or despair. Those eyes held nothing, as if she were an outsider observing the unfolding tragedy. Yet there was also a resolute determination, as if she firmly believed in Wei Qi Lingxing's ability to turn the tide. Before she could ponder further, another wave of ferocious attacks from the soul-eating ants descended upon them. Now featuring flying, soul-eating ants, beasts of tier 3 or above, a dark mass blotted out the sun, covering the sky and ground in an overwhelming swarm. The cacophony of ants crashing against the protective barrier of their flying artifact resonated ominously. It would not be long before this barrier succumbed. The survivors huddled together, pooling their dwindling spiritual energy to maintain the protective shield. Yet the onslaught of the soul-eating ants was relentless, causing the barrier to flicker perilously, its endurance uncertain. Miss, we must attack and break through. If this drags on, we too shall be worn down by these ants. Bai Niev voiced her concerns. Junior sister, we ought to strike soon. Lu Mu's gaze was transfixed on the throng of ants beyond their protective layer, his scalp prickling with dread. The barrier was tightly encased, and worse yet, they were gnawing away at its energy. Baili Furen's expression grew grave. System, should I not make a hasty retreat? If this situation persists, my own safety will be jeopardized. These creatures will consume me in an instant, and there would be no escape. Host, Wait just a moment. It is about to begin. The system detected Wei Qi Lungqing's temperature plummeting dangerously. What does this mean? She may be forcing a breakthrough. Her bloodline power is on the verge of erupting. Bloodline power. She is none in the plot. What is happening? The deviation from the narrative is too great. The system is at a loss. The low-temperature alerts surged. Initial assessments indicated her bloodline was extraordinary, possibly that of the goddess of ice and snow. The temperature continued to drop, and Baili Furen felt the biting cold seep into her bones. Her teeth chattering. The soul-eating ants outside the protective barrier had become rigid with frost, cascading to the ground in layers. She could finally discern the situation outside. Snow had begun to fall from the sky. How peculiar! Snow in June. With the soul-eating ants no longer attacking, the protective barrier of the artifact closed automatically. Lu Mu and the others reached out to catch the falling snowflakes, marveling at this rare sight. Host, stop them at once. Do not let them touch the snowflakes. It is lethal. The system issued an urgent warning. She swiftly struck down their hands that if you wish to live, do not touch those snowflakes. The group was puzzled by Baili Furen's extreme reaction, but a piercing scream soon clarified her urgency. They turned to see a female disciple from Xiefeng, overcome by curiosity, reach out to catch a snowflake. The moment the snowflake touched her fingertip, it instantly froze solid, leaving her no time to scream before she was encased in ice. The remaining survivors turned pale. That female disciple was dead. The instant she made contact with the snowflake, her life was extinguished. Everyone, scatter! Do not touch the snowflakes. Lu Mu and the others recoiled in terror, narrowly escaping a similar fate. What manner of snowflakes are these, so dreadfully potent? No one could answer, for the temperature continued to drop. In the nearby, soul-eating ants moved sluggishly, yet the relentless tide still surged forth. Time ticked by, and the snowfall increased, transforming their focus from battling the soul-eating ants to evading the lethal snowflakes. How cold it is! Not only are the ants freezing to death, but I fear we shall be frozen as well. What is happening? Where did these snowflakes come from? It is her, a startled voice exclaimed. They turned to see the second sister of Xiefeng, her gaze fixed on the frost-covered Baili Yuan beside her. Following her pointing finger, they beheld Wei Qi Lungqing. At some point, the ground beneath her had frozen over, and the frost continued to spread outward. Yet the snowflakes landing upon her did not encase her in ice. Some, defying fate, attempted to approach and grasp her. The moment their foot stepped onto the ice, it spread rapidly, and before they could utter a word, they too became ice statues. Ah! The already terrified female cultivators screamed and recoiled in horror. What on earth is happening? Who is she? As Wei Qi Lungqing stood beneath the watchful eyes of the crowd. Her lustrous mane transformed from its roots to its tips, turning an immaculate white. Her normally dark eyes glimmered like sapphires, and her skin took on an unnaturally pale hue, accentuating her vividly red lips. Her hair, brows, and even her lashes were pristine white, emphasizing the brilliance of her sapphire-like gaze. A chilling aura emanated from her, causing the ground to freeze and spread relentlessly, turning anything it touched into crystalline sculptures of ice. Ah! They fled in haste, terrified of becoming ensnared by the icy terrain. Outside, the relentless, soul-eating ants advanced, eager to consume them, while within, the encroaching glacial expanse threatened to freeze them alive. They had never felt such despair. What had they done to deserve this fate? After a prolonged siege, the soul-eating ants unleashed their Ant King soldiers, each a beast of grade 6 or higher. They were cold, devoid of spiritual power to retaliate, and could only await their demise. Baili Furen trembled in the biting cold. It was unbearably frigid, rendering even their flying artifacts incapable of ascent. Miss, my spiritual power has been frozen solid. What should I do? Mine too. It's unusable. Miss, my spiritual power is also frozen. Baili Furen was spared this fate, as she consumed all forms of spiritual energy. However, she was still dreadfully cold. Feeling as though her limbs were encased in ice, a wave of warmth enveloped her as Qing Qi Jing embraced her from behind. Holding you keeps me warm, he assured her, leaving her perplexed. How can you be so warm? Don't you feel cold? Not at all. Can you still use your spiritual power? In response, Qing Chi Jing effortlessly unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking down the ambushing Ant King. The others regarded him with peculiar gazes. Their spiritual powers were frozen, yet he remained unscathed out of course. Baili Furen was also unaffected, but they were unaware of that. System, if this trend continues, the heroine won't even be able to save anyone. They will all freeze to death. The Sunstone can withstand this icy power. Your father seems to have a few in your spatial ring. You should use them. This was just the beginning. The tribulation thunderclouds had yet to arrive. It is under the refining of the thunder tribulation that our bloodline's icy power will truly erupt. What is this? It's not over yet. Indeed, it's not over. The power of the gods is formidable. Even a mere fragment of divine power is capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Very well, I shall wait and see. Wei Qi Lung Qing, I have aided you once. These people are not my responsibility to save. If I do not rescue them, they will become burdens in your hands, the innocent souls unjustly lost at your expense, and you will incur an unpayable debt of karma. She rummaged through her spatial ring and indeed found several stones radiating solar energy. As soon as she grasped one, a wave of warmth coursed through her body. Activating it with her spiritual power, a luminous circle formed. The circle spanned over 100 meters, and anyone within it was relieved from the impending frostbite. Their frozen spiritual power returning to normal. Baili Yuan, Xianqing Zhe, bring everyone over. Upon hearing Baili Furen's call, they hurried over to As they stepped into the circle. The bone-chilling cold dissipated from their bodies. They were astonished, initially fearing they would either freeze to death or be devoured by the soul-eating ants. They were taken aback by this unexpected glimmer of hope. Miss Baili, what is this? Sunstone, impervious to ice and snow, we must proceed towards Wei Qi Lung Qing. Baili Yuan was taken aback. Miss, we cannot go. The moment we step on the frozen ground, we will be turned into ice blocks. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have perished. If you wish to survive, come with me. She said no more, as Qing Chi Jing picked her up and carried her towards Wei Qi Lung Qing, with Qing Zhu and the others hastily following suit. The sight of Qing Chi Jing, who clung tightly to Baili Furen, left them a loss for words. Xianqing Zhe inquired of the surviving disciples, who voiced no objections. They dared not oppose, for this was their only glimmer of hope for survival. Following Baili Furen and the others, they advanced towards the icy center, the direction of Wei Qi Lung Qing. In the eyes of the onlookers, each displaying varied emotions, Qing Chi Jing stepped onto the frozen ground, cradling the sunstone in his arms. Contrary to expectations, they did not turn into ice blocks. Lu Mu and the others also traversed the ground safely. Within the protective circle of the sunstone, they were unharmed. Once outside, however, the consequences would be theirs alone to bear. Those unwilling to perish remained tightly within the circle, settling near Wei Qi Lung Qing. Here, any soul-eating ant that ventured inside was instantly frozen. As long as they stayed within the circle, they were assured safety. Miss Baili, do you understand what has happened to junior sister Wei Qi? Xianqing Zhe inquired. Don't ask. The answer is unknown. He had learned his lesson and refrained from pressing further, for this ancestor was notoriously unpredictable. Should her mood sour, they might find themselves expelled. Could it be a bloodline awakening? The sudden speaker drew curious glances from everyone. Noticing their intrigue, he elaborated, and no matter how exceptional junior sister Wei Qi's talent or how pure her spiritual roots, she is merely at the foundation establishment level and cannot possibly wield such formidable icy power. All signs suggest that she must be a descendant of a unique bloodline legacy. The sudden change in her hair color, eye color, and the strangely frigid weather. Look at the frozen ground. All indicate that this junior sister Wei Qi is indeed a descendant of a special bloodline, a phenomenon that only occurs during a bloodline awakening. Although the others were astonished that this previously unassuming junior sister possessed a bloodline legacy, they turned to Xianqing Zhe for confirmation. While they had heard tales of descendants with bloodline legacies, none had ever encountered one in person. Xianqing Zhe, being the most knowledgeable, as the first prince of the Xuanwu Empire, which harbored the bloodline of the guardian beast, was expected to be the most informed. Junior sister Wei Qi must be in such a situation. After all, I have never witnessed a bloodline awakening myself. Xian Xingzhe could only respond with a forced smile, as their royal family had the closest ties to the divine beast bloodline. The only bloodline awakening since the founding of the nation had occurred with their ancestors. No one else had awakened since then. He had never even met his own ancestors, let alone the long-departed ones. So how could he know what a bloodline awakening entailed? Their speculation, though inadvertently accurate, was not entirely correct. This was not a true bloodline awakening, but a forced activation of her innate bloodline power. Oh, so it means that Wei Qi Lung Qing hasn't truly awakened? Certainly not. Her path to awakening is still far from complete. The bloodline of the ice and snow goddess is not easily awakened. I never expected this. The plot has taken such a twist, and the heroine has gained bloodline power. How thrilling. The narrative had veered off course, spiraling into the cosmos, rendering it nearly incomprehensible, and the system could not decipher it. However, that was of no concern to them. Surviving until the grand finale was all that mattered. System, I have a question. What question? Given this trend, will there truly be a conclusion? The system hesitated momentarily. There should be one. Eventually, once everyone reaches the god transformation stage, they will ascend to the heavens. Regardless of how convoluted the plot becomes, that step is inevitable. Let us hope so. The uncertainties are just too numerous. She nestled against Qing Qi Jing. Feeling quite comfortable, unable to break free, she resolved to learn to enjoy it, refusing to feel wronged. She wondered when he had developed the habit of hugging people. It truly perplexed her. Meanwhile, he ignored the furious glares from Qing Zhu and the others, steadfastly holding onto the little bundle in his arms, which infuriated Qing Zhu immensely. She had long suspected his ulterior motives. Now he had crossed the line, and to her astonishment, the young lady did not even express anger. Ah, how frustrating. Is that the tribulation cloud for the breakthrough? Is junior sister Wei Qi about to ascend? They looked up to see a dark mass of tribulation clouds rumbling ominously overhead. It certainly did not resemble the clouds typical for the Foundation establishment stage. The heroine was indeed remarkable. Even during the Golden Core tribulation, she drew such attention, standing out in every way. Centered around her, snow fell in June, encasing the land in ice, leaving no living creature in her wake, save for those within the protective circle of the sunstone. The sky above was shrouded in dark clouds, lightning flashing, while below lay an endless expanse of ice and snow, truly a spectacle rarely witnessed in a millennium. Boom! A bolt of lightning, thicker than a barrel, struck down, startling Baili Furen. Miss, that doesn't resemble a golden core tribulation, does it? The power is terrifying. She won't be struck down, will she? A pertinent question. One she too wished to know. She believed that everyone present was equally anxious to discover whether she would survive the ordeal. Surely, junior sister Wei Qi will not perish here. This lightning was no ordinary golden core tribulation. Its ferocity was unparalleled. The combined power of my 6 golden core tribulations would not match the thickness of even one of hers. This was utterly absurd. Truly absurd. The icy power of junior sister Wei Qi had frozen even the detestable soul-eating ants. And the Ant King soldiers outside trembled in fear of her might, unable to advance. Indeed, let us hope she remains unharmed and successfully navigates her tribulation, although there were those who had envied and resented her, spoken ill of her, and even laid hands upon her. At this moment, they all prayed for her success in overcoming the tribulations. Outside, countless soul-eating ants surged forth like an unrelenting tide, and the icy power of Wei Qi Lung Qing might just be their sole hope of turning the tide of battle. Should she fall, the soul-eating ants would be unleashed from their shackles, overwhelming them and devouring them whole, rendering them unable to escape a grim fate. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Wei Qi Lung Qing endured wave after wave of thunderous tribulations, prompting collective sighs of relief from those present. The oppressive storm clouds dissipated, and she soared into the air, making a beeline for the lair of the soul-eating ants. What followed was a cacophony of earth-shaking clashes, as they witnessed the ants being encased in ice, only to shatter into glimmering shards in the sunlight, a sight both beautiful and haunting. She urged Qing Qi Jing to join her in witnessing this pivotal moment, asserting that as the most loyal observer, her presence was indispensable. Xianqing Zhe and others instinctively followed suit, and upon reaching the vast chasm where they had previously stationed themselves, they found it besieged by ice and snow. The path they traversed was littered with the frozen remains of soul-eating ants. The landscape transformed into a gallery of ice sculptures amidst howling winds. The frozen ground extended into the chasm, directly assaulting the nest of the soul-eating ants, who were utterly powerless to resist. The sheer might of this unyielding icy power was evident to all. Those who had wronged Wei Qilongqing were filled with regret, fervently hoping she was not one to hold grudges. Had we truly entered? Lu Mu stood before the chasm, peering into its unfathomable depths, voice tinged with uncertainty. Such an organized and large-scale assault implied the presence of a high-ranking, intelligent ant queen orchestrating the soul-eating ants. As the battle progressed, Wei Qilongqing soon emerged, dragging a half-dead soul-eating ant behind her. Its front half appeared intact, while its rear half was grotesquely reminiscent of writhing maggots. Undoubtedly, the ant queen. An 8th-tier peak magical beast. No wonder it was adept in strategy. The ant queen likely aimed to consume them to ascend to the 9th tier, hence the coordinated attack. How naive to think it could succeed. It had kicked a steel plate, exhausted. Wei Qilongqing tossed the culprit to the ground, casting a fleeting glance at Baili Furen before collapsing. Her snow-white hair reverted to its original lustrous black. "Miss, this is quite alarming," Baili Yuan remarked, bewildered by her sudden collapse. What could have caused her to fall so abruptly? Qing Zhu stepped forward to inspect. "Miss, there is no grave concern. She merely exhausted her spiritual energy and fainted." Baili Yuan nodded in understanding, recognizing her unwavering determination to endure until now. "Baili Yuan, please carry her." Glancing at the writhing ant queen on the ground, Baili Bai swiftly dispatched it, while Qing Zhu extracted its core and handed it to Baili Furen. With unwavering composure in the face of the varied expressions around her, she accepted the magical beast's core. "As Wei Qilongqing currently lies unconscious, I shall temporarily take charge of this magical beast core. Is there any objection?" The 8th-tier magical beast core held immeasurable value. Its rightful owner lay in a state of unconsciousness, making it precarious in anyone else's hands. Only in her possession would it be secure. Who would dare snatch it from the Baili family's young mistress, unless they sought to forfeit their lives? "Ha ha, we have no objections. Indeed, Baili young mistress, you are perfectly suited to oversee this core." Their sentiments, whether genuine or feigned, were known only to themselves, following a fierce battle that spanned from pitch darkness to the radiant daylight. Their numbers had dwindled by over half. Xianqing Zhe organized a team to gather the remaining belongings of the deceased for a collective burial. When Wei Qilongqing regained consciousness, she found herself resting within an opulent tent. "You're awake." Upon sitting up, she recognized Baili Yuan from Fu Feng. "How had he come to be here? Do you recall what transpired?" She furrowed her brows. Reflecting on her memories, she recalled sensing danger and warning the group, only for them to disregard her. She had then departed with Baili Furen, only to be besieged by the soul-eating ants from all sides, an unending swarm intent on annihilation. Ultimately, she had exhausted her spiritual energy, contemplating a forced breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, hoping for a sliver of survival. Her dismay. It seemed she had unintentionally activated a power within her that she could not control. The comrade who had come to her aid perished, and those caught in the snow had met the same fate. Though she bore no ill will towards them, the thought of their deaths weighed heavily upon her conscience. What a terror it was to realize that the glacier continued its advance. Were these individuals truly destined to perish at her hands? What right did Wei Qilongqing have to bear such blood on her hands? Cultivators abhorred entanglements of karma, especially when innocent blood was involved. These individuals bore her no malice, yet their deaths would mark her as a sinner, a debt she would need to repay. Fortuitously, the heavens had intervened, and they were rescued by Baili Furen, a sentiment she had never before found herself attributing to the young mistress of a noble family. Subsequently, she successfully navigated the tribulations of the Golden Core, harnessing that uncontrollable power to strike at the heart of the soul-eating ants, even unearthing the hidden ant queen. Before losing consciousness, she glimpsed Baili Furen's face, and thereafter, her memory faded into obscurity. Baili Yuan observed the myriad of expressions on her face. You seem troubled. Is it that you cannot recall? Do not worry. I remember, she assured him. Oh, splendid. He had feared she might remember nothing at all. Emerging from the tent, her fellow disciples regarded her with a myriad of unspoken emotions. Hey, you're awake. A familiar voice drew her attention. It was Baili Furen, cheerfully roasting meat by the fire. She approached and joined him by the flames, with Baili Yuan taking a seat beside her. Upon sitting down, Baili Furen promptly seized a skewer of roasted meat from Lu Mu, and the two fell into a jovial exchange. Thank you. She gazed at Baili Furen, who was savoring his meal with elegance, her mouth opening and closing before finally expressing her gratitude. Baili Furen casually offered the remaining meat to Qing Qi Jing, comfortably accepting her thanks. Both understood the implications of their interaction. Her gratitude was well-deserved. From her spatial ring, Wei Qi Lung Qing tossed the magical beast core towards him, which he caught and examined. An 8th-tier peak magical beast core? Indeed, from that soul-eating ant queen. Wei Qi Lung Qing's expression was inscrutable. Such a core was not something one could acquire merely with money. Did she not feel tempted? Baili young mistress, do you not desire this core? She scoffed lightly. What do I, Baili Furen, lack? A mere 8th-tier magical beast core hardly captivates my interest. Only those with shallow perceptions would view it as a treasure. This core rightfully belongs to its owner, and now that you are awake, it should be returned. Her gaze swept across the assembled onlookers, all of whom feigned busyness while straining to listen. But I would never act against my conscience and claim this magical beast core for myself. Anyone who dares to take it would be slapping my face and waging war against the Baili family. Wei Qi Lung Qing appeared momentarily taken aback. Was she rallying support for her cause? In her hands, the core would pose a risk, as its tier invited many to take reckless chances that I in Baili Furen's possession. It was safe, yet in her hands, it would incite endless contention. Though she yearned to keep the core, as it could be exchanged for critical cultivation resources, an urgent need in her current predicament, she understood she could not retain it. She had just reached the golden core stage, and her victory over the soul-eating ant queen was due to that uncontrollable power. She contemplated rejecting it altogether. Facing relentless pursuit for a mere core was hardly worth the cost to her astonishment. Baili Furen had extended this level of protection, practically declaring that she was under his aegis. This favor she would accept. Since Baili young mistress has spoken, you should feel at ease to accept it. Wei Qi Jr.'s sister, Xinqing Zhe, chimed in. Indeed, the young mistress has proclaimed it should be returned to its rightful owner. You must accept it. Baili Yuan, with skewers in hand, feasted unabashedly, should anyone dare to covet this core. The young mistress could ensure their demise 100 or 1,000 times over. Very well. This reminds them of the fate of Xuanwu Mei, and those with hidden agendas immediately fell silent. With the awakening of the people, it is time to organize and set off on the journey. Wei Qi Lingxing walked alongside Baili Furen and others, primarily to avoid contact with the senior sisters from Xiefeng. They were either probing into her origins or prying into her personal affairs, eager to uncover which esteemed lineage she hailed from. Even worse, they relentlessly questioned her about the purpose of the magical beast crystal core and how she intended to handle it. With little camaraderie among the same sect, their lack of restraint was particularly irksome. Maintaining a cold demeanor was preferable. It was better for everyone involved. Each harbored ulterior motives, and she remained on high alert, vigilant against them. Were it not for their shared status as disciples of the same sect, and the presence of Baili Furen as a deterrent, she would not have been surprised if they resorted to murder and robbery. Human nature is indeed complex. She never overestimated them. That it struck her as laughable that, in the end, the one she could most trust turned out to be Baili Furen, the arrogant and willful young lady from a prestigious family. Anyone might commit murder for treasure, but she would not, mainly because such things did not catch her eye. Regardless, it is indeed a fact that she, Wei Qi Lingxing, currently resides under her protection. Meanwhile, Baili Furen was engaged in a conversation with the system, deliberating whether to recruit Wei Qi Lingxing as her bodyguard. Host, this idea is quite precarious. How dare you? The male lead has already been lured with 3 meals a day, and the female lead. A potential asset would be a waste not to enlist her to work for me. Qing Qi Jing is utterly deluded, thinking that whoever provides sustenance is worthy of loyalty. However, Wei Qi Lingxing is different. She is courageous, resourceful, responsible, and ambitious. Such individuals are the hardest to earn genuine allegiance from. How could you even think of having her as your bodyguard? What merit do you possess? Who says you must gain her heartfelt loyalty and recognition? Am I not allowed to hire her? I provide what she needs, and in return, she stays by my side to ensure my safety. This is a fair transaction. The resources required for cultivation are an insatiable abyss. She is destitute, having lost her mother early and lacking significant opportunities. If she had ample resources for cultivation, with her talent, would it take her so long to break through to the golden core? Though it is said, would you truly trust her to stay by your side, fearing she might betray you? The previous hosts I led were quite resistant to these protagonists, and some even usurped the protagonist's fortunes. You are indeed unique, wanting both the male and female leads as your bodyguards. That is simply absurd. Who in their right mind would go against the protagonists? During this time, I have observed Wei Qi Lingxing, and apart from the occasional plot twists, her character has not collapsed. She remains a positive figure. Moreover, she is the female lead, destined to take the lead as the beacon of righteousness. Would your chosen protagonist engage in betrayal? If she does, she is unworthy of the protagonist role. I have no grievances with her, and if she betrays me, it would be a cowardly act. The role of the protagonist should be reassigned. Come, let us wager on the protagonist's halo. I bet she will not betray me. You are blindly confident. If you wish to proceed, then do so. The pride of the protagonist would never stoop to working for you. And no, I cannot move her. It merely proves that what I offer is insufficient, that I do not provide what she truly needs, that I, Baili Furen, am left with only wealth. I will use money to secure her. This woman has captured my interest that if one dares to dream big, one might turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. With determination, even the protagonists may become workers. Deciding to recruit Wei Qi Lingxing, Baili Furen wasted no time in asking if she would like to stay by her side. Wei Qi Lingxing was utterly bewildered. Did this young lady truly think on a whim? The group from Zwankings was equally astonished. Did this ancestor take a liking to Wei Qi Lingxing? You possess exceptional talent. Wei Qi Lingxing. I am a connoisseur of talent. Upon encountering individuals with extraordinary gifts, I immediately consider bringing them into my family. Especially someone like you, who possesses a special bloodline heritage. My interest is piqued. If you do not wish to join the Baili family, staying beside me will also grant you favorable treatment. Magical tools, elixirs, talismans, cultivation manuals, spirit stones, magical beasts, whatever you desire, I can provide. Wei Qi Lingxing was perplexed. Baili young lady, I will not submit to another for resources. Please abandon this thought. I believe you have misunderstood. To be by my side means to protect me, not to serve me. You jest. With so many experts around you for protection, why would you need a golden core cultivator like me for safety? You have hit the nail on the head. While my guards are indeed powerful, they are not disciples of the Ling Tian sect. They cannot enter the sect, nor can they accompany me to the sect's ranking competition in 2 years. I understand. The competition requires entry into a secret realm, and all of that remains uncertain. My life is of great value. There are those who wish to kidnap me for ransom, and others who might attempt assassination or instigate conflict. I am quite protective of my life. Is it not precisely someone of your exceptional talent and formidable strength that I require to safeguard me? You are of similar age and a disciple of the same sect. You possess great potential. Wei Qi Lingxing, I do not accept just anyone following me. You will incur no loss. I will not compel you to do anything against your will. You shall remain yourself. All you need to do is protect my safety to the best of your ability. It is as simple as that. I can provide what you need. All cultivation resources you require while with me will be covered by the Baili family. Of course, if you wish to leave midway, I will not stop you, nor will you need to return any resources provided. Why attendant? Qing Zhu spends no less than 100,000 spirit stones a month, and often even more. I am never stingy with my own. What I give will always exceed this figure. 100,000 spirit stones. This figure already constitutes the monthly expenditure of an ordinary family, and it is merely the monthly cultivation resources for a maid. The extravagance of Baili Furen is beyond what any of them could imagine, and the conditions offered left them green with envy. Though I almost forgot to mention, it is 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, not low-grade ones. Chapter 62. As long as you want it, as long as I have it. Baili Furen's addition left them utterly astonished. 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Many had never seen such a sum in their entire lives. And this was merely the monthly cultivation resource for a maid. The guards and attendants would not receive more. They finally understood why golden core cultivators were willing to be guards or attendants. They too wished to cling to Baili Furen's coattails, as it would be akin to soaring to great heights. Wei Qi Lungqing hesitated. It was undeniable that the conditions she offered were enticing. Only upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage did she come to realize the staggering quantity of resources required for advancement. The meager resources provided by the sect were insufficient for even 2 days of her needs. Relying solely on her own absorption of spiritual energy would certainly not match the speed of utilizing spirit stones. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the demand for resources. One reason she had come to the Sunset Abyss with this group was that she lacked money. Hoping to acquire something to exchange for funds, Baili Furen had grasped this point. She needed money. She needed cultivation resources. She had wealth, an abundance of it. She was only poor when it came to everything but money. Seeing her hesitate, a glimmer of determination flickered in Baili Furen's eyes. System, I have said she is a treasure within my grasp. Her hesitation signifies her interest. You truly are a talent. With 3 meals a day, the male lead is utterly subservient, and the female lead surely will not come to work for you as well. That is a given. Who told me to be so sincere in my offers? Baili Furen turned to Wei Qi Lungqing. If you are unwilling, why not consider me? I am a disciple of the Symbol Peak, 19 years old with late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, and my talent is also commendable. The conditions she presented were far too enticing. It was only natural that someone would step forward to recommend themselves. This was truly a ridiculous situation, as her terms were meant for the female lead. Who are you exactly? Is being 19 years old with late-stage foundation establishment cultivation really impressive? My senior brother became a 5th-tier alchemist at 17 and broke through to golden core at 18. He wouldn't even dare claim to have good talent. Confidence is commendable, but blind confidence is folly. Late-stage foundation establishment at 19? How laughable. From where do you find the audacity to call yourself talented? Before she could respond, Qing Zhu, the maid, could no longer contain herself. Everyone knew of Wei Qi Lungqing's exceptional talent. It was entirely reasonable for the young lady to covet such a talent. Why was this person suddenly trying to intrude? With such qualifications, they were unworthy even to shine the young lady's shoes. You, the individual, glared at Qing Zhu. The young lady has not spoken. What are you, a mere maid, so angry about? Baili Furen fixed her gaze upon the person. My maid is a 15-year-old golden core initial stage cultivator with 4 stars of cultivation. What gives you the audacity to approach me? A mere waste. Is it your shamelessness or your large face? The person's face turned dark. A 15-year-old golden core cultivator. Such a thought never even crossed his mind. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he fled in disgrace, and those who shared his thoughts quickly retracted them. The focus returned to Wei Qi Lungqing. I am quite aware of her background. Wei Qi Lungqing. Her pupils constricted in an instant, her gaze sharp as she looked at her. What do you mean? Baili Furen wore a nonchalant smile. Living in such a family must be exhausting. With a father lacking in compassion, a mother who passed away early, and relatives who mistreat one, it hardly feels like a home. To survive, you escaped from that place. She gazed sincerely into Wei Qi Lungqing's eyes. In the realm of cultivation, possessing a powerful background can alleviate numerous troubles. I merely wish to convey that as long as you desire it, the Baili family will serve as your strongest support. Whenever you need, I, Baili Furen, can also become your family. Wei Qi Lungqing stared at her in astonishment. Family? She smiled radiantly. Yes, as long as you wish for it. And as long as I possess it. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting tiny stars upon her exquisite face. That it imprinted upon Wei Qi Lungqing's frozen heart, and also on Qing Qi Jing's heart, who had been watching her intently. I am not in a hurry to know your answer. You may take a couple more days to contemplate, Exceptional talents often receive preferential treatment. Wei Qi Lingqing. I truly admire you, and you are worth my weight. Regardless of the time, the doors of Baili Furen will always be open for you. Host, you actually employ psychological tactics. How clever. What cleverness. I merely commend your actions. Those familiar with the original work know that Wei Qi Lingqing's greatest regret in life is the absence of a family. Searching the world for a world so vast yet devoid of a place to call her own. A home without family is not a true home, validating the saying that the strong are often solitary. Wei Qi Lingqing is thus, and so is Qing Qi Jing. The story's conclusion left her bewildered about the nature of the relationship between the male and female leads. Are they friends? Lovers? Family? Or merely acquaintances? It seems they are neither, yet somehow both. Casting a glance at Qing Qi Jing by her side, she mused that perhaps their bond was more about mutual understanding. Both are solitary figures, both are extraordinary powers, and through each other, they glimpse their own reflections. Host, cease your lamentations. How tragic. This reminds me of my own existence. Countless hosts have come and gone, yet ultimately, only the system remains. Wandering through myriad worlds, each time a new host is chosen, it extracts memories, alleviating its sorrow. Enough of this. Let us listen to a century of solitude. Go away. Following their conversation that day, Wei Qi Lingqing remained silent, trailing behind the group, occasionally lost in thought as she gazed at Baili Furen's silhouette, uncertain of what she pondered. Were you hesitating about? Given such favorable conditions, had it been me, I would have accepted long ago. I truly do not understand what you are thinking. The speaker was her companion, the second senior sister of Xiefeng. Although her attitude had improved significantly, her words remained blunt. Indeed, junior sister, it is not as the senior sisters say. What status does this Baili young lady possess? For her to take notice of you is truly a blessing earned over a century. That it is as if the ancestral grave is emitting green smoke. You would be hard-pressed to find someone with such advantageous conditions to accompany you. Other Xiefeng sisters nodded in agreement. With such favorable terms, if she had set her sights on me, I would wake up laughing from a dream. A disciple from Fufeng chimed in. The second senior sister shot him a glance, retorting, "You should really reconsider. You do not possess the exceptional conditions of Wei Qi junior sister." Alas, the Fufeng disciple sighed. Realizing it was futile, he could only blame himself for lacking the capability to partake in this feast. It appears you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Cannot you refrain from discouraging others? In the blink of an eye. They had spent over 2 months in this abyss of sunset, during which they battled various magical beasts, allowing Xianxingze and the others to truly witness the terrifying prowess of Baili Furen and her companions. Chapter 63. I Will Protect You. Initially thought to be a non-aggressive daughter of a prestigious family, it turned out she was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Her physical prowess was formidable enough to engage in hand-to-hand combat with magical beasts. And that violet-eyed youth was no ordinary character, unleashing lethal attacks. In summary, none among Baili Furen's group could be deemed ordinary. They were all, quite frankly, extraordinary. Those self-proclaimed prodigies, in their presence, seemed utterly insignificant. Engaging in close combat with high-tier magical beasts and relentlessly honing their bodies was something they would not even dare to dream of. Yet they were actively pursuing it. Baili Yuan joined them in their trials and experienced remarkable growth, breaking through to the Golden Core stage at the age of 18, that Xianxingze and the others, lacking the abundance of elixirs they possessed, found themselves constrained when facing magical beasts, yet many still gained invaluable experience. While some tragically succumbed to the claws of magical beasts, they mourned but quickly found solace. Having faced life and death, engaged in battles and bloodshed, this group had fundamentally transformed, and no longer were they the naive newcomers, filled with curiosity and anticipation for the world of cultivation. Here, slaughter and death became catalysts for their rapid growth. Those who survived underwent monumental changes in their cultivation, strength, physique, and mindset. It has been over 2 months, and Wei Qi Lingqing has yet to provide you with a response. Are you not anxious at all? The system inquired, observing the individual who still found time to consume magical beast meat. Baili Furen shoved the remaining magical beast meat into Qing Qi Jing's mouth, who accepted it without hesitation, finishing it off and then producing a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Why the sudden need to wipe your hands? Once he had licked his own, which had utterly disgusted Baili Furen. After giving him a good beating, she solemnly informed him that he could only use a handkerchief. Should he dare lick again, he would be left to eat air. What is there to rush about? She is right here. She has not fled. Indeed, the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are. It is I who am anxious. She does not respond, and you choose to ignore her. For over 2 months, are you both simply going to waste time? Although they have not exchanged many words, she has fought alongside me. We have slain magical beasts together. Oh, and then, what progress has been made? Is she observing me? What does that mean? She has been scrutinizing me for 2 months without pause. She must be assessing whether I am suitable for her to follow. After this time, she should have a clear understanding of the kind of person I am. My response is likely imminent. I am simply who I am. My character is as such, though I'm not a good person. Neither am I an irredeemable villain. I am a contradictory amalgamation. If she refuses me, I will not be heartbroken. After all, I have approached her with complete sincerity. If she does not trust me, there is nothing I can do. You keep talking. This is probably a lost cause. I mean, how could the female lead ever work for you? Just then, Wei Qi Lungqing approached. So, have you considered it? Her gaze was slightly flustered. The term family intrigues me. I would like to give it a try. I do not require your resources. Should I feel uncomfortable midway, I will leave that. Indeed, the allure of the word family is too great, isn't it? Very well. I will inform the clan to register your name, but I will still provide you with resources. As she spoke, she produced a communication token, only to be immediately stopped by Wei Qi Lungqing. No need for registration. Baili Furen set down the communication token, gazing at her in confusion. What I mean by family pertains solely to you and me. Independent of the clan, Wei Qi Lungqing, being registered with the Baili clan, would grant you far more benefits. Do you understand what you would be relinquishing? I understand. Her gaze was resolute. That I merely wish to test whether we can become family. You said that as long as I desire it, and as long as you possess it, this has nothing to do with the clan. I do not need your resources. I will protect my family. In light of this, I extended my hand to her. I am Baili Furen, 14 years old, embarking on my first experience as a younger sister. I look forward to your guidance in the years to come. She grasped the small hand before her. I am Wei Qi Lungqing, 15 years old, embarking on my first experience as an elder sister. I look forward to your guidance in the years to come. The two exchanged smiles, evoking indescribable feelings in the onlookers, since we are now family. This is a token of our first meeting. With that, she pulled out a spatial ring and handed it to Wei Qi Lungqing. This is too much. I cannot accept such a valuable item. She hesitated, for the worth of a spatial ring is immeasurable. Even an ordinary grade 1 is exorbitantly priced, with a starting price of 10 million spirit stones. This ring from Baili Furen clearly appeared to be of extraordinary quality, its value only higher. Take it, hurry, and recognize it as yours. As my elder sister, how can you appear so modest? You cannot embarrass me in public. Yet, she remained indecisive at that moment. Qing Zhu raised her hand, revealing her own spatial ring. Miss Wei Qi, please accept it. It is quite normal for everyone close to the young lady to be equipped with a spatial ring. Only then did Wei Qi Lungqing feel reassured enough to accept it. After recognizing it as hers, her eyes widened in shock at the contents within the spatial ring. Inside the space, Baili Furen quickly covered her mouth, smiling as he spoke under her astonished gaze. This is all a gift for you. I possess nothing else, so do not reject it. Reject it. The treasures within this spatial ring dazzled her eyes. The myriad of rare and exotic artifacts aside, merely the towering piles of spirit stones were sufficient to incite her fears of robbery. It was only now that she deeply comprehended the formidable wealth of the Baili family, a true emblem of financial and martial prowess, which explained why even the imperial sects dared not offend them lightly. Previously, all tales of the Baili families might have been mere hearsay, but now she felt its weight acutely. Look at your astonishment. Temper your expression. These are merely external possessions. Focus on your cultivation. Only by growing stronger can you better protect your sister, she said, releasing her grip on Wei Qi-Lingqing's hand. After all, many sought to manipulate her to threaten the Baili family, with some harboring ulterior motives and others, naive to the world, attempting to provoke conflict and disrupt the balance of power. I merely wish to convey that there are many who wish to kill or abduct me. Lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment, be prepared mentally. If you wish to protect me, you must become stronger quickly. I offer you these gifts solely to empower you. Do not feel burdened. Your only responsibility is me. As long as you safeguard me, that is sufficient. As she spoke, she felt a tug on her sleeve and turned to find Qing Qijing's exceptionally handsome face before her. I will protect you. His earnest demeanor made Baili Furen feel, for a fleeting moment, as though she were not even human, being someone who merely fed him 3 meals a day, yet he was so willingly offering his protection. Chapter 64. My young lady wishes to see B system. Have I not been rather unkind to him? Not just unkind. With furrowed brows and fists flying, I often vent my frustrations on him. This individual does not retaliate. It is entirely a one-sided assault. Are you even human? Am I truly that violent? Yes, indeed, such a violent person is you. I sheepishly touch my nose. You take advantage of his labor, and yet cannot treat him better? Even the system finds it intolerable. This Qing Qijing, after all, is destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. You merely feed him a few meals, and yet mistreat him. Enough, system. Please do not berate me further. I shall be kinder to him henceforth. After spending a considerable time in the Sunset Abyss, they had traversed the central region, collecting all manner of rare treasures and precious herbs, taking whatever they could use. The spatial ring was abundant with monster cores and beast meat. Everyone returned with bountiful spoils. They had not ventured into the depths of the forest, as it was shrouded in a toxic mist that devoured one's spiritual energy upon contact. Moreover, the beasts dwelling there were formidable, with a minimum rank of 8th grade, possibly harboring some ancient bloodlines. These monsters even struck fear into the hearts of those in the divine transformation stage. For them, these mere minions would simply be fodder. Having gathered sufficient spoils, they intended to part ways and return home. However, as they exited the forest's central area, they unexpectedly encountered familiar faces in the outer regions. Qing Qijing, I thought you had perished? Questioned Chen Yuanmei, standing beside Lu Quan, the captain of the demon hunting squad. The pitiful Su Xian was also present, though one of the 2 other men was missing, likely having met his demise in the Sunset Abyss. The 5 had now dwindled to 4, and Chen Yuanmei was pointing an accusatory finger at Qing Qijing. Wei Qi-Lingqing and Baili Yuan exchanged puzzled glances. Did they know each other? Yet their demeanor was not particularly friendly. Little brother Qing, it is truly fortunate that you are alive, Lu Quan chuckled, trying to establish rapport. Indeed, brother Qing is so formidable, he must have escaped unscathed. Su Xian gazed at Qing Qijing's increasingly handsome visage, her eyes filled with admiration. This youth was growing more striking, his strength unmatched. Had she known, she would have followed him instead of Lu Quan, whose every day was spent evading danger with caution and fear. Little brother Qing, have you acquired the protective scales of the stone lizard? Inquired another man, hopeful that if he had, they could avoid lingering in the Sunset Abyss and return with the scales for their reward. Throughout this exchange, Qing Qijing remained silent, his violet eyes harboring only boundless killing intent. In no matter. The fact that you are alive is commendable. Noticing his reticence, Lu Quan, sensing an unfriendly atmosphere, hastily shifted the topic. Completely ignoring the fact that they had abandoned their comrade, we have discovered another stone lizard. Its rank is lower than the last one. With your strength, little brother Qing, you can easily handle it. Upon hearing this, Baili Furen and the others understood. They intended for Qing Qijing to confront the beast while they reaped the benefits. Their shamelessness was truly nauseating, and she signaled Qing Qijing to feign agreement with their suggestion, even volunteering that they would assist in encircling and slaying the stone lizard. This delighted Lu Quan and his group. They had a fool willing to help. This group appeared quite young, clearly the offspring of noble families seeking to hone their skills. Especially the foremost among them. Their attire and demeanor were far from that of ordinary folk. These wealthy yet naive scions of noble houses were most fond of meddling in affairs, delivering justice and loathing evil. In other words, they were fools with wealth, easily swayed, and Lu Quan thought nothing of it as he readily accepted their offer to join. This is the lair of the stone lizard. We have observed it for quite some time. This beast is just broken through to the 5th rank, so its strength is not particularly formidable. Upon arriving at the stone lizard's cave, they halted, pointing towards it, insisting that Qing Qijing enter and deal with the creature. The beast is likely napping now. If you go in and catch it off guard, it will be an easy kill. Little brother Qing, go ahead. Our strength pales in comparison to yours, if you initiate the attack. We will join in afterward, truly shameless, thinking they could exploit Qing Qijing's silence. Just because he was strong did not mean he deserved to be taken advantage of. How absurd. He was currently working for me. And had they even consulted me, his employer? Big brother, we have only recently arrived in the Sunset Abyss and have yet to see what a 5th-rank beast looks like. Would it not be prudent for us to enter and take a look? Lest it be absent from its nap? We would not want to alert it prematurely. Baili Furen feigned ignorance, her youthful face portraying the essence of a sheltered noble lady. Indeed, Lu Mu cleared his throat, stifling a cough. I too have yet to encounter a 5th-rank beast. Big brother, would you kindly allow us to see inside? With a gentle smile, he presented himself as a refined young gentleman. Lu Quan hesitated. Baili Furen clapped her hands, and Qing Zhu produced a bag of spirit stones, tossing it to him. My young lady wishes to see the beast. Lead us in, and this bag of 100 medium-grade spirit stones shall be yours. 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Qin Yuanmei snatched the bag and opened it, her eyes gleaming at the radiant stones. Indeed, these are medium-grade spirit stones. This 100 is worth 1,000 low-grade stones. Leaning closer to Lu Quan, she whispered, Big brother Lu, this 100 medium-grade spirit stones is our expenditure for a month. We have struck gold. However, she hesitated, but I fear what unforeseen events may occur within the beast lair. Su Exant and another man leaned in as well. Casting a glance at the bag of spirit stones, 100 medium-grade spirit stones for leading us in. At worst, we can exit immediately. Big brother Lu, with your mid-stage golden core cultivation, even if the 5th-rank beast awakens, it cannot harm you. Indeed, Big brother Lu, such a generous benefactor, is a rare find. Hey, have you all come to an agreement? Will you lead us in or not? Baili Furen exclaimed at the group whispering together. Though her keen senses had already caught every word, you find the spirit stones insufficient. She clapped her hands again, and Qing Zhu tossed another an additional 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Lead us in. My young lady wishes to see the beast. Lu Quan looked at the added 100 medium-grade spirit stones, exchanging glances with Chan Yuanmei and the others. This young lady is indeed generous, if you wish to see a 5th-rank beast. All of you must stay close. They entered the beast's cave together, where the stone lizard lay, indeed napping. Chapter 65. This is a misunderstanding. This is the 5th-rank stone lizard. Everyone upon seeing it. Let us exit quickly. Little brother Qing, we will leave. Then you may strike, but do so cautiously. Do not awaken it. Baili Furen laughed heartily. Exit? Why should we exit? None of you will leave. You shall all be fodder for the beast. With a wave of Bai Quan's hand, the cave's entrance collapsed, sealing it off completely with stone debris, while Qing Zhu struck the slumbering stone lizard awake. The stone lizard opened its eyes. It beheld a group of humans intruding upon its lair. How audacious! These damned humans did not regard it at all. It retaliated with a powerful tail swipe, striking Lu Quan, who was closest to the beast. Directly he was sent hurtling away. Crashing violently against the stone wall, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. The turn of events was too sudden, by the time Qin Yuanmei and the others regained their senses. The entrance was already blocked. As they helped the bleeding Lu Quan to his feet, they glared at the others. Have you all gone mad? Why would you do this? With the entrance blocked, you too cannot escape. While questioning and evading the attacks of the stone lizard, she seethed with anger. How infuriating! Why does this accursed beast target only these 4 individuals, instead of the others? Surely, if magical beasts could speak, it would reveal that one of them is a nascent soul cultivator while the rest are merely golden core practitioners. Why would it willingly walk into its own demise? Yet, as a creature of pride, it cannot show weakness. Thus, this resentment must be borne by these four calamities. Qing Qijing is under my protection. How could you abandon him to face a high-tier magical beast alone, leaving him to die while you escape? Do you really think no one is aware of this? They were horrified. How could she know about this? Did Qing Qijing disclose it? That wooden-headed Qing Qijing seemed unlikely to reveal such encounters. It was not as they claimed. They did not abandon Qing Xiaobrother to flee, but rather sought assistance for him. Su Xian's eyes brimmed with tears, appearing quite pitiful by the time they returned with help. He was already gone. Indeed, how could you trust Qing Qijing's slander? When we returned to rescue him, he was nowhere to be found. Perhaps he has already obtained the protective scales of the stone lizard, wishing to hoard the bounty for himself, thus framing us and using your hands to eliminate us. Chen Yuanmei also expressed her indignation, as if we had wronged them. My dear lady, I, Lu Quan, have treated him well, caring for him due to his youth. How could I abandon him to save myself? There must be some misunderstanding. Lu Quan could only press on, his resolve hardening. This performance was so heart-wrenching that it left Baili Furen and the others utterly amazed, exclaiming that these people would make excellent actors. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, one might have easily mistaken their black deeds for white. Qing Qijing's already expressionless face turned even more stoic. This boisterous crowd was truly tiresome. Had it not been for the little one wanting to play, he would have swiftly dealt with them. So, does that mean this lady has misunderstood you? You have indeed misunderstood us. Now hurry and open the cave entrance to slay this accursed lizard. She shrugged nonchalantly, watching them scatter in disarray from the beast's onslaught. A misunderstanding is merely a misunderstanding. This lady does not care. For you all shall feed the beast today. Wei Qi Lengxing expressed her astonishment at Baili Furen's actions, though she remained silent, refraining from questioning the motives. Knowing Baili Furen as she did, she was confident he would not harm the innocent. Being treated thus only proved that these individuals were not innocent. They were no benevolent souls. Lu Quan and the others stared in disbelief. Shun Ti, realizing they had misunderstood, evoked some guilt, prompting you to offer assistance. My lady, if this is indeed a misunderstanding, why would you still wish to lead us to our demise? We bear no grudges. Having only just met, how could someone so young possess such a wicked heart? What does my cruel heart have to do with my age? They were rendered speechless. We will return your spirit stones and offer you everything of value we possess. Please open the cave entrance and let us go. They stood at the entrance, whereby Chiu had set up a barrier. Their repeated attacks proved futile, leaving them no choice but to negotiate with their belongings. The beast showed no interest in them, focusing solely on the four, and if this dragged on, their doom at the hands of the beast was inevitable. They could not afford to delay any longer. They needed to escape first, and then find an opportunity to eliminate these individuals and reclaim their possessions. Baili Furen was well aware of their little schemes. Couldn't they manage to conceal their expressions? Their attempts at expression control were dismal. Lu Quan and the others produced all their valuables, appearing rather affluent, even possessing several bottles of elixirs. Should you perish, all of this shall belong to me. How do you think you can negotiate with me using my own possessions? Baili Furen's malevolent demeanor was so convincingly portrayed that it nearly rivaled the laugh of the fairy. Xiao Yu, Lu Quan and his companions had never encountered someone so shameless. You are pushing your luck? I shall not hold back. They launched a frenzied assault on the barrier, but remained unyielding, all while dodging the attacks of the stone lizard, making for a most pitiful scene. This scene truly brings a sense of euphoria and delight, just as they were about to be devoured by the magical beast. They turned to Qing Qijing for salvation. Qing Xiaobrother, I acknowledge my wrongs. I never intended to abandon you. It was these two women who led me astray. They insisted you could handle it alone, which is why I left with the others. We are part of the same team. You cannot stand idly by while we face death. In this moment of desperation, Lu Quan shifted all blame onto others. Oh, were you not just claiming it was a misunderstanding? Chen Yuanmei and Su Xian gaped at Lu Quan, who was casting blame upon them. How dare you? What do you mean we led you astray? Ultimately, it was your own cowardice that drove you. Lu Dage, How can you say such a thing? You were the one who ordered us to leave. You're the captain. We followed your lead. How could we possibly sway your decision? Lu Quan's fury intensified. You two troublemakers. Not only did you incite me to abandon Qing Xiao brother, but you also used Li Hui as a shield, resulting in the death of one of my teammates. What do you mean? The last remaining man wore an expression of disbelief. What shield? My brother was not bitten while fighting the beast. He was dragged here as a shield and met his end. His eyes blazed with fury. My brother, was he brought here to serve as a shield? They were taken aback, shocked that this matter had been revealed. Lin Yin, calm down. This is a misunderstanding. It is not as you think. Chapter 66. Go meet God. Yet Lin Yin was deaf to her pleas, his mind consumed by the image of his brother, Li Hui, being devoured by the beast. His brother, the strongest aside from Captain Lu Quan. How could he fall so easily to the monster? It was all because of these two wretched women. Ever since they arrived, Lu Quan had disregarded their years of brotherhood, obediently following these two women. In the end, even his own brother had fallen victim to their schemes, and Lu Quan, fully aware, concealed the truth from him. You beasts, I will avenge my brother by killing you. This desperate wail, this dramatic scene. Left Baili Furen and her companions utterly stunned. This shocking twist of fate, dogs biting dogs in a chaotic melee. Now, not only did the stone lizards seek their lives, but Lin Yin also sought vengeance. Plunging the scene into utter chaos. Qing Qijing, we are part of the same team. You cannot stand by and do nothing. Chun Yueme and Su Xian pleaded pitifully with Baili Furen, my lady. We are willing to serve you like oxen and horses. Please, save us. Lin Yin harbored immense resentment towards Lu Quan, but his anger was even more directed at the women who had used his brother as a shield. They were desperate to escape death. She glanced at Chun Yueme and Su Xian, who were kneeling before her begging for mercy, then at the two fighting behind them. Seeing you two makes me feel utterly repulsed. You two have likely caused the deaths of many with your methods. She then reached out to take it. The spirit-infused purple soul fruit not only possessed remarkable effects, but was also said to boast an exquisite flavor. Wiping her hand with her sleeve, she took a hearty bite in front of him. Wow, what a divine delicacy this is! This fruit is simply too delicious, as the succulent flesh slid down her throat. She felt a surge of power nourishing her very soul, her consciousness expanding significantly, and her mental strength fortifying. Both her body and spirit were immensely gratified, truly a delight for both mind and body. Sensing the exhilarating waves of her spirited energy, Qing Qijing couldn't help but smile. How adorable! The little bundle of joy is happy, he thought, feeling at ease to venture off in search of food. His presence placed considerable pressure on Lu Mu and the others, for he was a glutton, consuming far more than they could manage. If they didn't fill their stomachs quickly, there would be nothing left. In the early morning, they packed their belongings and set off on another day's journey. It would take several days to exit the sunset abyss. They had only just traversed from the forest's heart to the outskirts, which were vast, with many paths yet to explore. After all, they had nothing pressing to attend to, so they leisurely strolled on, treating it as a leisurely excursion to appreciate the splendid mountains and rivers. After 5 days of meandering, they finally emerged from the sunset abyss and boarded a flying vessel towards the nearby city of Yin. Upon entering through the city gates and paying with spirit stones, their first order of business was to accompany Qing Qijing to the Demon Hunter Guild Hall to submit their bounty task. Baili Fuchi also observed the considerable scale of the Demon Hunter organization in Yin City, which was quite impressive. There were numerous bounty hunters, some in groups, while others operated alone as lone wolves. After submitting the protective scales of a Shurian lizard, the guild leader verified their authenticity and settled the bounty, thus removing the task from the guild's notice board. Having spent such a long time camping in the wilderness, returning to a human city was an opportunity for some much-needed relaxation. Baili Fuchi extravagantly booked a lavish room in the most opulent and bustling tavern in Yin City for each of them. She instructed the tavern attendants to bring hot water, and once the door was locked, she promptly disrobed and indulged in a luxurious hot bath to, finally, I could enjoy a comfortable soak in hot water. In the sunset abyss, I could only use a cleansing spell. With her trial in the sunset abyss concluded, she pondered her next steps to, I still don't know, resting her head on the edge of the tub. Her developing form shimmered just beneath the surface of the water, as white as a freshly shelled egg. With over a year remaining until the sect's ranking competition, perhaps it was time to return home. She missed her parents. Even though they constantly fed her dog food, the thought of her affectionate parents made her chuckle softly. Once the sect ranking competition commenced, various secret realms and celestial treasures would emerge. Forces from all corners of the divine dream continent, including reclusive masters and various races, would inevitably appear, vying for opportunities on the great path. To seize these opportunities and ascend, one must become embroiled in the endless chaos. While the world remained relatively stable, it would be wise to return to her family and prepare accordingly. The divine dream continent was on the brink of turmoil, and from chaos, heroes would emerge. While some would fall, others would rise amidst the tumult. The female protagonist, Baili, perceiving the myriad sufferings of the world, ultimately cultivated the path of ruthlessness, severing her emotions and desires, becoming a renowned ruthless immortal. The male protagonist, Qing, certifying his path through slaughter, left a trail of bloodshed, death, and despair in his wake, becoming a fearsome god of death, whose name struck terror into the hearts of many. Chapter 67. This ending is unsatisfactory. Humans are powerful, yet simultaneously fragile and vulnerable. Confronted with formidable alien races, humanity appears so small, with countless cities laid waste and innocent lives tragically lost. Blood stained one human city after another, as cultivators fell in waves, retreating time and again. Ultimately, it was the ruthless immortal, leading the righteous path, and the ambivalent god of death who managed to defend the last vestige of human territory. The alien races, fearing these two human powerhouses, refrained from launching full-scale assaults. Resulting in a fragile balance, humanity thus gained thousands of years of respite to recuperate, yet that conflict regressed human civilization by millennia. Many cultivation manuals, medicinal pills, artifacts, and talismans were lost amidst the chaos. Baili and Qing did not ascend to divinity. With their talents, they could have done so long ago. However, should they ascend, humanity would face irreversible extinction, and humans would truly vanish from the annals of time. For the sake of humanity and righteousness, they suppressed their cultivation, avoiding the tribulations of ascension, steadfastly guarding humanity until their lifespans were exhausted. For as long as they lived, humanity enjoyed a prolonged period of peace. No one had ever ascended to divinity on the divine dream continent, and the two fated children with the greatest potential to do so sacrificed their lives for the protection of humanity, ultimately failing to ascend. Due to the selflessness of the ruthless immortal and the god of death, humanity was afforded the time to grow, and by the time they passed away, humanity had acquired the strength to resist. To the people of the world, they were great and sacred, their achievements unparalleled and unmatched, a perfect conclusion. Yet in Baili Furen's eyes, this ending seemed profoundly unjust, a tragedy devoid of perfection. The first half of their lives was marked by suffering and despair, while the latter half was dedicated to the greater good of humanity. They could have achieved far more, yet their prime years were spent in toil and sacrifice. Such an outcome was unfair, and they should have lived for themselves. Baili, even when treated poorly by her peers, ultimately sought to rescue them, forcefully breaking through. Such a complex and vibrant person ended up following the path of ruthlessness. Qing, that fool who seemed so simple-minded, eventually chose the path of slaughter as his proof of cultivation. How lamentable! With her eyes closed, she chuckled softly, a profound sadness welling up within her. System, I do not wish to witness their transformation into this. They are living beings, not mere figments of paper. As alien races emerged, the world fell into chaos to end humanity's time of peril. Someone had to shoulder the burden and make sacrifices. But why did it have to be them? Why must it be these two? Could it not be someone else? Those blessed with fate were destined for the extraordinary from the very beginning. With great power comes great responsibility. The emergence of alien races was an unalterable fate, and humanity faced the ultimate test of survival. They had to rise to the occasion. Host, do not overthink it. Let us live peacefully until the final outcome, the system suggested. She dressed and sat before the vanity mirror, gazing at her own beautiful reflection. I cannot find peace. How can I simply watch and do nothing? The emergence of alien races was an unavoidable situation, yet why could the ensuing narrative not be altered? What grand ideals of humanity, what sacrifices for righteousness? This ending is far from my liking. They should live for themselves, live freely, live gracefully, and live brilliantly. The alien races caught humanity off guard, as no one anticipated the existence of other races beyond the demon clan. They banded together to besiege humanity, employing cruel tactics to eradicate humans. However, if we were prepared in advance, preventing these races from uniting would be ideal. Better yet, we should incite them to battle amongst themselves. They cannot ally. Humanity has its own formidable champions that in the end, who destroys whom remains uncertain. The system felt a chill. Host, are you certain you want to wade into this murky water? As you said, with great power comes great responsibility. I too am a person of fate, alongside Wei, Qi Lungxing, and Qing Qijing. They can bear this burden, and so can I. Baili Furen, I detest this absurd conclusion. I will reshape it into something I prefer. Whoever stand in my way shall face my wrath. I am also of humanity. How can I remain indifferent while the alien races seek to annihilate us? We still have time. Before the emergence of the alien races, I will prepare a grand gift for them. Host, once you engage in this game, there is no turning back. The worst outcome is merely death. Since I have entered this world of cultivation, why not live a little more freely? Living in fear is truly stifling, but if she were still alive, I believe she would make the same choice as I. Baili Furen. Meanwhile, far away at the Tianji Pavilion, an elder suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Master, are you all right? The attendant by his side rushed forward to support the old pavilion master upon witnessing his distress. Though the elder had coughed up blood, his expression was one of intense excitement. Ha ha ha, there is hope. Our humanity is saved. Quickly, go summon the other elders. The attendant hurriedly dashed out to fetch them. The elder was Ying Lian, the master of the Tianji Pavilion, a formidable figure in the mid-stage of the transformation stage, practicing the Tianji arts. Many years ago, he observed the stars and noticed that the celestial bodies representing humanity's fate flickered uncertainly, with several unfamiliar star points attempting to devour that star. Realizing that humanity's destiny might undergo a significant upheaval, one that could determine the survival of the race, he immediately set about deciphering the heavenly secrets. To his astonishment, it took him 500 years of lifespan merely to glimpse the impending chaos on the divine dream continent. Where humanity's fate appeared bleak and devoid of hope, he was horrified. Could humanity be facing the threat of extinction? He refused to believe that there was no turning point, yet the other elders of the Tianji Pavilion, upon divining the heavenly secrets, arrived at the same dismal conclusion. The fate of humanity was shrouded in darkness. Devoid of light, he could only send his disciples out to investigate the cause of the chaos engulfing the world. While he tirelessly continued his own divinations, as the impending disaster loomed closer, he found himself at a loss for any glimmer of hope, and the reports from his dispatched disciples failed to clarify the source of the turmoil. Could it be that the destiny of humanity was truly destined to meet its end here? As he performed the customary calculations regarding humanity's fate, he was startled to discover a star shining brightly. This star was peculiar. Its luminosity ignited two others, one blue and the other purple. He sensed that perhaps there was a turning point hidden within this phenomenon, for he had never encountered these stars during his previous divinations. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that these three stars were drawing one another in, surrounded by a shimmering halo of starlight. This was indeed strange, prompting him to keep a watchful eye on these celestial bodies. Chapter 68. Grandfather Baili Furen. He observed that this leading star was drawing near to the one representing humanity's fate. Could this signify a turning point? Hurriedly, he delved into further calculations, only to find that these stars were protected by the heavenly principles, rendering his inquiries fruitless. Gritting his teeth, he expended the equivalent of thousands of years of his lifespan to ascertain that these stars held the key to humanity's survival. Humanity had hope. The elders of the Tianji Pavilion confirmed the Lord's assertions regarding this turning point through their own divinations. Could they determine who these stars pointed to and where they might be found? With his vitality severely depleted, Ying Lian had no choice but to delegate this task to several elders. After their divinations, they finally pinpointed a general location. The stars indicated a singular position, situated between the Xuanwu Empire and the Baihu Empire, where only one sect resided, Ling Tian's sect. The omen suggested that these stars were indeed aligned in the direction of Ling Tian's sect. Ying Lian contemplated, shall we proceed to investigate who exactly this is? Other elders inquired, no. We must not reveal ourselves. It is crucial that we do not create unnecessary complications at this juncture, lest it disrupt the trajectory of the stars. If we make our presence known, the demonic followers who have been lurking in the shadows will become aware. These individuals revere the demonic clan and are traitors to humanity. Should they learn of this matter, they would extinguish any hope while it is still in its infancy. This is humanity's chance. We cannot afford any missteps. Instead, we shall have my grandson, the young master Ying Zhengfeng, represent us. That is acceptable. I wholeheartedly agree. Ying Zhengfeng possesses exceptional talent, having formed his core at the tender age of 16. And his cultivation speed is remarkable. What is more, he shows extraordinary insight into the Tianji arts, reminiscent of the Lord's prowess in his youth. Ying Lian stroked his beard, and my grandson is certainly more capable than my ineffectual son. Since all of you elders are in agreement, let us allow Feng to take the lead. Meanwhile, the events at Tianji Pavilion remained unknown to Baili Furen, who was inquiring with Weiqi Lengqing about whether she would accompany her back to the Baili family. Weiqi Lengqing declined the invitation, citing other matters that required her attention, and they parted ways. Baili Furen did not press further, understanding that Weiqi Lengqing had her own responsibilities, knowing that the actions of the Weiqi family would come at a price. Her return was to reclaim what belonged to her and sever the ties with the Weiqi family. Her first target was a memento from her mother, a jade pendant related to her true identity. Those familiar with the story know that it possesses the ability to recognize its master through blood, containing a space and a spirit. The spiritual fields and miraculous spring water were inevitable, along with various cultivation manuals and enhancements that I must not dwell on this, she thought, as tears of envy streamed from her eyes. Host, you still have me. The system is also a formidable enhancement. Yes, whatever you say. Her dismissive tone infuriated the system, prompting it to consider ignoring her, feeling utterly disrespected. Baili Furen, however, only realized the true strength of the system as she continued her internal dialogue. She handed a communication token to Weiqi Lengqing, instructing her to inform her of any developments and not to bear the burden alone, as she had sisters. Weiqi Lengqing accepted with a smile. Understood. Jie. I shall take my leave. We shall meet at the sect. Farewell, Sister Qing. Do take care on your journey. After a bittersweet farewell with Weiqi Lengqing, she set off on her journey home. Upon her return to the family, she was informed that her mother, Xia Mushi, was in seclusion preparing for a breakthrough to the transformation stage, while her father, Baili Chuyuan, was accompanying her, unable to rest easy. Thus, the head of the family was her grandfather, Baili Yin, a formidable figure at the peak of the mid-transformation stage. Her grandfather, accustomed to long periods of seclusion, was rarely seen unless the situation was dire. Standing at the entrance of the main courtyard, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. After all, Baili Yin was the second strongest member of the Baili family. Would she be discovered as an imposter? How would she interact with him? If she were to slip up, what if he suspected her of being an usurper? What are you afraid of? If you slip up, so be it. You are Baili Furen. You have already fused with her consciousness. You are her, and she is you. Even if he notices something amiss, he cannot do anything unless he is completely irrational and wishes to kill you. With the system's encouragement, her nerves dissipated. Who cares? I am Baili Furen. Even if the sky were to fall, I remain Baili Furen at your back. A voice like a low rumble echoed, and the door swung open. When she finally focused, a man stood before her. We pay our respects to the family head. The others knelt, leaving only Baili Furen and Qing Qijing standing. Baili Yin waved his hand. Rise. I am no longer the family head. Just call me Old Family Head. Yes, Old Family Head. Baili Furen stared in astonishment at the handsome man before her, who appeared to be in his 30s, bearing a striking resemblance to Baili Chuyuan. Is this my grandfather? Am I mistaken? Is he really this young? With such a physique and appearance, he could easily captivate countless young women. He was indeed her grandfather, in the world of cultivation. Once one reached the nascent soul stage, they remained youthful, aging very slowly. Do not be deceived by your grandfather's youthful appearance. Though he appears to be in his 30s, he is actually over 1,000 years old. Those at the transformation stage possess lifespans exceeding 10,000 years. At just over 1,000, he is truly quite young. Goodness, over 1,000 years. I cannot fathom how one lived for so long. Isn't that terribly boring? What are you thinking? Once you reach the transformation stage, advancing becomes exceedingly difficult. A single period of seclusion can last hundreds or even thousands of years. What is there to be bored about? Why is it that in the Baili family, I am the sole direct descendant? Am I truly the only one? Your parents are over 500 or 600 years old. You were born after that. The higher the cultivation, the purer the bloodline, the more difficult it is to conceive offspring. Especially among the direct descendants with a strong divine bloodline. Having even one child is a remarkable feat, and you dare to wish for siblings? Dream on. Then where do the 4 branches of the Baili family come from? Aren't they siblings? The 4 branches also harbor divine bloodlines, albeit diluted. They do not care about the purity of their partner's bloodline. They merely seek to reproduce and strengthen the family. Maintaining the bloodline's continuity is the duty of the direct descendants. And their partners must possess the purest bloodlines to ensure that the offspring can better inherit the lineage. The partners of the direct descendants of the Baili family are selected with great care. I can't shake the feeling that I am merely a product of selective breeding. You are not. Your grandfather and father are. What do you mean? Your parents fell in love freely, and the family had no objections. In fact, they wholeheartedly supported it. Thus, you were born a child with an exceptionally strong divine bloodline and ethereal roots. In order to preserve the family bloodline, I hope I will not be forced into an arranged marriage. What you say is truly terrifying. That possibility is quite high, unless you follow in your father's footsteps and find someone like your mother. Where am I to find such a person? Those with bloodline inheritance are already few and far between. And they must possess a high level of purity. I know of Weiqi Lungqing, a descendant of the ice snow goddess's bloodline. Perhaps I should marry her, but what can 2 women produce? I shall look for someone else afterward. Regardless, if you do not wish to be arranged, you must seek someone yourself. Can I ask my mother to bear me a younger brother or something? That may not be possible. You might as well prepare for an arranged marriage. Enough, I will find someone myself. As she engaged in this lively conversation with the system in her mind, Baili Yin observed Baili Fuchi staring blankly at him and found it rather amusing. What are you daydreaming about? Do you not recognize your grandfather, little one? She snapped back to reality, looking at the man before her, unsure of how to interact. IT has been so many years. Little one has grown up so much. Mid-core formation stage, quite impressive. It seems the bloodline of the Baili family truly produces exceptional talent. Haha, Baili Yin gently patted Baili Fuyu's small head, his eyes filled with affection for the little darling. This granddaughter of his not only possessed a charming appearance, but, more importantly, she was a girl in the Baili family lineage. Female descendants were exceedingly rare. All they seemed to produce were boys. Thus, the arrival of this precious girl, who perfectly inherited the family's virtues and displayed an exceptional genetic combination, was indeed a rarity. IT took the combined strengths of several generations for her to come into being. From the moment she was conceived, it was extraordinary. Her mother, Xiaomu Shi, possessed limited cultivation at the time and struggled to provide ample spiritual energy. Yet the embryo required a rich supply of spiritual essence to survive, or else it might perish before birth. Xiaomu Shi nearly succumbed to exhaustion. This prompted the family patriarch to emerge from seclusion, using the blood of relatives as a conduit, while they tirelessly infused her with spiritual power day and night for 3 long years before she finally graced the world. On the day of her arrival, a divine mark radiated from her forehead, and all descendants of the Baili family felt the call. The stronger the bloodline, the more profound the resonance, as it was the power of their ancestors, one of whom was a mysterious and formidable deity. She was the purest descendant of the Baili family in history, the one closest to the ancestors, and possessed the greatest potential to ascend to divinity, and being a girl made her even more precious to these old souls. They cherished her as if she were a delicate treasure, afraid to let her slip from their grasp. "Little darling, have you been bullied outside?" he inquired. "No, Grandpa," she replied. "Look at you. You've lost weight. It's apparent you've endured hardships." Her baby fat was less pronounced, and she replied, "I'll tell Grandpa if anyone has dared to upset me, and I'll seek revenge. I'm truly astonished. My dear grandfather, how can you say such things with a straight face? One would never guess you were a slave to your granddaughter. Grandpa, there's no need for revenge, and one has wronged me. They wouldn't dare? Humph. Those little rascals wouldn't have the audacity. Who would dare bully the granddaughter of Baili Yin? My Baili family's elite forces would swiftly eliminate their entire lineage. Those who are so blind as to not recognize my granddaughter should be captured and sent to work in our mines. We are in dire need of labor for our thousands of spirit stone veins. How ruthless! Even the cats and dogs must be put to use. Truly, a case of utilizing everything to its fullest." "Grandpa, I'm doing well. Really, I've even made new friends," she said, pushing Qing Qi Jing forward to divert Baili Yin's attention. Baili Yin regarded the young man before him with a serious expression, even going so far as to inspect him thoroughly. Qing Qi Jing's typically expressionless face darkened, unable to resist the strength of a transformation stage expert. He could only endure Baili Yin's scrutiny. Casting a resentful and aggrieved glance at Baili Furen, turning his face away, somewhat sheepishly, "My apologies. I merely wish to distract him." Who could have predicted Grandpa would take such liberties? Such a fine young man. At merely 15 years of age, you have already reached the late golden core stage. A talent like yours, coupled with a rare thunder spirit root, truly marks you as an exceptional prospect. Wait, this physique. Baili Yin sensed something amiss and swiftly directed a palm strike toward Qing Qi Jing, too fast for Baili Furen to intervene. The strike from Transformation Stage Expert was no trifling matter, and Qing Qi Jing quickly summoned all his spiritual energy to erect a thunder shield for protection. Nevertheless, he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall of the estate. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Baili Furen exclaimed, bewildered. Baili Yin rushed forward and extracted Qing Qi Jing from the wall, noting the minor injuries he sustained, which were inconsequential. "I was right. You indeed possess the legendary Thunder Body." Baili Yin's eyes sparkled with admiration and a sense of possession. "Who are your parents? Those violet eyes of yours must harbor great secrets." Qing Qi Jing glanced between the man who had inexplicably assaulted him and the little girl who looked at him with concern. This was the grandfather of the little one. Any conflict would surely distress her. "Hey, you brat, why are you staring at my little darling?" Baili Yin reprimanded, tapping his cheek. It was undeniable that the boy was extraordinarily handsome, with exceptional talent, and he was indeed the fabled Thunder Body. Baili Yin was determined not to let him slip away. "Just a mortal." Baili Yin frowned, immediately rejecting this notion. "Impossible. Your parents are mere mortals. Yet they could not have given birth to you. Those violet eyes must be a hereditary trait. You must be a descendant of a special bloodline. Your biological parents are likely not who you think, and their status is certainly not simple." Baili Furen's heart skipped a beat at these words. How had she not considered this? A mortal could not possibly give rise to someone like Qing Qi Jing. From a genetic standpoint, it was inconceivable. Spiritual roots are inherited, and if she was a thunder spirit root practitioner, how could her parents be incapable of cultivation? Chapter 70. I want her his spiritual root. Appearance, physique, and those violet eyes all indicated that his blood relatives must be remarkable. Even a genetic mutation would require a basis, unless those mortal parents had ancestral ties to thunder spirit roots and violet eyes. It would be inexplicable where he inherited them from. Qing Qi Jing's violet eyes narrowed, devoid of emotion. Were his parents someone else entirely? Was he truly abandoned? It seemed, indeed, that a calamity like him would attract no affection. Baili Yin, noticing his expression, smacked his head. "What are you thinking, you little brat? Don't tell me you believe you were abandoned." Rubbing his painfully struck head, Qing Qi Jing's gaze spoke volumes. Wasn't that the case? Sighing, Baili Yin continued, "Regardless of whether you possess a special bloodline, the mere fact that you are a thunder body means your birth required countless rare materials and spiritual energy for nurturing. If the spiritual energy was insufficient, it could take years, even decades, for you to be born. That if you were truly abandoned, why would such resources be expended to bring you into this world? Your parents must have encountered misfortune, leading to your being lost among mortals. So, he had not been abandoned. His birth had indeed been anticipated. The thought that his parents were difficult to find lingered. Baili Yin grasped him by the collar, lifting him up. You, my boy, possess exceptional talent and a unique physique. Align yourself with the Baili family, and there is nothing you could desire that I would deny you. Baili Furen facepalmed. Grandpa, is this truly how you negotiate? You should loosen your grip a bit. It feels more like a threat. He might refuse, and you would kill him on the spot. Yet upon hearing Baili Yan's promise of anything he desired, Qing Qi Jing's eyes lit up. Really? Ah, how amusing. You, young man, have crossed paths with Baili Yan. There's no escaping now. Truly, my Baili family lacks nothing. Not only do we possess an abundance of rare materials. Even if you wish to become an elder, I would grant it. However, Qing Qi Jing wriggled free from Baili Yan's grasp, rushing over to embrace Baili Furen tightly in a moment of surprise. She found herself snugly held in his not particularly broad embrace, her delicate face nuzzled against him. With wide eyes like saucers, she exchanged a look of sheer terror with Baili Yan. I want her, Qing Qi Jing declared, holding her close, directing his words at the stunned Baili Yan. You promised anything. He only desired the little darling. So could he take her away? That way, she would belong solely to him. Everyone was left in shock. Had he lost his mind? Why not choose something else, like the Baili family's young lady? They were concerned for their own safety, as Baili Yan's expression shifted from shock to fury. The air became suffocating, the ground cracked beneath him, and the main residence was reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, Qing Zhu and the others had long sensed the danger and fled. Their low cultivation meant they would perish if they stayed. As for their young lady, they had no worries. The old patriarch would not harm her, but the young man was unlikely to escape unscathed. Baili Furen was filled with dread. Qing Qi Jing held her too tightly for her to break free. This fellow was physically stronger than she was. System, he has gone mad. Oh, I see it now, the system replied calmly, having previously mentioned that Qing Qi Jing had some serious issues. What should we do? System, my grandpa, isn't planning to kill Qing Qi Jing, is he? Please be a bit more confident and remove that I can't remark. You audacious little rascal. The oppressive aura of a formidable being in the transformation stage bore down upon him, forcing him to kneel, yet he refused to relinquish his grip on her. Release your hold on me. If I don't put you to death today, I shall not be called Baili Yin. How dare you abduct my little darling? Baili Yin stepped forward, prying his hands apart and snatching Baili Furen from him. Let my little darling go play outside. I shall teach this audacious brat a lesson. She barely had time to utter a word before Baili Yin gently caressed her cheek and sent her away by the time her feet touched the ground. She had already exited the main residence and stood beside Qing Zhu and the others. A sizable crowd had gathered. Even the clan elders were roused by the commotion. We greet the young lady. Upon seeing Baili Furen flying over, they quickly bowed in respect, a sea of bent waists and dark heads. All members of the Baili clan. Little darling, what has transpired? Why is the old clan leader so enraged? The question came from the eldest of the four great elders, Baili Kong, the overseer of the Kong lineage. With the other three lineage heads present, including Baili Yuan's grandfather, Baili Mang. Grandfather Baili Mang, I pay my respects. Upon seeing her grandfather, Baili Yuan approached to bow. Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly tell me why the old clan leader is in such a fury. The main residence is nearly reduced to ashes. Under Baili Furen's direction, Baili Yuan recounted the entire episode to the four elders. How curious. Who is this youth named Qing Qi Jing that has garnered the old clan leader's favor? The crux of the matter is not merely that this youth dared to attempt to abduct my little darling before the old clan leader. This is a boldness that defies all reason. Given the old clan leader's temperament, this youth is likely to meet a dire fate. This youth, in the presence of a transformation stage expert, sought to take away his granddaughter, which indicates a rather questionable state of mind. Is it not possible that this youth harbors deep feelings for our little darling? He shows no fear even before a transformation stage expert, demonstrating considerable courage. This is also quite plausible. our little darling is exceptionally outstanding. It is said that a graceful lady is well suited for a gentleman, and this is indeed understandable. However, this youth is far too reckless. It is not only the old clan leader who is furious. If the current clan leader were to learn of this, even 10 lives would not suffice for him. Alas, this youth is ultimately a bit too impetuous. For the old clan leader to take such an interest in him indicates he is a rare genius. What a pity, what a pity. Baili Furen listened, her head filled with dark clouds. Elders, could you speak a bit quieter? The person involved is still right here. Speak of me having deep feelings. Are you recounting some joke I cannot comprehend? Can I not say that he is somewhat unhinged, with thoughts that differ from ours? Who knows what goes on in his mind to act in such a manner? Surely, the male lead will not be struck down by my grandfather. Right? That cannot be. Can it? Qing Qijing may not have many scenes, but he is still the protagonist. He cannot perish here, can he? Rest assured, his protagonist halo is quite bright. It is not so easy for him to die. That is good. That is good. She sighed in relief, fearing that her butterfly effect might lead to Qing Qijing's demise. Where would she find a male lead to compensate this world then? Chapter 71. The uncontrolled him, perhaps he would only be beaten half to death. As long as he still drew breath, he was alive. Well then, just as she had calmed her heart, it leapt back in her throat. System, can you see what is happening inside? Yes, the system is quite omnipotent. Would you like to see it on screen? There is such a function. Show me, quickly. A screen opened before her, visible only to her, displaying Qing Qijing, who was being brutally beaten. Outside, the discussions were fervent. Everyone was immensely curious about this audacious individual, for they had never encountered someone so reckless. The old clan leader had even shown interest in him, yet he continued to court disaster, which was a unique talent in itself. Meanwhile, the subject of their chatter was enduring a beating. Despite the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, he still managed to parry a few blows. What a fine lad. His physique is quite strong, showing a hint of skill. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Retract that statement. After giving the audacious brat a thorough thrashing, his anger somewhat subsided, and he resolved to give the boy a chance to redeem himself. Such a rare talent would be a waste to kill. Qing Qijing, bruised and battered, lay upon the ground, unable to move under the weight of a foot pressing down on his back. You fraud. His face, a mess, still bore the unmistakable glint of anger in his eyes. You promised to grant my every request. You are deceitful. Baili Yin laughed in exasperation. You truly do not understand human language, do you? Observing this scene, Baili Furen mused that perhaps he genuinely could not comprehend human speech. I have stated time and again that Qing Qijing is somewhat unwell. Can a normal person merely whisk someone away at a moment's notice? This fellow is destined to become a god of slaughter, with each act of violence breeding more malevolence. Leading him further astray, he can only validate his path through murder, his mind consumed with thoughts of consumption. He is not normal. Baili Furen found herself in a dilemma, pondering if he might be a single-celled organism, singularly focused. Another round of one-sided beatings ensued as Baili Yin attempted to force him into submission. However, it proved ineffective against Qing Qijing. Not only did he not yield, but Baili Yin also witnessed the boy's fierce determination. Dark clouds loomed, thunder crashed, and strong winds howled as the unyielding Qing Qijing broke through under extreme pressure, awakening his thunder body. What is happening? Is this the tribulation thundercloud? It does not seem so. What kind of thundercloud is this? How terrifying. The onlookers gazed up at the ominous clouds enveloping the entire Baili family estate, a wave of unease washing over them. You audacious little brat. Are you insane? Forcing a breakthrough will only ruin your foundation. Baili Yin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this youth possessed such resilience. The torrential thunder descended, striking the unsuspecting members of the Baili clan. What is going on? We're not breaking through. Why are we being struck? The answer to their query was the relentless thunder, which obliterated many structures within the estate. The elders raised barriers to protect the younger generation, baffled by the sudden appearance of the thunder. The eye of the storm was centered around the main residence. Could it be that this was all instigated by the youth named Qing Qijing? Baili Furen never imagined the situation would escalate to this. The last time Qing Qijing activated his thunder body, it had reduced a small clan to ashes, with no survivors. Though the Baili family boasted numerous experts. The people might be safe, but if this continued, the entire estate would be reduced to ruins. No, we cannot allow this to continue. Otherwise, the members of the Baili family will find themselves homeless. Young lady. It is dangerous over there. Come back. She soared towards the main residence, her kin's cries echoing behind her. The elders left some of the more powerful members to protect the younger generation and hastened toward the main residence. Upon arrival, they beheld Qing Qijing, enveloped in thunder, and Baili Yin, who stood nearby, his expression grave. Old clan leader, what is happening? The four great elders inquired. This lad possesses a thunder body. What? He actually has the legendary thunder body. The four elders were astonished, gazing at Qing Qijing as if he were a rare treasure. Unfortunately, he was now out of control, and they were pondering how to tame his thunder body. The elders exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with reproach toward Baili Yin. Old clan leader, what have you done to such a promising prospect? He is now beyond control. This audacious brat is obstinate. He refuses to retract his statement and insists on abducting my little darling. I was merely angered and acted a bit too forcefully. Casting a glance at the bruised Qing Qijing, Baili Yin retorted, "What do you mean a bit too forcefully? That was a thorough beating. Grandfather, what do we do now?" "If this continues, the estate will be obliterated," Baili Furen questioned. "Could you all refrain from chatting? Consider how to resolve this current predicament." Baili Yan's head throbbed. The elders know how to suppress the thunder body? "We do not know." The four elders shook their heads in unison. "The thunder body exists only in legends. We have never even seen one. How could we know how to suppress it?" "Indeed, thunder's spiritual roots are rare. Let alone the thunder body, we have no idea how to cultivate it, much less how to suppress him. Old clan leader, you have caused this calamity. You must resolve it." Baili Yin was furious. "You old fools. Abandoning me at a critical moment. Old clan leader, are you not also an old fool? You are equally helpless. System, do you have any suggestions? These elders are unreliable. I can only turn to you to know what. Did you not claim to be omnipotent? The thunder body commands all thunder in the world. Even tribulation thunder must heed him that he is currently overwhelmed by this power, unable to control the wild thunder. What can I do? Then what should we do? Let him continue to unleash it. Perhaps you could call out his name and see if it awakens him. If he regains consciousness, I can guide him to control this power. Qing Qijing, originally an attempt. But to her surprise, he responded. Little darling, he has reacted. It seems he is not entirely out of control. Host, there is hope. Call out a few more times. Say something he cares about to awaken him. Something he cares about? Qing Qijing's. Do you still wish to partake in dinner? Baili Yin and several elders responded. What does this have to do with dinner? Who would have thought that the young lad actually replied with "I want"? Their expressions turned peculiar. Young man, what obsession do you have with food? Even in a moment of chaos, you still think of dinner. Well, at least you're not completely daft. There is still hope. So, what should be done? Ask him to disperse the lightning around him and approach. If he wants to eat dinner, he must disperse the lightning and come over. Qing Qijing tilted her head and gazed at her for quite some time, recognizing her as the little dumpling. Chapter 72. The world is about to fall into chaos. The little dumpling said she wants to eat dinner, so she walked over. The little dumpling has food. Immediately, he dispersed the lightning enveloping him and walked towards Baili Furen. System, what should I do now? Watching Qing Qijing's approach, she inquired. Embrace him. What? Embrace him? I am on you. If you don't embrace him, how can I guide him? If only I could control him from afar. All right then. Under the gaze of her elders, she lunged into his embrace, clinging tightly to his waist. The sacrifice is great. The sacrifice is great. Qing Qijing's, I will require you to work for a lifetime without pay. He held the little dumpling tightly, inhaling a familiar fragrance, then felt a strange force coursing through his body. His expression turned cold. Just as he was about to resist this foreign power, he was stopped by Baili Furen. Do not resist it. Follow its guidance to control your lightning power. Soon, the thunder dissipated and the heavenly lightning ceased. The storm clouds above the Baili family gradually dispersed. Qing Qijing's lowered her head and rubbed her face against hers, burying her head in her neck and fainting. In that instant, she heard a voice. Little dumpling, hungry, shaking her ears, she thought it must be an auditory hallucination. Clutching the unconscious figure, she met the scrutinizing gaze of Baili Yin and the four elders. Little dear, what is your relationship with this insufferable lad? Just friends. The elders exchanged glances, then collectively shook their heads that we do not believe you. Little dear, speak the truth. Truly just friends. Little dear, your grandfather and uncles are not fools. Whom are you trying to deceive? Baili Furen shook his head helplessly. It seemed he had to tell the truth. Very well. I will speak the truth. First, I felt pity for him and treated him to a few meals. Later, I noticed his extraordinary talent. His cultivation speed and strength were commendable, which sparked my appreciation for his potential. Initially, I had no intention of befriending him, merely considering him for a position as a guard. Many matters in Ling Tian's sect cannot be followed by Bai Quan and the others that he just happened to be a disciple of Ling Tian's sect, so if I won him over, he could protect me alongside Qing Zhu. Little did I know, this fellow was not quite sane. A few meals a day was all it took for him to be utterly devoted. I have offered him many valuable items. Yet he refused them all, so we could only remain friends. As long as he is provided with food, he would remain loyal. I consider this a profit. Not only did I gain a friend in him, but I also acquired an elder sister named Wei Qi Lungqing, a disciple of the Snow Peak of Ling Tian's sect. Equally gifted, her cultivation is remarkable, and she is a descendant of a special bloodline. Unfortunately, she had matters to attend to and did not return with me this time. Beyond Qin Kaijing's and Wei Qi Lingqing, I also brought back my senior brother. That gentle-looking individual standing beside Qing Zhu outside is an 18-year-old fifth-tier alchemist, poised to break through to the sixth tier at any moment. Having conveyed all I needed to, that is the extent of my report. Baili Yin and the others listened. Their astonishment grew. One Qin Kaijing's was already enough to make them envious, and now he had even befriended a descendant of a special bloodline as an elder sister. The elder sister who could make the little deer willingly acknowledge her must be extraordinary. And it seemed this youth named Qin Kaijing's was no less remarkable. The little deer also had a senior brother, an 18-year-old fifth-tier alchemist, whose talents in alchemy were unmatched. Every individual the little deer encountered during her outing appeared to be extraordinary. None were ordinary folk. All of these individuals were disciples of Ling Tian's sect, a place teeming with hidden talents, truly deserving of its reputation as the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation. While I always knew my little deer was destined for greatness, Baili Yin clapped his hands in satisfaction, summoned someone to take this insufferable lad away for proper healing, and also ensure that my little dear's senior brother is well taken care of. With matters settled, everyone dispersed. The main residence would undergo reconstruction, and buildings struck by heavenly lightning would require repair. Without the main residence, Baili Yin could only conduct his affairs in another house. The Baili family's industrial chain spanned the divine dream continent, necessitating the handling of numerous matters daily. Baili Furen was in Baili Yin's study, revealing the purpose of her return. Little dear, did you say the world is about to fall into chaos? Baili Yin's hand paused midair, his expression turning exceedingly cautious. Yes, the divine dream continent is on the brink of upheaval. Little dear, from where did you hear this? Grandfather, our family maintains close ties with the Tianji Pavilion. You should be more informed than I. Baili Yin was indeed well aware. The old fellow Yin Lian from Tianji Pavilion had mentioned to him that chaos was imminent and that preparations should be made. Yet, he could not divulge the specific cause of this turmoil, only mentioning that the fate of humanity was hanging by a thread. You know what is causing this chaos. Baili Furen fell silent. System, can I disclose this? Would this constitute a breach of the heavenly secret? It matters not. I've already isolated this place with an energy shield, and since you are favored by the heavenly path, you will be unharmed. However, try not to say too much. The arrival of foreign races will bring chaos, and humanity is in grave peril. Boom! Baili Yin was taken aback, intending to inquire about the nature of these foreign races. However, as soon as he uttered a word, a divine lightning bolt descended from the heavens. This a warning from the heavenly path. He gazed in horror at his little granddaughter. Little dear, what is happening? Grandfather, I can only say this much. Once we leave this room, do not speak of it. revealing the heavenly secret invites divine retribution. Will you be all right? Baili Yin scrutinized her, fearing that his little dear might be lacking in some way. I'm fine, grandfather, but our time is limited. As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. You frightened your grandfather. Baili Yin stroked her head, knowing that his little dear was indeed blessed by fortune and favored by the heavenly path. Do you have any idea when this will begin? Host cannot say any more. Baili Furen replied vaguely in a little over a year, I will participate in the Ling Tian sect's ranking competition. So grandfather must cheer for me. Baili Yin smiled knowingly. Ha. Very well. My little dear shall surely secure the top spot. Subsequently, the patriarch of the Baili family summoned the branch elders of the 4 lineages to the council hall, where layers of barriers were set up, discussing matters unknown to others. Even the ancestors in seclusion and Baili Furen's parents received messages from Baili Yin. After the conclusion of that council meeting, all the talented disciples of the Baili family currently training outside were called back. Affiliated forces of the Baili family also received notifications. Everyone was summoned to return. Other major factions received Baili Yin's alerts as well. And almost everyone was on high alert throughout the city. Elite troops engaged in rigorous training day after day, aware only that their training had intensified and that numerous cultivation resources and combat equipment had been distributed. Chapter 73. Oil and salt unwelcome. They inquired of their superior officers whether some significant event was unfolding, yet the officers merely stated that a fierce battle was on the horizon. As for when and with whom this battle would occur, it remained a mystery, accompanied by a single phrase. Do not ask what you should not know. Follow the family head's arrangements. We only need to enhance our strength and expand our ranks. Lu Mu settled in the Baili family, and upon discovering he was a 5th-tier alchemist, many clan disciples came to seek his guidance on alchemy. He also noticed that his little junior sister was training the clan members in body refinement techniques, with the daily expenditure of cleansing and body tempering pills reaching astronomical figures. Consequently, he was compelled to produce cleansing and body tempering pills daily, nearly to the point of nausea. Most importantly, by observing the daily consumption of pills, he realized just how formidable the Baili family truly was. Just the ordinary soldiers numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and the elite troops exceeded 10,000, each possessing foundational cultivation or higher. Furthermore, there were the beast cavalry brigades, where he had distributed supplies at the training grounds, numbering over 100,000, predominantly golden core cultivators to in addition. There were over 1,000 nascent soul cultivators acting as commanders. Each of the 4 grand elders being peak late-stage nascent soul cultivators, and beneath each of the grand elders were 10 peak late-stage nascent soul branch elders. These individuals constituted the bloodline of the Baili family, with some being offspring of affiliated clans, yet all had sworn a heavenly oath to protect the Baili family for generations, never to betray it. The scale was vast, nearly overwhelming Lu Mu. No wonder everyone feared the Baili family. This was essentially an assembly of cultivators from across the continent. Recently, their training intensified and the demand for pills steadily increased, prompting Baili Furen to join the alchemy team as well. When the clan members witnessed the numerous pills being produced, they were left in disbelief. The young lady was actually an alchemist, and her tier was not low. The pills she produced in one batch equated to what they would require from 2. The inquisitive clansmen promptly rushed to their esteemed young lady for guidance, leaving Lu Mu utterly alone. Surely, it cannot be that you are unaware of the little junior's alchemical prowess, rather than being deterred by the formidable presence of her ladyship. Ultimately, he bore the brunt of it all. Having misplaced his trust, he yearned for the return of his heartfelt sincerity. You wretched creatures! Since the last time, Qing Qijing forcefully ascended to the nascent soul stage. He has been incessantly pestered, not only by Baili Yin, who wishes to have him yield to the Baili clan, but also by the 4 esteemed elders, who are equally envious. They send an array of delightful offerings to his abode, willing to provide anything he desires, except for the young lady herself. Yet this stubborn lad remains resolute, disregarding all but the company of Baili Furen, unfazed by their coaxing words, their aged faces. Oh, how they have been disgraced! Their beloved little darling claims that this lad's intellect is somewhat unconventional, harboring an immense obsession with food. In response, they lavish him with a plethora of gourmet dishes. And though he shows some interest, He simply refuses to partake. And no matter who offers him sustenance, he declines, as if they were attempting to poison him, his eyes brimming with suspicion. Yet when their little darling offers him something, he consumes it without hesitation, speaks when prompted, and smiles when encouraged, clearly displaying his double standards. One who relies on others is bound to be vulnerable. This insufferable lad is entirely impervious to their attempts. A man with desires and ambitions is best harnessed, for the true challenge lies in one who is devoid of such yearnings that, it cannot be said that he is entirely without ambition. For at the very least, he still knows the allure of food and harbors thoughts of whisking away their little darling. They could never part with her. She is the purest lineage of the Baili clan. The sole hope of their bloodline for centuries, the family's esteemed young lady. She embodies the future head of the clan. Most crucially, they cannot resort to violence. It would be easier to conquer him by force. Yet this insufferable lad becomes even more obstinate with each attempt. He is a blockhead, utterly unmanageable. In moments of despair, they contemplate the notion of eliminating this troublesome lad to spare others from his existence. Yet these old fools cannot bring themselves to part with such a promising talent. A rare gem, indeed. In the end, they attempt to win him over with affection, hoping he might experience the warmth of familial care and elderly love. Alas, their efforts backfire, as his gaze shifts from wariness to one of condescending pity. Will not make your intentions too obvious. Do not presume that your silence conceals your thoughts of us as fools. How ironic, for who truly resembles a fool here? It is you, wretched lad. No wonder their little darling has remarked on your eccentricity. The more they ponder, the more exasperated they become, as these ancient beings, having lived for millennia, have never encountered such a difficult nut to crack. Ultimately, it is Baili Furen who intervenes, asserting that having this lad by her side is beneficial, even if he does not pledge loyalty to the clan. Aligning himself with her is akin to allegiance to the family. After all, she is destined to be the future head of the Baili clan, so it hardly matters. Yet, the elders remain unconvinced, insisting that this troublesome lad must swear an oath of loyalty, vowing never to betray or harm Baili Furen, lest they incessantly disturb him. This insufferable child possesses extraordinary talent, if left unchecked. He may grow to be unmatched. They do not expect him to protect their little darling, but rather that he will not betray her or become an adversary, for that would spell doom for the clan. Transmigrating has grown weary of these elders, who incessantly chatter beside him, their words falling on deaf ears, while they attempt to lure him with food. Their gazes are reminiscent of those of his parents, who once sought to incinerate him, villagers attempting to coax him out with culinary temptations. Each bearing ulterior motives, none harboring goodwill, he disregards them entirely. However, their strange behavior leaves him questioning their sanity. He has heard that those of advanced age can easily become senile. Considering these individuals are the previous generation, he wonders if their little darling would be saddened by such a fate. How pitiable. In the end, he is uncertain of what transpired between their little darling and them. But they approach him, demanding that he swear an oath of loyalty to her, vowing never to betray or harm her, lest they continue to bother him. How could he ever harm their little darling? He would only protect her. Thus he readily swore the oath. Watching them finally depart, he joyfully returned to his place beside their little darling, observing her alchemical endeavors. Baili Furen, seeing him either cultivating or lost in thought while watching her, inquired whether his destined sword's blade had been forged. Transmigrating shook his head. She sighed, resigned to take him to the clan's highest-ranking weaponsmith, where he would craft his destined sword from the finest lightning materials. Crafting a sword requires the sword cultivator to continuously provide spiritual energy while the weaponsmith forges it. Upon completion, the sword gleamed with a deep black hue, radiating a purple light, containing within it all of his lightning power, nearing the status of a sacred artifact, though it remained uncertain when it might give birth to a sword spirit. However, who could have predicted that he would become enamored with the weaponsmith's craft, frequently wandering over to observe the forging process? Could it be that he possesses a talent for weapon forging? She requested that the esteemed weaponsmith teach him, and to her surprise, he proved to be an exceptional prodigy in this art. Chapter 74. No kin remains in this world. This delighted the weaponsmith immensely, who promptly sought to take him on as an apprentice, and she immediately agreed on his behalf. This weaponsmith was capable of crafting sacred artifacts and held considerable influence within the weaponsmith guild. Consequently, in addition to daily cultivation and watching their little darling, Qing Qijing found himself with an additional task: forging weapons. Ever since he began crafting magical artifacts, Baili Furen revealed the exploitative nature of a capitalist, draining the last vestiges of value from a laborer without remuneration. The magical artifacts he crafted were distributed as training resources to the clan's military, yielding excellent results, significantly reducing the loss rate of artifacts during training. Later, she ventured into the realm of talismans, which proved less suited to her, despite the existence of a guide produced by the system. The progress was not as swift as in alchemy. While she lacked innate talent in talismans, she still made some progress. However, the truly astounding aspect was Qing Qijing's prowess that on a whim, she invited Master Lu Mu and Qing Zhu to study talismans alongside him, only to find that he outshone them all. Even astonishing Baili Yuan, who was originally a practitioner of talismans, that he exclaimed that he should not be at sword peak, but rather at their talisman peak, lamenting the waste of his talent. Later, he learned that in weapon forging, this lad was truly exceptional, leaving Baili Yuan in a state of emotional turmoil. One cannot help but compare oneself to others when measured against him. Others seem lacking. Master Lu Mu and Qing Zhu, however, lacked such exceptional talent. They were merely average, able to draw some low-tier talismans but failing at higher-tier ones, not to mention the formation of arrays. Upon discovering that Qing Qijing could also craft talismans, she became even more relentless, squeezing the last bit of value from him. Originally, she had intended to teach him alchemy, believing that with his undeniable talent in weapon forging and talisman crafting, he would be average in alchemy, or perhaps even devoid of talent. Crafting pills proved to be a trial of explosions. He simply could not manage alchemy, and thus she relinquished that hope. Mere cultivation was insufficient. Practical combat experience was necessary to enhance strength, so she dragged them to the clan's training grounds for joint practice. They mingled with the members of the Baili clan, occasionally engaging in combat duels, as if they were one big family. Baili Furen found it unsatisfactory, organizing a tournament to experience the rigors of a wheel battle, exhausting herself each day but finding fulfillment in such a life. Meanwhile, Master Lu Mu, Qing Zhu, and Qing Qijing were forced to serve as sparring partners for the clan's disciples, and even Baili Yuan, who lacked combat prowess, was not spared. Qing Qijing was oblivious to the concept of restraint. He only knew to fight fiercely, as demonstrated during the recruitment assessments of Ling Tian's sect. The tales of his prowess had long reached the ears of the clan's young and ambitious talents, all eager to challenge him. He seldom left the training arena. The grounds were perpetually crowded with challengers, many of whom were at the nascent soul stage, yet defeating him remained a formidable task. Thus, he found himself with yet another responsibility, standing atop the arena as a sparring partner. One must admit that Baili Furen truly knew how to utilize resources effectively. It must be said, this young man is utterly obedient to the words of their little darling. The elder, who had been observing from the shadows, remarked, "Their little darling exploits him so thoroughly, yet he utters not a single complaint." How strange indeed, the second elder concurred. Not only does he refrain from complaint, but he clings to her tightly, following her every step, fearful of losing sight of their little darling. The third elder added, "This youth possesses truly remarkable talent, exceptional in both weapon forging and talisman crafting, and with their little darling receiving his assistance, she is on the rise." The fourth elder expressed satisfaction that their little darling had such a companion, yet lamented his unwillingness to pledge loyalty to the clan. However, this insufferable lad harbors ambitions to whisk away their little darling, a truly despicable desire. Baili Yin, on the other hand, was far from pleased. His little darling was still so young, yet Qing Qijing, the wolf, had already set his sights on her. "Old clan head, you may be overthinking this. Their little darling is quite young, likely yet to awaken her potential." This youth appears to be innocent. His gaze towards their little darling is one of pure admiration, akin to that of a child. The third elder remarked, "What do you mean by that?" "My gaze towards my sword reflects such purity. Do you have any idea of its worth? That is indeed my fateful artifact. I have invested immeasurable effort into giving birth to its spirit, akin to a child of my own. Yes, your blade is indeed precious. I cannot dispute that. Yet, you speak of me. What of your tortoise shell, which is not without its own value? What do you understand? That is my treasure for arranging formations. They remain oblivious to the clamor here, living their lives fully each day, their cultivation steadily increasing. Upon returning to the Wei Qi family, Wei Qi Lengqing was met with scorn as soon as she made her presence known. Her esteemed father, without distinction of right or wrong, immediately sought to enforce familial discipline upon her. Her stepmother was quick to propose that she be married off to the eldest scion of the local prominent family, an old man of several centuries, in exchange for the family's prosperity. Despite the abundance of illegitimate offspring, it was the sole legitimate daughter who was to be sacrificed, while her half-sisters snickered from the sidelines. To her astonishment, her father consented. Wei Qi Lengqing, should you not have realized this earlier? What are you still anticipating? Your return was merely to sever ties. I have come to reclaim my mother's relics. I implore you to return them. What relics? What could your impoverished mother possibly have left for you? The stepmother's cutting words chilled her gaze, and in an instant, an icy blade severed her tongue. Only when the crimson fragment fell to the ground did they realize what had transpired. Unbridled. Do you not see me as your father? Roared the head of the Wei Qi family, rising in fury to attack her. Yet, she sent him flying with a single strike, and he staggered to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of old blood mid-stage in the golden core realm. It was only now that they grasped that the returning Wei Qi Lengqing was no longer the easily manipulated girl of yore. Qing'er, I may have raised my voice a tad too much, her father stammered. Spare me your words. Return my mother's relics. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Hand over my mother's relics. The icy blade was poised at his throat, as if to say that one more word would cost him his head. Shut your mouth, you wretch. Quickly return her mother's relics. The Wei Qi family head shouted at his writhing wife on the ground. Wei Qi Lengqing took the box, confirming it contained her mother's most treasured possessions. My ties with the Wei Qi family have come to an end. From this moment forward, we are severed. You have prospered through my mother's wealth. This estate will follow her to the grave. She turned away, leaving behind the Wei Qi family estate engulfed in flames and the cries of its inhabitants. She, Wei Qi Lengqing, was now devoid of kin in this world. Chapter 75. Return to the sect. Over a year has passed. The time has come for the disciples of Ling Tian's sect, who have been out in the world for 2 years, to return to the sect. Those who did not return had their life tokens shattered and extinguished, marking them as fallen. The elder in charge of the life pavilion meticulously recorded the names of those who had perished, removing the shattered tokens and placing them into a single box. Baili Furen and senior brother Lu Mu returned to the Pill Peak, their aura transformed dramatically. Especially senior brother Lu Mu, who, despite still possessing his gentle demeanor, now wielded a folding fan as a magical artifact. With each light tap on his palm, he exuded an air of formidable presence. After 2 years of training, he was now 19, boasting mid-stage golden core prowess. Baili Furen had undergone significant changes as well. They say a girl undergoes 18 transformations, and she was at the age of blossoming merely 16. Her features had matured beautifully, with a hint of baby fat that did little to detract from her stunning visage. Her posture had begun to take shape, her aura radiant, and her large, bright silver-gray eyes had sharpened, taking on a more piercing quality. A smirk often graced her lips, embodying a blend of sarcasm, indifference, arrogance, aloofness, and coldness. With her peak late-stage golden core cultivation at 16, she left the renowned Jiu Xianren speechless, utterly taken aback by her extraordinary talent. No, she was beyond comparison. Without her, as a benchmark, Lu Mu's achievements would also be unparalleled. Both were disciples of Jiu Xianren, a source of pride that made him smile in his dreams. This upcoming sect ranking competition would silence those who claimed that alchemists were inept in all other areas, who said they would only be a burden in team battles. That he detested those who criticized while enjoying the benefits. If you can, then refrain from consuming elixirs. Welcome back. Rest for 2 days, and we shall depart for the competition. After exchanging pleasantries with the 2 disciples, he let them go. On the Sword Peak, The sect master Fu Tian beamed at his two youngest disciples. The disciple he held high hopes for, Qing Qijing, had surprisingly broken through to mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. In a few years, they might be equals. If this young man continued on this path, he might very well breach the bottleneck from nascent soul to transformation stage, enriching Ling Tian's sect with another powerful cultivator. The petite Qingzhu was no less impressive, having reached late-stage golden core cultivation. The fact that these two exceptionally talented disciples belonged to him filled Fu Tian with joy. He heard that other sects had produced many talented individuals, putting the reputation of his own sect at risk. With the addition of these two disciples, it would be exceedingly difficult for other sects to claim the #1 position in the upcoming ranking competition. After a brief discussion about their departure in 2 days, he sent them off to rest at the Snow Peak. Shui Wehan looked upon her youngest disciple Wei Qi Lingxing, who had now attained peak late-stage golden core cultivation. Truly, she brought honor to her name. Although this disciple was not particularly close to her peers, she held deep respect for her teacher. The thought that other disciples spoke of this young one as the heir of a special bloodline filled her with pride. That Wang Ba Dizzy from T-Peak, I look forward to seeing what kind of disciples he brings to the table during the competition. Welcome back. Rest up. We depart in 2 days for the sect ranking competition. Yes, master. Wei Qi Lungxing departed Shui Yuan's palace, not returning to her quarters, but heading toward the Pill Peak. Qing, come sit down. Upon arrival, she found a gathering of familiar faces at a table in the courtyard. Qing Zhu, Lu Mu, Baili Yuan, Qing Qijing, Baili Furen, and herself, all present. What is this? She inquired, observing the large pot on the table with curiosity. This is hot pot. What is hot pot? She asked, having never encountered it before. Hot pot is an essential gathering dish during winter, featuring a fired jade stone underneath. Though we cultivators are not deterred by cold or heat, it does not prevent us from enjoying something warm. Qing Jie has arrived. Hurry and add the ingredients to the pot. As they were no strangers to hot pot from their time in the Baili family, they quickly began adding ingredients to the bubbling pot at Baili Furen's command. Dip it in this special sauce and try it. Qing Jie. Wei Qi Lungxing picked up a piece of meat, dipped in the sauce before placing it in her mouth, and was met with an explosive burst of flavor that tantalized her taste buds. After swallowing, she felt invigorated with spiritual energy. Wow, no wonder Qing Zhu can still enjoy this even while fasting. Can I still quit after this? How is it? Delicious, right? It's delectable that I told you. No one can resist the allure of hot pot. Everyone, eat heartily. There's plenty of meat and vegetables to indulge in. Laughter and joy resonated throughout the small courtyard. Though they shared no blood ties, they felt as close as family. 2 days passed, and all disciples of Ling Tian's sect gathered in the square. Look, those are the direct disciples of Sword Peak. Each one soared through the air on their swords, a truly impressive sight. The young man leading them must be Nan Gongyue, the chief disciple of Sword Peak, who is rumored to have reached the nascent soul stage. Is he that strong? Absolutely. He is the eldest son of the Nangong family, blessed with a prestigious lineage and exceptional talent. Not to mention being the sect master's first disciple. Who are the youth beside him with purple eyes and the strikingly beautiful girl? Those two are particularly striking, especially the young man. I have never seen such handsomeness. I don't know. I have heard he just entered the sect not long ago, but possesses extraordinary talent. However, standing next to Nan Gongyue suggests his cultivation is not to be underestimated that a group of celestial maidens appeared. All of them female disciples, unmistakably the direct disciples of Snow Peak. Those are the direct disciples of Snow Peak, led by Shui Jingxue, who is also a nascent soul cultivator and a niece of elder Shui Yuan. Is that the princess of the Xuanwu Empire, Xian Wumei? And the woman beside her is stunning. Who is she? Her name seems to be Wei Qi Lingxing. She has only recently joined the sect and is said to be highly regarded by Elder Shui. Over there is the Symbol Peak. The leading disciple is Wu Huang, also a nascent soul cultivator and a 5th grade talisman master, rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to 6th grade. The leading disciple from Artifact Peak, Ling Gang, is also present. He has already broken through the barrier to become a 6th grade artifact master and can forge treasured artifacts, boasting peak late-stage golden core cultivation. The leading disciple from Body Peak, Lu Meng, has also arrived. He is a body refinement fanatic and has reached the nascent soul stage. It is said that even the late-stage nascent soul elder, Kuang Lang, would find it challenging to defeat him. Those are the disciples of the Beast Peak, each possessing a magical beast as their steed, which is quite enviable. The chief disciple resembles a lowly and is known as Shogu Ling. Having reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, capable of taming magical beasts of the 7th rank. Chapter 76. Journey to the Arena. Over there are the disciples of the Pill Peak. Right? The chief disciple is the talented alchemist Lu Mu, who broke through to the 5th rank at the tender age of 17, but regrettably, aside from her formidable alchemical skills, her cultivation level is rather lacking. It is said that the highest-ranking disciple of the Pill Peak was previously Wang He, who also reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, with the grand competition held once every 50 years. The Pill Peak has always lagged behind, not only due to their low cultivation levels, but also because they are all quite precious. However, one cannot speak ill of the Pill Peak, as they have provided us with numerous elixirs. Without them, we would not have been able to persevere for long. Who is that beautiful young lady beside Lu Mu? Her beauty is truly astonishing, and her eyes are captivating. That is the young lady from the Baili family. I advise you not to provoke her. If she is displeased, she could slay you on the spot, and the sect would not dare intervene. Indeed, she is the esteemed young lady of the Baili family. I did not expect her to be so breathtakingly beautiful. On the snow peak, Xian Wu Mei glared resentfully at Wei Qi Lung Qing beside her. I have heard that you have a close relationship with Baili Furen. Wei Qi Lung Qing cast a sidelong glance at her, choosing to disregard this foolish clown. You are quite arrogant. Do you think that by associating with Baili Furen, this princess cannot deal with you? Baili Furen cannot move a muscle, but I, Wei Qi Lung Qing, could easily crush you. You had better tread carefully on this journey, lest you meet an untimely end. Xian Wu Mei and her followers erupted in boisterous laughter. Seek treatment for your ailments. Take medicine if you must. How foolish. Wei Qi Lung Qing rarely displayed such rudeness, rolling her eyes away from these dim-witted individuals and heading off to find her younger sister. You, Wei Qi Lung Qing, are being insufferable. Xian Wu Mei watched a retreating figure, her gaze laced with venom. How dare Baili Furen insult this princess so? Wei Qi Lung Qing, may you meet your demise. Who instructed you to have such a close connection with her? Allow me to inform you, I am not to be trifled with. Anyone associated with you shall perish. The disciples gathered together as the sect leader and elders uttered a few words of encouragement, chanting slogans before boarding the sect's flying ship, officially setting off for the arena. The number of direct disciples totaled over 1,000, and with an additional 1,000 outer disciples, this journey was indeed a grand spectacle. Except for sect leader Fu Tian and second elder Si Kong, who remained at the sect, the remaining 5 elders led the expedition. Activating the protective formation, Ling Tian's sect vanished from the sight of its disciples. Accommodations and meals were all provided aboard the ship as they traversed half a continent, the breathtaking sights along the way leaving them mesmerized. En route, they encountered other sects' flying fleets, which matched the imposing presence of Ling Tian's sect. We are disciples of Tian Hung's sect. May I inquire which sect you hail from? On the deck, Baili Furen and her companions were caught off guard by the inquiry. Aside from the individuals piloting the ship and her few idle companions enjoying the breeze, the rest were diligently cultivating in their cabins. Without a sect, mere country bumpkins, the disciples of Tian Hung's sect twitched at the corners of their mouths, gazing at the large characters emblazoned on the banner of the flying ship. Ling Tian's sect. Hey, with such conspicuously large letters proclaiming Ling Tian's sect, how can you dare to claim you have no affiliation? Who are you trying to fool? The disciples of Tian Hung's sect were indignant. Their senior brother approached amicably, but these individuals were insufferably rude, claiming to be the #1 sect in the world. Oh, Baili Furen glanced upward at the banner above her. It seems your eyes are not deceived. Since you can see it, why ask which sect we belong to? Did you think we believed you were illiterate? You little junior sister, perhaps they simply lack literacy. Let's not blame them. Lu Mu opened the folding fan in his hand, prominently displaying the wild character for elixir, starkly contrasting with his elegant demeanor. Outrageous! Is this how Ling Tian's sect educates its disciples? The disciples bowed to Elder He. A middle-aged man flew forth from the opposite side. He was likely one of the leading elders of Tianheng's sect, and the disciples of Tianheng's sect promptly paid their respects to him. Ah, Elder He, I trust you are well, following Elder He's emergence. The fourth elder of Ling Tian's sect, Du Lin Nan, also made his presence known. Du Lin Nan, your disciples from Ling Tian's sect exhibit absolutely no decorum. Do you not supervise them? Du Lin Nan cast a glance at the carefree Baili Furen and her companions lounging against the ship's railing. Realizing he could not discipline this little troublemaker. Elder He, please do not be angered. These are merely children at your advanced age. Why engage in conflict with a group of youngsters? Children? Indeed. You are several hundred or even 1,000 years old. These mere teenagers are but children. Elder He was both amused and infuriated. It was apparent that Du Lin Nan had no intention of taking responsibility. Oh, you are indeed an elder. Such a short temper. No wonder you remain the perennial second best. Baili Furen artfully blended 3 parts mockery, for parts disdain, 2 parts contempt, and 1 part indifference in her demeanor. Her expression conveyed a sense of superiority, as if to say that Tianheng's sect could never surpass Ling Tian's sect. Alas, what can we do? Ling Tian's sect is simply too strong. Tianheng's sect can only resign itself to being the perennial second best. Lu Mu was even more unrestrained, relishing the chaos. Most disciples from Tianheng's sect were cunning and treacherous, and those sects that had suffered at their hands bore grudges against them. But IT was fortunate that no outright conflict erupted. The last time the sects ranked in the grand competition, many disciples from Ling Tian's sect had their foundations destroyed by them, and they had consistently held the second position. Everyone was well aware of how that ranking came to be. The elder from the sect, who had suffered, was one such victim, his cultivation stagnating at the golden core stage, with no hope of further advancement. Although the old man always wore a smile, Baili Furen had seen the regret in his eyes. To ruin someone's foundation is akin to severing their path to immortality, a crime deserving of punishment. Young people truly lack awareness. I shall teach you a lesson today. The furious elder He unleashed a powerful attack, surging towards Baili Furen, only to be intercepted by Du Lin Nan. Elder He, are you all right? The disciples of Tianheng's sect rushed forward to support him as he staggered backward. Du Lin Nan. What is the meaning of this? Is it not your responsibility to correct her audacious words, given that your sect has failed to instill discipline? Du Lin Nan stood resolute before Baili Furen and her companions, his imposing figure radiating authority. I cannot discipline her in Ling Tian's sect, and you from Tianheng's sect have even less right to do so.